https://discord.gg/flat earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
AI enters the VC.
Crazy. So welcome to the panel, guys. We also have Astrovation. Guys, say what up. Or you can react to the last conversation.
Can I make a minor correction? It wasn't Judas, Nathan. It was Peter.
Actually, you're actually right there, Neil. Yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping I could ask my second housekeeping question. I got to ask before, is there any evidence of a molten iron core? You know, that wasn't responded to because Nathan was in the middle of shit. Then this guy just said that you could get an elevation angle from a curved surface. I wanted to ask him, is there any evidence that you can require an elevation angle from a curved adjacent?
You did ask him. I thought you did.
So I asked him to repeat what he said because I wanted to clarify that. And after that,
Yeah.
Jedi and Nathan jumped in. So
Yeah, but Chocolate, he wasn't gonna. He wasn't gonna. He was gonna rephrase it. That's why I said to you, yes, he did say that.
all right. I just wanted to hear what he was going to say.
Did he leave?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ran away.
That was lame. He said, "You're not on my speed, Oakley."
Wait, what?
We don't do those types of drugs here.
Turns out there is a magic speed.
We don't do that here.
So next time you see Hella Catfish spam L's in the chat, that was an L, bro. So anyway, who's next? We got Joseph, we got Chartron, we got Astrovation, James Mays, Joseph. Go ahead, guys. What up?
James Mays, he's spoken for.
All right, the other James, you're up. Well, he's deafened. Dirtworm, what up? Let me make sure you can speak.
Yo, what's good? What's good, everybody?
Hey, there he is. What's going on, man? Just give us a quick reaction to Flat Earth. What do you think?
Reaction? I think it's the truth, right? That's what I think.
Okay. So, like, you haven't been in an airplane or something?
No, actually, I've never rode in an airplane.
Oh.
I want to, but I haven't. As far as I can see and as far as what I can feel, it's flat to me. Does it feel like we're moving? So.
Well, we wouldn't expect to feel it moving. So.
Right.
And that's okay being a default position, right? Like, those are your senses. That's what the world represents itself to you as.
Mm-hmm.
So if somebody's got an opposite claim or a positive claim, wouldn't that be their burden to prove, right?
Right. As far as I see it, water always seeks its own level. It's always level, so just what I think.
Yeah, but the Earth is too big to
Rest,
see.
yep.
I just don't think you understand fully, Dirtworm. The Earth is too big to see the curvature, so we wouldn't expect to see the curvature. Of course, the water looks flat.
Yeah. Okay.
Just here, so it's measured flat then. Oh yeah, but that's mitigation. How flat we measure it flat because it's not flat. and it's not flat because it's so big. We measure it flat, and that's all cool. It would be absurd to expect to take into account curving Earth when we build on it and measure it. That would be, what was the word, chocolate, that Peterson used? Oh, he's not around. Oh, he is.
It would currently be inappropriate
It would
to
be
measure the curve of the Earth.
inappropriate to measure its sphericity and dealing with it and measuring it and stuff. How absurd! Inappropriate. Measure it flat. That's only because it's so big. Yeah, you measure it flat. That's why the strength of this argument going forth to 2024 is to lead with that. On whoever that was. Strength is to lead with that fact. And if you know that is the case, you'll understand how you get to concessions. Or they run away like the guy did a minute ago. You can't get around the fact that his globe-proof story that, well, it doesn't really involve a globe or a flat earth, it doesn't matter. Oh, it does, it measures it flat. Oh, well, then it's whether or not we've got a hypothetical measurement that's absolutely being used here that's flat versus a globe. Absolutely. No, it isn't. It's just measured flat in your own examples, isn't it? I'm not debating anymore. Because otherwise you're going to have to concede that it's measured flat because you've basically already done so, haven't you? And that's exactly how the world's dealt with. So get these fundies over a barrel and use their claims against them and get them telling you how flat it's going to be measured. Don't worry about the mitigation, so biggie it's flatty. So it's measured flat then? Yeah, we know. That's because it's flat.
So
Yeah,
big.
but then to turn around and say it'll work on a globe or a flat Earth, that's an outright lie. No, it won't.
The flat Earth measurements might be capable of being gerrymandered onto a globe and back onto a flat map again. It's a globe projection that came from flat Earth measurements. Well, just take them to the flat Earth measurements that they need. They'll quickly run away and say they don't want to play anymore. I'm not playing anymore if I'm going to say it's flat for my argument that was flat, that measured it flat. I'm not playing, I'm going, I'm not debating no more. How dare you?
The ground's not important, Nathan. What are you talking about?
Unless I get a false dichotomy, I'm not carrying on with this story. Unless there's a globe in it somewhere. I'm not having it. Not playing.
How come it was the ground when it was the globe? Now that we're proving it's flat Earth, the ground is not important.
Not the ground. It's the ground when we're proving it's a globe, Neil, but it's not the ground when we're measuring it flat. Then it's not the ground. And if you make me insist that that measurement of a flat ground is the ground, I'm going to leave. Who did that last? Brenda. On the last interaction with Brenda, did exactly that. It's the ground that we're measuring. Yes, we're taking areas of equal elevation, says Brenda, when we're navigating the ground. But it's not the ground. Why? Because it's just been pointed out to you that it's all flat. Everything you've just described is a flat Earth. No, it's not the ground.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys see it.
How dare
You want to hear it?
you think the ground is the ground?
Yeah, I'll give you the first couple of seconds.
Yeah.
All you've done so far is describe a flat Earth, though, Brenda. Is that not clear? You don't need to keep talking through me.
Answer me.
Answer the question. Get more aggressive for me. You just get
Answer the
that
question.
testosterone flowing for us, Brenda.
That's begging the question. You're presupposing your answer.
So why would we be doing this then? Why would we be following this process if it's not the surface of Earth? What were we navigating exactly?
We're navigating the Earth. The angle formed at your eye, which is taken from zenith, isn't necessarily the surface of the Earth from those points on the Earth.
Even though when I ask you what we're doing this for, it's navigating Earth.
From those points on the Earth isn't necessarily the surface of the Earth. From those points on the Earth isn't necessarily the surface of the Earth. We're navigating the Earth. Isn't necessarily the surface of the Earth. From those points on the Earth.
Yeah, they want to talk all about points on the Earth when it's claimed to be proving sphericity. Second you say, so this is measured flat then. It's not the Earth! Yeah, it is. Yeah, we're talking about a navigation story, aren't we? Aren't we finding Lapland? No, I'd rather we just started in Lapland. What? What the hell?
Real quick, how do I find that music, Nathan? What do I search to find that? That little like kitty music in the background. That shit. That shit is funny, man.
Music.
You had it playing in the back of that clip. That little like it's like I don't know, it's like kids music, the little xylophone or
No, it's
whatever.
just from, I see. It's if there is ever any music, it's one of the 5 available on iMovie.
Oh, okay. It's funny. It's very fitting when they come in here and start saying a bunch of like, just BS. It fits very well. I might have to add
Playful.
that one. Yeah.
Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. That one.
Yes. Yeah. I was cracking up, dude. So very funny.
So I'm finding some things. Whenever it's proven, it's not the ground, it's not the clouds. What else? So anytime you prove something you're trying to prove, and they say, no, it's not what you're trying to prove. I got it.
What they're
you
trying
know,
to
the
prove. They're trying to prove it, Neil.
No, I'm saying we're proving it's the ground. And they say it's not the ground, okay? Now, you get the other guy, when you say, everything don't go down, what about clouds? Never mind the clouds. So every time you use a proof, it don't matter.
Yeah, guess
Never
worse.
mind.
So we had a guy who came in, he says, right, I traverse the ground in my plane, and in one of my GPS systems, it's got a sphere Earth, and that represents the ground. I say, oh, right, on the sphere Earth that represents the ground, you're trying to prove with this CGI in your plane, what's on the globe that you're saying is the ground? Oh, well, there's these like lines going down it and around it. And what are they? Oh, well, they're the longitude and latitude grid. And where are they measured from? Oh, well, they're measured from the ground. And how do we measure them from the ground? Oh, we measure them with a flat Earth elevation angle measurement to Polaris. But it's not the ground! Hold on, a second ago this was proving that the ground was sphere-shaped. But now that we're measuring the lines that are referenced to your sphere shape measured on a flat Earth, it's not the ground anymore, is that correct? Definitely not the ground! It's only the ground if it's proving the CGI ball shape in your model on your plane. As soon as those lines on the ball shape are measured flat, it isn't the ground, is that correct? That's right. When it's a ball, it's the ground. When it's measured flat, it's not the ground. You all understand how this is perfectly reasonable by the standards of a fundy?
That checks out. Yep.
Meanwhile, why do we need to get in a puff about it? It's measured one way. It ain't the ball way, is it? How's it measured? Flat. They don't like it when you point it out and they want to throw their dummy out the pram and take their ball home with them and not play anymore. Unless I put this into a hypothetically measured flat scenario or a juxtaposition with a ball Earth that it could be, I'm not playing. I'm taking my ball home. I'm not debating anymore. It's not reasonable for me to be arguing in a position where I can only say it's flat. That's not fair. Especially when it's the way it's measured, and I've used that example. How dare you my own words to prove it's flat? That's not fair. Let me put it in false dichotomy and we'll carry on playing this game. No. Oh, well then, bye-bye. Goodbye.
Yeah. Well, I don't fully understand why he left. Like, was he just salty?
He couldn't move forward. I'll tell you exactly why.
Yeah.
He couldn't move forward unless he accepted what he'd already given us as his example, which is measuring Earth flat. The moment we say, so measuring Earth flat then, with your example you've just given, no, I'm not playing. I'm not going to say it. No, because that means I've got to relinquish my paradigm. I'd rather not play.
That was really interesting because we spoke to him before. He's not like that normally.
Yeah,
Like,
until
I've
you
spoken
do
to
the
him.
2024 Flat Earth debate methodology of taking their example and pointing out how Flat Earth's measured and required for their example. Suddenly, people who are very reasonable when they're asserting that we're on a ball don't want to play anymore and aren't playing and debating. If you're going to make me say that my measurement of a flat Earth is a measurement of a flat Earth, it's not the Earth. Unless it's a globe. It could be a globe.
Well, maybe I
Nah, he
was
came in
supposed to ask that question. Maybe he was supposed to just sneak in that you can get an elevation angle from a flat or curved Earth. You know, just real, silent like. So maybe that. I mean, I don't know why he left after that, but
I want to see.
We all heard that.
I want to
No,
see.
the thing is-
I want to see everyone doing this. I want to see every server doing this to fundies. Listen to their stupid claim for as long as they need without a single interruption. Then take their claim and point out where they require a measured flat Earth. Measured flat Earth doesn't quite work. Nevertheless, they require a horizontal plane of reference when navigating the ground in this instance. Not the ground. Yeah, hold them to task. Point out how Earth is measured flat. You got to know it's measured flat to be able to get away with it. As long as you understand and appreciate that Earth is actually measured flat, and all claims that come surplus to any measurement of Earth will be a flat Earth measurement. You can hold any claim to task with that knowledge. As long as you know it's flat, you just believe it's flat, you're not going to do well in these debates. They'll get you in La La Land pretty damn sharp. You'll allow the false dichotomy that he wanted. Oh, well, let's just carry on with the story with it could be a globe or it could be flat, even though I've just given measurements of a flat Earth. Or let's carry on with a scenario where if it's a flat Earth that we've just measured flat, and I'll tolerate the story. Me saying no, you've measured it flat, so now you're going to say it's flat, because that's how you've dealt with it. I'm not going to do that, is their response. He's already done it, hasn't he? He already gave us his examples with respect to Plum. 90 degrees to it. QE stepped in at just the right time while I was doing the dishwasher. QQE.
Yeah, he came in
That was it.
with a crafty
Gotcha, wasn't
story.
God
Adam,
damn.
Yeah.
I heard you from the
Adam.
kitchen too, Adam. Sorry, I'll get props where props. I had to come in out of breath because I'm stacking dishes and moving around, getting things for Eleanor and doing all general housey stuff and just listening in the background to his story. I come in all out of breath. No, you've got to the bit in the story where it's measured flat. Now you just want to move to a time that doesn't exist where you didn't tell the story with the flat Earth proof. It'd be better if I'd have started in Lapland. I regret doing that. Let me carry on with an if scenario for the measurement that I just measured flat. I was about to swear. I won't.
I'm going home.
I'm going home. I'm not taking my ball with me. You won't play with my ball in false dichotomy? Well, I won't play at all.
You're not on my level.
Yeah, that was crazy. He said,
He
"Oh,
wasn't
we're
on a level, was he, Neil? That was the trouble. He was on a ball. Even
Yeah.
though he was defining a
Good
level.
one, Adam. Yes, that's a good. I didn't even think of that.
Well, I didn't like
The
the idea.
issue I had with his gotcha was he didn't understand his own gotcha. He thought that because he's obtained a zenith angle, yeah, and not used the horizon to level the device, that suddenly when you don't use the horizon to level a device, you're not referencing Earth when you take an elevation angle. That just shows a lack of understanding of how the devices work. And more importantly, to cite a quadrant or a sextant as if they're in any way really fundamentally different, they're not. Some have extra mirrors because for leveling the device itself is still measuring elevation angles.
With respect to a plane. And there's no way around it. That's why he buggered off when I said, give me your citation then. If you're going to say it's from zenith angle, fine. Yeah? You can give me it from zenith angle, but the derivative purpose of this is to acquire positional data with respect to 90 degrees below the star. That's its purpose. It's with respect to a horizontal baseline, because that's what an elevation angle is. That's why I've got a shit ton of definitions of exactly that. And he doesn't have anything. And he wants to ad hoc his way around an explanation for what he says an elevation angle is when he's taking it from zenith. Precisely what Brenda did. That's why I played Brenda's bit, because that's exactly what she did.
Yeah, they all read from the same script. Adam, you nailed him, Adam.
He did. He tried to walk past you too, didn't he? They all do.
No, I like the way he
They
tried to
ignore the point that negates that destroys their argument, don't they? He was quite funny, just wanting to get there. I was giggling in the car. I think if I'd just not told him we'd sailed to the place to take this angle, this zenith angle, I could have got away with it.
Yeah, I would have got away with it if it wasn't for these meddling flat Earth measurements I had to take to get there.
Pesky elevation angles.
Those meddling kids.
That's what it's like in 2024 when you're a flat earther. You pay very close attention and realise as soon as this man started setting sail in the 1700s or whenever it was, you're going to be measuring and utilising a horizontal plane to fucking get where you're going.
I
Thanks.
had him over a barrel too, Jedi.
That's why-
'Cause I think it was your voice I heard. I didn't know. Now you've spoken on. I
Yeah,
think-
Jedi had him too.
because
Jedi
you're
had
like,
him good.
What tool are they using when they're travelling?
Yep.
Sextant? Aaron a
Yeah.
type? No. Walked past that too, didn't he?
Technically, they didn't have to use. What if they didn't have to use the sextant on their journey?
That would be
Kind
a
of
point.
irrelevant. That was the point of his gotcha, wasn't it? To pretend that when you level the sextant using the horizon, somehow that meant your reference of the surface you're navigating is defined differently if you obtain your elevation angle by dropping a plumb line and giving you the co of the zenith. All of them. Remember those? Remember what they are. They're reciprocal angles. And why are they reciprocal? Because we've got a square, basically, haven't we? From
Yeah, oblong, square. But you've got two
Yeah.
90-degree triangles stacked on top of each other,
So-
intersecting with a unique, a common hypotenuse. That'd be the way I'd describe it.
Beautiful.
That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Love how mathematical descriptions get described as beautiful by Adam.
So on that point, in celestial navigation, I don't see them saying the word complementary angle too much. All I see them saying is co-altitude zenith distance. It's almost not even considered an angle.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, that's how they'd phrase it. Furthermore, we've
zenith
got
angle-
people on our own side, like Bev, saying you can do F all with an angle. I mean, he's simultaneously currently trying to rewrite history. It's like a two-pronged attack. And it's not an attack on us. That's the thing that amuses me the most. It's an attack on a very understood and trained process called celestial navigation.
That's correct. They're fighting with celestial navigation all the time, and it cracks me up.
Yep. Which is where I take it to conclude it. That's where I took it with Brenda. Your argument isn't with me, it's with celestial navigation. When they start challenging us, show me how you can acquire your position. Show me how it will match with the almanac. It does, that's the process, that's what it's for. Celestial navigation. Show it working! I can't get it to work. Who cares? That's the process. Just because you're a Dumbo. Saving lives
Have
at
you,
sea.
have you ever held a sextant, Nathan?
Yeah, exactly. The argument is simultaneously, have you ever done this process that requires a flat earth? Because if you haven't, it don't prove a flat earth. And does it even work when you show how it does prove a flat earth? Does it even find your position? Prove it finds your position with a flat earth when you say it uses a flat earth. Does this even work?
But I like what Chewie says. They can't even hold a sextant if their ball is correct.
He says he can't even look at a sextant, and he's right, because they can't get angles off a curve.
That's right. They can't even look at it. I had them even holding it. How dare me?
How dare me?
I have a question for Adam, because I don't actually know what the argument is. Some of these guys are coming in saying it doesn't work, which I believe they're basically throwing celestial navigation down the stairs, but they're saying it doesn't work because the angular relationship is not linear. Like the 60 nautical miles per degree is linear, and that wouldn't work on an elevation angle. I'm not quite sure what they're saying.
I understand what they're saying. Do you want me to? I don't.
Fill us in.
Right, so I'll explain the argument, what they're saying, but I don't know how to answer it. So, with regards to angles and that linear distance along the floor, if we were to get a protractor, draw a horizontal line underneath it, and mark incremental points from 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, all the way down, and then we were to draw vertical lines down from those points to meet the horizontal plane, those vertical lines with distance would get closer together. I hope I've explained that correctly.
So what they're saying
Yeah,
is rather than using Polaris to define the grid, if we did it this way, it wouldn't work. It's kind of a straw man.
Yes, it's relationship with angular declination over linear distance.
It's set in terms of how it does actually function. So when you minus from 90 and times by 60, you're doing that so you've got the distance along the ground. That's always going to be with respect to your position and how this charted grid works with Polaris in the first instance. So you first have to have your grid laid down on a map to be figuring out where you are on that map. And then when you, let's say you used Polaris as one of the stars to get an area of equal elevation for it, you've got to have those systems understood to be working in principle before you start to employ them. Therefore, this argument is also merely an argument against the validity of celestial navigation, as opposed to whether or not we can say we can get it to work, which is entirely irrelevant. The process is what it is because it works. Otherwise, why the hell are people going out on boats and being trained to use it? Furthermore, we've discovered the world with it, so it's a bit stupid to put this on our desk. It's not our problem, it's their fight with celestial navigation, by the sounds of things. Unless anybody else took anything more from that, what Jedi broke down on their behalf, then maybe.
Shout out to
I'm,
Jedi.
I'm not sure what exactly their claim is. It's 60 nautical miles per degree. Are they saying if they plot this in an orthographic way, they've got problems?
Yes, I'm glad you pointed out the orthographic point as well, mate. Yeah.
I didn't catch that. You plot the 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles won't work in an orthographic representation. Is that what you just said, Adam?
Yeah.
I'm trying to wrap my head around why you would do it that way anyway.
Because you're trying to represent it as a trigonometric way, aren't you, as opposed to just describing the process of celestial navigation and how the zenith angle will resolve to give you the baseline distance of your adjacent, which is the surface you're navigating.
I was about to say, but it's the surface you're navigating, which is going to be with respect to the map and the system that the map that you're using employs, right? Latitude and longitude in this case, right? Well, if that's what you're doing it with respect to, I don't understand how does that have any bearing on an orthographic view? You're not doing it that way. I still don't understand.
I think this is where the trickery is. I'm glad you guys are kind of on the orthographic point, because my description that I gave you earlier was that orthographic presentation. Side on view, get your protractor, draw those vertical lines down from the incremental 10, 15, 20 distances. And those lines with distance get closer together orthographically.
Right. Okay, so it's an inference that the perspective view that derives the system is actually the way the world is giving you the movement of the lights. Therefore, in that description, it would logically follow that when the lights reach the horizon in orthographic view, they are literally and physically touching the ground then. Makes no sense.
Yeah.
So, however, there is a valid point in their objection, not because the objection's valid, but because of the way that the world physically presents itself to us. I'm hoping Adam will back me up in this regard. In that description, in an orthographic view, you can't lower the page. What do I mean by that? Well, if you're going to try and describe it orthographically at all, I don't think you can. And the reason you can't is because the way the sky presents itself to us is that it doesn't change with our view from the point on the ground with altitude. So if you go up higher on a page in an orthographic view, you literally ascend towards the top of the A4 page that you're drawing this diagram out on, right? Well, the sky does not behave like that. Well, if you're taking an angle from a commercial airline, let's say you're at 30,000 feet and there's a boat. Now, let's not make it a commercial airline. Let's make it a helicopter. Let's say it's at 10,000 feet, just to keep the numbers easy. Got a guy at 10,000 feet and a guy in a dinghy directly below him. And they're both using a sextant at the same moment, at the same time, measuring the same angle to the same star at the same GP. They're both on each other's zenith, on the same zenith. Yeah. Well, they both get the same angle. Yeah, if you try and diagrammatically represent that on an A4 page, and for the sake of argument, the scale on the page is 10,000 feet, then helicopters at the top of the page, the dinghy's at the bottom of the page, they're both measuring an angle, they're both getting the same result, yet the helicopter's buffed up against the top of the ceiling. In other words, you literally can't depict the heavens in an orthographic view because of how they represent themselves to us. The only thing that's consistent is the point above the ground. Is to say that the guy in the helicopter is measuring a star, and where that star is below and along the ground for the guy in the dinghy. It's below the same point for both of them, as depicted in the almanac. How are you ever going to show that, represent that, draw that, diagram that on a page? Can't draw both triangles with the same triangle, with both of them at different heights, moving to the other side of the page from left to right, with both of them with a triangle that's the same, with a GP position below the star that's the same with the same triangle, with them at different elevations. You can't do it. It just doesn't work. Why? I'd love to know. It's the majesty of the heavens. We don't know why they behave like that. It's a mystery, but they do. And because they do, we can navigate with them. It's fundamental to the principles that we use and employ to navigate. The fact that both people at both elevations, either on the ground, literally in a dinghy, or in a helicopter, can get the same angle, the same position above the ground from a star at a given time of day or night.
Mate, yeah.
Man, that point needs to be driven home. That was beautiful.
Nathan, what is it that we usually call things depicted to us in orthographic view?
Muppet vision. Muppet vision.
Oh, why do we do that?
Because you see in the side of your own head, like you looking at a Muppet.
Oh, is that reality?
You don't get to see the side. I mean, unless you literally imagine yourself to be the Muppet and picture your Muppet head to be your head, and then think that you can look at your own head because you're the Muppet. That just makes you a Muppet.
You remember the guy that came in and kept swearing that he had that observation?
Yeah.
It was a while ago. He kept swearing, no, but I'm telling you, I've had this observation.
The view you didn't have? You had that view that you didn't have. Okay.
Oh, he made a
Please tell us
video.
again.
He made a video. So generally to depressed about and find I'm never searchable, I did a search for Flat Earth Debate and found him from months and months and months ago. Literally in the last 3 days, that guy's released that video. He recorded, even though the server rules make it explicitly clear not to. And he published it, saying I didn't understand that his view that was inside orthographic in his description. He's published that. I left him a comment laughing at him. Yeah,
really?
Yeah, he's published it like he's got a point. When he was saying, oh, when I go out on my boat and I look at this, that and the other, here's my description of it in orthographic view. How do you explain that? That was kind of the gist of it, wasn't it? I know exactly who you mean. I know his name.
Same guy, and he swore he had that observation.
Because he was saying you could see the curve of the Earth. Right? Oh, so you could see the curve of the Earth from the view you did not have. Okay. Tell us again.
If I'm going to keep this recording going, you're going to have to talk amongst yourselves because all hell's about to break loose while I've got back with groceries. I will keep recording.
So he made a...
I'm having a little
So
funny.
wait.
My bad, Neil. I'm about to say chaos.
Sorry.
Back to interview. Just need to make my last few words before that chaos does. You can probably already hear it in the background. I'll keep recording though. It's good fun listening to you guys in 24/7. I've got to be honest. I'm very relaxed. If you know what I mean.
Hell yeah, we rock with Nathan Oakley over here. So shout out to my neighbor Nathan Oakley. Hell yeah.
This is
And
actually
he's just
a throwback. I haven't been on here in it's got to be like a year now. Oh,
Can you
a
get
throwback to being here right
back on Discord, you bloody idiot? Get back on it right now.
Yeah, brother. Yeah, you're right. I need to do that.
Put your butt back in here, chocolate.
Yeah, let's talky more downloady and get verified. Come on, the fuck.
Listen, I mean, Oakley had to get his food. You know, the best groceries come from Space. So, you know, make sure you order your Spacies, guys. He's really supporting our sponsor, Spacies. I can hear the groceries being unloaded in the back, though. Make sure you guys order yourself some Spacies.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacies. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacies. It's good food in space.
All right, back to you guys.
I forgot about Creation Bear and the soundboard, baby.
Hey, listen, man.
You haven't seen anything yet. For God's sake.
This. I'm not fucking leaving. This is my show. The show must go on.
I'm not fucking leaving. The show goes on. This is my home. They're gonna need a fucking wrecking ball to take me out of here.
So,
The Wolf of Wall Street.
Just quickly, guys.
What was that? What? I just heard a really horrendous noise from the kitchen. What was that?
Wolf of Wall Street.
Well, you said, "Hey, listen, man, Oakley." You said, keep the show going. I said, "Listen, we're not leaving. The show goes on." Okay, this is
Someone
my
just really seriously play copywritten material into my recording. Jesus fucking wept. Step away for 10 fucking seconds. With that, I'll give a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible, and of course a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Yeah. Damn, man. LCB in the chat. Spam LCB in the chat, guys.
LCB.
Yeah, man. I was gonna say that wasn't that long. I think you can get away with a few seconds, man. But
I think it's, what is it, 3 seconds now?
Damn, that's short. It's definitely short. Yeah, it's definitely not.
Over the years, they've shortened it. Am I coming through all right?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Yep.
All right.
Sorry, guys, man. Shit, man.
Oh well, that went on for hours. So.
Yeah.
We'll put up a notice that CB isn't allowed to do anything in chat next time.
God damn. It's so hard to resist hitting the soundboard when they're in here. Like, sweating, like, don't click it. Don't click it. As soon as he steps away, man. Shit. Anyway. Who's next?
What is it on Rumble? What's the copyright?
There is no copyright on Rumble, my boy.
Not yet.
Oh, well. No, have some faith, man. Have some faith.
No, there'll come a point when you won't just be able to use whatever you want.
Yeah, well, let's hope not. Shit, I'm black pill as fuck, but let's stay. I hope Rumble works out. I do like the way it's working now. So
yeah, it does seem to be good.
Yep. Sorry, Oakley. I don't know if he's listening, man. That's one of my favorite clips too. But
what clip was it? I'd stepped away too.
It's that Wolf of Wall Street, and he's like, you know what, guys, keep the show going. I'm gonna step away for a bit, and I had the sound. I was like, I'm not fucking leaving. This is my show. They're gonna need a fucking wrecking ball to take me out of here. Shit geeks me out, bro. But yeah, we got some new people have joined as well. Let's check in with. What's the name? BC Cross. How are you? Oh, and they're gone.
Hey.
I'm gonna move them back in here. BC Cross, welcome to the panel. They keep going back to live stream 1. All right, well, welcome. Who else is next? We have Wax Vax. Welcome to the panel.
I believe they're a flat earther.
Boo. Yeah, man. So, Joseph, you're up. What up?
Can y'all hear my controller?
Nope.
Okay.
We got a shy panel today.
Yeah.
So, let's see. We have Astrovation from the Cog Dis room. Hey, just give us a reaction, man. What do you think? What's on your mind? Do you have any questions? Talk to us, man. What's going on? Yes. Who did that? What kind of name is that? Yeah, exactly. Astro, come off mute.
Kind of name is what?
Astrovation. Are you ovulating? Astrovating?
Astrovation. Is that like Astrolube?
Oh my. Masturbation? What? Come on, Astro. I done seen you typing in the damn Cogdis room. You're being
His
shy.
parents caught him masturbating too much.
No, it's more like ovulation, but astrovation.
Astro
Ovulation.
Yeah. So just come off mute, man. We already know you're being shy. We hear you breathing, so just come off mute. Sorry, bro. You don't have to carry the panel. We'll carry you. Just come off mute. Say what up. Stop acting shy. I'm feeling real bad about Oakley leaving bed. Shit, man. So sorry, guys.
I won't worry about it, mate. If it was an issue, we'd have got taken down ages ago. We're on YouTube as well, remember? So don't stress.
Sure. All right. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, but we hear you breathing, Astro. Just what up, man?
Got Mike? I hear you breathing. You breathing, huh? That's you breathing? You got a mic?
Oh my God, this dude is annoying. Damn.
Oh, I'm annoying. You got a mic?
He says, I might in a couple minutes. I'm reading through some papers right now. You ain't reading no papers, bruh.
Stop the cap.
He just got served.
That Loki reminds me. That's what I'm saying to Oakley right now. But you said he just got served. That reminds me. My boys F&F did a street panel, like a street change my mind table type of thing that Steven Crowder would do.
Yeah.
So they did that. And so, this guy comes up and he's like, oh, you're definitely wrong. And he goes, okay, well, how? Like, how am I wrong? And the guy literally just like jumps up in the air and clicks his heels. And they're like, what the fuck? Like, and the people in the back like, oh shit, Myron, you just got served, bruh. But it's like, that's what people do with like you saw Hella Catfish or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Oakley, you're definitely wrong. How? And he like clicks his heels and vanishes.
You just are. Yeah.
Like, oh my goodness, man. It was really funny to see that, and that's why I recorded it, because Globies be on that same type of timing. Well, can you click your heels together? What the fuck kind of damn
But he
Wizard
said
of
that
Oz
he's wrong.
is that?
He said that he is wrong.
He did. He said
Yeah.
he said he was wrong.
Why is that not enough for you?
Because he ran off.
Yeah, but you not need to understand he was wrong, and that's it.
Yeah.
You people don't understand. That's your problem.
Well,
If somebody say, if somebody says somebody's wrong, you must understand it's wrong, man. Yeah, it's easy, simple.
That's true. But when you're trying to entertain, there's a difference.
No, it's enough to say he was wrong. You just say, and that's it. You don't need to explain why he's wrong.
I got the clip ready. I'm gonna just hit it. I'm just gonna hit the clip. It's not very long, but just to see how Globies do the same. Oh, you're definitely wrong. Okay, we'll back it up then. Well, I'm just gonna skip.
You want to sit down and tell me about equal rights? Why are you? Come on, man. Why are you scared? You seem scared. Yeah. What the hell? Bro, get this guy on camera. Get him on camera, bro. I don't know what he just did. What, do that again? What the hell?
Shit. Oh shit.
This dude. What does this have to do with anything?
What does this have to do with it?
Do it. I think you got served, Myron. That doesn't explain why women deserve less. I think he got served. Go ahead, Myron. You gotta kill him with another. He got served. Bro, this is look. Yeah, yo.
You just got served, Myron.
He got served.
You just said, you know what? Fuck your point. Dance battle. Bro, you got served.
What the fuck, bro? Yo, we got dance battle. Yo, you guys just saw? This is what soy boys do, right? They're like, hey, I can't debate you on facts. So you know what? I'm just gonna skip. I'm just gonna dance. I'm gonna clip my heels together. You can't make this up, guys. He trying to go. Can't make this shit up. He trying to go back to Kansas. Yeah, he trying to go back to Kansas. Where there's no feminism. What?
That's great.
I'm gonna get you all the screenshot when he's in the air with his heels together. He's like, "But can you do this, man? Fuck out of here! You trying to dance battle right now, bro? Like, come on, man. I swear, Globies be on the exact same timing, dude. Yeah, but what about this other random thing?
That is what cognitive dissonance looks like.
Yeah. It's like, bro, really? I'm gonna take a screenshot so you guys can see him in the air. It's hilarious. All right, there you go. There you go. In the chat. It's hilarious. Like, bro, this is the mindset of most people that come here and try to argue with you. Oh, you flat earthers are definitely wrong. How? Well, you're not on my speed. That's what Hella Catfish said to QE or to Oakley.
Oh, I
You're
know.
just
I
not
saw
on my
that.
phone. Are you what?
On your speed. What does that even mean?
It's like we don't do those types of drugs over here, dude. Sorry, man.
Not on my speed. All right.
All right. Well, since it's quiet, I'll just throw on another short clip. Maybe we can get a reaction from you guys. But because you know how Globies come in here, they're like, "Oh, well, you have your opinions, and I have my opinions. We all have our own
of moderation."
Yeah, it's like fuck your opinions. We're not talking about opinions. We're talking with facts. So let's take a
What's
listen
up,
here.
yo? CB, can I just say one thing, brother?
Go ahead.
Before I leave, a personal friend of mine, Dirtworm, he's in a VC right now. I just don't want him to come next time and people jumping on him just because he's got VC verified. Can you please give him a FE roll so that doesn't happen?
You vouching for him?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Fully. 100%. Thank you.
All right.
What was his name?
Dirtworm.
What was it?
Dirtworm. He's right under you.
He's right under me. Hold on.
Oh, I got him, Mimus. But hey,
You got
listen,
him?
man. If he fucks it up,
Bro.
we're coming for you, Mighty.
Nobody that I vouch for fucks up, dude. No worries,
All right,
brother.
Cool.
Much appreciated, fellas. I'll see you guys soon, yeah?
Hell yeah! Shout out to Mighty Mush in the chat, guys.
Peace out, bro.
All right, hell yeah.
Peace,
So,
Mighty.
yep. Dirtworm, do you want to talk with us real quick before we? Because what's up?
Not much, man. I'm actually chilling. I'm about to have to freaking lay down. I'm so tired. I got like 3 hours of sleep last night. But this is my first time hopping in the VC. I've been in the server for a while, just lurking. I've known Mighty Mush for a long time. He's a mushroom friend of mine, so
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Drinking them wine too, ain't you? Smoking them tweeds and everything.
that? I bet y'all drinking that.
No, I don't smoke or anything anymore.
I'm just messing.
hell yeah.
Anyway, good to have you. Did you catch some of the convo with the last few people? Or were you tuned out? Or?
No, I was listening a little bit. Yeah, talking about the measurements and everything, how it measures flat. So it's all interesting stuff. I'm interested to hop in again and hear more of it. To be honest.
All right, bet. Cool, man. Cool.
All right. Well,
Does
I gotta
anybody have
go.
any-
My girlfriend's here and everything, and I'm gonna hop back in sometime now. See you
All
guys
right,
later.
man. Take care. Come back
Yes.
anytime.
All right.
All right. Shout out to Dirtworm. So, yeah, you have your opinions. I have my opinions, and you can't critique it. Nah, we're definitely going to critique your opinions if they're wrong.
A second ago. Okay, you can't even remember what you say, so I don't even know if you'll be able to interpret the data correctly. And then as far as you go, you said opinions can't be wrong because it's an opinion, and facts can be wrong. No, it's the other way around. Opinions can be right or wrong, but facts are always right because it's the truth. It's a fact. It's independently verifiable through other means.
Okay, facts are obviously facts, but
Yes.
opinions.
I'll clarify for you, love. I can have the opinion that Brazilian women are better dating material than Colombian women. That's an opinion. That could be argued with. There's no factual proof to
Okay.
say whether, whether
No, I get
Brazilian
it, I
women
get
are
it.
better, but I cannot have the opinion that this microphone is yellow.
No, I
There
get it.
are
I worded it
objective
wrong.
and subjective opinions.
I
so
worded it
opinions
wrong.
can be wrong.
Because what I
Right.
meant was just like the way I feel is.
Fuck how you feel.
Yeah.
This is a show about facts. That's the problem.
Yeah.
This is not about how you feel. It's about what is real. Women live an easier life than men in 2023 and 2024, and there's nothing you guys can say that could prove me wrong because I've studied this shit. Women live an easier existence. You guys can sexualize yourself at any point and get a man to commit to you, marry you, give you money.
All right, yeah, I there's a little extra content there, but yeah. Well, if I have an opinion, then like you can't critique it. I've heard that so many times, dude. It's scary that how common that mindset is.
You know what's funny is there was a study that was done some time ago that people who can't parse information or engage in a hypothetical. So, CB, if I asked you if you didn't eat for 2 days, what would you be?
Hungry.
Hungry, yeah. Instant answer. If you didn't eat. But there's another type of person who said if you didn't eat for 2 days, to answer that question, they'd say, but I have eaten. They can't engage in a hypothetical. And the study said that was the average response of people below 90 IQ.
Wow. Yeah.
So it's always the people who can't engage in a hypothetical where I am immediately hostile to them. Because I'm like, oh, you're not even worth anybody's time.
Right. Well, you make everything about you or whatever. Yeah, this happens on FNF a lot too. They'll like make a hypothetical. They're like, yeah, but I'm not crying. It's like we're not talking about you.
It's the same people who can't engage in statistics because statistics are abstract, right? They're numbers. And so you have to think abstractly to like understand how statistics work. Right? So if I give you a per capita or something like that and you say, "Yeah, but I know this one guy who X." And it's like that, but that's the exception. Everyone wants to talk about the exception. It can be worrisome when you realize how many people are unable to interact with a hypothetical.
Hey, Mimes, the hypotheticals, when you relate it to what you said, right? If you don't eat in 2 days, you're going to be hungry. But I've eaten. That's the other guy, right? But that hypothetical is inside of kind of like a realist level because, you know, we know what's going to happen. But then if some people bring hypotheticals about things they never, like, you know, like, oh, if we go to a black hole, you know, like, or something like that, right? Like, oh, if we go to the edge of the universe, those hypotheticals, are those valid?
No, and I'll tell you why. Because when we used to believe in that stuff, we would also engage in those hypotheticals, right?
Yeah.
But because we have broken that paradigm, we understand that those hypotheticals are invalid.
Yeah.
And so we can choose to not engage in them. So when we're looking for truth of the objective, the what is in reality, we don't have to engage in hypotheticals like that because we're looking for what is, not what ought to be or what might be. So if I said I'm going to measure a table, that and I get the measurements, there's no ifs.
Yeah.
It's this is what this is. So I think when you're dealing with like the nature of reality, or at least in reality, when you're dealing with what is, that's not a hypothetical. But if you're trying to get someone to think about reality, then you can engage in hypotheticals. Like if I said to you, if we went back in time, I could instantly say, time is not real. There is no such thing as time. Time is something that we created to perceive entropy in the passage of seasons. And I could say that, and that would be valid. But if you were just trying to engage me in a hypothetical about what it would be like to live in medieval times, then in reality, I would just be an autistic moron. Like if I said, if we could time travel back to medieval Europe to experience something, I would be asking you to engage in a hypothetical. That could never happen, but I'm just asking you to put yourself into like the situation of something medieval.
Facts.
I think there's a level of
It's
good
kind of
faith.
similar to the my bad. It's kind of similar to the hypothesis. It has to be a valid hypothesis.
Right. It
Like-
does. It has to be I think that's another thing that we deal with too is this a valid hypothesis when we're talking about reality? Yeah, you nailed it.
I was actually kind of thinking the same thing as Gemsy though, like, because they do present to you these crazy hypotheticals, and like, there is a difference in what you're saying, Nemus, in like not being able to simply grasp a hypothetical versus realizing that a hypothetical is oftentimes the ones that they put forward are trash. They're like,
Yeah.
well, what happens if you go straight? To me, that's a hypothetical. I'll work with you on that, but I do like to point out to people that that's not real. Like you can't actually do that. That's a hypothetical. That's like I describe it like writing a check that you can't cash. You whip out a checkbook, you write $1 billion on it. Who's going to cash that for you? So the same thing applies to that hypothetical. You basically just wrote yourself a check that you're not about to cash anywhere. That's a
Right.
silly hypothetical that doesn't deposit anywhere. So
Yeah, they're engaging you in something that can't be quantified, right? So it's like, what if, like, if somebody's asked you, what if you just go straight? The correct response would be, what do you mean? Straight from where to where?
yeah. That's usually what I ask. Starting from where and then what method of travel. That's what I say every time.
Yeah, it's because a lot of time their hypotheticals are operating from this position of extreme ambiguity.
Correct. They want to keep it that way. It
Yeah.
benefits them if they don't get specific, because as soon as you drag them into specificity, they realize the error in their thinking. If you ask them, where do I begin my journey of going straight? Starting from where? And they go, well, put your back to your front door. Okay, great. So now, what method of travel? Well, walk. Well, I'm going to hit a wall or a tree or some car or something pretty quick.
I'm going to drown. I'm going to drown in the Atlantic Ocean.
So it's like, that's not going to work. So if you walk them through that, okay, they'll realize their hypothetical is trash, garbage. It
Yeah.
doesn't actually apply to reality.
Two, it operates on the presupposition that the conclusion to their hypothetical is already correct.
Right. And actually, it's so faulty to begin with. They're saying go straight when that's a circular path. If it was a globe, you're not going straight.
No.
So it's like when people say these guys are bricked, that is a really good term for it. I do like that term.
They're what?
It's bricked. It does
Bricked.
seem like they're bricked. Yeah. Well,
I
if you
guess
have
that
an
means closed-minded or dense.
Yeah. Like if you have back in the day, iPod touches and stuff were really cool. You could jailbreak your iPod touch. But if you fucked it up, then you might brick your iPad or your iPod. It'll never work again.
No,
It's
that's
now
a
it's just
safety feature too, breaking it.
Yeah, it's a paperweight now. So like that's how people their minds have become bricked. They're just a paperweight. No function.
It's like if you own an Xbox long enough, you'll just own a brick.
Yeah. The red ring of death that hit these goofballs a long time ago.
Yep.
So I don't know, man. Some of these guys can be saved, but a lot of them can't be. That Helicap clownfish or whatever, he's done. I don't think he's ever coming back.
No.
Well, so
You know, a lot of them, they've just got their ego wrapped up in it. And so, like, it can't be wrong no matter what.
yeah. Yep. That's sad to see, though, bro. That is so sad to see because they're basically saying, like, that's that syndrome. Everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. These flat earthers definitely can't be right syndrome. It's along those lines. There's no, in their minds, there's no way we can be right, even about anything. Like, so. If you told them 2 + 2 is 4, they'll deny it. They'll be like, nope, you're wrong somehow. I swear that had happened to me. I told a guy, no, dude, objectively in reality, 2 + 2 is 4. They're like, no, like you could be dreaming and 99%, all this stuff, right? So
yeah,
this is that syndrome. They don't think you can be right at all because you're a flat earther. It's crazy, but you can use that to your advantage. You could say things like, oh, well, the radius, 3959. Oh, that's wrong. Oh, really? Cool. Well, you just shot yourself in the foot. So,
It's amazing how many like social constructs that's applied to also. Like that's why I guess that's why flat earth is just like a piece of like a bigger like puzzle. Because it's really just is identifying a way of thinking, a mode of thinking that a lot of people have. Like what I posted earlier, that was on 4chan, the way that people parse, that way that weak people parse information because of the in-group security that it provides. It's not, is this right or wrong? It's, if I think this is wrong, I won't be part of the tribe.
yeah, that mob mentality.
Yeah.
I would not feel very comfortable in that mob. But I know you guys do, not you flat earthers, but these globeheads out here, like that's strength in numbers, right? So they'll just hide amongst the mob, run out, maybe nibble on your ankle, and then run back to the mob. But I think flat earthers are not like that in the same sense. There's a lot of individuals here. We don't need the mob mentality. Like Oakley will be like, guys, shut the fuck up. Let me do it. I'm like, okay, cool. But there's a lot of people who could do that too. So yeah, you shouldn't want to be a part of the mob anyway.
No.
Fuck the mob.
But that's human nature.
Yeah. No one wants to be like high school. Think of a high school football game, homecoming. Like you don't really want to be the opponents walking into somebody's like homecoming. They got the drum band, right? All the student crowd, everybody is popping. They're yelling at you, speeding up. Like that's an environment most people don't want to put themselves in, being the opponents in someone's home field advantage. So like the flat earther is exactly that person. You're going into someone's homecoming as the opponent. We don't have the crowd on our side. We don't have the home field advantage, but if you look at that scoreboard, we're running that bitch up bad. So, but yeah, you don't need, as a flat earther, you don't need the crowd. You don't need the mob. You don't need someone to cheer you on. You could still win that game, home field advantage or not.
Yeah,
and I think that they just take comfort. They take comfort in having the home field advantage. Oh yeah, but it's just easy to cheer for the home team. I can just blend in. Woo! Okay, but like they're losing so bad. So scoreboard, just peep the scoreboard. That's all you need to do. I don't need someone to cheer me on while I'm flat smacking. You know what I mean? Nor does Oakley, nor does QE, nor do you. So
it is nice though.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, it's fun. But like, there's that. Just like with Fresh and Fit, you know, we see this Uber Alice, the sister Uber Alice, right? Oh no, she's great. She's so beautiful. And then they all no, she is beautiful.
Yeah, yeah. The groupthink instantly kicks in. But see, that's why they figured out that women do it more often, and that's because they're physically, and it's just biology. That women's only defense is the group, and so they're just like naturally wired that way.
Yeah.
So it's not something I hold against women at all. It's just that's their nature.
But what I'm noticing is that Globies kind of are like this too. It's so weird, the parallels between like these 304s on these panels and these globe heads that we talk to in our panels. Scary, the resemblance.
Oh,
But yeah, they have the same Uber Alice. Look at the this Troll Team 6 bullshit. I don't even hang out with them politics guys anymore, but I'm seeing this Troll Team 6. They're all got gamer tags and this, that, the other. They're trying to form a mob. They want to feel comfortable with numbers. You're never gonna see, maybe you will, but I don't see flat earthers like, hey man, do you want to share gamer tags together? Like, we don't need that.
Yay.
Funny. It's funny, dude, to see. So it just proves our point. The flat earthers to me are like a bunch of individuals that made it to the NFL. Right? You guys were crushing in your own way, on your own teams, doing your own thing, and then here we are. A bunch of individuals, legends. So, but what do they have?
Degenerates, mostly.
Not that. They have damn cheerleaders. They got cheerleaders and slobs in the crowd throwing peanuts. But so I like being around here. It's like being, like I said, it's like being around a bunch of NFL like legends. Think of how everyone got here. We didn't all come from the same place. There's a quote that I like that says, no matter how you ascend the mountain, the view from the top is the same. So a lot of you guys, maybe some of you guys helicoptered up. Maybe one of you else was born halfway up the mountain. Maybe one of y'all was born on the top. Maybe some of y'all ascended, right? Whatever. But we've all now seen the earth is flat. So I do like that nature of flat earth. It's not a mob. It's not a cult. There's no rules. You all came here on your own. There's no cheat code. And another thing that I like too is that you see some of like the quote proofs they have on the globe side. Oh, well, we took this picture and then we compressed it. There's the curve, right?
Well, it was like that those windmills the other night, remember? Were you there?
No, but I think I already know.
Yeah, so somebody came in, posted the windmill pictures off and these things are, the shortest one was like, the shortest ones that are listed are like 150 meters tall, and they're like gone beyond like 3 miles. And so we showed the guy, this image has been edited, So there was this German kid who was fluent in Klingon on his his page. Fluent in Klingon is what he was taking credit for. So anyway, he edited an image of these windmills disappearing behind the curve of the ocean, right? These oceanic windmills. And the guy was using that as proof. And we were asking him, do you think that in 3 miles you have lost 115 meters? and he started thinking about it. And we showed him the Canigoo shots. The 255 miles. Or 455 kilometers, right? And then it was all silence. He was like, okay, you've given me something to think about. And this guy's actually been like kind of stubborn. Apparently he's on another server, but he actually left here with some new thoughts in his head. Like, so sometimes I like it when they lie, because what was the girl in here earlier? Eden. She was talking about how their bad arguments and their lies and the way that they spoke convinced her.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, it's true. I love it when they create bad arguments, because that just gives us more ammunition.
Yeah. And it also, like, it brings us the smarter ones, the smarter people.
Yeah.
Because what those articles, if you guys follow Crit, he posts these like space news, zany space news and stuff all the time. And it's like, I look at that like a double-edged sword. It's a gatekeep for the idiots They see that and applause. Yeah, they're little like seals. And then you have those people that maybe are a little bit more critical thinking, and they'll go, something's off about that. I don't know about that. And so what's great about it, it brings those people our direction, and it keeps the dummies behind the gate. I do kind of like that they do stuff like that.
Yeah, they do our own gatekeeping.
Yeah, the Tesla space car was that exact thing for me. I saw that and I was like, "There's no freaking way, dude! Like zero chance." So I believed in space, but I did not believe in the moon landings. I did not believe that they were going to put rocks and shit up in the sky like cars and things. Hell no. So that pushed me away, and just like we were talking with Eden, like she was like, "Yeah, their stupid shit pushed me away." Well, good. I'm sure we'll continue to do that.
Yeah, our biggest allies are some of our enemies.
Yeah. They don't even realize it. But I also wonder, like, are they doing it on purpose to try to wake some people up, or no? I've heard that people
It makes you wonder.
Yeah, it does make me wonder. I've thought about it every once in a while. I'm like, damn, dude, why would they say such crazy stuff?
Like, are you?
They don't even have to. Because you got guys like Matthew who will say, "Oh, we're not trying to prove it," or one of you guys earlier said that you were talking to someone and they said, "Well, it's not their like, they don't really care to like verify things." I forget who it was that said that, but that does come up from time to time, especially from Matthew Learns. We asked them, "Well, if they could just debunk flat Earth right now, why don't they do it?" Well, that's not a concern of theirs. They're not really trying to prove anything. Like that,
According to them, they are.
Yeah, I'm gonna say like, what, dude, really?
I don't know about that, Matthew.
Yeah, Matthew be capping left and right. Weasel. Freaking weasel. So who's next, guys? We're just shooting the breeze. Somebody go. We got Resolve, Subdued, Rayleigh, Author. What up, guys? How y'all doing?
Every time I see Rayleigh Criterion in here, I see that name and I think of there's a globe earther who used a name similar to that. I don't remember who they are. But that was their big argument, was the Rayleigh Criterion, which also just happens to be the measurements, the globe earth measurements, supposedly. It's the same formula essentially for perspective.
Oh, perspective hijacking curve calculator.
Yes.
Welcome, Billy Philly. Welcome to the panel. Feel free to just chime in, man. We give out roles to those that speak up. So just chime in anytime. Maybe you could just give us a quick reaction to Flat Earth, or what do you think, man?
Philly's a flat earther. Philly's flat earther. Go ahead and prison him.
All right, Billy Philly, we got you, man. Shit. Where's all the smoke today, bro? Holy.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, hey guys, glad to be here.
Welcome aboard.
You're already spoken for.
All right, cool. Don't let us down, BP. But cool, man. Subdued. Have we spoke to Subdued? Cool name. Subdude. Also Resolve. Yeah. Exactly. What kind of name is that? We got a pretty decent panel, guys. Speak up, man. Go ahead, guys. Or you know what? I'm gonna do this. Wake some of y'all mother lovers up. I'm gonna move us back into the live stream 1. Maybe we'll get some people to wake the hell up. See you guys in there. There we go. There we have it, folks.
We'll
So
be
we
right
are live. Rumble on YouTube. Back in live stream 1. We got a whole bunch of people in the panel, guys. Feel free to chime in. Should I ping another? I can do another ping. I did one earlier. I said, Flat Earthers book trip to space. Join the VC. And of course, they believed it. So
who wouldn't?
I'll put the evidence in the chat. He was like, "Wait a minute. So like, are you guys gonna like for real go?"
No way. Did somebody actually say that?
Yes, I'll put it in the chat.
No,
Right
you gotta be kidding me. Come on, guys.
He said, "Oh wait, so wait, where's the other screenshot?" Yeah, he's like, "Wait, like, oh man, I have to leave, but I hope it works out for you guys." It's funny how they work really well. He said, "At work now. I'm interested to see how it goes."
It's not going to go very well.
No. All right, I'll do another one. How about? I don't want to reuse some old gems just yet. Let's see. Oh, how about something like new location found, like where you can see the curvature or something like that. I don't know.
Oh God, you're just messing with them now.
Curvature found in Peru, or I don't know, something like that.
Don't be cruel.
Think of something else. What else do we have here? Oh, flat earthers invest in property on the moon.
I would sell property on the moon if I could.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Be plenty of stupid people to buy that.
Yeah, easy facts.
Isn't there a guy that's done that already? He actually makes money doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Hey, there's one born every minute.
How about these guys? These are from my server. J.E. Barrington said, Donald Trump comes out as FE.
Oh my God.
Or Joe Biden makes flat Earth illegal. Is that a good one?
That one's not bad.
Let's see. Some of the ones that we did before were really, really good. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord gets kicked off of the internet, or like we got kicked off of Discord. This is our last night. Stuff like that. That panel was really big. We had a lot of people join thinking that this was our last night of the server because we were shutting it down. So maybe we could do that one again. But I do like the Joe Biden makes Flat Earth illegal. Should we try that one? Get in before
seems like a good one.
Get shut down. Yeah, let's do that one. All right, Joe Biden.
The last day of the server, that's kind of funny. It's almost like many of these YouTubers that make a video, I'm dying, like my last day in YouTube, that kind of stuff, and they get a bunch of views.
Yeah. It's funny. It works really well, Gemsy. We did Mr. Beast calls in from Antarctica. That panel was really popping. People were like, wait, where's Mr. Beast?
My God. There is one born every minute.
Yeah. We also did ISS astronaut calls in live from the ISS. And there was a girl here who was like, I'm so tired. I'm so sleepy. But like, I gotta hear the astronaut.
Jesus.
We also did there were some really good ones that we came up with. Someone said in my server, they said Creation Bear quits 24/7. Oh shit. So there's a lot of good suggestions out here, man. So keep them coming, guys. Keep them coming. It's shocking. They work really well. Trying to think. We did like one or two other ones that were really funny. Oh yeah, astrophysicist joins the panel in 5 minutes. And that was like one of our more busy panels actually. So I'll do the Joe Biden makes FE illegal. This is the last day of our server. Join VC.
Lord.
All right, here we go, guys. 3, 2, 1. Done. And if you're a lobby bro, make sure you hit up the lobby to fish some of these guys in if they join. And here we go. We are live. So welcome pinning to the panel. Welcome pinning. Yeah, this is the last day of the server. So we just want to hear what you guys think, you know, make fun of us, all that good stuff. It would totally make sense for you to make fun of us. Damn, we got people joining and leaving so quick. Pinning and Weltzmertz or whatever, dude. Welcome to the panel. Z Freaks, welcome to the panel. Purple Mad Hatter, welcome to the panel. Guys, speak up. Get your first roll. What's going on? We have Z Freaks, Welts Merch. We have Purple Mad Hatter Pinning. We have J Howard 361. Guys, chime in and get your first roll. What up? J Howard 361, how are you?
Hey.
Yes, sir. Welcome, welcome. I'm gonna hook you up with a VC verified roll. Welcome.
Thank you.
Sweet. Purple Mad Hatter, you are hot micing like a bitch. So mute up or say hello. Thank you very much. All right, so Jay Howard, did you hear about Flat Earth becoming illegal?
I just saw that on my notifications. What's up with that?
Yeah, well, listen, man, they've been trying to kind of ban the topic for a long time. They say it's dangerous misinformation. So we're kind of we're trying to appeal the ban, but they said that they're going to shut our server down tonight. So we're just trying to like get people to come in and, you know, react to that. If they want to make fun of us, I would totally understand. Like, ha ha ha, your server's getting shut down. Like, you know, we're here for that. I get it. I totally understand. You guys want to release off some steam. So, Welts says each time Go ahead.
I was just saying. I'm just saying. I'm on that page too, man. I mean, it's to me, if they're wanting to shut it down, then they're trying to hide something. That's all that is. You know.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, what do you think they're trying to hide by shutting us down? They just don't want the flat Earth like kind of getting out there, or what?
Yeah, because I mean, I'm relatively new to the idea of it, maybe 9 months, but it's just kind of makes me laugh, I guess, on how many people are not even wanting to consider the idea that they're lying to us about stuff. And, you know, if they're lying to us about some things, why aren't they lying to us about this? You know, it's just.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's just too big of a lie. I mean, what do you guys think? Alchi, what do you guys think? Do you think that, like, they can lie about some things, but there's no way they could possibly lie about the globe, right? Like, what do you think, Ali Chi or Elchi? Or anyone else for that matter? Guys, go ahead and speak up. If you are new, you just joined, just say hello. We'll boost your rolls. We just want to say what up. Don't worry. You can jump in the backpack. We'll carry you. It's all good. We have Sam. We have Alchi. We have Z Freaks, Vortex. This is the last night of the server, guys. We're getting shut down. So if you want to speak up, I would speak up sooner than later.
Yeah.
We don't know exactly.
Yeah, hello guys. Do you hear me?
Hello. What did Joe say exactly?
So I think he's actually going to be making an announcement. But there was like a press release with some documentation that was listing that there was going to be some changes to content on the internet, specifically in regards to like misinformation. So it does seem like they're going to be making an announcement here about
I can read you the exact quote. He said,
which translates to
sound good.
watch out, flat earthers. But Yeah, I would just be on the lookout. I think they're going to make a final, and it's still pretty early in the day for me. So Washington, I think I'm on the same time zone as DC. So I think they'll probably make an announcement later on, maybe shortly. But we are definitely anticipating being shut down tonight. It's unfortunate because we put so much time and work into this server.
I think
But
it's that. I think it's that observation and measurement they made in Peru recently has something to do with it.
yeah, Peru. I mean, 2024. A lot of new globe Earth proofs have come out this year, which is also part of the reason why I think they're just going to go ahead and just ban all flat Earth because there's just way too much new proof out here. So we have Jin Mori. Welcome to the panel, Jin Mori. Welcome. We're just saying hello to everyone that's new that's joined. If you're new and recently joined, I'll give you the listening pass. But to upgrade, you're going to want to say hello, chime in, and we'll give you a VC verified role, which will allow you to speak, come and go. You can check back in on us to see if the server's still open in the next few hours because it does seem like they're going to be shutting the server down, guys. And I don't think we're going to move on to another server or anything like that. We're just going to go and celebrate one last night. And,
It's Jover.
It's Jover. Yeah, it's Jover. So, yeah, I would say just get in, guys. If you want to make fun of us, I get that too. Make some fun. Ha ha ha. We knew you were going to get shut down. Just want to give folks their chance to do that too. So, what up, Captain Jack, Jin Mori, Pinning, Purple Hatter, Sam, Z Freaks. What up, guys? How y'all doing?
I'm doing really good, man. But I'm not really enjoying the news that the server will shut down. So I was
Listen,
kind of new to here, and it's a lot of information on here. So I hope I can find those information later on.
yeah, we may try to pop back up somewhere else later, but I just, maybe they finally got us once and for all. I don't know, man. Listen, we'll just have to wait and see what Biden says later on tonight. But yeah, man, it was a good place, and I'm gonna miss a lot of you guys. But I just want to hear from the Globe Earthers. Do you think it's funny? Are you happy to see the Flat Earthers being banned, or what do you guys think? Pinning or Jin Mori, guys, what do you think, man? Jin left. What about Sam? Sam,
Gotta save the planet. Someone's got to do it. If you want to save the planet, we need a hero like Biden to shut down the evil flat earthers. Like in the movies, you got the hero, superhero saving the planet.
Right.
Someone's got to do it.
You know why the government doesn't want flat Earth, right?
Yeah, because they want to save the planet.
Yeah, you can't have global warming if you don't have a globe.
Exactly my point.
Yeah, it's extremely dangerous misinformation. We also have B Cross. B Cross, welcome back. How are you? B Cross, welcome. Chime in. Feel free to chime in. We also have Raf. Guys, keep coming in. Raf, welcome. This is a no listening panel, so make sure you chime in.
Somebody is having some mic problems.
So for all you flat earthers out there, you can see that this guy doesn't have good connection.
He's on the ISS, I think.
He needs to get a little bit closer to the satellites. So, these flat earthers are so stubborn, they literally won't even connect themselves to the satellites, which would give them good connection. Right, Pinning? Don't you agree?
Yeah, he needs to get what's Tesla's new thing?
Starlink. Yeah. See, that's the thing. They actually reached out to our Discord last year. They said Starlink. I think we could advertise pretty well in the Flat Earth Discord. And a lot of these flat earthers were so stubborn, they literally would not buy it. When it would give them perfect connection. So instead we have these roboting flat earthers. It's just so frustrating when we have the technology and they just don't want to use it because they don't like space. But So, I mean, what do you think? B Cross or Raf or Pinning? Like, you guys have your Starlink connected, right?
Yeah, I'm actually on the ISS right now.
You guys hear how good his connection is? That's because he's so close. He's like very close to the satellites. As you could hear, Captain Jack was trying to speak. He's here on the Earth, and like his connection was dog shit. So it just proves like, you know, the closer you get to the satellites, the better, right, Pinning?
Yeah, we're up here laughing at you guys. I'm looking down at I'm looking down at the Earth.
Exactly.
I can see it's on flat, so
Exactly. See, this guy gets it. He's clearly one of the smarter ones. So, what do you think, Raf? Do you agree? You agree with us, right? This guy,
Hey,
definitely.
up there.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm
See,
telling you.
there goes
That's what I'm
again.
telling you. Yep. Stubborn flat earthers won't connect themselves to the satellites, man. Holy. So, B Cross, what do you think? Raf, B Cross, Sam, guys, come off mute. What up? Don't be shy. We're just debunking the flat earthers right now because clearly they haven't been in an airplane, right, guys?
I've been in an aeroplane. What the fuck?
Yeah, but did you take like which? Did you take Delta or United? Which airline?
British Airways.
So the broke one. Yeah, yeah. So you didn't go high enough. Clearly, you can't afford. Like it's just like first class. Listen, Jedi, it's just like first class, dude. So you have to pay to be in first class. You also have to pay to see the curvature. Okay, dude, come on now.
Gotcha. Gotcha. So let me get this right. The curvature of the Earth is behind a paywall or some side. Right?
Correct. Yes. Yes. Just like Google. Okay. When you go on Google, those free answers, or you have to get the paid version of Google if you want the real scientific answers, the real proofs. Yes.
Got it. So nobody can see curvature of the Earth until I pay for it. Brilliant.
Correct. That's why the ISS astronauts, you have to be qualified. And yes. Holy shit! I can't keep it going, Jedi. That's so painful.
It's hard, isn't it? It is really hard. I respect you for trying, brother, but it's fucking hard.
Holy shit. I'm trying, man. Where are these guys at? Raf, like Z Freaks, Jack. Come on, guys. The hell? I gotta be tap dancing. Shit. Anyways, Sam says I'm gonna go to sleep and check back after a while. Hopefully, y'all don't get shot. Yeah. Well, we'll see. Hopefully, it doesn't happen, but it looks, by the looks of it, looks like we're going down. Raf, what up, Raf? Z Freaks, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question, but where did you find the information that Joe Biden will ban flat earthers?
Well, listen, the moderators have been in talks with people for quite a while. We didn't want to make it known to like the whole server. They've kind of been pushing us to like, use, because we've been on Rumble, we've been kind of doing free speech, and like lately they've been saying, reel it in. You guys can't be speaking about stuff like this, and we've been trying to fight it, but it doesn't look like they are going to finally pull the plug. It was kind of been in talks for a little while now. We're going to try though. We're going to try to make sure that we can avoid it, but I don't know, man. Sometimes when you have like bigger powers, there's not much you can do, but we're going to try, man. We're going to try. It would be sad to see how this work go, because a lot of people put in a lot of time here, blood, sweat, tears, all that. So make sure you guys share the link and let people know, like, yay, come celebrate. This might be our last night,
Okay.
So, yeah. So, in the chat says, where did he say that? I ain't hear shit about this. Yeah, like I was saying, they've been kind of working with the moderation team behind the scenes, and we didn't want it to kind of like release it to the public. We don't want to freak people out, So like, but it does seem like, they sent us a message recently and said like, be prepared. There's going to be a few topics being like removed from the internet, etc. So we're just prepared. We're preparing for the worst. Okay, we're gonna hope for the best. But we're just letting you know, man. They did update us recently in the moderation team, and so sorry, guys, man. But listen, come celebrate. Get your snacks, your drinks, whatever. We'll definitely go out with a bang if we need to. Welcome to the panel, everyone. Raf, Loom, Gilly Pong, and then those of you listening on Rumble, YouTube, a. Go ahead and join, guys. Don't be shy. Feel free to chime in. Come celebrate with us. Last night of the server.
I don't know where to carry that on from, man. I mean,
Yeah, I don't know how to keep carrying on the deception. I feel like a Glober now. We're gonna start sounding like Don Petit here pretty soon.
So keep these flat earthers keep joining. We have Papa Bob. Welcome to the Flat Earth. You're a flat earther, right?
Yes.
Okay. So like you've clearly never been in an airplane.
Yes, I've been in an airplane.
So why would you believe the earth is flat?
Dude, if you think you can see curvature from an airplane, you're out of your mind.
No, yes, you can. I mean, clearly many millions of people believe it's a globe, and many million people have flown in an airplane. Do you think they're all flat earthers?
It's irrelevant what they are. I mean, back in the day, millions of people probably thought slavery was cool, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it is. Just because a majority of people believe something doesn't mean that it's true.
Wait a minute, that's still cool.
Yeah, but like someone would have to have blown the whistle. It's just way too big of a lie for it to be like this kept much of a secret. You understand?
Many people have blown the whistle. Just people don't believe them. Like there's a couple Russian astronauts that come out and said, "Yeah, we've never been to space, and the Earth is flat." As some people expect. There's been Polish astronauts that come out and said it. It's just everybody says, "Oh, they're just joking, teasing, whatever." Taken out of context. Even Buzz Aldrin came out and said to a little girl, "We didn't go to the moon. We never went there," and that's how it happened. Like people come out and admitted it. It's just people don't want to take it seriously.
We did go there, and that's where.
Well, see, the problem with that is you're a flat earther. So when he says we didn't go there, you're hearing that we didn't go to the moon. And so like flat earthers have an issue understanding, I have to translate it for you basically. It's like what he's saying is like, we did go there and that is definitely the way it happened. But, when people say like, don't go there with me, that's what he meant. He's basically saying, don't go there. We did go there. And that's the way it happened. So flat earthers just don't understand.
If that's what you want to believe, you're looking to it.
I mean, you just didn't get enough context, even though he was. Listen, I know English might not be your first language. So when he says, we didn't go there, that's the way it happened, whatever, he does mean that we did go there. Like we went to the moon. But, we just don't want the little girl going there.
Just sounds
Like I said, when people say like don't go there, that's what he meant. We didn't go there. Don't go there with me. We're not going to go there about believing that we didn't go to the moon. I mean,
so what about from an airplane? Explain these high altitude hydrogen balloon tests where we go 30 miles vertically in the air and there's absolutely no curvature unless we have a precise data.
Well, it's only slightly noticeable. So, like, those with good eyes, they can see it. But flat earthers clearly just don't have the ability to see the curvature. They just deny it. Even if they did see it, they would deny it anyway. So, No,
Yeah, if you want to see kind of thing.
yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. So they just don't understand,
So if you
guys.
believe it's flat, you don't see curve, and if you think it's a spinning water ball, you see curve.
I mean, I don't know why you would be a flat earther. There's just so many years of science and proofs and experts. And you're just on Discord, like, really?
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, the field of credentials, that's cool, man. If you want to worship at the altar of scientism and believe a bunch of men, void of empirical evidence, I mean, that's your cup of tea. Go for it. But just because somebody believes we're on a spinning ball, I don't see them as less than me. I don't see them as inferior. I mean, we're all the same.
Oh, well, you should look at them as your superiors, right? Because if they understand it's a globe and you don't, they're better than you. Okay, so
Yeah, clearly that's God's gift.
you need to trust the scientists. Like you gotta stop listening to these flat earthers on Discord, on YouTube. They don't have the answers, dude. You need to go trust the experts.
I've got you
So,
in my
question:
sights.
whenever I take my Nikon T1000 and I go out to the water, and I'm just a few feet off the water, how come I can see a water tower that's only 22 miles away and there's nothing obstructed apart from the mirror line?
Well, I mean, so there is curved water between you and what you're seeing. So the water is definitely curved like a hill. And that's why you can't see to China. If the earth was flat, you would see way past that if the earth was flat. You would be seeing the Eiffel Tower, you'd be seeing China, etc. That's because you don't see those things. It's not flat. It's easy.
Well, I mean, if you go to LA, there's certain days where you can't even see the Hollywood sign because of all the stuff that's in the air, whether it be smog or pollution or fog or whatever.
Yeah, we have
The whole
refraction. That's curvature that's blocking your view. Yes. And there's refraction.
Water hills.
Yes, hills of water definitely block your view. All right, I can't keep going, man. Shout out to Papa Bob, though. What the fuck?
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
Listen, man, I go full Glober mode every now and again for fun, but listen, man, you did a you did a good job, bro.
Can only keep it going for so long.
I enjoy some good trolling. At first, when I first got in, you were being serious. I was just talking about.
Listen, man, honestly, I feel like I'm a better Glober than half these Globers. I think that's probably true for a lot of you guys as well, but they don't want to come in here and bring the smoke. Someone's got to do it. So it's good to hear.
It was a good Steelman segment.
Yeah, I guess. If you like logical fallacies, it was a wonderful skill, man.
Exactly. Well, okay, good. We're just testing you a little bit. It's good to see you know your stuff, and we'll boost up your rolls a little bit as well for the interaction. Who else do we got in the panel? We have Lumpy, Rafe. Come on, man. You wanna go toe to toe? We can go toe to toe, man. Choose your character. You want to be a flat earther? You want to be globe earther? Shit.
Round one.
He acting shy. So who else is here with us? Rafe, if you're just listening, go listen on Rumble, YouTube. We're live. So we're going to try to curate a panel of speakers. So if you can't speak, just go listen on Rumble, brah. Or YouTube. All right? We'll check on you in a bit. Who else is here with us? Oh, he left. It's good to see that actually works. Anyway, who's next, guys? Who's next? If you're listening on Rumble, YouTube, get in here.
What is your YouTube channel, man?
I will get you a link I believe it's Helioskeptic. But I'll put links in the chat right now. Links YouTube, links Rumble.
If you're listening in here, get out of here. If you're listening somewhere else, hey, get in here.
Yes, this is a no listening panel. So if you're just listening, you can go listen on Rumble. And if you're listening on Rumble, get your butt in here and start speaking. Yes, that's facts. Exactly. But and we also let me plug. We might do a ladies' night 2.0 tonight, depending on how things go. We'll see. But I've been talking with some gals about revamping the ladies' night. And I see we have Jenna's in here. I think you're the only gal in here at the moment. But so be on the lookout for that. We might try that tonight. And if especially Jenna, like you're a good person on the mic, so keep an eye out. But we definitely need to revamp ladies' night. I think the old format was a little bit stale, a little bit rigid. And so we have some ideas on how to change the format a little bit and make it more encompassing for new people and less pressure and stuff like that. So be on the lookout for Ladies Night 2.0, aka Fresh and Flat. Yeah. So, and we'll discuss topics like, you know, how long have you been a flat earther? How are you single? Is the person that you're dating, are they a flat earther as well? How is that like? Right. Stuff like that. We'll get into a little bit more. But just keep an eye out for that. Fresh and Flat, guys. Ladies Night 2.0. Anyway, what else do we have here? Papa Bob, Nouvelette. We got Billy. We got AJ, Subdude, Z Freaks. A bunch of people in the panel here. So let's keep this thing going, guys. Where should we go from here?
Not how is that like, that's for sure.
Wait, what?
You said how is that like? That's nonsensible.
Sorry, I don't speak in no English, man.
Yeah, you did. You said how is that like?
English? Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Gotcha, bitch.
Gotcha, bitch. How's that like?
Got me, man.
What the heck?
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
Shit, man. I need to add that soundboard where he's like, it's Adrian Bronner, boxer. He's like, man, I'm getting cooked right now. Shit. All right. Well, we got a shy panel, so we'll just do maybe a short clip or two, see if we can get people to react. How about this one? You know, we ask Globers to back up the things that they say. Oh, you said this, can you back it up? And they'll be like, oh, well, it's so late right now. It's like 1 a.m. Like, I would back it up, but kind of tired. And we also have Mike, who's joined the panel as well. Welcome, Mike. But yeah, we definitely deal with globeheads who will say things like, yeah, I'd have the proof, but I'm just too busy to back it up at the moment. Look at the time. It's so late. I got to go to bed, blah, 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 right? Let's take a listen to what that sounds like in real time.
Tell me that I don't know about these wars, though, just off one detail.
But if you don't
like,
even
I know about the Axis
ranges...
powers and the allied powers. Like,
okay.
I know about
no,
that.
Actually, I'm just for fun. I'm just curious. 3 Axis powers, 3 allied powers.
I get the names mixed up, but I know it was
into the mic. 3 axis powers.
I know who was together. I don't know.
3 axis powers. 3 axis powers.
Well, if I say the wrong team, you're gonna
just go ahead.
Like, see, when I know a bunch of information about it, you know, I'm not studied up on this like you are because you're a professional debate guy, you know. So I don't think that's a fair comparison. That because you have like statistics and you like I took like I learned about these things and I knew them, you know. I can tell you shit that I know, but like I don't think that's fair.
That's fine. I mean, I'm sure we could go back and forth for a very long time. I don't think it's worth really lingering.
It's also 12:28 a.m. and you're trying to get me to name Access Powers. Like,
yeah,
fuck
that's
you.
based. That's fucking based.
Like, bro, she goes, I know things. You can't critique me because I know things like access powers and outlet powers. And Brian goes, okay, well, name 3 access powers. She's like, well, sometimes I get them mixed up. Okay, well, just name 3. You said you could name 3. Well, if I don't know them, then you're going to critique me. Well, you just said you know them. Just name them. Well, I don't have all the statistics. I'm not a professional debater. Like, what the hell? I swear, Globies literally be on the same shit, bro. They'll make claims and then be like, yeah, but you want me to defend it? No, you're a jerk. She literally said that. She's like, you're a jerk for asking me about that. Well, Shotty, you said you could name 3 outline powers and 3 access powers. And when he asked you to do it, you couldn't. And then called him a jerk for asking you to do it. Holy. Man. So we have Gesso as well. Gesso. And feel free to chime in. Gesso. But yeah, man, dude, it's be able to back up the things that you say. I would highly recommend that. Oh, I can name things. Go ahead. Well, I can't. All right. Man. So what else do we have here? Gesso, feel free to chime in. Gesso, what up? How are you? How'd you find us? Okay. We also have Titan and some other new people. Feel free to chime in, guys. What else do we have here? You guys know how go ahead.
Yeah, man. You're struggling, brother. It's doing well though. I'm proud of you.
Shit, we try, man. We try try to put some air in these tires. But you guys know how people will say things like, "Oh, well, they didn't have Photoshop back then." Right? "Oh, they didn't have Photoshop. There's no way they could have faked things. They didn't have Photoshop." Yeah, I bet you guys have heard that one before. Well, I saved this clip because this shawty, it's going to be the exact same girl too. "Oh, but they didn't have pictures back then." It's the same logic, bro. Because they're talking about how, and the context is, they're saying things like, well, if you have an Instagram with a bunch of bikini pictures or whatever, you're not traditional. And this girl goes, well, like, there were no pictures back then. Well, it just reminds me of how, like, you'll talk to a globe and be like, yeah, you can't go to space, whatever, it's fake, yada, yada. And they'll be like, no, but they didn't have Photoshop to fake it back then. It's the exact same mindset. Let's take a listen here.
Today, that's
which is a very non-traditional, degenerate.
We didn't have pictures. Pictures didn't exist when traditionalism was invented.
And also,
So how
Please, did you miss that, Nick?
Traditionalism. I heard that.
Say that again, please.
Not invented, but like the way that things are. I mean, it wasn't like so. One day, someone was like, "It's going to be like this," but like, yeah, but
I heard that clip recently, and I forget where I heard it at. I think that might have gone across my feed.
Oh man, dude. And I need to get that sound clip where he's like, what? I think I want that so bad, but I can't find it anywhere. But yeah, she's like, pictures didn't exist back then. And both the guys are like, what the hell are you talking about? But like, that's how I feel too when Globers say the same type of stuff. They'll be like, well, we didn't have Adobe. We didn't have Photoshop. Okay, like, does that mean that they didn't have the ability to draw or render it some other way without having this app called Photoshop? Like, come on, dude. So it's just funny as shit. I love finding clips.
What time period are you talking about?
Say that again.
What time period are you talking about when she said we didn't have pictures?
Well, I don't exactly know, but she was saying like traditionalism. She said when traditionalism was invented, there were no pictures.
Invented?
It's like yeah, I don't know what the fuck she's talking about, bro.
I don't know because you said her logic earlier, but that's non-logic. That's illogical.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, Stalin was airbrushing people out of photos back in the 30s.
Someone is having issues with their mic.
Satellite connection. No good.
Yep.
Is it me?
Check. Yeah, it's you. You gotta check your connection, bro. Oh, I think it's your mic. It's not your connection. It might be your mic.
Oh shit! Well, let me hop out.
Yeah, drop at rejoin.
Sounds
But,
like you. It sounds like his mic and himself are in different rooms or something.
Oh yeah, just check your mic settings. The gate might be up too high. But welcome back. And yeah, a lot of these clips are just from like these dating shows, dating podcasts. But what we see is the same mindset. These broads on these these panels have the same mindset that these globe heads on our panels have. It's actually very scary to hear it. Because these girls will be like, yeah, but scientifically and science this and science that. It's like, bitch, you don't know what science is. And I'll play a clip of that right here. This girl's going to talk about, well, scientifically this and that, and just start making shit up. Let's take a listen.
Good.
So this is maybe a little off topic, but like when we're looking at science and we're going way back in the day, like way back at the beginning of human evolution, there was actually studies that found that the human species as a whole was not scientifically meant to be monogamous, right? So there's scientific evidence that supports the reason why like females are able to orgasm multiple times is because they were supposed to go with multiple partners. And literally the shape,
Oh my god, fuck.
And the shape of the man's like head is literally shaped like that to scoop out
Sorry,
competitor
guys, we have a
sperm,
really bad-
right? Because just like in the race of which sperm is going to be able to fertilize
Sorry,
the
guys,
egg,
we had a really
it
bad
was the
film.
same thing with male competitors back in the day in the beginning of evolution.
Like, bro.
What the fuck did I just hear?
Yo! Hey, yo!
I be scooping that shit out with my dick.
Hell no! Hell to the no! What the fuck? Yo!
That was pretty radical.
That was crazy, bro. That's some TikTok science bullshit, bro. I don't know where she got that from, but that's crazy. But that's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. They'll be like, yeah, but she said the words scientifically meant to be.
What does that even mean? What does that even mean? So basically what this is that the anti-flat earthers, because I don't want to say globers, because it's the anti-flat earthers who are like so dedicated, basically sound like Instagram thoughts.
Yep.
There's also this, everybody's speaking like this when they're always ending the words. And it's it's so funny. It's like this whatever podcast. Every woman is speaking like this, and I see it also in gamers. What is this an American thing?
No, it's not. It's not that it's an American thing. The upward inflection of the voice at the end of the sentence. You mean?
Yeah.
In sociology, and like I read something about this in sociology and psychology, where it's a defense mechanism.
Okay.
So,
that makes sense.
Like in males with, I was going to sound like stupid maybe, but in males with higher testosterone, they don't lift their inflection of their voice doesn't raise when they end the sentence, because it's typically have a more aggressive mindset. Not that they are aggressive, but it's that when you lift it, it means you're not really confident in what you're saying.
Right. And I have another clip. This one's even shorter, but the girl's like, she has that same, oh, I get it, honey. Like, you're so like, oh my God. Like, it's all, and they end up embarrassing the shit out of her because she's like, well, math is science. This is another clip that I saved because Globies say the exact same thing. Science is math, math is science. When we tell them that they're different, they're like, no, they're the same thing.
Honey, like, I totally get it that you're feeling insecure about this.
So, okay, so what about
You
that
know?
was an opinion? That was just a fact what I said. Most men would prefer their girl stay at home.
Is that
How's that an
proven?
opinion?
Where's the statistics showing me that?
Do I need statistics to tell you that the sky's blue?
I mean, if you're telling me that's a fact, that most men don't like their women
Yeah,
out,
we-
where's
like, we
the
don't-
statistics? Where's the actual facts? I need, like,
You
scientific
do realize
proof.
that sometimes, like, do you need a study to tell you 1 + 1 is 2?
Yeah, because otherwise,
Incredible.
mathematics,
Incredible.
they're actually, like, scientific.
What? Like, what? The Globies will say the exact same shit, bro. Mathematics is basically scientific. Okay.
I want you to post that one so I can download it, of the one talking about the scooping the sperm again. I need to save that because that is just my brain is still on that right now.
Bro, I got you. That was
That
one of the
is-
craziest things I've ever heard.
That is bonkers.
The head scoops like a shovel? No, that's
That's
disgusting.
why they call it shovel head.
That's some 304 shit, man. Holy. She's defending, like, oh man, that's terrible.
It's like you just got out of the Roman bathhouse with that one.
She belongs to the streets.
Yeah, but the reason why I saved this is because she literally says the word science damn near 3 or 4 times in that clip. Well, scientifically, in the studies show that we're scientifically meant to be
whores.
What the fuck? Yeah, what yeah, exactly. Scientifically meant to be whores. What? That's not science. What the hell, man? Holy. What else do we have here?
And also appealing to statistics. Have you read the book How to Lie with Statistics?
Yeah. Well, not read
It's-
it, but I'm familiar.
It's brilliant. I highly recommend everyone reads it. It's just brilliant.
67.2% of statistics are made up.
True.
That's 100% fact. Cool. It's been a good panel so far. Welcome, whoever just joined, Quetzalcoatl or whoever. Welcome, guys. I think the next clip I'll grab here is the whole "you have your opinion, I have my opinion" thing that we see from time to time. Globies be like, "Well, you know, that's your opinion," and we're like, "No, it's not an opinion. You're wrong, factually wrong." Yeah, but 99%, like, I might be dreaming, so like we might all be wrong. No, dude, hell no.
Sorry, I gave you my answer,
And it's wrong.
And you're trying to tell me
And
it's
it's wrong.
wrong.
That's her- And I'm telling you it's wrong.
It's my
It's her
answer.
experience.
It's my
How is her
fucking
experience
answer.
wrong?
It can be wrong. Yeah. Her opinion, ladies, I know this is crazy.
Opinions?
But your opinion can be wrong.
There's a difference between a fact and an opinion. Facts can be wrong. Opinions cannot be wrong because it's your
you serious?
opinion.
No, no, please,
Jesus
wait.
Christ.
We can literally.
I'm done.
Please,
We
let's
can
rewind
literally
because
go
no, you
over
guys are
facts,
literally like, you
guys.
guys ask a question and you're not like. You're not asking me like the statistics on anything. You're not asking me if like my
Gonna ask
answers
somebody.
are going to be factual. You're asking me like you're asking me.
Yeah.
Like for my own answer.
Yeah,
So that's what
yeah.
I'm giving to
Well,
you.
okay.
You're not being
It's
like,
not so much
oh,
the
Maria,
opinion you
well,
give,
no,
it's
no,
the
no.
facts that you try to use to support them. So
No, that's not true.
I
I'm
guess you
using
can
my
have
own
this
experience
opinion,
on it.
But when you say a third of guys are over 6 feet make, $250, or every other guy is starting an OnlyFans.
Right, so when you
agency,
asked me
clearly
a
it's-
percentage, when you asked me for an answer that required a fact behind it, you asked me to make a percentage
right.
of what I thought, and I gave that to you, and you could call me wrong because I'm
Right, but I'm
wrong.
saying you're allowed to have
But
the
you
opinion,
can't
but
tell
it's
me.
a supporting fact.
So you answer the question from your experience, and we're telling you the facts
Correct.
behind it, but you're still fighting us on the facts. That's the problem here.
Yeah, you can keep
Correct.
the opinion.
Yeah,
But
it's wrong.
You can
But it's
think
wrong.
that.
But it's
well,
wrong.
No, wrong.
Well, listen. She can maybe have the opinion that women have it harder, but she can't have the facts. Like the facts are the facts. That's what can't be argued with.
And your
like,
argument facts can be wrong.
Yeah,
that's
like that
that's
it's
ridiculous.
like that
That's
it's
retarded.
easier for a man
No,
to get a
facts are
job,
facts.
or
Thank you.
But she just said
Opinions.
you said a fact can be wrong, but an opinion can't. It's the other way around. An opinion can absolutely be wrong, but a fact is not wrong because it's the truth.
well, opinions can be objective or subjective, and some are
What happened to your face?
Because an opinion can be right or wrong.
Well, an opinion could be who's hotter, Latina chicks or Asian chicks. That's a preference. That's
Yes.
Opinion.
Yes.
That's
So her
subjective.
And a
opinion
subjective
is
topic.
actually-
So
Objective
you
opinions
asked
can be
me,
wrong. This is an
how
objective opinion.
is you literally asked me, so how, like, why do I feel like I worked harder than my NFL man?
Yeah.
And I gave you the reason why I felt
And
like
it's
that,
wrong.
and you're like, you're wrong.
You're wrong.
That's wrong.
That's her reason. That's her
That's
truth.
me. That's my.
No.
It's
There
like
is
you
no
ask her
such
her
I love
favorite
it.
color, and then she gives it to you, and you say
And
you're
like,
wrong.
No, because most women think that it's fucking
But we just
pink.
explained
So
there
your
are objective
favorite
opinions
color
and
has to be
subjective
fucking
opinions.
pink. Like, fuck
No,
out of
it's not
here.
like
Look, ladies, see, here's the problem. We've indoctrinated women to think that their opinions are not only always right, but they're also valid. Your opinion can be wrong and also invalid at the same time.
Yours can too.
Absolutely.
Understandable,
But
yeah,
notice
it's true.
how I'm not necessarily using an opinion. I'm giving a fact in general.
Okay. Well, the context for those that may be asking, she says, so she was dating an NFL player. And she said that she had life harder than him. Like,
Wow.
yeah. And so it's like, that's not really that important, but just so you know what the context was. Yeah, they were like, she's like, yeah, I have an NFL boyfriend, NFL, I'm dating this guy who's in the NFL, but I work way harder than him. He doesn't work as hard as me. And they're like, what? Like, no. But so anyway, but just the reason why I like that clip is because we see Globers to demonstrate the same behavior. Well, I have an opinion. I believe that I'm not on Discord right now or whatever. And we're like, no, dude, you're wrong. You're on Discord. You're sitting down on Discord. No, I might, there's a potential that I might not be. Stuff like that, right? So,
Yeah.
it's good to, like, watch out for this behavior. It's not just with, like, women or globe heads. It's everywhere. You really have to be on the lookout for that type of shit, man. Yeah, but like, that's my opinion. Yeah, what's wrong?
My truth.
You are on Discord. Yeah, she said that's my truth. Yeah, I heard you say something about that, Mimas. Yeah. You don't do that here. That's the whole point. We don't do that. My truth, your truth, Miggy's truth, Mimas's truth, Kiwi's truth. Hell no. Absolutely not.
Subjective truth is part of this relativism bullshit.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, there was this brilliant debate I saw between y'all know who Matt Dillahunty is, right?
Oh yes.
He used to be many years ago. He was on a show I think out of New York called The Atheist Experience, and now he's just like your basic bitch atheist debater who's on like all the different channels. He's fat, bald, has a goatee, like kind of the typical what you'd imagine. But he went to debate a guy named Andrew Wilson, who holds a lot of my opinions.
My nigga.
Oh, do you know who I'm talking about?
Yes, I rock with Andrew Wilson. He's hilarious as fuck. He's the guy in the clip when she said, well, pictures didn't exist. And he's
Yeah,
like,
that's right.
This one exists. Yeah, he was in that
Oh,
clip.
you know what? That's where I saw it because I don't watch the podcast. I don't watch whatever Fresh and Fit, but I do watch all of Andrew Wilson's stuff because he's just orthodox Christian nationalist type.
Yeah,
so he's
I
like right
him.
up my alley. Yeah,
He's funny as fuck. I like him.
and
dude. He's-
yes, and that's the other thing is he's hilarious, and he just chain smokes while he's destroying people.
Yes, dude. He came up with a phrase that I think we need to copy. We need to steal from him where he said, because you talk to a girl and you say, well, girls do this, girls do that. And they'll go, well, what about the men though? Right? And so he said this phrase. He's like, listen, I don't need your fucking what about the men though? Like,
what about the men though?
He calls it like, instead of like taekwondo, he's like, listen, relax with your freaking what about the mendo over here. And so we need to copy that because Globers do the same thing. We'll say, well, what about your globe? What about the curvature? And they'll be like, yeah, but what about the flat earth though?
Yeah, it's just
So we need-
whataboutism after whataboutism.
What about is yeah.
Well,
But
anyway,
he's hilarious. Go ahead.
I saw this debate between him and Matt Dillahunty. Matt Dillahunty gave his very basic atheist intro, religion people bad, religion ma slavery, ma LGBT oppression, intro. And Andrew Wilson immediately ceded Matt's entire premise and said, "There is no God, Matt," and proceeded to use Matt's exact logic in creating a moral system, an ethical framework. And it actually, Matt Dillahunty stormed off the stage. He stormed off the stage.
Got him.
And then he had all these defenders in the audience who would go to bat for him. They went to bat for him, right? For like the next 45 minutes, they went up to the microphone and they were throwing questions and accusations at Andrew Wilson. And Andrew Wilson stayed there and he debated with the crowd.
This guy he was debating with, the big guy, he's called OZN with a Z, IEN. He has been debating flat earthers now regarding the moon landing being fake. So I think he's a prime target for anyone who wants to debate, because he was very offended for Matt Dillahunty's sake, or when it came to, because he was attacking Matt Dillahunty for being lying to himself that he was not homosexual or something like that, because he has a transgender.
Yeah, he's banging a dude. He's banging a dude.
Oh shit!
He thinks he's a girl. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a transgender,
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah.
he's banging a dude. Yeah.
Ozian's banging a dude?
So, at the very end, Matt Dillahunty had turned around and said, "You jackass," to him. And Andrew Wilson said, say hi to your husband for me, Matt.
Shout out to Andrew Wilson, man. He's funny as hell, man.
He is hilarious.
Yep. Yeah, he cooked them girls on whatever too. He's mad
He
fun.
cooks everybody. He cooks everybody.
Yep. That's how I got introduced to him on that whatever podcast. Matt Boy was cooking his chicks. It was mad funny. But yeah, shout out to Andrew Wilson. Maybe we should get it. I wonder if he's flat earth adjacent. You think? No.
No, he's hardline against it, I think.
Yeah, he's probably hardline against it. And two, it's probably not the kind of conversation he even wants to engage in. He probably just going to look at it as a distraction anyway.
I went on his Discord server and I asked, what about the shape of the Earth or a true Earth? I was like, I didn't go straight to flat. And they were like, delete this comment right now in the Discord server. So I think they're protecting themselves from being censored or something. I don't know.
Well, two, they have an MO. They have a modus operandi in their space. There's a subject that they're engaging with, and that's the subject. And they don't want anyone coming in. And like he talks about all the time, he doesn't want people coming in and talking about race and talking about conspiracies and stuff. He just wants to talk about these certain topics, and that's his wheelhouse.
Yeah, he's good at it too. Might as well just leave him alone, let him do his thing. Cause
Yeah, he's doing good. He's doing the Lord's work, literally.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I like what he's doing. So shout out to Andrew Wilson. For those that don't know, you can catch him. We'll have to get you guys a link or something.
It's funny you said that, Meme. It's the Lord's work. I had 2 Mormons knock on my door the other day. And I pointed out some flat earth truths to them.
Oh, nice. That's going to be hard with a Mormon, considering the afterlife for a Mormon.
Man, that Careless Whisper song is so damn catchy. Like, yeah. That song is sexy, bro. I'm gonna just say it. That song is sexy, dude.
It's very sexy, yeah.
I was actually wondering about the frequency of the sax. Is it some sexual frequency that we're feeling? Like,
Oh my.
Yeah, it's very sexual.
Every time that clip comes on, I'm like, man, I gotta go listen to that whole song, man. Wow. That is sexy as hell.
Stop the cap.
It's very sexual.
Yeah. Sacked it up. Anyway, who's next, guys? Who's next? Or should we do another clip?
We find another clip.
Who's next for what?
For anything.
Sounds like you're up. Sounds like you're next.
Whoever wants to come back, come back.
Did you see Matt Walsh's anti? He was against the moon landing thing. Yeah, did you see that?
Yeah, I did hear about that. What about you guys?
The problem with Matt Walsh is this: Matt Walsh is a boomer. I know he's not the age of one, but he is literally just a boomer. If there's anything that just embodies conservative ink, it's him.
And it seems like he misses it. He misses the message on some things and he gets it on others. But it seems like he definitely misses the message on like this flat earth stuff. I have some clip of the oh goddamn. I have a YouTube.
He misses on a lot of things, even things that like concern like young people today. He just completely misses the mark. He doesn't understand them. He is literally the boomer who picks on young kids because like the actual boomers ruined everything. Like I'm fine saying that. They ruined everything. I can't wait till they're all gone. Right? And he's the kind of person who defends them.
Bruh.
This is the clip from him. This is a YouTube short.
I basically got ratioed on Twitter for saying that the moon landing happened. That's how bad things have gotten. Looking at a conspiracy theory. Very first thing you should ask yourself is how many people would need to be involved for it to work? And if the answer is that a relatively small number of high-level, powerful people would have to be involved, then your theory at least has a chance of passing the initial smell test. But if the answer is that the conspiracy would necessitate the close cooperation and secrecy of thousands of people across multiple agencies and institutions, then you're going to have to meet a very, very high evidentiary bar to make your theory even slightly credible. If they were going to go through all this trouble to fake the pictures, why would they neglect to add stars to the sky? Like, wouldn't that be the first thing you do if you were faking a picture of outer space? Why would they pretend the moon has wind? As many people have argued to me over the weekend, if we really landed on the moon, then why haven't we ever gone back? Well, the first answer is that we did.
Since 1972? No, we haven't.
What?
Guys are retard.
You got to go to ever go back, right?
I think it was very tactical of him to get the clout of all the flat earthers on Twitter because he was ratioed.
Yeah.
He talked about it. So I think that was maybe the plan, you know?
You might want to, you should notice too that he qualified his statement where if you've got a few high-level guys, high-level elite individuals, then it's believable, right? So he qualified it with that. Because Conservative Inc. is sooner or later going to, go with the JFK assassination being done by a rogue element of the government. They're going to do that sooner, not later. And so he has to qualify that statement. So here's why I'm going to believe I'm leaving this room open for us when we there's going to be some conspiracy theories that we're officially going to accept. So he made sure to leave that open because he sees which way the wind is blowing with that. Him and the Shapiros, they all see that.
You have to be extremely ignorant to believe that this actually happened. Then I mean, not stupid, but ignorant, ignoring,
Hell, even when I wasn't ignorant, I was ignorant.
It's so blatantly obvious, you just hold on to it for as long as you can, and then you're like, no, okay, it's obvious. This is something's off here.
Yeah.
I didn't even believe it when I was a globe believer, bro. And I think that's not uncommon either. You're gonna find perfect. Let me just play this clip. It's very short. They someone donates to the Fresh and Fit panel and asks the girls, "Do y'all believe in the moon landing?" And what do you think they had to say? Let's take a listen here.
All right.
Why now?
We got why now goes. What are your
for
thoughts
ladies.
on the moon landing, real or fake, or y'all don't have the brain cells to answer? Okay. How many of you think that the moon landing was real? Raise your hands.
It was real.
Okay. One. Only one. The rest of you guys don't think the moon landing was real?
No. What?
I believe it happened, but I don't believe the pictures were real.
Oh my god.
I don't believe it happened, and I don't believe.
Why
it
would they
was
fake the
real.
pictures?
You know, TikTok be explaining
the
shit.
technology
They
to-
explain the whole of how the shadow is off and da 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 da.
They're so proud of that. Why would they fake it?
Okay. All right.
Moving on.
Yeah, next.
Five.
They don't want y'all to know what the real moon
Only
looks like.
only one person think the
Why?
moon landing was real.
Yes.
Well, one girl on panel.
Yo, dude, it's so funny. The one girl that said, yeah, it's definitely real, was coping the entire time when she realized that the girls around her were like, nah, I don't believe that. She's like, wait, why would they fake the pictures? Wait, why would they fake it? Hilarious. And she was the first person, too. When they asked, hey, do you guys think the moon landing was real? She had no hesitation. It's real. Of course it's real. And then she's shocked when the rest of the panel's like, nah, it's not real. There's 7 girls on the panel. Only 2 of them thought it was real. One of them thought the whole thing was real, and the other one thought it was faked, but also still real.
Yeah.
The other 5 said it wasn't.
That's the people who say it happened, but the pictures are all fake. They're on the path to disbelief. That's what that is.
Yeah, I was impressed though. I was impressed. That one girl.
Well, this is like that bell curve diagram where it's like the stupid person and the smart person agree, but it's all the midwits who don't believe, who don't agree.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. I know exactly what you mean by that bell curve.
It's like, yeah, I love that bell curve when it's like the ignorant redneck type is like religion good, and then in the middle it's the midwits saying religion bad, and then it's the ultra genius on the other end going religion is good.
yeah, religion is good, and like it adds more specificity. Yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
he knows why. So at the lower end they're operating off of like primal instinct, and at the upper end they're operating off of intellect.
Yeah. That is a good meme. I do like that one. Yeah, I think there's one of those for flat Earth too, where it's like Earth flat, and then you have the middle.
Yeah.
It's like it's not flat, and then you have like at the end, it's like it's flat because of this, that, and the other, or whatever. So yeah, I've seen those too. Those are great. But yeah, I just homeboy was saying something. We were talking about the moon landings, and it's like it's not that uncommon for someone to still believe in the globe and not believe in the moon landings.
Right.
So, and this Fresh and Fit panel, that was like from like 2 or 3, maybe 4 weeks ago. That was very recent. So, and people are always like, oh, those girls are different. They're all strippers and dumb. It's like, well, I mean, you got 6 of them there that thought the moon landing was cap. So, like, I'll take that. That's good. We like that. So, yep. Is there a premium subscription to block these adverts? No. So what else do we have, guys? What else is next?
One of the best TED lectures I've ever seen was Katie Bauman describing how they take a picture of a black hole. If you ever want to laugh, they're using interferometry, and they're using the Event Horizon Telescope. And it's always funny because they always call it EHT telescope. So it's like Event Horizon Telescope. But she was saying that they need, in order to take a picture of this black hole, which is called Sagittarius A star, it's like the Anush of the universe. They found it. They need to connect all the telescopes on the planet right now and make them point to this specific place in the sky, and it's 27,000 light years away, and they would have needed to make a telescope the size of Earth, and then add an algorithm, then they would be able to take a photograph of it. But they're using interferometry, and they're filling up maybe 10% of the image, and they're using an algorithm that is taking into account Facebook selfies. It's just hilarious. I'll post it in the chat for everyone.
I've seen that.
Have you seen it?
Yeah.
So good.
These are all like ridiculous. Like what people will like cope with.
Miguel, what the hell is that?
Yeah, so like back in what was it, 2016, 2017, I think? I was using all their stuff because that image goes back a really long time to when they started rasterizing it and like perfecting the algorithm, so to speak. It's like people don't even think about it.
And then Sir Roger Penrose is asked, yay, we just found, we took a photograph of a black hole. What do you think of that? And he's like, it's just like a splutch. And the interviewer, calls it a photograph. It's just, the level of ignorance is just out of this world. It's amazing. It's not a photograph. It's a computer-generated image based on nonsense, you know? And it probably, I'm sure, that some scientist, in the end, went into the toilet and took a picture of his ass. It's a very bad close-up of his ass, just to get the funding.
Well, that's how you get funding.
That actually kind of reminds me of that one NASA employee that took a picture of like it was like a chorizo sausage or something, and said it was like some fucking star, however many bajillion miles away, and everybody ate it up. Everybody thought it was real.
No, people aren't that stupid. They are.
Sadly, they are.
You know, you say sadly, but think about how many job opportunities you'll have because they're so dumb. I mean, on some level, we need stupid people.
I mean, I guess, but I mean, that's also at the same time, it's like saying, you know, we need poor people. I mean, in a perfect world, nobody would be poor, nobody would be stupid. We'd all be on a level playing field. But thanks to the Rockefeller indoctrination camp, we're few and far in between, man.
I just wanted to add to that. We need stupid people the same way we need wicked ones to stand as an example as to how we are not to be. So stupid people are an example of how not to be.
Keep the show going, guys. Don't let it stop now. Shit.
Find us another clip.
Another clip? All right.
Another clip.
I got another one ready already. Let's see. This one is let me just mute up real quick. Oh yeah. So this one's where like, so QE probably has experience with this, although he left. But I'm sure a lot of you guys have experience with this too, where you'll ask someone a question, very direct, very simple, and they literally, like, you can witness them put their tap dancing shoes on, and they start clickety clacking, tippity tapping around the question. Very simple. Yes or no? What do you do for this? Just give me a straight answer. And they like struggle with that. They just start talking randomly about something else. So frustrating. But I just want you guys to see that. Yeah. I want you guys to see that outside of the context of Flat Earth, but we'll react to it. But definitely I have like 1 or 2 clips on this where they'll, here's a question, just answer it. And they're like, yeah. Well, so anyway, it's like, no, not anyway. Answer the question. I'll go and throw this clip on here and we'll react to it after.
4, 5, 6. Okay. Do you guys actually, what do you guys provide, right, as a friend that he can't get from another man? We'll start right here.
Chinese translation.
I think it's the friendship. Everyone's different. You have different kinds of friends.
No, but what do you provide in particular to him as a friend that he can't get from another man?
But it doesn't. He can
Pause.
still hang out with other friends, and he can still hang out with me. It doesn't have to be different. Like we can be the same friend group. You know, it doesn't have
So in
to
other
be.
words,
You can
nothing.
provide the same
Fantastic. What
things.
about you? What do you offer to him that his guy friends can't provide?
Well, we are different people. Like I'm a different person than
Okay,
his
well the
guy
guy's
friend.
a different guy too.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
So we're like different personalities. It's a different friendship.
Okay, what do you provide in your personality to him?
Well, I'm funny. Like
Really?
there's a bunch of things. Not to you, not right now.
I mean, you've had an opportunity on this podcast for a bunch of time to prove you were funny.
Okay, well I didn't.
So are you really funny?
Yeah, I'd say so, just not right now.
Interesting.
She's contextually funny.
Who else said?
Okay. So he asked a question. What is it that you as a female can provide to a guy as a friend that a guy cannot provide? Very simple, right? What can you provide as a female to a man as a friend that another male friend cannot provide? Well, the first girl goes, well, there's like, we're just like different people. Okay, that's not answering the question. I get that. The second girl's like, well, I'm a different person. Okay.
Is being funny and being laughable the same thing?
Nah, hell nah. Nope.
No, if they're laughing at you, you aren't funny.
Right. That was another thing too. She's like, well, I am funny. And they're like, yeah, but we gave you chances to be funny. Have you been? She's like, no. So then how do we know you're funny then? Like, man, dude, this mind virus is seeping into everybody. Males, women, Globers, you name it, dude. Ain't nobody safe out here. Holy. What are you saying? Say that again.
It's the politicians too.
Yeah. The mind virus. Facts. Yep. Definitely all inclusive. It's not exclusive or, to just flat earthers or chicks on the whatever podcast or whatever. You know what I mean? This mind virus is everywhere.
Oh, for sure. I can't tell you how many flat earthers I've kicked out of here.
Yeah, flat earthers too. Yep. You don't get a free pass for being a flat earther. Hell no.
Mm-mm.
Well, honestly, I'm not gonna grill you more if you say you're a flat earther. To be honest, but
Yeah, I'm going to hold you to a higher standard. Honestly, I am. Might not be fair, but that's life.
it is what it is. And if you're gonna represent me as a flat earther when I'm not here, you best be on your best behavior. I'll just be honest, bro.
Yeah, that's a big time because this, if you let them get away with this idea of it accelerating upwards crap and flat Earth society crap, no, we're not those people.
Yeah, right. Exactly. So, I mean, I try to do my best to represent y'all ninjas when I'm in here. Not saying things too crazy off the cusp. Oh, no, we have a dome. Like, you guys are never going to catch me saying stuff like that. So I really do try my best to represent most people in here. So I would ask that for all of you as well. But it is what it is, I guess. Should we move on to the next clip?
Yes.
All right. Let's throw this. This one's not that deep, but this girl's like, oh, don't let your past define you. Your past doesn't define you. And I just love it because Brandon Carter is the guy you'll hear in the clip. This is on Fresh and Fit. He goes, you know what? You're right. My past doesn't define me. You know what? If I want to be an astronaut, I'm a fucking astronaut. It's actually very funny. Let's take a listen here.
If you let your past define you, it will define you.
Exactly. Like check it out. You know what I'm saying? Like I know, I never been to space, but I can say I'm a fucking. I used to be an astronaut. I can just say it, right? Because it's like my past doesn't define me, so I can just say that I'm an astronaut. Even though I never been to
That's
space.
extreme.
No, I'm saying, I'm with you, baby. My past doesn't define me. I'm an astronaut.
Okay, if you want to believe that, then go for it.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
Yes, queen.
There you go.
Fantastic.
You want to be an alien? You go be an alien.
You know what I'm saying?
It's just that reverse trolling he put on her. You know what? You fucking right. You know what? I'm astronaut. And she's like, no, that's too much. You can't say that. Yeah, well, your past defines you. So
Who made the rules?
Not me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not me. All right.
Yeah, I was
Oh.
You're roboting my man.
I'd like a large and a medium and a small fry.
What about now?
That's a little better.
A little better. All right. Yeah, my bad. I'm at work and I'm kind of in a tin can. I get shit reception sometimes. What I was saying was, your past defines who you are now, but what you do now will define who you are in the future.
There you go. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that was deep. I like that. It was just
you can improve. Or let's say you did something in the past, and you say, hey, I'm gonna reflect. I probably didn't do the correct thing, and I'm not gonna let that define me from now on. But you did that,
right?
So it's up to you to maybe if you made a mistake, maybe fix it or improve.
Just remember that unless you have the ability to introspect, your past will always define you.
Yep.
So you can always change your future, but it requires the ability to self-reflect, to introspect.
Yeah. Well said. I think a lot of people lack that ability, but yeah. I'm glad we got a lot of reactions to that clip. That was funny. Shout out to Brandon Carter for trolling Shoddy, and he chose to use space and astronauts as his trolling feature. I thought that was mad funny to me, bro. He could have said anything else instead. He was like, yeah, I'm an astronaut. I went to space. And she's like, no, don't say that. That's too much. Yeah, well, so was you saying you're like reborn again virgin or whatever. So there's that. Okay, I got one more. I got a few more, but this next one, basically they'll turn to this girl and say, any questions, comments, concerns? Do you disagree or agree with the things we said? And like, I feel like we do this to Globies too. We'll be like, okay, so what do you agree? How do you disagree? Like, what do you think? And they'll be like, yeah, I disagree with some things. I agree with some things. Oh, what do you disagree with? I don't know, but and we see this from Globies too. They'll just say you're wrong, but they don't know why you're wrong or how you're wrong or why they disagree with you. They just don't like the way you made them feel.
Thoughts, disagreements, questions.
I just personally, I agree with everything. Not everything. Some things I kind of like disagree on, but I kind of
What do you disagree with on?
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say I disagree. I would say like that I do. I do the things that you talk about. So probably, yeah, I kind of disagree, but I don't do it anymore. But other than that, like
you want.
So I told you.
Okay.
Wow.
Byron says it perfectly. Like, she needs guidance, and they actually ended up hiring this girl. It looks like they brought her on and kind of took her under their wing. But she's like, I disagree. And I'm like, okay, what do you disagree with? Well, I don't disagree, but I do disagree, but I don't disagree. It's like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know, man. You'll just deal with that with Globers too. They'll be like, I just disagree with you. Oh, okay, how? I just
do.
Yeah, I just don't like the way you made me feel. It's like, yeah, well, fuck your feelings, dude. Facts over feelings. So I like that clip too, because we see that same type of behavior from Globies. Oh, I definitely disagree with you, flat earthers. Oh, huh? Why? Well, gotta love it, man. Gotta love it. All right, how about another one? This one is to show folks like what mainstream says about flat Earth. Okay, so I mean, obviously mainstream doesn't match what we say. So like, it's just really interesting to hear like what the mainstream is saying about flat Earth. Okay, so this is Tim Pool. My boy's Fresh and Fit. They rock with Tim Pool, so they go on each other's shows from time to time. So they went on Tim Pool's show. And in the show, I think Tim brings up flat Earth. Something about smashing into the firmament, yada, yada. And then you can hear how the conversation turns into more, oh, well, flat Earth, they think there's an ice wall, blah, 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 blah. He starts making a complete mockery of it. But at the same time, he starts saying things that like you would probably say as a flat earther. You'd be like, yeah, well, there's a treaty to go to Antarctica. You don't just get to freely roam. Like, he starts making all those points within his little rant here, which is really interesting to hear. Because I've played it before, and I've had people say, well, he probably knows more about the flat Earth than he's letting on, which may be true. I want to hear if you guys think that as well. And I can see why he would not want his audience to think he's a flat earther, but he definitely makes some interesting points about like, okay, well, you need a treaty. You can't just go wherever you want. Great point. But at the same time, he mocks the flat earth by saying things like, yeah, they think there's guards blocking you from the ice wall and blah, blah, blah. So let's take a listen. Shit. All right, just play it.
You hired too many American citizens.
This is crazy because look at NASA. They're not doing anything right now compared to SpaceX, right? So they're going to hamper SpaceX and take one of the most, successful spacefaring companies in recent memory. They're going to hamper them.
Well,
they're going to handicap them.
I'll tell you what the real issue is. The real issue is that the DOJ knows that if Elon Musk actually builds Starship, it's going to crash into the firmament, exploding, exposing the Earth as flat.
Yep. Wait.
Chaos ensues. Come on, bro. I am kidding.
You're trolling.
It's going to get to the end of the planet.
Do you believe in flat Earth?
Of course not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, of course.
That's the joke.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
That the DOJ is scared.
There's no way, not Tim. No way, man. Now the ice wall is a different story.
That's what you have to worry about.
Global warming?
We were arguing because I know, like, I have these friends who are like, then why can't you go to Antarctica, Tim? And I'm like, you can. You can literally go to Antarctica. Like, there's this weird thing where they're like, if the Earth was round, then why don't they let us go to Antarctica? I'm like, some dude filmed himself marching through Antarctica, bro. It's just you got to get a permit for it.
They think there's like government agents guarding the end of the Earth.
Well, they're right. They literally flat earthers think, not all of them, that if you get too close to the edge of flat Earth, there's armed ships that will stop you.
They're going to reassign Trump's Secret Service after he goes to jail and send him to the end of the Earth.
I'll be completely fair.
You need a permit to go to Antarctica?
Okay. I just want you, I'm going to stop it right there. Shout out to Myron fucking Gaines, bro. Like, listen to the questions he's asking. Wait, you're a flat earther? Wait, you need a permit to go to Antarctica? That is a critical thinker. Shout out to Myron. He's always talking about making people a critical thinker. They don't have to be a flat earther, a red pill person, this, that, and the other. But if you can think critically, that's a good thing.
They've got flat earthers in their studio, don't they?
Yes, the producer's a flat earther. Yeah,
producer. Yeah, because he didn't just say you're a flat earther. He said you're a flat earther too.
Yeah. Oh,
wait, there's other people in his life that are flat earthers. People he respects intellectually.
Yeah. Yep. And I dropped a screenshot there of his face saying, "Wait, you need a permit to go to Antarctica?" And so, like, that's why I like Myron, man. He is a critical thinker. He's probably way closer to understanding that the Earth is flat. Like, or if we sent someone to him to teach him that, I don't think he would deny or lie to himself. So shout out to Myron. You can hear him critically thinking, "Wait a minute, you need a permit to go to Antarctica? Really?" So let's continue here. Where were we?
American. And strategic location that's uninhabited. If you can show up on a cargo ship doing supply delivery and then like go on the shore and like look at the penguins and stuff like that. Tons of people do these little tours. You're there for a few hours and you leave. If you want to do an extended thing, you just have to let the other countries know, because it would be like entering Russia without a visa. And so because of that, they're like, then why won't they let you go? And I'm like, bro, you can't go to Russia without a permit. The Earth isn't flat because Russia's requiring visas. I just love the idea, though, that there's like a secret conspiratorial battalion guarding the edge of flat Earth, so that anyone who gets too close at any point of the flat Earth, they stop you. Like, dude, there's no secret cabal dedicated to protecting the firmament.
That's where all that black budget money is going.
Gotcha. I've never heard the flat Earth theory, so this is all new to me.
Yeah, shout out to Myron there as well. He's like, yeah, you know what? I don't really know what they're talking about, so you know, this is all new. I genuinely believe Homeboy is he's not too far away.
You know, I think he knows, but he's not immediately saying it.
Yeah, you know what? He probably is skeptical about the globe. I haven't heard him say a whole lot about the topic, but typically when it comes up, he's like, "Wait, flat Earth, really?" Like, you
look, the moment you get into, if you're like, I have an account on X that's a very old account from like 2014, and there's a lot of people who are into like I guess red pill community and all that stuff, which I'm not personally, but if you see there are a lot of them in there. There's a lot of them in there. And it doesn't even come from having looked at everything. It comes from just being so skeptical of the system itself that everything is up for grabs at this point.
Yep.
It's disillusionment. Disillusionment, I think, is the biggest contributor to it.
Yeah, when you find out, especially in terms of male-female red pill, well, a lot of people find out that if the mainstream is lying to me about everything related to women and men and relationships, what else are they lying to me about? So that's where a lot of skeptical of everything comes from.
Yep.
I've never thought about it that way, but you really do have a point. Like that's something to think about.
Yeah. By the way, quick interjection, CB, this is Slav. I know him from the Fresh and Fit server. He's been there for a year now. He's chill. He's on neither side. He's just trying to learn, trying to, experience and listen to the conversation. So I told him, I invited him here. We gave him, he was in the politics server. And then I invited him here. Somebody else gave him the role. I think Timbo Slice did. And he can listen, and just wanted to introduce him.
Hell yeah.
Cheers, Dev. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, welcome. Glad to have you. So, quick reaction, Flat Earth. What do you think? Go ahead.
Look, there was... I grew up, being taught the globe Earth, and then when I got a bit older, like in my early 20s, I was sort of skeptical about like the flat Earth, because I was like thinking, I started looking at all the different flight paths and how, we should have like more like there should be like more drop for like curvature, and so looking at all these different things and all the laser tests and this and that, and the fact that, hey, well, all of the information that we have of space comes from one source, that sort of, it didn't really sit well with me. So I'm more inclined to believe that the Earth could be flat, but I'm still more on the fence, because I did drop it, like a few years back. I had this sort of idea in my head where it was like, well, let's say one day that I find out that the Earth is flat, or it is like a globe. Like, really, what sort of benefit would that, bring to my life?
I got an answer for that.
Okay.
Okay. Here, I have a commercial from a car insurance company. It might be State Farm. I'm not actually sure. I'm gonna go ahead and play it, but they're basically gonna say, look, if you want to protect your car from space rocks, meteorites, you can pay us. We'll cover your car. It's all good. Let's take a listen.
They say an asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs. I don't know about that, but I do know if space debris hit my car, it'll be all right. Comprehensive car insurance can cover things that fall from the sky. Hail, trees, golf balls, even meteorites.
Stop the cap.
Okay, so people ask this all the time. Why does it matter? Why should I care about flat Earth, globe Earth, blah, blah, blah? Yeah, well, you're going to have people out here who are going to try to sell you shit, man. Sell you shit like insurance for your house or your car that protects you from meteorites.
Wait, what? What's her point about what's her point about it?
So it's a car insurance company. It's a car insurance company. I think it's a State Farm commercial, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that is the the people speaking when people talk about aliens and they only think about green men coming from green entities or green beings coming from other planets. That's the fictional side of things. So when they mention meteors, they're talking in the same sense in fiction, because the phenomena that we observe of meteors, the sporadic meteors, those are not. I mean, from what we observe, that phenomena it's almost, it looks more like a light, like an electric discharge of some sort, or some type of light, and they're thinking that the light that they're looking at, that is sourcing from one point from the sky, is actually a rock falling from the sky, and it might fall on your head. But that's not the case. It's I think that I wouldn't discard that there might be things falling from the sky. There could be like ice, or maybe even if a rock falls from the sky. That, for me, that doesn't mean globe Earth. But people think that shooting star is a rock falling from outer space, and that's just fantasy, obviously. So yeah, it's kind of even flat earthers. Some flat earthers hear meteors, and they think, rocks falling from the sky. But the phenomena that we observe and we label sporadic meteors, that's an actual phenomena that happens in reality, because we can observe it, and it happens in cycles. So it's part of the observation that we do of, just like the sun, the moon, the stars, sporadic meteors are actually a phenomena that is in relation to those things. Go ahead.
And to answer your question,
Yep.
Just gonna answer your question in a different way, Slav. Wouldn't you rather know the truth, even if it has absolutely, or if you think currently it has no relation to your life or whatever, it would still be from a critical thinker point of view to know what is actually true, to get to the bottom of it and say, okay, this is definitely true, at least I know. Because the next step would be, as soon as let's assume that's true, you assume you did the research and did experiments or the tests, and then you find out, okay, fuck, they've been lying, the earth is flat, whatever. It's not that important. But then the next step is going to be, wait a second, those same people in that same government organization from that same country, or even other countries who are friends with them and always agreeing with them, they told me this, and I have done through research and found out it's not true what they have told me, so they lied to me. Okay, if they lied to me about this, now I'm gonna be weary and critical of them every time in the future they say something else, or their friends in the government say something to me like, take this jab, is gonna save your life. So now I'm gonna be more critical about it. And now you're entering into the round of things that actually affect your life, because if you are critical about this government organization lying to you about something because you know they lied, you're gonna be critical of them maybe lying to you about something else. So you're gonna inspect that and research that as well before you just blindly believe them. So it's just knowing the truth is always going to be the better choice, even though sometimes the truth may not be easy to find out or may not be pleasant.
Yeah, I mean, it's about the information that is being presented because if the same agency, let's say, oh, the government lies, but you don't throw the baby with the bathwater because when the government says you're under arrest, you are under arrest. They're not lying. So, I mean, when they're saying, hey, we're gonna come and we're gonna when they say, hey, we're gonna kick you off your property because we need to pave a road through here, they're not lying, bro. They're gonna kick you out. You have to give it up. I mean, that's the way it is. So when the government is lying about, yeah, we took a picture about black holes or we sent some device to Mars and that kind of stuff, that's the information that you gotta have filters, but it's not that everything is a lie. I don't like when people say that. Hey, everything is a lie. That's I
didn't say that he needs to automatically or anybody should automatically assume everything is a lie.
I didn't say you say that. I didn't say you say that, so don't get defensive.
I'm not getting defensive. I'm explaining what I said. So I would always say to people as well that you should definitely be critical of everything related to government. Sometimes it's going to be truth, sometimes it's going to be lies. Nobody can tell you which one it is until you actually do the research. And the only way to do the research, always, is to be critical in the first place.
So like I get like what you guys are saying, and I mean, so look, when I really did like want to like find out if the Earth was a globe or not, like I really went through like all the different like like rabbit holes, sort of, and for example, like one example is like there was this theory that I found that some people believe that the Earth is actually bigger than it is, right? So like let's just sort of assume that, hey, maybe this could be a possibility, right? This would definitely affect curvature. So in that case, right, really the only way to actually understand or to know if the Earth is a globe or not is, okay, if it's a globe, you can go out into space and just like snap a picture. Okay, cool, right? But if it's flat, you can't really just go out into space. Like, you just sort of hit the firmament. So, I mean, I guess, like, that would be, like, the only sort of way, unless they said, like, they just came out and said, like, oh, hey, like, look, we're lying. Like, at this point, yeah, all the evidence, all the evidence that I've seen is that, like, yeah, the Earth really does seem flat. Like, it really does, like, seem flat. But, like...
The problem, Slav, with the bigger globe is that everything that they've told you gets thrown out the window. So it's the first rung on the cosmic ladder is the size of the Earth. Everything is based on the size of the Earth in cosmology. Yeah. So everything if the Earth is bigger, everything they've told you is a lie.
That means the day cycle, the night cycle, the seasons, all of that stuff is going to be completely out the window. That's according to them. So this is one thing, very important point he brought up. And another point you would say, okay, wait a second. If it's 10 times bigger, why are they not telling me it's 10 times bigger? Why are they lying me in the first place it's 10 times bigger? And the third way, which is the way that I like to prove it, is, okay, let's assume it's 10 times bigger. Let's take the math. Let's put that math to the test. Let's see after how many miles am I supposed to see curvature. And I'm going to go out. I'm going to use my telescope and my laser. And I'm going to do the test. I'm going to find out there's no curvature. So it is not 10 times bigger. You see what I mean? So there's always a way to see for yourself. And even to go on a little bit of a tangent, the fourth time is to bring in other types of arguments, which are the spin of the Earth. They're still claiming it's spinning at a certain speed, but they did not prove it. They did not provide any scientific evidence. So where is it? Why are they not providing that? If it doesn't exist, that I'm not just gonna blindly believe it.
Perfect. You have a good point. You raise a good point.
So what's next?
So, like, let's say are you guys you guys that are flat earthers, right? You guys that are flat earthers,
Check.
Would, because I know Dev's like standing on this, right? But like, would you, like, at least when you became a flat earther, did that sort of push you towards like religion? Do you believe in some sort of like creator?
No.
Oh, creator? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's not
Okay.
necessarily religious, though, I would say.
Yeah, and
'Cause, like,
keep in mind too, like 95% of the world is religious.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
and they believe in the globe. So I
Yeah,
don't think
that's not
yeah. I don't think it's actually relevant to the actual like topic itself. Maybe on a meta level, if it's flat, like it necessitates absolutely that it needs a designer. So
And this is what I told him this morning. This is why he's bringing it up, because we were having a discussion about religion this morning, and he was like, "What about you, Dev?" And I'm like, I don't know which version is correct, but I do know there must be a creator, there must be an intelligent designer, because I have done the research and I do know the Earth is flat. It's under a firmament. It must be. Therefore, it did not come out of nothing. It must have happened somewhere. So that was just one of the reasons I gave him on why I think there is a God.
Yeah, the interesting thing for flat Earth is that it's not, the subject of flat Earth is not as interesting as the other doors that it opens. Like once you have the certainty, okay, if this place is flat, there's definitely a creator. Then you can have actual interesting conversations with people.
And you can then continue to ignore the absolute malarkey that they're putting out. Like, hey, purchase space insurance for your car.
Yeah.
No flat earther's ever going to buy that. I also have a running joke. This isn't my idea, but I've definitely tried to popularize it here. But the space junk helmet. We're on YouTube, so I can't say this in too much detail, but over the last couple years, we had folks wearing some protection on their mouth to protect them from incoming debris. Okay, well, if you can convince people to do that for the front of their face, well, I think you can convince them to shift that protection from the front of their face to the top of their head, right? It's the same thing. Oh, wait. Look, incoming debris is coming. It might hurt you. Wear a space junk helmet. So it's like, do you think a flat earther would put on any space junk helmet ever? Hell no. Hell no.
I mean, okay, since we're on the topic of space, like something that I've always like sort of wondered with this whole flat Earth thing is that, so I know about Operation Fishbowl and Operation Dominic and like how they would like supposedly launch rockets at the firmament, and then the firmament would they couldn't crack it. It would like regenerate. It would be like self-regenerating.
Bro, you're saying but you're making a mistake because you only observed or you read a document describing an operation, then people are adding, they're shooting bombs to the firmament and it's a self-healing. That's just stuff that people are adding. You don't really know that.
Yeah. But like sort of the question that I was like sort of like leading into.
Listen, to add to just my last point about that. When people add this extra layer to what Operation Fishbowl actually means, they're shooting rockets to the firmament and it's a self-healing thing. We don't actually know that, and we could say that we saw some videos, right? They provided some videos. There's some footage that people recorded. We saw some explosions in a layer very high up, but to say what it is and that it was hitting the firmament, we don't really know that, because how do you know there's no a medium between where the explosion happened and if there is a ceiling above that people call the firmament? We don't know that. So to say things for certainty to what that operation actually was and what the bombs were doing and it was hitting, the rockets were hitting the firmament. We don't know that, bro. So
I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, no, you do have a point, but like, I was just sort of like, I was like leading into like a question. So like, so with these whole, all this like, billions of dollars spent like each year, like, on like new rockets and stuff like that, supposedly they're going to the moon, supposedly they're going to all these other planets or whatever. Like where, like, because they are building these rockets. I mean,
Yeah,
at least
they do build
at least I
rockets,
think
and
I
I've
do.
I've seen
Like, what are they
launches
for?
that are different. You know, when some people say, "Oh, all rockets go in an arc and they go away from you," I've seen that, but I also seen rockets. I was in the Caribbean and I saw some launches from NASA in Puerto Rico, and these rockets didn't went away from my view. They didn't went in an arc. They definitely went 90 degrees up, and what I saw, it wasn't a rocket going away from my view. So they are definitely doing something. They devise devices, and they are maybe sending them to the layers up there to, I don't know, maybe check or study or whatever they're doing. But to say what they're actually doing, we don't know. Because I haven't gotten a sample of what they actually reached up there, right? Because when they say when they send the devices up there, and they're probably checking, or maybe the medium that is up there. Well, I mean, we can observe, we can look at the launches and the rockets going up there, but that's the limitation, or at least what I saw. I just saw what they did, but I can't tell you what they actually were doing up there. So I don't know.
Okay, yeah, no, I thought like I thought maybe you guys may have like had like some like opinion or theory, or what they could be possibly doing.
I tell you something, it's not going to the vacuum of space that is goes against the natural law. They weren't going to the places they show us in the cartoons, to Mars or the moon. That's why they had to build like a movie setting to show you that, to make people believe that this is what they were doing. That's why people saw it on the TV, right? Oh, they when they send the rockets, they send it with people. And look, this is what they did. Look at this movie, the moon landing or the Mars rovers. You saw it, but we know that's not happening, because that's just movie setting. That's just like Hollywood stuff. But the fact that they send devices up there, and there's technology that can be sent in the layers above, maybe, sure, there's stuff that can be sent, that they've been sending up there, but it's not the TV show that we see as the moon landing or the Mars rovers. It's definitely not that.
Can I interject a little? I just wanted to add to what you were saying here, Under Heaven, Earther. It's like about being intellectually honest. And once you understand that there's a difference between intellectual honesty and saying that you're ignorant to these facts that they keep telling you they know. But when you start researching and looking into these scientists, what they're talking about concepts, they're talking about ideas, they're talking about pictures that were generated in some kind of a processing to simulate something. And if you go all the way to Newton, all the way back, you start seeing that there's an intellectual dishonesty going on. But as soon as you get there, and you start analyzing what you're looking at, and you see the dishonesty in Neil deGrasse Tyson or Bill Nye or whomever is preaching this globe thing, it comes a lot from Walt Disney and comes a lot from Hollywood, They're not to be trusted, you see.
Also, one thing about this Discord, or a lot of the people in here, is we like to separate speculation from facts. Like if there is a debate, or if not even a debate, but if there is a discussion or somebody wanting to learn, or somebody is still struggling or on the fence or whatever, we always recommend, and I always recommend, stick to the facts first. Stick what you can test, what you can research and test and see from other people, and what can be proven, and demand those facts to be shown to you by the other side. And if they can't show it to you, then that means they're full of shit. Once that is done, and once you get to the conclusion, and then you have done enough research, you go like, okay, it is flat. I see it now. I've done all the research. I have the facts in front of me. Then after that, you can only move to the speculation part. Or what could the firmament be made out of? There is the story here and story there. I read a story here that sometimes things fell out of the sky made out of a material that never exists anywhere else on Earth, and that was like some sort of unbreakable blue material, yellow material. So that is speculation. I never tested that material. Nobody has had his hand on it. It could be a fake story. So that's all speculations. And we try, when we're trying to have a discussion with somebody or like showing the facts of flat Earth, we don't use the speculation part. We simply let it to the side first. We get to the facts first, and then after the facts, we can have like a nice discussion, speculate here and there. But this just, I wanted to highlight that it's important to separate factual information, what can be tested with the scientific method, from speculation stuff.
Perfect.
Okay, yeah, no, I mean, yeah, 100%. I agree with you. I just sort of like, if I'm being honest, like I just sort of when I came in here, like this is my first time being in like a full on like flat Earth like Discord. So like I really just like wanted to see like what your guys' like opinion is on everything and whatnot and stuff like that. And bro, honestly, yeah, bro, I think from what I've heard, yeah, I'm definitely gonna try and spark up my research again. That I left like
yeah, man.
years ago.
There's a lot of resources here that you can look up, and then you can further. And if you have questions, you can all ask. Even if you DM me or whatever, I can answer you some stuff.
Bet.
Slav,
what's up, dude?
When you see these documentaries on television talking about space and so on, all they are showing to you is animation, and they are they are good storytellers, but they are using assumptions on top of assumptions, and that's it, So they don't use the scientific method, and I can show you. For example, do you see the live stream voice text?
Do I see what? Sorry.
The live stream.
The live stream voice text.
Oh, voice text. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna show this crater.
Okay.
So people can claim that something did fall from the up, like vertical and left nothing. And actually, about this place, people today are thinking, people that have been there, investigate. I'm gonna post. They think today it is a hydro crater made by a steam explosion from down. So it's not, there are evidence there that show it was like a geyser, so it doesn't it does nothing fall from the sky. It simply came from below, So yeah, that's it.
Okay.
And then if you add the religious aspect, waters that broke up from the deep.
What is the what from the what?
With the Great Flood, where do you think the waters came from? That's the same pattern you get when the geyser goes off.
Yeah.
So
how bad's that, Matrix, when an Aussie can't even understand you?
I was just gonna say that, bro. Holy shit, I'm laughing my ass off here.
Yeah, but he's a we don't care.
No, I mean like to be honest, bro, like your accent sounds more Kiwi than Aussie, like.
No.
All I can
okay.
Is that an insult? Okay. Is that an insult?
No, like I mean Kiwis are dirty, bro. Like, there's nothing wrong with being Kiwi. But yeah, anyway,
I'd just like to say, shut up, Jedi.
Bruh.
And I want to say something. We have a geophysicist guy from Brazil. Now he's a flat earth guy. There was a time, a student asked to him, he's a Brazil, so he was at the top of the University of São Paulo, teaching, and there was a student. Is the Earth flat? And he said, I don't know, but I'm gonna investigate that. And then he did his own research, and he did found that it's nonsense, the globe. So, he did talk about the tectonic plates. They are just jumping from one model to another model, and the guy knows what he's talking because he's in the field. He has a team that works outside of Brazil, and so they are just making assumptions, speculations. So if the one model doesn't work, they jump to another model, and so on.
It's the same with this. Have you heard of refraction? Yeah, we see too far because of refraction. There's a globe claim. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what they do there is they just reverse engineer it. So they say because no one's ever measured the size of the globe. It's all done with a calculation from angle measurements. So this is the size of the globe. So what they do is they say, okay, we see 10 miles. They just put in their refraction calculator. Okay, well, the refraction rate has to be this rate for them to see that far because the Earth is a ball the size of so. Yeah? So because they have this size that they've given us, then they just claim everything works because the refraction rate was at this day because you saw that far because the Earth is a globe of this size. You see what I mean? It's like circular reasoning. It's like it's a reification fallacy. Never prove the globe size, but use the globe size to create a refraction model. Now, how does that work? That's strange.
You do have a good point. But would it not be like, so if we looked at like the biblical depiction of the Earth, yeah, could it not be
Someone else better
possible?
answer this. I'll stay out of this.
Could it not be possible that the Earth could be a sphere but also flat at the same time?
Yeah?
You mean a flat plane inside of like a bubble almost?
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen that depiction. I would say that all of those are speculations.
I'll post it in chat for everyone to
Yeah. I mean, that would be similar. No, it's not concave flat Earth. What it is, it's like Mesopotamian, and it's almost the Hebrew concept in that it's a bubble in the water and there's a flat plane.
Yeah, but when you think about these cosmologies, you got to take into account that many times when there's a depiction, it's almost like someone is giving you an outside perspective of the place that we're in, and who has been outside of this place and came back inside and say, hey, this is what I saw when I was outside, and this is what it is. It's a difficult position to the whole thing.
I was going to add to that outside of what we can confirm and verify, anything else is speculation.
Yeah.
No, fair enough. Yeah.
Imagine if you were like some ancient and God had plucked you out of Earth and given you like a vision or shown it to you. The only way that you could relate it would be by describing things you've already seen, right? You wouldn't be able to describe things no one else has experienced, right? How would you describe a Forfurgopper?
A what?
A what? Exactly. You couldn't. It's like a blind man trying to describe the color red. You wouldn't have the words to describe what you saw. And so you would describe it as best you could to the people in terms that were relative to their experiences. And relative to your own vocabulary too, and your own experiences. You would describe things in certain ways. And so a lot of times, whether it's Hebrew or Mesopotamian or Egyptian, or Greek, whatever the concepts are, a lot of times you can see that it's contextual descriptions of the culture at the time, trying to explain essentially the ethereal. the inexplicable, or like they saw something divine and that's the only way that they can describe it.
Yeah, because from our perspective, okay, so let's say every man here, we're standing on top of the ground, right? We walk across it. So I can depict the
Hold
ground.
on now. Not everybody stands and walks.
Sure. So we're standing on the ground. I could probably depict something like that. Maybe I can depict the sky. I can depict what the oceans. Maybe I can do something like that. But beyond that, how are we gonna depict the heavens above? Maybe from what we see, right? From our perspective, from the ground, we look up, we see the luminaries moving in cycles. But what is the mechanism on how does that look from an outside perspective, or from the heavens? If you're over there, and how does that look exactly, right? So what about below the ground? What's the limitation that we can reach, and how we can depict what's below us? Besides revelation from God, I guess. If someone has revelation from God, maybe. But it's a tough one to just depict the whole of creation. It's kind of tough.
You have a point, yeah. But like, let's say, actually, I want to ask you guys this, right? Flat Earth, is it something that you have faith in, or something that you know to be true?
I would say that I accept my environment as a what is. It just is, right? It's like I live on the eastern seaboard, so I can just go out and look at the ocean, basically. And it's flat. And it's just a realization that the environment that you experience presents itself as flat everywhere. To say what the Earth is, I couldn't tell you, because I don't know what the Earth is to be able to call it an object. So, in the absolute strictest sense, I'm not a flat earther, because I can't say that earther part is, I don't know what the Earth is to be able to say, what its entire feature is, right? And so, yes, there's topography. Yes, it measures flat everywhere. Yes, gas needs a container, but that doesn't tell me what it is for me to say, I know what the Earth is. All I do know is that the environment that I experience measures flat. And so for me, that's all that's important. And if you think about it in your daily life, even like going through your whole life as a glober, you never think about it. There's nothing you'll ever do in your life that will ever inform you about anything like that. Think about all the people in all the way back to medieval times and like ancient history. It wasn't on their mind. They just existed in reality and did their work. They lived their lives. They had families. They were born. They grew old. They died. And the question was never important. And it was only important when it was inserted at times throughout history, when it was inserted into the public, into the mass consciousness for whatever reason. And so if no one had ever told you about it, like let's say you never heard about space and you never heard about science fiction or anything like that, you'd never think about it. You'd never think about the nature of the realm. It would just be the realm you exist in. And that's essentially how ancient peoples, perceived it. It was Earth was the realm.
I would answer this question also with I don't know everything, but I do know, like he said, the environment around me, the floor I'm walking on, the ocean that I see. I know it's flat. I know it's motionless. These are things I can test myself and I get the result. And I've tested the opposite, and everybody else who told me the opposite, especially like the mainstream, I tested their hypothesis and it was wrong. So I know, it's not like I believe. There are a lot of things about it that comes later that I can't say I know. Like, for example, what we talked about earlier with what is the firmament made out of, how big it is, how high is the firmament, who made it actually, what's the actual essence of the stars that we see outside, what are they actually, I don't know any of that. I do know it's flat, I do know it's motionless, I know the sun and the moon are small and local, also because there's evidence for that. But I don't know what the moon is made out of. I don't know what the sun is made out of. I don't know if Tesla's theory, because Tesla also went into this, and he was also talking about electromagnetism and ether and how the electromagnetic fields are moving the sun and the moon and how he can harness energy from the air. I can read his stuff, and I did read a lot of it, but I don't know myself because I'm not as smart as he is in terms of doing the experiments and research that he did. So I can't say that I know that to be true either, but I'm inclined to think that might be true. But like I said, that's the speculation part. The non-speculation part, the things that I know, is flat, it's motionless, sun is local, and those people are lying to me.
So like, so if you get every single flat earther, right? Every single person that calls themselves flat earther, like in the entire world, right? And they know, well, they know that the earth is at least like, you know, at least the ground that we walk on, you know, the sea is all a flat plane, right?
Yeah.
You know, and you know, for example, like, you know, that for example, you know, we just talked about, like, you know, refraction and the curvature and all that. So they have all these facts, so they can comfortably say that, look, well, we know that the earth is flat. So basically, like, wouldn't that mean that the search is basically over? Like, everyone already knows that the earth is flat. The sort of mission now is to sort of convince more people of that truth, right? Not so much to just prove even more, you know, give even more proof that it's flat, but more so to just, like, you know, get more people on the actual sort of program.
I think our only goal, really, once it entered the public consciousness, it was it's a train that can't be stopped. So once we passed a certain threshold, I mean, it's like a mind virus. Once you start thinking about it, you can't stop thinking about it, and you'll stay awake and you'll think, "Do I see too far? Do I see too far? Should I be able to see that ship or that lighthouse?" And I mean, really, that's just. I don't really have a set goal personally for, like, trying to convince anybody. Like, for me, just having the argument is fun, right? This is just fun for me.
Okay.
Mind virus is maybe not the best way to describe it. It's maybe like a virus program to destroy the virus.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Anti-malware.
It's like what happened to me when I started realizing this. Like, I was investigating a lot into holy science. I was very attracted to that kind of aspect, understanding where the quantum becomes the spiritual. And I was reading a lot of quantum physicists, and I was reading a lot about religion and the church fathers. And there was something that happened when I realized, because I was a glober. I was a complete glober. I was watching the ISS. I was in this, and I had this for 5 weeks. I had this cognitive dissonance attack every time I thought about it. And it was so hard to shake it off, because you go through the mourning process, because you've been taught this since you were born.
Yeah.
Everyone has told you this. Every cartoon you have ever watched, every movie you've seen has been talking about Einstein as the smartest person in the world. Yeah. And it's like this illusion is made to make you feel insignificant, an ant on a tiny blue planet or a blue dot, like Carl Sagan. The movie you've seen has been talking about Einstein as the smartest person in the world. Yeah. And it's like this illusion is made to make you feel insignificant, an ant on a tiny blue planet or a blue dot, like Carl Sagan. It's like when you realize how important you are and how amazing we are as a united humanity. If we would work together, we would solve so many problems. If we would put the focus on the sciences, our philosophy, everything. If everyone was aligned and had the same kind of focus, we would actually start healing each other, helping each other. And all this money that is being funded into this black hole of negative atheistic perspective, it's like when you realize that there's hope, you know, the hopelessness comes from the other side, you see.
Yeah, it's almost like a spell that is being cast because when you observe the position that is being pushed, I mean the perspective that is being pushed is almost like I'm saying like a spell, because you guys say, we say mind virus, but it's this alternate reality in the mind using language. Because earlier I mentioned alien. When you look at the meaning of the word alien, is just a foreigner, someone from another land, right? So that's in context when you want to utilize it in reality. But children are being taught, oh, alien means green man from space, right? So they repeat it and repeat it and repeat it, and so they watch it in the movies. Oh, aliens from space, aliens from Mars. So it's almost like a spell that is being casted. Oh, meteors from space, meteors falling from the sky. Rock, you see, so sporadic meteors is a phenomenon that we can observe. It's not a rock falling from the sky because you've never seen that yourself. But since it's a spell that is being cast, and the wording and the meaning of the words are being portrayed in a fictional sense, into a falsehood, and it's being repeated and repeated again and again, it's like a spell. And then people repeat it, right? Spelling, repeating that spelling. Oh, meteors falling from space. I need insurance for meteors. Aliens coming from outer space. They're going to invade us or something, whatever. But it's a falsehood.
And I just wanted to add a little bit, because I've been researching a little bit about who El is. El, Israel, Mikael, Daniel. El is a deity that is spoken of, Elohim, the Canaanite deity. He is looked upon as the bearded man in the north. It is Saturn, the planet Saturn. When it hits the north, that is when Christmas happens. That's the bearded man from the North Pole. And then you realize, like for me, because my father was a Freemason, I went to his Christmas parties, and there was always Santa Claus there. And then you realize that the Santa Claus is giving the kids candy, and it's giving the kids the poison that is calcifying their pineal gland. It's alchemical. It's spellcraft coming from the wisest of our humankind, as they call themselves, you see. But if you go into this and you start reading, everything starts making sense. And the stars are fixed. They rotate around us. We cannot be rotating among them. It doesn't make any sense. And the wisest of the wise in these secret societies know that. And that's why we have all these pagan ceremonies, because spring happens, and then summer happens, and then autumn happens. And if you look at the zodiac, that is the stars in the skies. And they are rotating around us.
It's more like a personalized perspective of the phenomena that we observe, because you mentioned Saturn, right? So we label the phenomena, the light in the sky, Saturn, one of the many lights that we observe, one of those, Saturn, for example, since you mentioned that one. So we observe this light in the sky doing a cycle, and then people has made a persona of it, and you mentioned the bearded guy, and then with that bearded guy, that persona, they made a story attached to it, and people celebrate that story, right? So that story and that personalized bearded guy on the book and in the writings that men wrote and is passing to children, that is not the light in the sky that we observe with our God-given senses or vision, right? That's not the same thing. But people say, look, just like the Globers did, like the Globe religion. People, when you're a child and you draw the sun, and then around the sun you draw the planets, and you put a lot of effort on the earth. You draw the earth and you put green and blue, and you want to make it look good because it's earth, right? And then you draw Mars. But those drawings that you're making, and you put a lot of effort because you believe you live in this solar system that the earth is part of, right? That is not what we see up in the sky. That cartoon that you drew and your classmate next to you also drew in the art class about the solar system, those depictions and those personified versions of the story are not what we observe as the actual observable phenomena with our God-given senses, our eyes. Those are separate things. But Globers actually tell you themselves that the solar system is this drawing, right? Just Google the solar system. You're going to find thousands of different drawings of the sun and the planets. And people actually believe that is where we live, in this freaking cartoon. It's kind of crazy.
Oh, I got some bad news for everybody.
Okay, what is it?
Carl Weathers died.
Who's that? Carl Weathers.
Apollo out of Rocky.
Yeah, he was Rocky's black friend in the Rocky movies.
Oh, what?
Yep.
He passed away?
Bro, that's devastating.
Dylan, man. Dylan!
Did he have children?
Say what?
Did he have any sons, daughters?
I believe he has a few.
Oh. He'll be remembered, and he's gonna, his seat is still here. It's like,
Wait,
when you have a farm.
Carl Weathers.
Rocky one.
Dang.
The black guy, the beat, Rocky, that one, right?
Yeah, yep. Apollo Creed,
and also one of the greatest memes on the internet.
Action Jackson, man.
And the handshake meme is legendary.
Yeah.
How did he die?
He was just old. He was 76, so I mean, he was right there. He was getting towards life expectancy.
Rest in peace, bro.
Yeah. Rip Carl Weathers.
I mean, it is sad. It is definitely sad. But hey, like even, like for example, like you may grow up, right? You may grow up and there's this like, you have this like favorite actor, like whether he played like, your favorite superhero or whatever, like, this and that, like, and then he dies and then you just like all of a sudden sad. And it's just like, it happens, bro. Everyone has an expiration date, like, but
He's old. He was in Guns and Navarone. Remember in Guns and Navarone?
Yes. Yeah, he was really young in that.
Mm.
And by really young, I mean like 30s, and that was that was a long time ago. So, but yeah. Well, when somebody dies, especially someone like a famous actor, sometimes it's you're like, well, at least they were never on any list, and never said anything particularly bad.
Yeah. That's usually like the hardest part. Like even like let's say if we like forget like if we just don't think about like celebrities, that's like really the sort of hardest part about like accepting that, hey, everyone has like an expiry date, you know, and it's like, for example, like let's say you have like a loved one or something, like a parent or whatever, you know, you know, you just really love spending time with this sort of parent, and you're not thinking about the clock, right? At every, you know, even right now, like as we're talking, we all have a clock, and that clock is ticking, and you don't think about that, right? You don't think about that. And then it's right up until the last seconds. That's when you really try to, like, you know, spend as much time, you know, with that sort of person, you know, because you don't. That's when you actually finally start thinking about the clock, you know. You're like, fuck, man, like they're gonna be gone now. Like I have to, you know, like I have to really soak it in, you know, sort of thing. Like the good.
To your vision, right?
It's a conceptual tool used in the spherical astronomy, sorry, I can't read, to specify the position of an object in the sky, clears his throat, without consideration of its linear distance from the observer. Without consideration for its linear distance. So every single time people like to try and jump in trigonometry and say, what's the height of Polaris? Well, in your model, you're not going to consider the linear distance from the observer to Polaris. Not interested in that.
Yeah, I read that out a few times, and that's why it's like they're gonna get cooked every time. Like they're done. They're pointing to the sky. They're done. They're pointing to the ground. They're done. They can't measure a globe. They sure as hell can't understand why they're seeing everything in the sky concentric to them. Now it's a conceptual tool to help them visualize, and we're gonna bring that to light. I'm gonna stay on this point. Probably just like the radius of the celestial sphere infinitely. It'll be the thing that'll be their undoing. And I won't leave. I'm going to hold them. I'm going to keep them here. They're going to read it because they're going to be, I'm going to just Google it. All you're going to do is Google it. You're going to pull it up and you're going to read through the article. We're going to talk about it together. You're going to understand that you've only been believing that the earth is a globe via this conceptual tool. So they say northern hemisphere. Well, that's the celestial sphere. Southern hemisphere, the same. The equator. Well, that's the celestial sphere. The equator has nothing to do with anything terrestrial. Now, if you think it does, well, then have you measured the ground? Because that's what we're going to go to next. So anywhere they go, ground or sky, now they're done. Because they always go, well, what about celestial navigation? Well, what is it? What's the foundation for celestial navigation? The conceptual tool called the celestial sphere. Yeah, I think that's what it is. So now you don't have anything. Everything's gone. It's taken away from you. It's all gone.
Yeah, they got destroyed. Very self-evident.
Yeah, these sophists, they ran out of time. They were given enough rope. Now, nothing that they have is going to be able to provide that evidence that they needed. Every time they say, like, well, we're not talking about the ground. We're talking about star trails. Really? And what are we seeing in the sky? The other guy, who was it, was telling me about, Manufactotum. You know what he said the other day? That I didn't discuss the two poles. Let's talk about the two poles. I was like, where in the description of the celestial sphere does it talk about that? Go ahead and point that out to me. I'd like to see that. And then I was like, if it has two poles, it's a sphere. I was like, yeah, can you draw the sphere out for me? I need an infinite large paper. I was like, yeah, no shit. So how big is infinite? You wouldn't be able to draw that shit, would you? Because I told him, I was like, yeah, draw out what an infinite sphere looks like. I want you to put that down. I want to see what an infinite sphere looks like. And he was like, well, I need an infinite piece of paper. Yeah, I know. So that means what? You can't draw it out.
It's fucking crazy.
Oh, shit. Yeah, anyway.
It's the funny thing is, I don't know what, give it 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. They're all going to reset. They're all going to come back in here, high-fiving each other, running victory laps, saying, we got them. Like, they're all going to come back in and repeating the same questions that you already answered. Oh, better yet, they're going to come back in and say, so any proof that it's not a sphere? Like, even though you just destroyed it, like, I don't know, dude. These guys are nuts, man. They're gonna reset though, for sure. Guarantee it. I bet money on it.
You're probably right, Alpha. I mean, not Alpha. From. We'll come back. Probably right. We'll come back.
Yeah.
You guys are toast.
And you'll come back reset, like as if this conversation never
Yeah.
happened.
Well, that's right, because the conversation got muted, right? Nobody was allowed to finish.
Yeah, you don't have a point though. That's the whole point. Is
No,
because
I do actually.
You thought the coordinate system actually saves you when you're using a conceptual tool, and it doesn't because there's no linear distance to anything that you're talking about. So everything that helps you visualize how people see is concentric to the observer. So yeah, everything
can I
is
explain that
perspective.
concept?
It's all perspective, and so how you see and what you're saying, the ground position to things are due to the fact that to your observations, everything can be taken as something that's concentric to you. So how does that help you think the Earth is a globe?
Okay. Well, can I explain? Will you let me finish my explanation this time? I'll explain how it's used in celestial navigation as a use case, right? So first of all, yes, the sphere is a conceptual thing. It helps people visualize what is going on. But in reality, we don't use the sphere at all. What we do use is the set of coordinates that define the positions of things in the sphere. So in CellNav, you take the catalogue of those positions that have been measured over time and the time and date, and you rotate those coordinates to align with the Earth at that time and date. Then you have a projection of those coordinates onto the surface of the Earth. So the right ascension declinations all become that long of a GP.
Yeah, you're
right?
conflating. You're starting to conflate. Right ascension and declination have nothing to do with the ground. So points on the ground that you've actually mapped.
No, they do.
Yeah, wait a minute. No, you're conflating.
No, I haven't finished.
Yeah, no, because you're conflating. You can't conflate the thing that you're looking at the sky to what the ground is. Points on the ground that are mapped out because you found the 90 degree or the ground position from where that specific point was have nothing to do with the terrestrial sphere or making the Earth a globe, because you're just mapping out points in the ground, which works fine if you're just using a flat plane. The flat plane can be mapped where points on the ground are mapped out from 90 degrees to the thing in the sky. That has nothing to do with you conflating the fact that declination and right ascension are going to be used to conflate the idea that the Earth has to be a sphere, because you're using the celestial sphere, sir. You can't, because all of that is derived from that. Its foundation of right ascension and declination are garnered from the celestial sphere, not from the actual idea that you think the Earth is a sphere. This is what your conflation is doing. You can't do that.
No,
they're two separate things.
It is based on the fact that so there is the assumption that the Earth is a sphere,
No,
right?
it's not based on the Earth as a sphere. I already told you.
No, it is.
It's a conceptual tool that's helping you visualize everything in the sky in a degree of angle. So that way you can be able to perceive it that way with no linear distance to it. So the only thing you can do
no linear distance. No linear distance. No, that's right.
Yeah. So anything
the conceptual part is the sphere. The concrete actual part is the measurement of those angles, right?
Yeah,
and
so what?
We know that
the angles have nothing to do with turning the Earth into a sphere. It has nothing. You can do it on a flat.
We know that
if there was a flat surface and you were seeing everything in a perspective, right? Everything to your eye was converging to the eye line, then everything is viewed as a conceptual sphere. It's a concept you're using because you see as a dome of perspective, so everything looks at a degree of angle to your vision, right? Things that are far away from you will be lower in degree of angle. That doesn't mean that the ground itself is turning into a sphere. Just means you're seeing lower degrees. That's it. So you can't conflate that right ascension or declination are going to turn something into a sphere like the Earth. It's just that's the way perspective works. You're seeing everything in the sky that way.
Okay. So let's talk about the GPs of these things as described by right ascension and declination, right? So if you think about the GPs directly overhead, right? No perspective involved. And that is what the nautical or the almanac of stars describes. It describes the GP. So when the star is directly overhead, in a way that you can work where it will be for any given point in time, and all of those stars will be overhead according to their right ascension and declination positions for a given time at a given place, right? So directly overhead, we've described where all the stars are, and that works all the time, right? We can say, if we're here on Earth and we look up, this star will be here because we know its RA and declination and the time. And we can work out exactly what will be overhead at any point in time, right? And there's no perspective involved in working out what is directly overhead.
Yes, there is. Stop. Yes, there is. That's exactly why I'm saying your perspective, how you see the world, Daza, is how you're telling people in degree of angles where you see something in the sky. That star over there is 45 degrees from where my position is. Because that's how it looks like in your vision. Hold on a minute, dude. Because that's how it looks like in your vision. When you're seeing it, it looks like as it's far away from you, it will decrease in angle of view. It is exactly what it would be like if it's concentric to you as the observer. So yeah, it has to do with perspective. It can't do anything else. It is perspective, dude. You can't get away from this point. Now, you can't keep multiplying words and saying RA and DEC are going to help you. They're not. That's how you visualize the thing in the sky. It even says so in the explanation of a celestial sphere. That's how you visualize it.
You visualize it that way, yeah. But in navigation, we don't.
I want to point this out. Let's say we went out like a frozen lake or something that was 30 miles long, right? And then we could like do these test measurements. We're like, oh wow, look at that, water's flat. Who would have known? Now and then we waited till nighttime, and then from where you're standing, all the stars from my position are going to they're not going to look the same from your position because we're 30 miles apart. It won't be that much, but still, it's perspective to where everything in my eyes, the way I'm seeing it in my field of vision, like this hemisphere around me that I could spin 360, look, horizontal, vertical, right? Your azimuth and elevation in a 360 degree will create a hemisphere around you personally. And then you, from your position, you also would create that. So everything that I'm seeing from my eyes out into the sky is at a certain degree from my position, and it's also different from you for you. And this is why, like when you were talking about cell navigation, and you're taking three bodies in the sky to get an angle to, it's those three positions, those three measurements or whatever you want to call it, is going to be based upon your perspective. So that's going to give you a position for yourself of where you are or where you have to go, I guess, in this case. But you're going to be able to determine that from your position because everything looks accordingly in a azimuth and elevation hemisphere around you, because we understand that we can see a certain way, and that's all we can go by as how we're seeing something, how we are perceiving them to be in the place that we think they are based upon how we're seeing them. And all Alpha's doing is just trying to tell you that when you can like accept that, you will finally realize its perspective of these things has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. It has to do with your perspective in your personal little field of view. Like, I don't know what you're not getting, honestly.
Yeah. So when we say perspective here, we're talking about point of view, a geometrically different position, not the effect of perspective, converging things, or is that the case? So in that description you gave, so you've got some useful conceptual models there, like the personal dome, and that's true. So everybody in each unique position on the Earth has their own point of view of how the stars look, and what the celestial sphere model says to us is that if I'm at one end of that lake and you're at the other, let's say it's, for the sake of argument, say it's a proper lake and it's 60 miles long, and even 60 nautical miles long. If you're at one end and I'm at the other, everything that I see in the sky will be rotated by 1 degree compared to my vertical to you at the other end. So that's what the right ascension declination is telling us, that if you move 60 nautical miles away, everything will rotate from the point of view of that viewer by 1 degree. And that's how to work this thing out. So
what, dude?
you can
Like,
use that.
it's not
You can
helping
use
you-
that
it's not
model
helping
and
you.
that
It's not-
idea and that concept
Yeah,
of
it's not
the
helping
dome.
you-
The dome's
it's
not
not
real
helping
either,
you-
so we can't
Daza,
use that as a
you're
win.
not helping you turn the Earth into a globe, man. How you visualize something in the sky is not helping you turn the Earth into a globe. Because when you start thinking about how you visualize something in the sky, yeah, that's one thing. Because you can see it as the perspective of view, the angle of degree of what you see the thing in the sky. That's simple. That's what we're saying is possible, right? You can see everything that way. That doesn't mean that it's an actual sphere. Now, when you start combining or conflating the idea that the conceptual tool that helps you visualize things in the sky is going to help you determine whether or not you're standing on a terrestrial sphere, that's completely different. So you can multiply words and start talking about celestial navigation like you know what you're saying, but it still does not affect the fact that you don't know the Earth is an actual sphere. That's my point. So the celestial sphere does not help you.
Oy vey,
And if
goyim.
you keep talking about it, it's not going to help you turn the Earth into a actual sphere, which is what you're trying to do. You think that because you have some knowledge about celestial navigation, which is a derivative topic, because now that you realize how we visualize everything in the sky has nothing to do with turning the ground into a sphere, you're toast. There's nothing more you can say. Because all your knowledge of celestial navigation is the foundation for the celestial sphere and how we visualize the sky. Has nothing to do with turning the Earth into an actual sphere.
So I guess you're right there, right? That
you're toast.
That all celestial navigation does is show us that model works if the Earth is treated as a sphere. And so in your case, right, you can't actually do a celestial navigation fix without assuming a sphere.
No.
It doesn't
Because
prove
you
the
have
sphere?
to actually, no, it doesn't. Because right now what you have to do is you have to see in the citation of the celestial sphere and say that how it turns it into one. If it doesn't turn it into a sphere, then how are you going to back it up and say that that's just you saying that? Nobody says that.
Alpha,
you said that.
In the geometry, right? In celestial geometry, the celestial sphere is never used as a sphere. It's just the angular coordinates of all of the stars.
I know that.
That's all we have,
That's what I'm
right?
pointing out to you guys.
Yeah. So
I'm pointing that out to you guys.
Yeah, but the reality is, right, that if you do the celestial navigation process with the concept of the celestial sphere and assuming the Earth is a sphere, and the two have a common center, then you are able to locate yourself on Earth using that, right?
Yeah, but
you can't do that if you assume the Earth is a plane.
Yes, you can, because you can use terrestrial objects.
Okay,
Yes, you can.
you've had this conversation.
No, yes, you can, because you didn't mention that this is what the weasel tactic you guys do. Did you know that in the description of the celestial sphere, it says concentric to the Earth or the observer? Or the observer, which means concentric to you, not the Earth. To you, not the Earth. Do you understand? I'm going to keep driving this point home until you actually start chanting it. I want you to chant it, or the observer, not just the Earth. He dipped because he knows that he can't. You guys can't hang. Either you're going to start chanting it correctly, and you're not just going to say concentric to the Earth. It better be concentric to the observer as well. Because if you say the Earth, that's fine. But it has to be also have the caveat that it's concentric to the observer as well. I mean, these are the weasel tactics, are they not? You're trying to make the Earth into a ball by visualizing what the sky looks like. Well, that doesn't... You guys are... This is it. There's nowhere else left to run, guys. You pointed to the sky, now the sky doesn't help you.
It does a seriously dip. My word.
Yeah, the first part of that, that first snippet that I put in the last time, Jedi, they're not considering that either. Because they always bring it up, and they try their red herrings. Of course, Daza wants to conflate the fact that that's the only way that it can work. But as you pointed out, it doesn't need to be a sphere. because it's all about perspective.
Well, you can use terrestrial fucking based objects for celestial navigation, like a lighthouse, and you can figure out your distance to it just by using the height of the lighthouse above mean sea level. Trigonometry, I love this. So that will be a fucking triangle when you use terrestrial based object.
That's right, it's called plane sailing, and I think they also do, in some instances, use celestial objects in plane sailing, and it's good. It's good for up to about 600 kilometers, I think, 600 k's or miles. I can't remember which one. It's a fair distance, yeah. And that ignores the idea of the Earth having curvature, and considers your latitudes and longitudes to be parallel.
I like the fact that they're getting cooked with their own juices. I mean, because this is like basic information that has been put out for a while. And I think it's high time that now it gets turned up on them, because they thought that it always argued for them. But I'm actually taking snippets of this because I'm pretty sure soon enough some Glober is going to want to start changing those words around. They're probably frantically looking at Wikipedia right now.
That's for sure. They're updating it as we speak.
If you look at, sorry, go on.
No, I was just saying, go into it right now and take as many screenshots as you can before they actually start moving the goalposts. So,
yeah, because like if you imagine the like the celestial sphere with the flat plane, right, and it's the dome over you, and then they say just turn the dome, right, and move the dome so that the stars move, right, for the observer in the middle of the circular plane. Well, you could do that, or you could just imagine that you're moving the little guy in the middle of the plane. You're just moving that whole plane forwards, and as you do that, the sphere turns. Like you don't. It's not. Doesn't have to be that the observer is stationary while the dome turns above you, right, and changing the view of the stars. You can move that little guy across, like, and it's just creating a new plane each time, a new circumference around you.
Yep.
The stars move over the top of as you move.
Yeah, so Indio described it before. It was a while back. We were talking about this. Like, we really didn't get into the celestial sphere too much, but he said you can consider it like a person being inside of like a hamster ball, and the hamster ball would have all the stars up, fixed to it, and as the person moves, the hamster ball like would move with the person, so that everywhere they go, they could see that the sphere that's around them moves with them, kind of like all around them. But at the same time,
yeah,
you could imagine it that way, just to kind of get the concept brought into people's minds, But I don't know if that helps. Yeah, the other thing is that the stars that are fixed to the sky are also in movement. So not only geographic locations, when you move to a different place, that you'll see a different degree of angle to something you're seeing in the sky, but also because they're moving themselves, so then you can see them actually changing degree of angle as well by proxy of them moving in the sky. So it's any way that you look at it, it's going to be something that helps you visualize how to see in degree of angles to something in the sky. And that's all it is, a conceptual tool. I can't leave this now that I'm going to keep showing it until some staunch Glober goes in there and starts moving things around. I'm going to keep using it. So
remember that Simpsons episode where Homer was tripping on the chili? He ran away from the fair and he was out in the desert. He was tripping, right? And he was tripping, right? And he sees the sun and it's like above the horizon and it's starting to set. And so like he's getting closer to it, and it starts setting, and he moves farther away, and it comes back up, and he goes, sun go down, sun go up, like, and he's moving back and forth, making the sun go up and down. Similar concept, right?
Yeah, but they would say that's because you're on a ball. That the idea. So they're like Daza was trying to conflate the coordinate system to the terrestrial sphere. That's the only way that could work. And they're always saying that it can't work on a flat Earth. And me and Jedi and the rest of the guys who've been in this for a while will say that's incorrect, because we're only talking about how we see. So it's about perspective. It always is. It's never going to change. They don't like the word. They hate it. But that's how your vision works. You see everything in an angle of degrees. And as you move towards it, I mean, you could obviously know this is the truth because he used the street lights, right? When you see street lights that are far away from you, they're in an angle of degree lower than when you actually approach them. When you get closer to them, it looks like their angle of degree changes.
Sorry, I had that the wrong way around. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the angle of degree. That's all how you see the world around you. Everything's converging to your eye line. That never changes. It doesn't turn off. You don't, like, when you're in a hallway, you see everything converging. You go outside and everything, well, that's not working outside like it was in the hallway. No, it works the same way. Everything's being converged to your eye line. So everything that you see in the sky is looking like at an angle of degree. Always. It doesn't change.
Yeah, that's interesting. Actually, because in that clip, right, so you're watching Homer from a third person's perspective. So as he's moving towards the horizon doesn't appear to be changing. It's not getting closer or further away. Well, it appears to be he's getting closer to it, but it's not extending out further it's just the sun. So he's like getting closer to the horizon and the sun goes up, and then he backs off and the sun starts going down towards the horizon. Yeah. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been actually waiting to come forward with this for a while, like to formalize it. But now that it's already out, the cat's out of the bag. So we're just going to keep pummeling them with this every time they come up with celestial navigation, any derivative topic, planets in the sky, anything that they're trying to make it seem like they're using this idea of how we see the sky and then turning the Earth into a globe via that. But now that they are even seeing it for themselves, that this tool that they've been using to navigate and also to visualize the Earth is all due to perspective and nothing more. That's it.
Yeah, and like people like Daza will always translate things into he'll translate the light coming in parallel, and he'll translate angle measurements being taken from the center of his presupposed ball, which he's not doing in reality.
Yeah, that's correct. That's why they're always going to fail, because he's trying to conflate how right ascension and declination are evidence that the Earth is a terrestrial sphere. But we're not talking about terrestrial when we use right ascension or declination. That has nothing to do with a globe, a terrestrial sphere.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, they're the ones that want to. They want both ways. They want the cake and to eat it too, right? They want this celestial sphere to have an infinite radius, but they want to translate that into the Earth being a sphere with a finite radius.
Yeah, and don't let them get away with them saying that, well, it's concentric to the Earth, and that's all they say, because there's a caveat that it could be concentric or considered concentric to the observer as well. And that's the way they talk about the celestial sphere. It being concentric to the Earth or concentric to the observer. It could be thought of that way. There's nowhere to run anymore, Globers.
One thing I'm not understanding is like how are they not grasping that when something is a certain distance away from you, when it travels across from you to that same distance, the angular size of it isn't going to change because it's already kind of at its max angular size because it's a distance away from you. So, like, in other words, like if you saw something laterally, like let's say you're looking at it across, and like let's say a car, right, and that car is a mile away from you. Like if it drove a mile like laterally, it's still the same size because it's the same distance away from you. So like now just flip that up in the sky. Like when you're seeing something that's an X amount of miles away and it's going across the sky, even though it's through perspective, it looks like it's dropping, but it's still the same, like that height, it's still way up there. So it's still going to have that same effect as if it was laterally around.
Yeah, the effect doesn't change. And so
Right.
that's what we're trying to show people. The effect is always due to perspective. Always. You can't
Right.
get away from it. So longitude and latitude are garnered from this specific visualization. That's how people understand declination and right ascension. It's due to the fact that it can be visualized as this conceptual tool, this model.
Yeah.
So when they say, well, you guys don't have a model, we all have this model. We all are basing reality upon this model. That's a conceptual tool. It's helping us visualize how we see in a degree of angles. That's all it is. That's all it's doing.
It's just like because they kept going on the side, the trigonometry, we could do the math. Like it's just like, what don't you get? Like I felt like saying that, but you
Yeah.
guys are going at it.
So when they go to that APOC, go back to the little snippet that I put in there where it says that it you can help visualize those a degree of angles without consideration for linear distance. It says so in what the celestial sphere is right there. You don't have to go into the math because it's void of math. Because it even says that the stars could be thought of as hundreds, if not thousands of light years away. So you don't have to think about the linear distance to these things. Because the conceptual tool of the celestial sphere doesn't have to be thought of in that way.
And it's funny too because it's almost like they probably wrote that up like that so that way, like they're never wrong when they're when you find out, oh, that this far, they're like, oh yeah, well that makes sense. It comports with our understanding. It doesn't matter the linear. I know that this is this fashion. So like I think it's almost like they did that to protect themselves. They're wrong.
They need a plane. They need a plane for it all.
True.
They're using north, south, east, and west. Like they're using cardinal directions for a start. Like that's what the directions on what a curved surface? No, a flat surface. And what are they measuring the angles of these stars in relation to?
Yeah, what would help you visualize that also, T-Dub, is look at the first snippet that I put up in there, and it shows you the celestial sphere, what it looks like as a concept or a model, and they draw it out as a model with looks like a sphere, and the inside there's a plane. In the inside of that sphere, there's a plane where the observer is the center. And it shows that plane. It's like exactly what you would be saying for the cardinal direction. Imagine it be like a dome above you with the other half of that celestial sphere being below you, and the cardinal directions 360 degrees around you. 90 degree would be like where you're the center, and every cardinal direction would be your coordinate system inside of that. So yeah, it's the flat plane would describe that.
Yeah, and you can only get that by having flat infinitely in all directions. from your feet, because every angle you're taking it of that position of it in the sky is based upon the 90 degree that you've created as the baseline, which is at your feet.
Yep. So concentric to you, everything would seem to work out.
Exactly. Yeah. Which it isn't a perfect system, obviously, because they, even in their celestial navigation, they're not always spot on. Sometimes they're miles off from their position. But I just think that that's probably because we're seeing, the objects in the sky through a medium that we not calculating for. Maybe, maybe there is a refraction happening below. I don't know. Maybe that changes things optically through perspective, right? Like, so if someone's watching a star from like New York, someone's on California, like the position of that star might not be the same if they were to draw two angles to it, because it might be like looking at something through water and it just throws it off.
Oh, yeah, you've got that problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely got that problem where you're looking at something, you're imposing upon something that you don't know much about, our known physics, right? Well, it's got to just like comport that you're not considering that there are unknown variables which we might understand if we knew about them. We might be able to relate it to examples that we experience on Earth, right? Or they could be variables which we have not yet encountered within our direct physical experience. So it is assuming a lot about what you're looking at, right?
Right. Yeah, I kind of like think of it like, two people sitting on the other side of a table looking at a glass in the straw. They're going to see that straw differently, but it's still there. It's still in its same place. It's not moving, but optically we're seeing it different. Like, why does that not account for the sky? Like when they're like, oh, it's not a linear relation because the angles are all off. Like, well, technically, I would expect it to be off because we're looking at things from a different perspective.
Yeah, exactly. If we would be able to observe in macroscopic measurements actually what is happening in the air, then we would actually see the same happening like the glass experiment,
Right.
It's like Matthew talking about the moon, like, well, it doesn't appear to change in angular size, yeah, if you want to assume lots about what you're looking at, you could make that inference, right? But until you have definitive proof one way or another about what you're looking at, then you can't make definitive claims about that. You can just say, oh, I wouldn't expect to behave or be anything different than what I already know things to be like.
Yeah.
You have to ignore unknown variables. You have to ignore that possibility that potentially exists, that you're looking at something, you don't know what it is. You don't know how far away it is. You don't know what size it is. You don't know what it exists within, as in a medium.
Right.
You have to assume that you know all those things, plus ignoring anything else that could be, affecting what you're looking at that you don't even understand yet.
And then at the end of it, it's like, oh, well, we have a system to where we know it's a sphere, so we take this measurement, blah, blah, blah. But then we get back to like logic, like, well, you wouldn't have those angles for everybody that's taking them at the same time. They're all creating baselines of 90 degrees. So like everyone's looking at it from a flat plane Earth. And then that's how they're getting around. That's how they're able to do it, because they're using that. But they just want to just create it into a globe model. Like, well, it has to be this. Dude, they're just lost, dude. They're lost. Pointless. Those that get it are going to get it. Those that won't, they're not.
It just basically boils down to it doesn't really logically follow to impose upon celestial things principles of physics which we can demonstrate down here terrestrially.
These guys, they're always running victory laps when they get destroyed. Like, literally, they get their ass handed to them. And then they walk away from the fight like, fuck, did you see how I won that? Fucking eyes popping out of his head and he lost an arm. It's crazy how much these guys are. Like, they just don't get it, bro. They're so lost. They don't realize that they're being destroyed. Right? Dude, that's such a funny scene. He's like, come on, come on. Yeah, this is a perfect example of a Glober. Be back later, guys. We'll do some more.
Lads, mate.
Was that?
I said, see you later, mate. Speak to you soon.
Oh, that was APOC taking off. Oh, yeah. Oh, see you, APOC. Yeah, I'd challenge Globers too that you don't have a horizontal plane to use anyway. Like, conceptual or actual. To do so, you would have to imagine that it has no slope, which would mean that it's not tangential to the surface of a sphere. Like a three-dimensional ball that's pulling everything towards its center. Because you'd have to be able to use your plane as having, at all points along that plane, no change in degrees from vertical. So, and you don't have that in your conceptual worldview. How are you going to utilize one if one does not exist? I know you're going to say, well, go on.
I was just going to say, it seems odd to me to chastise an argument for being conceptual with a conceptual argument.
Are you going to use that conceptual plane to do anything with it?
No,
Make
I'm
a claim
saying
with it?
I'm saying that when you say you can't get horizontal without degrees from vertical, then you're using a conceptual argument to chastise the conceptuality of the globe claim with respect to what you were talking about earlier on with Alpha.
Do you understand the argument that I'm making?
I understand the argument, but I'm just, beating on the idea that there's anything wrong with the conceptual argument.
But people want to use conceptual horizontal planes tangential to the surface of a sphere, which you can actually do in reality, right? You can do that. But it'll only be at one point, and that's right at the very top of the sphere. But not in a in the worldview of a sphere which is pulling everything towards the center, which you want to be able to call vertical. Then along your plane or your line, right, at any point, then one point perpendicular to that will not be vertical anymore.
Yeah, it's an entirely conceptual argument. Now, if I was Alpha, I would say things like, well, that's just conceptual, not reality.
But Globers want to use that to make claims with and to say, this is how we measure things, blah, 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 blah.
I've never heard a Globus say that you can't... I've never heard a Globus say that you can only get horizontal on the top of the Earth.
Exactly. Yeah, that's his point.
No, that's the point.
Yeah, but now that's your conceptual argument, though, against the reality of the globe. You're using a conceptual argument against the reality of the situation.
No, I'm using reality against the conceptual idea of a 3D sphere in outer space,
horizontal,
pulling everything towards its center.
Vertical and horizontal don't exist in reality. They are concepts.
What?
They are concepts. All mathematical principles and are concepts. So the idea of you can only get a horizontal in reference to a vertical is a mathematical concept. It does not exist, and there's no tangibility about horizontal and vertical. It's a concept. 1 + 1 is also a concept.
You're saying there's no tangibility to horizontal and vertical?
Yes.
No physical tangibility?
They are concepts.
So we can't apply them to physical reality then?
Well, you can apply concepts to physical reality, but that's why calling something a concept isn't a defeater to its usefulness or truthfulness.
Dude, horizontal is an orientation. Okay.
What does orientation mean? Like outside of concept, outside the conceptual idea of an orientation.
Okay, look, that's an interesting, fair point. However, when I hold this level horizontal, it's a particular orientation, correct? That's
applying a concept to a tool.
No, the concept is the description of the orientation. The orientation itself isn't a concept.
Yeah, like the words, like the syllables,
hold on a second.
like a concept. That we apply to reality. All these things are concepts. What's his point?
No. The point is that...
Okay, so you are missing the point then, because earlier on I was hearing a lot of chastising of the idea that, well, Globers are just using this method that's purely conceptual, right? I was thinking, well, what's the problem with that? What's the problem with applying this concept to reality and seeing if it tells us anything? And no one spoke up. Nobody spoke up against that, but on the flat Earth side. But like when you guys want to use a conceptual argument then I've just got to roll over and say, yes, orientation is tangible. I mean, what does that mean?
Is a plumb bob vertical?
Is a plumb bob what?
Plum, and to him is
Bob
this
vertical.
PLUMPL are just letters that form a word, which is like we have an idea in our mind. That's going to be his argument.
Is a plumb bob vertical?
It's a tool.
Is it vertical?
Yes, it's a reference to a vertical, yeah.
Is it tangible?
Is a plumb bob tangible? Yes. Is the concept of a horizontal and a vertical tangible? No.
Is horizontal perpendicular to that plumb bob or vertical?
It's like, okay, like let me just put it this way. If I have one apple and I get another apple and I say that, look, 1 + 1 = 2. 1 apple plus 1 apple = 2. Yes, you've got 2 apples. They're tangible. That doesn't make 1 + 1 = 2 any less conceptual, right? So when you say, well, I've got a plumb bob, you can touch the plumb bob.
Is vertical.
You can touch the plumb bob. Hold on. You can touch the plumb bob, but then you're using that to reference a concept of vertical, right? And reference to horizontal.
I agree. I mean,
and I can hear flat earthers laughing as I was explaining it earlier, but it seems a bit silly now for you to suggest 1 + 1 = 2 is tangible.
That was never anybody's point, though, Jekyll. You went on a tangent to the point. Yeah, for sure. The point was that we can establish a horizontal, right? But on a globe, it would be sloping. That was all.
Let's be clear. What does horizontal mean?
What horizontal?
Parallel to the plane of the horizon, 90 degrees perpendicular to vertical.
Hold on a second.
And it's also defined as having zero slope.
No, chill out. So if it's parallel to the plane of the horizon, that's what horizontal means. Then what's a horizon?
Well, it's defined as where the sky meets the earth. At least according to flat earthers.
So the surface of the earth stops and the sky begins, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so horizontal, as we experience it in our lives and as we use it practically, is a direct reference to the orientation of the earth in which we inhabit as we experience it.
So it's a conceptual reference to that.
The very concept, quote unquote, of horizontal is linked intrinsically to the earth.
Well, syntax is also conceptual, right? Language is conceptual. So if I just change the language around to say verticals in reference to the vector of gravity, then suddenly now we have a new reference in reality that we can apply vertical
I called
to.
it.
It doesn't make any fucking difference which way you want to do it.
I told you he was going to go to language and syntax. I told you he was going to go there.
Horizontal is perpendicular
that
to
is
plumb.
language and syntax is
derived
conceptual.
by using a plumb bob, a tangible device found in reality.
I never thought I'd have to explain what a concept was in a VC before, and this is new.
No, listen, buddy. It's just that that we're able to like abstract these concepts, right? That we can have in our mind and apply them, and they map onto reality. It speaks to something, right? That does speak to something, but that doesn't dispute the original topic of establishing a horizontal to have the to measure the drop over distance using these concepts and the physical world around us. It is amazing that the physical world we're able to communicate with it and intelligibly. That is amazing. I appreciate you pointing that out.
Well, I'm just protesting because I mean earlier on I don't know if any of you heard.
Redefine words and shit like that, or
It's not
terms.
redefining a word. It's just the idea.
You want to say that vertical is in the like what how do you say it, the direction of gravity or something like that? Like no, horizontal is perpendicular to plumb. Like that's the way it's always been taught. Like, but I'm sure you can dig up.
Yeah, it's always been okay.
Like
yeah.
that.
So this is going to be the problem because I'm only protesting, right? The idea that all of you guys, especially Apocryphon, but he's gone now, which is a shame. The idea that the globe applies a concept to and relates it to reality, that's a problem because it's a concept. And concepts for some reason mean not true. I don't know why that's the case, right? But that's the vibe I got from it. And then we start to think about other concepts, other mathematical concepts. And we start to go, oh yeah, that's fine. We can use those. We can use those
Yeah,
to
I don't think.
correspond to
Yeah, I never
reality.
heard that argument. Yeah, in order for us to have the communication between each other, somebody's hot micing, right? Some of these universals, like these are universals that have to apply to you and me, right? Like we at any distance. I don't know. Somebody's hot micing bad.
AI, you got some background.
As for what was taught in schools, I mean, it's not about what was taught in schools first. It's about.
I don't think you understood my argument at all, Jekyll.
Well, I'm not directly trying to refute you because I think it's a silly argument. It's a Bev argument, right? What I'm trying to say is that nobody protested Alpha talking about concepts earlier, but now you're all using conceptual arguments. It's kind of strange to me.
Reiterate my argument then for me.
It's effectively the Bev argument. Like if you have a vertical, you must have a horizontal, and that horizontal is in reference to the plane of the horizon, and that's the Earth. The Earth is flat.
Not quite. It wasn't quite my argument.
And you can't have that on a ball.
It was
you must have it on
the
the top
nature of horizontal. Its nature, its definition, its usage, right, defies the idea that can exist on a ball where all things are considered to be pulled towards the center of the mass, which would be your vertical. It means that at only one point on the surface could you establish what you want to be able to call a horizontal, because it happens to be 90 degrees to that version of vertical, right? But then it's useless as being horizontal at any other point along that line, which means that line or plane cannot be referenced as being horizontal because it will be sloping.
Okay, so there's this little issue here, right? And I sort of indirectly refuted this, but we'll talk about language, right? So the purpose of this term, the definition that you're using, it still exists today. People still use vertical in reference to horizontal as you're describing, but it's used for practical purposes like building things, right? When it comes to the nature of our reality, or whatever you said, the nature of horizontal. I mean, look, if horizontal can have two
A
different
straight
meanings,
line having zero slope.
and vertical can
That's
have two
it.
different meanings depending on the context in which you're talking about it for its explanatory power, then if you're going to equivocate those two meanings, that's a logical fallacy, right? So we can't be doing that.
I'm not equivocating anything. There's only one definition for it.
Plumb and horizontal, though they may be somewhat conceptual, are about as close as you could ever get to making them tangible. Like they're literally demonstratable in reality. Horizontal coming from the horizon, which demonstrates itself as being a flat line. Plumb being, like I already said, like a plumb bob, something that is very tangible. You derive it, like the definition of horizontal being perpendicular to plumb. Like these things are demonstratable, like with tangible devices and tangible things. The horizon is, the horizon itself isn't tangible, but it's physical. Like it's we can it's something that's physically viewable. That comes from reality, and the plumb bob itself is completely physical and tangible.
Well, it's just conflating too many things. Like,
See what I'm saying? Like these. I agree with you. It's somewhat conceptual, but like we kind of derive like all of geometry, which is geo meaning the study of the earth, like based off of these two concepts.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, as far as I'm concerned, if you have two sorts of ideas of the word vertical, or two sorts of the idea of any other kind of word,
there isn't two verticals. There isn't two verticals. There isn't two horizons. There's not three horizons. There's only one horizon.
There's no arbitrator for what is meant to, what's a correct definition, only in its explanatory power, right? So If I say to you, vertical is this, and you say, well, how does that correspond to reality when I have this definition?
How do you define vertical?
I've already done it earlier. It's the
Do it
downward.
again. I missed it.
In
Do it
reference
again.
to the vector of the downward vector of gravity, right? So if I have that definition of vertical, and you have your alternative, which is
Yeah, but that's clearly like an ad hoc. That's a revised definition.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. Revising definitions isn't a problem in logic or anything, right? It's only as good as it can correspond to reality, right? If there's any descriptive or explanatory power. So trying to say, well, no, you can't use that definition because we're going to use that one. That's a logical fallacy.
Show me a different definition.
Is this
That's
what happens?
Exactly. He's
when
going the same place.
It's a logical fallacy
Lou,
to equivocate.
Lou, you're going the same place I am. Show us the conflicting definition then.
Okay, so your definition.
Well,
if the
Earth's a globe, not my definition, the definition.
Your definition implies.
No, not mine. It's not mine.
Okay, the definition you're using.
We're not really looking for your
definition you're
either.
using.
We don't want you
is-
to define it on your own. We want you to find the definition that you agree with,
Is
like
the
something that
definition
we
you're-
can also
hold
reference.
The definition
Something that we can
you're-
also reference.
The definition you're using is you're trying to use to imply that we exist on a single horizontal plane, right? My definition has no sorts of limits to in that regard, right?
Yeah,
There's no limit to say we're on a single horizontal plane.
Is malleable for the argument because it's your definition that you can make up.
Yeah,
right
and your
now
definition's useful for you, right?
You can change it as the conversation progresses.
Okay, so this is okay. Look, right. Your definition is useful to you. You're going to accuse me of the same thing. How about we learn today how to
I haven't heard your
actually
definition.
scrutinize it? How about we learn today how to scrutinize a
You
definition?
don't agree with
properly?
NASA's definition of the celestial sphere? Is that what it is, or anybody's?
No, we're not talking about that. We're just talking about how do you scrutinize a definition properly? Because just saying, well, I don't like your definition, I don't feel like it's a nice definition.
What's your
Or-
definition? Give
This
it.
is what happens
I'm
when
not doing it a third time.
sphere
Right?
is
You
brought
keep
up
asking,
and
and
start
I'm not doing it a third
redefining
time.
things. Is this what happens when the celestial sphere is brought up and it doesn't line up with what you think? You start redefining things.
Redefining? Well, no, it's not a redefinition. It's a definition to apply to this part of reality that we exist
To make
in.
it work for you.
Okay, like I don't know how to describe equivocation
What is a
fallacies to you
definition?
other than if there are two words with different meanings or different implications, equivocating is a logical fallacy.
Like which
Appealing to a
ones?
dictionary is also
Can
a
you
logical
give us a
fallacy.
couple like an example so we can start like talking about something?
Okay, I'm going to give you an example that probably doesn't exist, but it's one I can think of off the top of my head, right? So if I said to you, a fridge in my country just means something like how big big Jedi's brain is. And you say to me, oh no, a fridge is what you put your food in, right, to chill it, right? And I say, yeah, but I'm trying to describe this particular thing. I'm using the word fridge to describe this thing that's going on with Jedi's brain. And you're saying, well, look, I've got my definition of fridge, so your definition's wrong because I've got this
Give me
definition
something
of
easier
fridge.
to prove in reality. Like, what's something easier to prove?
I think I can help progress this. I think we can skip this part. Hold on. So I sort of agree with you. Okay, so if you agree with my definition that horizontal is perpendicular to plumb, and like it's not like I made this up.
That's the
This is like
definition.
the generally recognized definition for horizontal, like perpendicular to plumb. If you agree with that, then the question becomes, well, what is plumb? If you say that you live on a globe and that plumb lines are not parallel to each other, well, now that's part of your argument, right? But we should actually be talking about plumb, not horizontal.
Okay, I'm going to make this very simple, right? There's going to be 2 points. One, you can't disprove anything in reality by appealing to a definition, right? That's the first one. So you can't make the Earth become flat by just saying verticals in reference to horizontal. That's just not possible. You could not give me an argument that could make that true. The second part is your definition is only as good as it corresponds to reality.
It's applicable. It's got applicability to nature, to reality.
Or it's got good explanatory power. You actually have to argue against the Earth being a sphere, not the definition of the
I'm
word.
sorry.
I did. I did.
English language. He wants to drop the English language, basically. He doesn't want us to use any words, anything. And this still has nothing to do with what you brought up about the celestial sphere.
Okay, look, Teal, I'm going to be very simple with you, right? If you can't figure out what the problem is with an equivocation fallacy, then just go and do some Googling while we talk.
Then what
right?
does that have
That's
to
your
do with the
problem.
initial thing? What does that have to do with the initial thing of the celestial sphere? What does that
Oh,
have to do
because you were
with
saying it was conceptual and you said that was a problem. Is concepts false all the time? I don't understand.
So you don't agree with the word conceptual? Because
what does the word
they're not
conceptual mean?
saying it's like concrete. They don't say that. They say it's a concept so you could see things easier.
Yeah, what does the concept
Well, this is
mean?
the thing. This
Teal?
is the thing.
No,
Vertical.
just let me speak to Teal now. She won't stop talking, so I want to
For the definition. For the definition of
Let's not
horizontal.
save. Let's not save. Teal.
If
Not
the
letting save
definition of
Teal.
horizontal is perpendicular to plumb, like I was just talking
Can I just
about,
deal with Teal for a second?
it does not reference.
He just
It
wants
does
to
not
stick on
reference vertical.
semantics. He just wants to stick
Being
on
used.
semantics instead of actually talk about.
No, let's talk about it, Teal. What does
What the
conceptual
actual
mean?
scientific consensus is and how it doesn't line up with what you guys are saying. And you don't
Okay,
want to
Teal.
acknowledge that, so you're focusing on stupid semantics like, what does conception mean? Oh, if it's a conception, is it real?
Your
Instead of
entire
what actual reality
refutation.
is.
Your entire refutation was grounded on the idea that it's conceptual, as if that's some sort of falsifier, right? And you're saying I want to argue over words.
It's conceptual, and it
I
doesn't
think
even line
the
up with
reason
the
why I
globe.
want to argue words with you, Teal, is because I
It's
don't think you know
conceptual, and
what
it
you're saying.
doesn't line up with the globe. It's a conceptual thing that doesn't even line up with the globe. That's the whole point of
Okay,
why it was brought up.
argument. Give me an argument. Now the next stage of that is to give me an argument for that.
You're purposely ignoring me because you know I've got you here. Look,
Sorry, I'm
plumb
dealing with
is
someone
not
else. I can't deal with five of you.
Plumb is not conceptual. It is something that is tangible. It is something that we can see
Hold
from
on.
a plumb line. And if horizontal is derived from perpendicular to plumb, then we're talking about something tangible and physical in reality that we can measure off of, a baseline, essentially, right?
Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, you're micromanaging the chat. I'm done.
Oh, it wasn't my. Listen, dude. You're having an issue with the perpendicular relationship that we can establish in reality, and you said that it would not make the Earth flat if we just gave the definitions to vertical and horizontal. Yet I'm a little bit suspicious because you're refusing to accept those definitions. I think that might just make the Earth flat. I mean, just
There was
by
no
definition.
refusal. There was no.
You won't even do it. You
I
won't
actually
do it.
accepted that definition. I just said we use it for different purposes. So you're lying, right? You're a liar. Next.
I'm lying about what I'm starting to think. When I said I'm starting
calling
to
people
think
liars because they're arguing with you.
Hold it down.
Like you're just throwing that word around. That's
because you're lying about what I said. If you said
No, I said I'm starting to think that because you won't accept these definitions. So I'm lying about what I'm starting to
you're
think.
lying
I
about me
gotcha.
not accepting the definition.
You
Yeah,
haven't
we
accepted
have
it.
it.
I've presented it multiple times and given you plenty of opportunities to say whether you agree or disagree with it, and you keep avoiding it like the plague.
No, I've addressed it. You can't use this definition to establish any truth of what the shape of the
The
Earth
one that
is,
you
right?
refuse to accept to
Because it's
even
not.
say
Its
aloud.
purpose isn't to tell you what the shape of the Earth is. It's to do things like build things.
That's what
right?
geometry is literally about. It's the study of the shape of the Earth. Like that's like geo measuring the Earth. That's what the geometry breaks down to.
Yeah, the etymology, the origin of it. Yeah. So I don't know why he has a problem with measuring his.
Yeah, that's a
his globe.
genetic fallacy. Do you know what a genetic fallacy is?
Why do you have a problem measuring your globe?
So you're just
geometry.
going to bounce away from the fallacy you just made, right? Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to stick
Not
to
everyone
the
can be
point.
rational.
Not
Stick to the topic, Jekyll.
I'm just saying it's a logical fallacy. That's the topic. He's making bad arguments. He's a sophist.
Jekyll, you're not making good arguments. You're talking about how
You
this is
were
a
on a
concept.
different topic.
You're saying it's a concept, and you're saying just because it's a concept doesn't mean it's real, even though concepts are ideas. And yeah, some could be real, some can't. But even with this concept, it doesn't align with the globe you're talking about. It doesn't prove anything with the globe. So this whole conversation is moot.
What's the argument for that?
Were you here in the beginning of the conversation, or did the whole thing need to be explained?
Just give me an argument. A syllogism.
I
A
like
quick
when somebody
syllogism.
argues with you and then you say, "What's the argument for that?" It's like it's what she just
No,
said.
No, she just made a claim. Are you
So,
retarded? Like,
wait.
what?
So you think the celestial
The
sphere
baby
proves the
flat
globe?
earthers or something? Who am I speaking to right now? She didn't give an argument. She gave a claim.
So you were not even here for the conversation, and you're saying that the celestial sphere is a concept that should be that you don't even know that it doesn't align with the globe. Do you know this? Like, for example, earlier people were talking about how the celestial sphere has in its model an infinite radius, which means it's not a globe. Because if it's an infinite radius, you can figure that out, right?
Right. Your argument is that the celestial sphere implies that the Earth has an infinite radius.
Yes. No, it doesn't
And that
imply.
means
It's a concept. It's not saying that the Earth has an infinite radius. The celestial sphere is used to describe how we see things. The human eye.
The celestial sphere has the infinite radius in
Yes.
conception. Yeah.
In conception. That's why it's not real. It's just an idea, and it's used to make things easier when it's talking about how we see things. But it does not support the globe.
it doesn't support the globe.
No, it does not.
What does the infinite radius of the celestial sphere have to do with not supporting the globe?
Okay, so if you're going to assume an infinite radius for the celestial sphere, how does that prove a globe? How can you use it to prove a globe? I mean,
I like avoiding questions too.
I've never heard this argument until yesterday. I think you're referencing Alpha, what he was saying yesterday, right? And what I took from that was that's kind of crazy to think of because if you're just presuming a sphere and it's infinite in radius, then you could never tell if it's a sphere or if you're at the center of it or any of that. Like,
right. So I'm gonna let's do a little team building, right?
All I'm saying is that what this does is it doesn't prove a globe. Maybe it's a globe concept, like it could work for you, whatever, but it doesn't prove a globe. It doesn't.
We're gonna do some team building.
I'm on Team T-Dub, the
right.
perpendicular team.
Okay, well, we're on the celestial sphere right now. We're going to do some team building, right? Now, Teal, I want you to... Now, I think, because I was there, that you were speaking to Dazza, right? So I want you to tell me why Dazza thinks that the celestial sphere indicates that we are on a sphere.
I don't remember speaking to Dazza, honestly. I did not talk much. I was listening.
Who did you speak to?
I was chatting in the chat with, what's his name again? Trigonometry.
What's trigonometry?
Gamma.
He's not here right now.
Could you tell me why he thinks that the celestial sphere indicates that we're living on a globe?
I'm talking about this. It was Alpha. But why do you think it does? Because you're the one that said just because the concept's incorrect and blah 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 and using it to support the globe. I'm not here to make your arguments. If you don't know about it, then you don't know about it.
It's actually more interesting than that, Teal. It's because you're telling me how the celestial sphere cannot, based on an argument that happened earlier, indicate a sphere, but you can't tell me why people say that.
Brought up, Jekyll.
You can't tell me why people say that. You can just tell me that isn't the case.
This is to Teal and Jekyll, okay? Based off of what Don Teflon or Teflon Don just said. No, like, yeah, you are running away from an argument that was put against you and focusing on, well, somebody, and no offense to you, Teal, but he recognizes you as an easy target. That's why he's focusing on you and ignoring me.
Listen, it's because two of you are asking me different questions, and I'm going to do one at a time. Teal just happened to be the one who wouldn't shut up, right? So if you want to go back to you,
distance to the sun, Jackal?
I don't know the distance to the sun.
And one of the arguments that was brought up constantly, because it was mostly people just denying that things existed online on NASA sites, whatever, was why do things lower? Why do the stars lower?
I'll tell you the reality of it, Teal. The argument earlier, the theta, was that it's conceptual, right? There was nothing more concrete than that. It was conceptual, therefore it's not real. I mean, like, as far as, like, he didn't say therefore it's not real, but it sounded like that's what he was trying to say, right? So as far as I'm concerned, from what I heard, That was the situation at play. Now, we know concepts can be true. We know concepts can correspond to reality. So there's no point in belaboring that point. Now, Lunatic, what did you want to talk about?
Can we apply? Well, yeah, Lou, go right after, please. But yeah, can we apply the concept of horizontal in reality?
Yeah, I was trying to press him on perpendicular and plumb, and all of that, and he kept on wanting to ignore it. So, I mean, do you agree with that definition that horizontal is perpendicular to plumb or not?
Yes, I think that's a useful definition sometimes.
Okay, is horizontal a line?
What did you say?
Okay.
Is horizontal a line?
Horizontal is a line.
Okay.
It's a straight line, actually. You know what the definition of a line is?
A line that is not curving?
You know what the definition of a straight line is, Lunatic?
Oh, okay. You said it's straight. Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to verify that you're talking about a straight line.
Yeah, I said a straight line. I actually said straight line before you did.
Well, you did, but yeah, you just said a line at first, and I just wanted to make
No,
sure
you said, is it a line? I said, yeah, it's a line.
I
It's
don't
a
know.
straight
I think you guys were tied. I think you're pretty close. It's no big deal.
No, I think I was first. But either way,
it doesn't matter. Look,
what is a straight line, Lunatic?
I just wanted to validate because that's pretty major. So if horizontal is a straight line and it's perpendicular to plumb,
well, what does a straight line mean?
In reality,
shortest distance between 2 points.
No, it's for Lunatic because I wanted to see if he couldn't even define a line.
I said it before, Jedi. I said shortest distance, and I figured you would fill in the blank.
Jekyll Britt was looking for Lou's definition. I mean, what you guys having a hard time understanding what's being said here? Okay, how about this? Let's dial back. There's one Jekyll and 4 flat earthers wanting to talk to the one Jekyll. Can we pick one person to lead this?
When he's addressing me and shit like that.
Yeah, so let's just pick one person to go, okay? We don't need to be stomping over each other like this. Who wants to talk to Britt?
Wasn't stomping, was trying to move the conversation along, but I apologize.
Yeah, I gotcha. I'm being a little overboard. I didn't. My characterization was exaggerated. Okay.
Yeah, and I don't mind at all. Like other people wanting to jump in and take over or make their own point about it, because it works. It's progressive. However, yeah, like if he's talking directly to me and I can't hear him, and then he wants to say, "Aha, Lou doesn't know the definition of this," then it's a little bit frustrating because, no, I do know the definition of a line, of a straight line, of a curved line. I wanted to just merely verify that you were talking about a straight line, because at first you just said line.
No, you asked me, is it a line? I said, yes, it's a line. It's a straight line. Now we've got that out of the way. What's your argument?
Well, this is clearly defining Euclidean, just straight lines and perpendicular, and there's no room for a globe. If plumb is vertical, a plumb line is vertical, and a plumb bob is tangible and shows you in reality that, and horizontal is 90 degrees perpendicular to that line, and horizontal is defined by you as a straight line. There's no room for a globe.
Well, that's not true. I mean, you're going from Euclidean geometry to spherical Euclidean geometry, which have different definitions for terms like line. These are two separate. Wait, is this new news to the people in this channel? Spherical Euclidean geometry is a separate thing from standard Euclidean geometry.
Listen,
really?
If you're going to go with spherical geometry, straight lines are not
spherical Euclidean geometry.
Dude, no, look.
Wow. Oh my god.
These are different things. I mean, the idea behind Euclidean geometry is it obeys a list of rules, and the rules are definitions between terms.
If you're going to go there, then you're going to say there's no such thing as a straight line. That everything that we consider straight is actually curving.
Dude, it doesn't matter. Lou parsed out his definition to exclude curvilinear lines as being straight. Okay, so that excludes whatever that dude said. Okay, so his point was irrelevant.
I don't think I even need to go to quibbling over the definition between spherical geometry or regular Euclidean geometry. I think that whatever you're going to do to make that inference between how you define the word horizontal towards establishing the shape of the Earth is going to be dubious at best. But you can give it a go, lunatic. I'll hear your syllogism. Oh, do you want me to do it for you?
I can do it for you. I can do it for you. Made my point. I've already made my point. Like you can like seriously, your definitions they match mine, and they describe a flat Earth.
Well, horizontal is not a shape. When Jekyll stated that it wouldn't define the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, it wouldn't help you towards an inference for the shape of the Earth, is what I said.
Well, I mean, you would. I mean, if you want to make a shape, you're going to need some straight lines. But yeah, horizontal is not a shape for sure.
Okay.
So, how do you feel about T-Dub's original statement? Can we have a horizontal line? Can we establish? I mean, a line. I get it. It's just a conception.
Hold on. There's no reason to go forward. Listen, if horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon, which is a singular plane, then that definitely informs you on the nature of the surface of the Earth. Okay.
Definitions can't do. Who's given people the idea that definitions can tell you anything about reality other than what we describe it as?
Yeah,
it's like reality didn't make definitions. We did.
Stopped it right.
And so let's say we make that definition, right? Let's say that we make that definition for all pragmatic purposes, and we might even think that is the nature of our reality. And later on we find that it isn't, but that definition still has pragmatic purpose.
Listen, dude. I didn't just give a definition, dude.
Said it's you said it's defined by its reference to the plane of the horizon.
Okay, then what else did I say?
I don't remember the rest, but I'm pretty sure that was.
Of course we don't.
That was your main point. I mean, there's nothing else aside from that you really.
No, that's not it, dude.
Go on,
that's part of it.
The part I missed.
Okay, I clearly said if the horizon, it's parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's what horizontal means, and that's what we experience everywhere. And if they're all on the same plane, then that would tell you about the shape of the Earth.
How do you know if they're all on the same plane?
Well, that's a different question, isn't it? That doesn't change. Doesn't change the point that I made. That if that was the case, that would inform you about the shape of the Earth.
Well, what I'm saying is that definition can't tell you anything about it. What you're saying is if they are on the same plane, then it could, but we don't know that. That's the problem.
Oh, I look. Short of measuring the Earth, sure. From a standstill, from an observation point of view, just in your natural experience, it's a very good inference that they're all on the same plane, just because that's what you experience everywhere you go. You don't really feel any difference in orientation, right? So you'd naturally think, oh, I'm just traveling along a plane. I mean, that's been my experience my entire life, and most people I know, that's the way they described how they operate in the world. Everywhere they go, it's the same operation. They never imagine themselves traveling in a curvilinear path as they traverse the Earth.
Okay, yeah. People feel like the Earth's flat. Yeah, I'm with you.
Oh, not just feel it, but that's the way that they experience it, as if it is.
Well, I mean, I always found that to be a strange claim too, because when I imagine what would the world have to show me to present itself flat, I wouldn't see things like things go below the horizon, right? So it doesn't exactly do that, does it?
But better yet, that's how the Earth is practically used to get jobs done.
Yeah, dude, let's not go. Yeah, but before we even go there,
navigating, like.
Yeah, before we even go there, let's be clear that we were all taught that idea. We didn't come to that conclusion on our own.
Yeah, but even with no knowledge whatsoever, right? Yeah, with no knowledge whatsoever about anything else, just based on what the world's presenting, and you saw a boat dip below the horizon, you would. I assume
nobody sees that. Nobody sees that. Nobody sees that.
So
nobody.
We don't see boats disappear bottom up.
That's a different claim, dude.
I said I said dip below. It doesn't have to be a physical
nobody
dip.
sees
It
that
could just be a optical dip.
Nobody
Dude,
sees a dip.
Dip below is a particular thing, dude.
All right. Okay. So you're seeing things disappear bottom, whatever you want, right? And now the person who doesn't know anything about light or anything like that, just all they're doing is taking the Earth for what it is, would not conclude based on that observation on its own, right, that the Earth is flat. Just on its own. I mean, you don't have to go anything. You don't have to look at shadows of the moon. Just that observation alone presents itself not flat.
Well, it's the water, right, and a boat, but nothing's going down. The bottom of the boat's being obscured, but it's not getting lower and lower. So that's an issue. So I don't know why somebody would say it's going down, down, down.
Who says it's being obscured? You just can't see it, dude.
Well, waves, whatever, something.
Could be waves. But you got to be accurate with what you're seeing.
Yeah,
you got to be accurate with what you're actually seeing.
that's where getting into like redefining terms. Like how would we define what that? Or I guess it wouldn't even be a definition. It would be how would you describe that phenomenon without calling it obscurity, or what would there be? Obstruction? Yeah.
Well, I think obscurity and obstruction are two different terms. I mean, like, I think I was trying to tell you it could still be obstructed, but just in a different...
That's fine. I corrected myself.
No, I was telling you, if I understood correctly,
I definitely didn't.
It could still be obstructed and not obscured, right?
It could be.
Yeah.
But from our side, it's not obstruction that's causing it.
Okay. Either way,
when our guys say it's being obstructed, then they're actually sort of like playing into your hand. We should be redescribing that in a different way.
Luckily, nobody's
you're welcome to.
But also, nobody has accepted that anything is going down.
Okay. So you're welcome to redefine words with things I was chastised for earlier on.
That's not changing a definition. It's just changing the way in which you describe.
Redefining observation. That's fine. Whatever you want, right? So the important thing, though, is not how you might have other explanations to account.
Defining first before you can redefine it. For goodness sake.
Well, it's defined as not defined. It's understood as. I think definition is the wrong word. Understood as a boat going below the horizon.
It's believed as.
Yeah, understood. All right.
I mean, I would say that. This wouldn't be my final definition, my final answer, but just for the sake of this conversation, quickly, your visual acuity has been muddied or obscured.
All right, okay. Let's stop quibbling now. I think we get the point, right? You could say it in many different ways.
Yeah, Jekyll, what was the word that I used, though, that was so shitty?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. I actually want to get on to the point.
Obscure, though, right?
I'm not trying to pick on you, but you said it's being obstructed. When people hear that, they typically...
okay. Right, guys, let's just get back on the point, all right?
When people hear that, they typically are thinking of a physical obstruction, something in the way.
Okay, all right, sure. But the main point is that without much knowledge, because, that's the idea with what the world just presents itself as, right? That's all you're really looking at. It still would be the case that a reasonable person would think, well, and it can't be flat. Look at that over there, right? But you add a few more observations, a few more explanations, and so on, and you can create a flat Earth. In the same way, the globe, right, can look at that and say, well, that's obviously spherical. It's happening every which way direction, but we need a few more explanations, a few more things to sort of account to make our world a globe, right?
So with just the initial observation, are you saying you observe a vertical change of the water or the boat going down?
Vertical in the initial observation, no, because it depends on the word you use, the term you're using, vertical. I feel like if you would imagine that you
Well, what
see that.
are you observing that's dropping or rising? Either one, any of them.
So if you saw a boat go over the horizon and you thought, oh, that's a sphere, it's happening every which way direction, no matter where
Yeah,
I go.
over the horizon part. That's the one I'm saying. What's the observation?
And then you go to that place where that boat was, and you see that, well, that you're not falling off anything. You're still standing on the surface of the earth.
In the first place, we haven't even said
It's
what we saw.
about how you interpret your observations, and I'm saying that when you say silly little weak kind of arguments that, well, the Earth presents itself as flat, I mean, it's just smacks of lacking.
Does not present itself as going down. That's
It's
I
just-
mean, when I look at it.
How irritated would you be if someone said the Earth presents itself as a globe, right, because of those observations? You'd say, well, that's not the case. There's some flat observations. That's fine, right? You're welcome to your flat observations. The point is to say that it's not persuasive, and it lacks justification to just say it looks like that, so it is. Because I could say, well, it looks like it's probably curved.
Listen, Jekyll, I agree with you on some of these things. The world does, if you want to say the world, I haven't been to the whole world, but some local observations do express themselves in a spherical manner. As far as, I mean, you know, having one point in the sky and it goes away, and you keep drawing lines to it orthogonally. Yeah, I mean, it presents itself in a spherical way in certain ways, and flat in certain ways. I mean, but it's just an interpretation. But I'm still interested in the initial observation with the boat horizon, and then what goes down.
Oh no, because now you're asking questions that maybe would be beyond the scope of what we're talking about. Because then I'm just going to end up like just getting into a sideshow of me defending the boats got bottom up obstructed. But the one more thing, and because I think we're getting into some sort of agreement for the first time in the history of 24/7 Flat Earth and Globus, right?
Yeah, right.
I think it when someone says that it presents itself as flat, or if they said the globe, right? It presents itself as globe, or whatever they want to say, but usually flat. I don't really hear Globus say it as much. I usually hear Globus say it looks flat, right? But I think they kind of forget what presents itself actually means. That it's a lazy argument for the few. Actually, no, I'm not going to say few. I think the few flat earthers who try to justify that flat
Just a starting point. What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, starting points are dishonest, because if you're going to say to someone,
I can see the thing I'm talking about. You're inferring something from you're talking about an effect of something that you can't see. Actually, you're talking about the effect of something that you're saying looks flat, but it's actually curved.
Okay, I'm going to say if you're using it as a starting point, knowing that it's a dubious claim, then I think you're being dishonest, right? I hope you don't think of it as a starting point, but just a misunderstanding what the word presents itself means, or the phrase. Because if you're going to present something and say this is my case for the flat Earth, but you know it's a dubious claim, that it actually probably isn't as strong as you're trying to tell the other person, you're misleading them, right? You should give your best arguments, not your weakest, and hope that they fall for it.
What do you mean dubious? What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm not going to go over it all again. We just talked about it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I hear like some of the final strings that the Globers want to hang on to is as in, listen, I'm not stupid because, the explanation I was given on why we can't see things like T-Dub just mentioned, like why we can't see the sun, why we can't see the stars. That works out well with the globe model. So I'm not an idiot because I could see what they laid out, and I could see the effects that they said that should occur. You're not an idiot for just taking it on its face because it's a decent child's kind of explanation of why you can't see certain things. But when you put it to the test, it just doesn't pan out. And there's another demonstrable causation to the effects that you can show. Rayleigh criteria. You can show the angle changes and watch things obscure bottom up due to just changing your distance from something along a horizontal plane of reference. You can demonstrate that there's another cause of the claimed effect, but it doesn't mean that you initially couldn't imagine it to be spherical for those claimed causes of the effects. But yeah, I mean the globe proof is not really exactly, well, it's both, right? So it's not exactly saying, well, this is what we see. It's actually, like T-Dub pointed out, it's what we don't see, and then infer that the reason we don't see X is because of this globe, right? So we don't see the sun due to rotation and curvature blocking the sun. We don't see due to these things, but the Rayleigh criteria has the same effect of the acute angle causing the rays to rise towards the aperture or your eye. So how can you differentiate? So now, even with the boat, the initial observation that these guys made, whoever they are, Greeks or whatever, were saying, even the initial observation of the boats being, the bottom of it being obscured for whatever reason hasn't been figured out yet, they might say, right? But what are they seeing go down? Like, what's going down? If the Earth is a globe and the boat is going down, right, over the horizon, isn't forward on a globe model, it's down. What's going down in the observation? Like, what have you referenced as a point? Again, a conceptual point on the horizon to say, okay, here's one point on the horizon, and now here's a lower point on the horizon. Therefore, the boat is going below that point. What's the thing that you're pointing to, that you're seeing go down? I don't see it.
I'd like to also see some extensive studies on the elimination of all other potential variables and factors and possibilities.
Yeah, that's the globe claim. The globe claim is that globe is the cause of the effect. The effect is the bottom of the boat is obscured because of the cause of globe. That doesn't allow for anything else to come into play. If that's the cause, that's the cause. Now the effect can have more, more in it, but the cause can't. The cause there's one cause. A very simple example, right? Like, what caused the water to boil? The fire. So the fire was one cause, and then the effect was water and boiling. Two things from the effect. One cause, two effects. But you can't have multiple if you're claiming the cause of not seeing something is the globe. If that's the claim cause. If you're going to say it's multiple, then you're removing the credit that you gave to the globe as the cause of the effect.
Well, I mean, even if you think the Earth is a globe, right? Even if you think you've proven it is beyond a doubt, I mean, look at that thing and then tell me that you've eliminated all other potential possibilities. That what you're saying is because of the Earth being a globe, because you could maybe. Have you determined that it's going over the physical geometry, right? Has it reached that part yet? Or is there other things at play? You could be seeing the effect of something else, which is leading you to the conclusion, right, that it's because you're on this giant big ball.
Oh, okay, good. Now we understand why saying something presents itself can't be used as an argument or even a starting point.
It's just an observation, dude.
Yeah, and so who's the?
It's not presented as any. We don't present that as it being anything other than it is our direct experience of physical reality. And when we go out into the environment and have a look around, we don't see the big spinning ball in space. That's all we're saying.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, right, and say that you say it just to say, like, oh, I mean, that's what made me first think about it that way, or whatever. I don't care how you want to frame it, but I don't hear a lot of people say that. I hear a lot of people say, and you'll know that I'm right when I say this, that they say that the globe has the claim, the positive burden, because the Earth presents itself as flat. Now that is a mighty
that's one up.
Reasoning.
One for flat, 0 for globe. All right, let's keep going.
Yeah, brother.
Because I could say the Earth presents itself as not flat, so you have to do the work.
Jekyll.
What way?
Jekyll, both globers and flat earthers see the world presented this way.
No. Globers see boats get obstructed. That presents itself as not flat.
By a flat surface, by something that is observably flat.
That's a claim. Now you have to defend that.
Not. You're looking at that flat line where the sea appears to meet the sky, and it's a flat horizontal line.
You're
saying the boat's going over. You're saying the boat's going over something.
That's not.
You're saying. Listen. You're saying the boat. Whoa! You're saying the boat is going over that flat horizontal line and disappearing behind it.
Sorry, that's precisely what's in contention. If you're saying that, well, we know it's not going over it because it's flat, when that's exactly what the contention is, then you're just begging the question.
I'm not begging the question.
Yes,
I'm telling you, you're seeing it as flat and then saying it's curved.
Well, you don't observe boats go
because you can't see the bottom of a boat.
Yeah, you don't see boats go over more flat surface that's lower than the other and not drop.
I don't care. You're saying I can't see the bottom of something. Therefore, the thing that I'm looking at, that I'm saying is obstructing the object, the flat horizontal thing, is not flat and horizontal.
Yes, I'm saying that when
I'm making a direct observation of the thing that you're saying is blocking the boat.
Okay, so there's actually two things. First of all, right, I can't discern horizontalness in a line like the same way I can't with a photo frame, something very real and tangible. And the second thing is that boat is dipping below let's say it's a line or a circle, whatever you want to say, right? And when it does that, it's not actually sinking. Now that could be optical. But appealing to what's optical, as in this is just an illusion, or some sort of effect of light or something, is leagues beyond what the world presents itself as, right? So,
well, how do you know it's below? Again, what is the below, right? So you got real easy, right? So you're looking out straight at the boat. You're looking straight out, right? And then you look down to the water that you know is at your feet, right? So then you see what?
No, you're asking a different question. I need to get to an agreement with T-Dub first, right? Because the reason why saying it presents itself as problematic and appealing to these
admit that the boat goes over what appears to be flat and horizontal.
I couldn't even tell you if it appears that way.
But it appears like it's getting obstructed by something, right? But you don't know what that thing is.
That would indicate
you can't tell what that thing is. That would indicate not I can definitely tell that something's being obstructed from view, but by what? I don't know.
Yeah, that would indicate that it's not flat if it's getting obstructed and not sinking.
What?
Especially if it's happening in every which way direction.
I said appears to be.
Yeah, but that's how
I'm admitting at this stage what I'm looking at out there appears to be flat.
I don't think it does when you see that.
Yes, at your basic first glance, just rudimentary level optics. Yes, like you said, just looking at it. Yeah, it appears flat. It appears flat. Now you admit that it only appears like the object is being obstructed from view.
I'm appealing to the idea that when you see a boat go disappear bottom up,
appear to.
But when you see appear to, you're going beyond.
Are you saying it's actually being obstructed from view?
No, I'm saying when you appeal to what's being what's optical, you're actually going steps beyond what the world presents itself as, because now you're making excuses that aren't
No, I'm saying
immediately
it appears
presentable.
to be that. It's presenting itself to me as that.
When boats
as being a flat horizontal level line.
When boats are obstructed, that's not what that's not the inference you draw from it.
I know, I can say that it appears to be below something. It appears to be obstructed. I'm admitting that. I'm having the humility to say that things appear to be things. And you want to jump somehow to me claiming them to be that.
No, I'm saying you're actually missing the point. I don't know how many different ways I could explain it. So when we're talking about presenting itself, so we're saying excluding all other things that could be causing it,
Which
right?
would mean what it appears to be. How hard is it to understand?
Well, because you're trying to say not actual, right? And we're trying to draw inferences. So if I was looking at that and I looked at the boat, get obstructed bottom up or whatever, or disappear bottom up, my obvious inference would be that the Earth's not flat. Now you're just trying to avoid the question of it is actually, or it just looks that way. All we're doing is just seeing what the world presents itself, right?
Yes. You've now taken what appears to be something that's actual. Now you have placed a burden upon yourself to prove that.
You're doing the actual same. You're doing the same thing when you say, "Well, it appears to be flat, so that's the one I'm going to start with." I'm just saying it appears to be not flat.
What other information am I going off?
The boats. Look, I don't know how. This is really difficult for me to explain it in any other way. The boat is dipping, right? As far as you can see, it's sort of being obstructed. First glance, no understanding of
to be.
Yes, you don't know anything about the optical effects, so you can't even appeal to those, right? All you're seeing is it looks like it's dipping below the horizon, and basically you would conclude, without any other knowledge, that the Earth's not flat, right? That it's presenting itself not flat.
Why?
Because that's the obvious inference you draw from that.
Oh? How?
So if you're on a flat surface, right, and you see a boat go disappear bottom up, and you move to that location, and you see, well, the boat's not sunk, right? Well, then the Earth's obviously...
What location?
The location where you saw the boat dip below the horizon.
How am I going to know where that is?
Doesn't matter. Like, you're asking, you're going away from presents itself and into something more like justification.
You are.
Right?
You are.
No, you're going away. Your appeal to what presents itself as is just basic sort of first glances observations, what you can tell from the world around you by looking around. Not much justification in it, right? And when you ask why, I think that's the case. You're asking. The more you ask why, the more justification I'll give you, the more reasonable it will become that observation.
Don't make any claims beyond what it appears to be, then.
Well, that is a precise problem with what you're doing, right? So we're going back to the start, right? We're going to go big circle and say, when you say it presents itself as flat, and you try to push the burden onto the globe as a result of that, you're actually providing no justification. I could ask you why. In so many different ways, you see different observations that indicate not flat, but you always say the burden's on the globe, right? That's not how logic works. We can both take observation around the world and say, this is what the world presents itself to be. We will need justification, not people trying to pass the burden off to globers.
No, mate. I have the humility to concede to you about what something appears to be like. You're taking it beyond that.
I think you're the one doing that.
No. I'm saying, yeah, the boat. I've seen imagery. I haven't seen it with my own eyes. I've seen imagery where it appears to be like the boat is obstructed from view, bottom up, behind a flat, level, horizontal surface. Yes, it appears to be like that. I'm not making any claims about anything beyond that.
You're giving them more than I would give them. That's a concession I wouldn't say. When they say that the boat is appearing behind something, I wouldn't say, yeah, it appears that way. I would say, no, the boat appears to disappear bottom up. but what is the cause of that?
That's lunatic. That's moving away from presents itself. You're going into justification again, right? I mean, remember, when you try to make a claim and you justify it, you're entering the realms of logic, right? If you just say the world presents itself as something, you're not trying to do logic. You're not trying to justify your claim. You're just trying to pass the burden off and say we have the default claim. So I could ask.
It's just the starting point. It's an axiom. It's where you start from in this logic train.
So lunatic,
now, what is the cause? So now, what is the cause of the boats disappearing bottom up?
Well, just to be clear, lunatic,
you claim that it's going over a curve.
You're trying to move the conversation to something it's not about. We're not trying to defend. We're not trying to do a whole list of justifications for bottom.
Listen. Did you hear what I said? I said yes. I'll admit, I concede, it appears like the boat is obstructed bottom up by a flat, level, horizontal surface. See what I did there? I didn't go away from the actual appears to be what it looks like.
Okay, perfect. So when you move to that location...
You are.
Okay.
You want to interpret the flat, level part as not appearing to be flat and level. You're saying because the boat appears to be obstructed from view, right? You now want to bring in inference. Just stop there. Don't bring in the inference.
All right, okay.
Why bring in the inference?
Well, because that's the point of saying it presents itself. Now, if I show you this line here...
Yes, it presents itself as being obstructed by a flat, level, horizontal surface.
Yeah, now if I show you that line, right?
Yeah, there you
go. Adding one other observation completely shows that can't be true. This is not presenting itself that way, is it?
You're going beyond it.
What? When you say it's going below a horizontal surface, and you're not meaning a curved surface,
I'm saying it appears to be. It appears like, it looks like that. You're seeing something and it looks like something.
Yes, and then you move to that location and it's not that thing. It clearly, and you see that boat as far as it goes, just keep on dipping. You're following the boat even, right? Like whatever you want, right? Just another observation.
Okay, now you've gone beyond it and want to.
No, I'm not justifying.
Now you're exploring potential possibilities as to why it looks like that.
No,
you know what?
When you said it's dropping below a vertical surface, as in like it's flat and it's dropped onto another flat surface, so two horizontal surfaces, one vertical drop, right? Then the problem will become that
no one never said
we're going to appeal to a different thing that the Earth presents itself as, and when you move towards that boat, now you're also looking at what the Earth presents itself as.
The Earth. The thing that you're saying is obstructing the boat. Appears to be flat and level and horizontal. Yes.
Oh, yeah, but you don't think that you're having two levels of horizontal surface there. You think that it's one level of horizontal surface, not flat.
I'm just telling you what it looks like. I'm describing what I'm seeing.
But you're seeing it's not flat, though, aren't you? That's what you're seeing.
No, I'm seeing it is level, flat, and horizontal.
Until the boat dips below the horizon, then you don't see that anymore.
No, not until.
There's no dip.
It still looks like that.
No. So when the boat disappears over the horizon, bottom up,
with a flat level plane, yes, over the flat level thing.
Yeah, and that boat doesn't sink. The world is presenting itself to you as not flat.
Yes. I find it really funny that you actually deny the refraction index that you actually always go back to, you know?
No, Ripcord, you just come in, you're not following the conversation. We're not talking about refraction because that requires extra steps.
Excellent point. It was an excellent point.
What I'm seeing before the boat did anything, take the boat away. What I'm seeing doesn't change when you put the boat there.
Yeah, so if you remove...
It didn't change.
Okay, if you remove...
It didn't start suddenly looking like it's a ball.
Yeah, if you remove...
It still looks flat, level, and horizontal.
if you remove the ways.
James said this first. I got to give him credit.
Yeah, Lunatic, if I may just respond to his comment, right? If you are removing observations from what the world's presenting itself as, you're going to arrive at your desired conclusion, right? If I just pretend, right, that there's no such thing as a horizontal horizon, that it's just like, you can't even tell or whatever if it looks slightly horizontal or something along those lines, and I only ever observe boats dip over the horizon. You're going to say to me, well, that's not what you observe in every sort of instance. You don't always observe boats go over the horizon. Well, yeah, of course I don't. But I could pretend like that's the case just to push my conclusion through.
You keep on describing it as a boat dipping down over a horizon. However, the boat stays at the same level of which you were viewing it before you lost view of the bottom of its hull, right? A more accurate way of actually describing it would be that the water level raised to the boat and obscured part of it.
Okay, all right. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that then. I mean, that's going to be an easy one. Right, 1 second. I think Lunatic can't get past the idea that we're not trying to add extra steps to this, but besides just looking at basic observations, right? You can have as many as you want. When I say no extra steps,
yeah, you don't see the boat drop. You don't see the boat dip.
Okay, well, 1 second.
Stays right where you saw it a moment ago. It's just that it's gone farther away, and now for some reason there's an optical phenomenon happening that is obscuring your vision of the bottom of it.
Lunatic. Now, the only problem with this would be, in my view, that if there's two boats and there's no hump of water between them, then water did fuck all. Okay? Water did fuck all. And there's a video in the side chat. If you're going to tell me there was a massive hump of water 3 miles between those two boats, then you're welcome to.
I'm not blaming it on the water. I said it's an optical phenomenon.
Oh, so you're doing exactly what I said you're... Oh, so you are doing what I said you're doing. You're adding extra steps. You're adding like refraction into it. You're adding into what light's doing and all that sort of stuff, which you can't immediately observe. You're just taking things at face value.
You want what? You want like a single answer to why a phenomenon is happening?
No, I want several observations. Several observations would be nice.
Is it possible that when you see an optical phenomenon, that there's more than one thing at play?
No, we know that, Lunatic. There's no problem with that. But you're missing the point. It's actually really tiresome, right? Because I'm saying to you, we're disputing the idea that flat earthers can just come out with this idea that it presents itself as flat, the burden's on the globe, right? Because I could say, well, this observation presents itself as not flat, right? And now is the burden on the flat earther? No, it's on the person who makes the claim.
No, you're lying. You're lying.
Yeah, of course it's a lie, because the only truth for you is that it's flat.
What you are describing
everything must be in accordance with that.
No. What you are describing can be explained by either conception of the shape of the Earth, like whether it's flat.
Yeah, what it can be explained by, it's about what it looks like at this stage. We haven't even gone to explaining yet. He can't get past the part where he can't accept that the Earth is still presenting itself as being flat, level, and horizontal, even though he can't see the bottom of something.
Oh, right. So I think I understand what your problem is, T-Dub, right? And that's that you're trying to say that when I say that you don't have to have extra steps, you think that means no other observation. That's not the same thing. I'm saying take the world as it presents itself in any sort of way you want, right? You can have 20 observations. You're still just taking what it presents itself as, right? So if I say one observation is that you can see boats dip, and then you move out to sea, and that boat isn't sunk, right? And there's no vertical drop, then you wouldn't infer from that, those just two observations alone, that the Earth's flat.
I wouldn't know. That would be information that I could then start using to try and come up with an explanation for what I saw, right?
Yeah, can do that.
Before that, I've just seen what you're talking about, and it didn't change the fact that the Earth, the thing that you're saying is obstructing the boat from view, is still presenting itself as flat and level. horizontal and stationary.
I don't think you're going to get it. I think you really want to cling to the idea you have the default.
No, I don't think you get it. You can't be honest. The raw observation.
I think. Well, I don't think it's me being. It's not me being dishonest because I do think this is an observation that'll indicate not flat. But I think
it's a problem with you being honest with yourself.
Well, okay. Well, that's
having bias.
That's just weird psychoanalysis. We don't need to do that. Well, I do think
all
though.
You have to do is say that this could happen on a flat Earth as well, which it can.
It's not the most obvious inference.
You're trying to say that it's only something that could happen on a spherical Earth.
I could say that's stupid. I'm not saying that.
Alone is the thing that proves it.
No, I'm not saying that because I could also say the Earth could look flat on a spherical Earth, right? Doesn't mean anything, right? So I'm not trying to appeal to what can only happen on one or the other. I'm saying that that's the most obvious inference. Like in the same way, if the Earth looked flat, that would be the most obvious inference. Now, it could still be a sphere, right? Even if that is the case. In the same way that boats dipping below the horizon could still be flat, right? I'm just going for whatever's the most obvious presentation of what you're seeing, right? So it has nothing to do with that, lunatic. For the third or fourth time, you've misidentified the topic, what I'm talking about, right? To T-Dub.
No.
I just want to address T-Dub really quickly. The only thing I'm trying to tell you, right, is that appealing to what presents itself to be the case, even though when there's observations that seem to contradict that on face value, would run it in against the idea that you could just appeal to what the Earth presents itself and try to force the burden onto the glober and not make any argument for yourself.
Yes.
Yes.
Jekyll, it sucks when flat water doesn't act flat, right?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Only it acted the way they wanted it to.
Water's level except for when it's not. It always finds its level except for when it doesn't.
They still haven't explained tides, have they?
It sucks when you have to then prove that what is observably not curving, right, is curving because you can't see the bottom of something.
You can't bring it back either. So
I don't care. I'm not making a claim about what you can and can't do with it. You are.
I see, this is the point. This is why it's lazy reasoning, like T-Dub. You can't just keep appealing to what...
bottom up disappearance into the distance is exactly what we would expect over a flat Earth.
Yeah, and looking at the Earth appearing flat is exactly what you expect in a large sphere. So what, lunatic? Do you not? I feel like you failed. Now it's I think the fifth time, right?
No. You're the one who's fucking failing, especially when Matt Nuclear comes in and says, "Yeah, it sucks when when water doesn't present itself as flat." No, that is what you are describing is what we would expect over a flat Earth.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
I'll let Matt Sonny take this one. I feel like he hasn't had enough time.
Just goofy,
man. You're gonna let Matt take it? He's fucking retarded. Seriously.
He's King Glover, so you take it up with him.
He's just a cheerleader. You're gonna let the fucking girl on top of the pyramid fucking take care of this?
I'm the cheerleader, you know.
Lunatic, it's okay, man. You seem to be hurt. Can you tell me why you'd expect it on a flat surface?
No. Dude, you explained to me how...
You're a crazy man. You're freaking out, dude. You gotta calm yourself down.
How is it that bottom-up disappearance...
You can't switch your question on me. You gotta explain yourself. You said you'd expect it on a flat surface. Explain how.
I've already done that. You're late to the conversation.
Go ahead, tell me. Tell me.
We do this every fucking day. I've heard you... I know you...
I don't care if you do it every day. Explain.
You've had this conversation dozens of times in dozens of days.
It's a new conversation. Explain. So you don't have an explanation? You're not going to tell us why we'd expect this on a flat horizontal Earth, or what?
It's redundant, but it has to do with the 0.02 degree angle, of which we can actually rectify. What's the right word? No, shut up! Quit laughing.
0.02 angle.
Dude,
funny, man.
What we can resolve. The resolution angle. Sorry, that was the word I was looking for. The resolution angle of the eye is at 0.02 degrees. when an object is going off into the distance, the bottom port against the surface, the bottom portion of it reaches that 0.02 degree angle before the higher portion of it. As that thing goes farther into the distance, more of that object reaches that critical angle of 0.02 degrees, giving you bottom up disappearance as it goes off into the distance.
AKA mirage.
Go ahead and demonstrate that.
That's just angular resolution. It exists.
It's just
angular resolution.
You can, it's less just saying like, oh, it's just curvature. It's just curvature.
No, it's not curvature. It's due to refraction causing in the distance.
Oh, so refraction's causing an obstruction then.
Yes.
The water, light's hitting the water.
The light is bending. Yes.
Yes. Where is it hitting?
Due to the potency of the air and density of the air in distance, it causes magnification, which is refraction.
So the light's hitting the bottom of the water?
Yes. Causing a mirage. And the further it goes, the more the light disappears.
I haven't heard of that refraction yet.
Sorry.
Can you post that one for me?
It has been posted already. You have to scroll out a little bit.
But you've not heard that mirage is caused by refraction, are you sure?
No, I've just never heard a citation for it causing boats to disappear bottom up. That's the one thing I haven't seen yet.
No, dude.
And by the way, Jedi, the person you posted actually backed my claim up.
Yeah, you're
Have you seen the pictures of people having their knees cut off, everything below their knees cut off within a couple hundred yards, while walking because of
Matt, can you do me a favor?
Refraction and shit like that.
Could you ask Teal why she said it's angular resolution?
I was in a chat with somebody and I was confused, and I was very, very confused. I'm just going to stop talking. I was very confused. Excuse me.
So why did you say angular resolution?
I was very
the bottom up
confused. I've been in this chat for too
You're
long.
very confused.
I've been talking too much and been here for a little too long.
Well, it does have to do with angular resolution.
Do you have the video again,
It does,
Jekyll?
because the
Do you have the
wavelength
video
of
you can
light
post
travels
again?
differently, but I just don't feel like talking anymore. And it's
So we both have refraction, guys. Let's just agree on that then. What's the issue?
We've never
have
claimed
your
that
mixed fraction and we have our fraction. It's okay.
Your refraction is the magical one. Yours is the one that brings.
My refraction's the magical one, but it's been backed up by academia. Yours
your magical refraction, your mixed fraction, as you like to call it, makes you guys bring. It brings things that are already physically obstructed back into view. Whereas ours talks about something that is not physically obstructed and describes what you're able to see based off of atmospheric conditions.
Okay. Oh, there's no physical obstruction then. Right?
Yes. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Right, lunatic?
The globe would have to physically obstruct.
Right. So zooming in would bring it back then.
Oh, I didn't
Not
misunderstand the
necessarily.
conversation with. I thought I
Lunatic?
misunderstood completely what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, he's right. Not necessarily.
It's fine. Either we have a physical obstruction or we don't have a physical obstruction.
Yeah,
if we don't have a physical obstruction, then zooming in, like you guys say the Rayleigh criterion, you guys say the angular resolution. So bringing it back would be fixing the issue.
This is where we
experienced the same issue.
To be.
We have the same issue even with the Chicago skyline images, where you can't see the bottom of certain buildings. It's just clear demonstration that the Earth is curved. It's just beautiful.
No, that's yours.
Okay, then. Okay, then prove
prove
to me if the actual object you are observing, which are the towers, for example, or any house you're looking at, has a specific angle other than 45 5
I'm just
degrees.
going to get rid of Matt. He's pretty stupid and acting dumb today. So your last chance.
Oh, you don't like the truth? That's okay, buddy. You can try all you want.
You don't even think those buildings are
The
actually
guy that
where
was exposed as a
see
fake
them.
engineer,
We
buddy.
told
At
you
least I
why
don't have to pretend to be a fake
it over
engineer.
water.
Listen,
I don't know why you're talking about buildings on the Chicago skyline or whatever, being obstructed from view at the bottom, because you don't even think those things are really there. You don't think those things you're seeing are actually in the place where you're seeing them. Remember, you think you're seeing a mirage.
Yeah, like so-called optical effect. And Rob Skiba, God rest his soul, completely debunked that. He went from shore to shore and kept Chicago in view the whole time.
Yep. And he demonstrated it.
Long live Rob Skiba.
Amen.
Like the only thing they can do at this point is just spiral out of control and try to get what they call booby prize. Well, there's one building you can kind of maybe not see the bottom. Okay, completely irrelevant. You shouldn't see any of it. The news media was so stunned by this that they picked it up and called it a mirage.
Yeah.
They said it flipped like 3 or 4 times, right? I forget.
Yeah, like it cartwheels. It inverts back and forth. It's like a superior mirage over a superior mirage over a superior mirage, inverting itself back and forth.
Funny how when that guy went towards it, you never saw it flip 3 or 4 times on the way.
Yeah. I mean,
it stayed
they
exactly the. Oh, go ahead, Rep.
Yeah, I wonder how they would explain this triple mirage flipping stuff. It's ridiculous, dude. It's like Inception or some shit.
It's all boils
When you
down.
believe in the globe, when you believe in the globe, anything is possible. In fact, everything that needs to happen for you to keep believing in the globe has to be happening.
'Tis globe. That's really what it boils down to. All observations match globe, and the observations that don't match globe also match globe. It's patchwork, ad hoc nonsense, and this is why you're disqualified, Matt. You're just like talking about people now. You can't even stay on topic. You're just one spurg out over whoever's speaking after the next. A full meltdown.
I talk shit about Matt being stupid, but I mean, he's like 17 years old. I got to give him credit for his age. Like, I think he's.
Don't buy that shit.
That's a LARP.
Don't buy that shit.
He said that's a LARP. He LARPed that.
He's the best cheerleader out there at his age, dude.
Dude, he's not 17.
Yeah, I mean, he sounds at least 25 or above.
I don't know. I knew some kids with deep ass voices at 17, man.
He's been on the server in the middle of the school day, so he's like a dropout. So he's got bigger problems than freaking out over concepts and ideas he doesn't understand.
Yeah, either way, that really is a non-point. It doesn't really matter. I'm just saying he's younger, right? Like,
no, he's not.
And he might be
It's a LARP.
stupid.
Oh, that's not an excuse to act like an asshole, Lou.
No, it's not. I'm not excusing him being an asshole, but dude, I know I was an asshole when I was 17. Like, I was a fucking asshole.
Been here long enough. You were an asshole for 15 minutes until somebody punched you in your mouth. Then you weren't an asshole anymore.
Right.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So don't be stupid and get punched in the face.
Yeah, well, no, I think it's a part of growing up. I think you have to be an asshole for a little while. I think you have to get punched in the mouth. I think it's a part of fucking learning life and becoming an adult.
And when they don't learn, you just keep on saying it over and over that, oh, he's only 17. Is that how you?
I didn't intend to make excuses for him. I said I do got to give it to him. He's doing well for his age, for being a freaking asshole. Like at being an asshole. Like he's being a good asshole. It's a role that he's playing.
Why he
It's a
got
fucking
muted.
part of his growing up.
That's why he got muted. That's why he gets muted every day.
Yeah, I mean, despite that, I hope nobody wishes for him to be being punched in the face. You know, I think he is smart enough in order to see what's going on here. You just have to develop his critical thinking a little more and get more information that confirms or bypasses his biases.
Yeah, I mean, Matt. Also, though, when you do grow up, when you become a real adult, like you're gonna start looking back at some of the things that you said and you did, and the things you fought for, and you're gonna be face palming about it. Like you'll have certain regrets. Everybody does. So don't go too gung ho on that shit. Riley. That's perfect.
Yeah, unfortunately, these guys don't understand that physics debunked objects disappearing bottom first 128 years ago.
It's not even a platitude. It's just like a random blurt. If that's a curve of the Earth, then define it. Let's test it. Where? What, when, where, why, and how? Exactly where do things disappear bottom up? Should be predictable, measurable, and observable.
And then when things don't match that prediction, they'll just say it's refraction.
Yeah, just some sort of random idea that you say, okay, now mathematically define that. See, it's quite amazing that the curvature or the effects of curvature or things that affect the curvature, none of it can be mathematically defined. None of it, not any bit of it. It's just kind of, trust me, bro. That's just the way it works.
Yes. I mean, it's hard enough to even count the particles, you know. I mean, it's just estimation, to be honest. Even if you have a contained container and put some air in it and try to measure it, do it to weight and such, it actually doesn't really convey the actual what's in it, you know. Because it's always slightly off. So, and then having a huge space surrounding you, you breathing it, and it's being manipulated through the sun and radiation, heating up, cooling down again, and you have then different distances in which those temperatures interact with each other, causing magnifications in different sizes and such to objects. It's a mess, you know. Of course, everyone would be confused by it, you know. That we try just to make this a controlled environment in which usually something takes place, in which temperatures seem to be the same in order to make the best out of it.
Applying for workers' compensation can be a challenging process. Forms are needed. Information is required. Why call? Freeman, Damiano, and Smith.
Radwin, hot mic.
Does anyone else have any 19th century arguments for the globe?
19th century.
There's cell nav always. That'll stick around. I guess that's kind of that probably isn't correct actually, because that's sort of 16th century.
I mean, to this day, their best argument comes from the 2nd century.
You don't have any arguments at all.
The cell nav one works pretty well. But I did find out I have to stop saying that there are no flat earthers who can do it. Because Brian's now done it. Brian Flat Earth tests.
Oh, that's a nice concession. All right, there you go.
Yeah. He did it using the globe, but I mean, finally there's a flat earther that
You use the globe.
actually
You
use
use
the
the
method.
globe to do it. How do you use a globe to do that? Do you set the globe up on the ship, or do you set it up? Where do you set it? Where do you set the globe at?
Yeah, use the globe model, I should have said.
Okay, globe, the desk globe. How do you use the globe model to do that? Do you have to spin it? Does it stay still? Go ahead and walk us through.
Oh, you can. There's a video of Protothad doing it. You just you get a compass, use the latitude lines to measure out distance, and then he just drew using a compass and a texture on his desktop globe circles and got it fixed that way. No maths necessary.
I see.
Didn't Brian use azimuthal equidistance projection centered around the position of the observer, where he was making?
Brian, in order to make his circles of equal altitude, just made 3 azimuthal equidistant projections from those points. So it was just using those 3 circles and showing how they all converge on Quito, which is where he was testing for. Which is a clever way of doing it. It's actually a pretty nifty way of doing it, but it's obviously using the globe model, right?
Yeah. The point of azimuthal equidistant projection, as the name itself suggests, is that it preserves azimuths. So the directions, when you're looking at some object or at the star, and you're looking at a certain direction, for example, perfectly on the south, let's say, then on that projection, you'd be looking at the same thing at the same direction, so it preserves it without distortions. That's why he used it, because it's basically analogous to the globe itself in that aspect.
I see. So when it comes to flight paths, right, the azimuthal equidistant projection is a flat Earth map. But when it comes to somebody demonstrating celestial navigation processes or using it, it's a globe projection.
Well, it's always been a globe projection, but you're saying using
except with flight paths, right? Yeah, except for
well, I can explain the problem. You said the A map. He's not using the A map. The 2 main A maps that people think of when you say the A map are the one centered on the North Pole, one centered on the South Pole.
Right, yeah.
But you can center them anywhere you want. And so what he just did was use a website that centers them on the GPs of the stars. So then it gave the circles of equal altitude.
That's what he did. That's brilliant.
Right.
Yeah, it's very clever. Very clever indeed.
Yeah, he didn't use the one centered on the North Pole like the Flat Earth map. He basically generated it where the center of that projection is the position of the observer. Or the GP of the star. I didn't really.
Yeah, I mean, it's logical, you know, it's due to perspective. It works in any position.
It's not really logical. I don't think so. Easy way to test it would just be to do it for stars down south, and then where there should be an ice wall or the edge of a world or whatever, you'll see that it just flips over to showing stuff on the other side.
Is there supposed to be the edge of a world somewhere?
Well, it's not meant to go back up the other side of a ball, is it?
Yeah, actually, I have a video about this. It kind of explains this. Give me a moment. I'm searching.
What's interesting is that the A projection is, for example, used by radio operators because, as I already said, it preserves the direction where you're looking at some point on Earth. You'll be looking at the same direction to see it on a globe, like a direct 3D globe, the same way as in this projection, if you're standing in the center of the projection. So all of them use individual projection that assumes their location to be in the center, because it preserves the direction the radio waves from the receivers, from the antennas are coming from.
I actually found the video and posted it right now.
Anyone in here?
Yeah.
Yep.
No.
Do you have any idea about time crystals?
Yeah. Kind of.
Well, what's the whole story behind time crystals?
I want to know too.
Doctor Who uses them for like little spells and stuff.
They produce them from quantum computers. Like they're
But
mined from quantum computers. Time
yeah, they
crystals.
don't have quantum computers yet.
Yeah, they have to rely on classical computing to make the quantum computers. They have to simulate the quantum systems to
Yeah,
make
so they don't make
the.
any. They simulate making shit. Then is what you said. So they simulate
Simulated quantum. Yeah.
They simulate quantum computers using classical computers.
Also, no quantum computers then.
No, there are. There's with a few qubits, with like 8 qubits. Hmm.
A time crystal, is that like the cesium atom or something? Like what they put in an atomic clock?
It puts molecules in perpetual motion, like in like coupled particles. Not molecules, particles. It puts coupled particles in perpetual motion.
There's no such thing as perpetual motion.
But time crystals make it closer.
No such thing as quantum computing unless you use regular computers to simulate it. And now, what else imaginary do you have?
Yeah, he had perpetual motion. No such thing as well.
I said that.
Well, time crystals slow it down, I think.
Time crystals?
If you Google it, I'm behind the tablet. If I could get a laptop to
Well,
start
I mean
posting.
that's making that if it's crystals made of time, then that's giving physicality to something that is conceptual.
Yeah, we don't have
So,
to
like,
entertain.
Is there a crystal made of time, or that like does it somehow is it like the arbiter of time
What do you mean
in
hang
some
up?
way, shape, or form?
Hang up? What do you mean hang up?
Yeah, hang up.
What do you mean hang up?
No, you hang up.
I want you to hang up being on Discord.
All right, bye.
What do you guys think of superposition? Like 50-50 chance, 50-50 chance anything is possible.
It sounds fantastical.
Yeah, it's
until observed.
Until you can't be in two places at the same time, you idiot.
It goes against like the law of non-contradiction. All that stuff, superposition and shit like that, being in two places at once and all that. It's in a science fiction realm where they want you to basically become so separated from like physical, like real reality. They want you to start to believe in possibility over reality instead. Like, and literally fiction. They want you to believe in contradiction. They want you to believe in
everything that cannot be true is supposed to somehow overwrite everything you know to be true.
Are you saying like the statement that everything we know about reality could be wrong contains a contradiction? I would say so. Like, how can you know something is true and then it could be wrong, and at the same time know everything, and it be real? It's like 5 contradictions in that.
Yeah, well, it leaves us all this type of thinking always leaves a doubt in your mind. Like, is any of this real? And I think that's where they really want to get everybody, where they doubt everything, where they always have that shadow of doubt, where they never trust themselves for anything. Once you do that, then that person has lost all control of themselves, their families, and their lives, and gives divinity essentially over to those who they consider to be experts or those who are more in the know.
That's good advice right there.
Pizza?
But didn't you say, Tanks, everything we think we know could be wrong, or everything we know? Because everything we know could be wrong. It entails a contradiction. But if you say everything we think we know could be wrong, it doesn't.
Yeah, then we wouldn't know anything. How could you even know that?
You wouldn't. You'd be wrong. Everything you'd think would be wrong.
Malcolm X said it best. The worst thing you can do is listen to the wrong people. He also said something along the lines like, the news will have you believe or have you hating all the people you shouldn't be. Let me find the direct quote. He says it way better than that.
So this guy doesn't sound like anything special at all.
Here we go. Malcolm X, direct quote. If you're not careful, the news will have you hating the people who are oppressing you and loving the people who are doing the oppression.
Oppression.
Here's another one. The media is the most powerful entity on earth. They have the power to make the innocent guilty and make the guilty innocent.
This might be a little bit. I mean, those are great quotes. This might be a little bit off, but I watched a preview about Kevin Spacey like maybe 30 minutes ago, and apparently he's also a Nazi. It's like a documentary. I don't know if anybody else saw a preview for that, but apparently he's also a Nazi, according to these E-Entertainment.
Anytime you have to beg another man to be free, you'll never be free. And so Gil Scott had the same time frame, not as famous as Malcolm X. Used to talk about Whitey on the moon. All this stuff that was going on in the 1960s and 70s, the pushback against civil rights, activists being murdered by state actors. But don't worry about it because Whitey's on the moon. Here's a poem wrote by Gil Scott criticizes the U.S. space program by connecting the use of government funds. And still, people to this day will say, we went to the moon. We did that. Did you also? Are you going to take responsibility for the other things the government did? You cherry pick. You cherry pick and all the good things you think government does, you ropey doke yourself into that. Say, yep, I'm part of that we. But as soon as you point out what else government did at exactly the same time, suddenly you don't want to be part of that we anymore. You fucking
The
hypocrite.
problem is that you don't study history, though. You think you know history, but you don't.
Like, own up to it. Own that shit. If you're going to say we went to the moon, own it. You hypocritical bastard.
Yeah, but you don't know history, though. That's the problem. Like any conspiracy theory you believe about the government, easy to debunk. Oh, CIA
What,
killed
really?
JFK?
What, really?
CIA,
Except for the ones that were proven in
killed
court, or what?
JFK?
Yeah, I'll just toss this idiot out of here.
Yeah, get rid of. Bye.
Go worship government on your tax dollars.
The government has never hidden anything.
You guys should have fun with Red. They're making some pretty bold claims in the chat.
Maybe he'll open his mic.
Making some pretty wild claims. You're gonna have fun here.
Globers are retarded. We expect that shit.
No, they're saying sailing east is faster because of axial rotation.
Well,
I'd
sometimes they
actually
believe
rather
that.
hear you
Yeah.
tear them apart. It's fun. It's fun when the Globers disagree with when the Globers have to correct the Globers. That's like some of the best times ever. Like you should take that upon yourself, in fact, because you should be offended that people are going around spouting such nonsense.
I believe this effect. I believe this effect actually exists, but to a smaller extent than this person may be claiming, and due to completely other cause, because of trade winds going from west to east usually.
But I think they specifically said no to the trade winds. Red, are you here? You here to defend your silly statements? No, just axis, they said. Has to do with spherical Earth. Oh, and with the wind. So you said, no, it's not wind, and now you're going back to saying it's wind? If it's flat, it would be equal. No. So if it was flat, it would be no wind? We need to understand what you're saying, Red.
I'm a separate person from the one that made the claim.
No, I know you, Embo.
Yeah. I thought you're thinking I'm arguing for it.
Call Red into the conversation. Red's playing it in text, and Eggs is rebutting him.
Yeah, sorry, Embo. I know it sounded like I was talking to you, but I know who you are.
Yeah, no problem. Well, yeah, obviously the rotation itself isn't going to make anything in this example.
Red, do you think other Globers agree with you? You should join the actual voice chat and have a conversation with Eggshells. He's an adamant Glober. You guys are mostly in agreement, just not on this.
Just compare your sources. Just drop your source, NASA.gov, Eggshells drop your NASA.gov.
I mean, it's super easy for the sources. For sources, you can usually go look at the time for Madrid to New York and any flights for US. And if you want to go look for the boating, you can go look for Jules Verne's Around the World in 8 days. And there's another one that went to the west that took 9 days.
Is he fucking high? Is this kid high or something?
Are you
So, Red, is that a little bit fallacious to go because the flight times are different, therefore it's because of the globe? Don't you think you need to show the step that means that the globe causes the difference, not just show
Okay, but
that
if it was flat,
different?
why is the time different?
That's not what I asked.
No,
I
but
said,
that's what I'm
don't
asking
you
you.
need to-
No, that's what I'm asking you.
Oh, so you're just going, hey, prove me wrong. I made this wild claim that journey times are
because
different.
I mean, it's flat, right? So you can prove me wrong.
I don't think it's flat, you fucking moron.
Isn't that how it works?
I don't think it's flat. I think you're a moron.
Oh, okay.
So
don't think
can
it's
you
flat.
show why these trade winds are caused by specifically it being a globe, and
Yeah,
we couldn't have
I can
trade
give you the
winds on
article from
flat?
NASA itself. But do you believe in NASA, or are you delusional as the other ones?
I don't know. If you show me a citation saying from NASA
gladly,
saying red is a dribbling moron,
You're still not hearing him.
Dude, I will give you the study, dude. It makes me laugh, dude. The amount of delusional people there is in this VC still in 2024, dude, is just brain damage.
Hey, dickhead. you're
something
still
that would
not-
No, you smoke weed. Shut the fuck up. I
Eggshells
do not
is
want
a
to talk to
must-
you. You sound like you smoke. I'm good, bro. I'm all good. I'll talk to
Eggshells
you.
that you were talking to a moment
I'm
ago.
good. I'm good. You're muted.
He's a globe earther.
I already
He's
argued
a
with you.
way better at defending the globe earth than you are.
I mean, it would increase my confidence in NASA if they came out with a study that said red is a dribbling retard.
Mhm.
So you're dropping that citation, bro?
I'm going to NASA right now. I'm going to the website, bro. I'm gonna do it.
Cool, and it's going to be caused by the shape of the Earth and nothing else. It's not going to be to do with
Okay.
the sun.
No, bro. Take a piece of paper, bro. No. If you put a
Expansion
fucking, if you put
of
a
air
dot,
due to warmth.
if you put a dot, okay, at one end, another dot at another end, okay, and you calculate the time travel that you will experience in that time will be the exact same because it's flat.
What's the time travel? Who's time traveling now?
Okay, GG. It's actually over.
You said if I calculate the time travel, how do I calculate that? Is that a relativistic
Yeah,
effect?
you calculate the amount of time it takes you to travel. Are you brick?
Time it takes you to travel. So you mean distance travel, not time.
Oh wow, distance travel, time travel.
You measure the
What
wind
did you mean
speeds,
time travel when you said time
you
travel?
can subtract, plus or subtract
Are
from
you just
that,
making
which is-
fun of that because you can't understand it?
Yeah, it would be. So what would
Well,
the
because it was
equation
wrong.
be? It would be time.
Oh, okay.
over
So
distance.
if I put two
Time-
dots on the
time
same
over
paper and I
distance?
keep calculating the distance, it's going to be the exact same, right?
We know that
Right?
there are distances in travel times. Nobody's
no,
arguing there's
you're not
distance.
answering.
There's not
You're not
distance.
answering. You're not answering.
Okay. Maybe simplify it for
If
me.
you,
Maybe your big,
it's
brain logic
pretty,
has lost me.
simplified. I mean, you just got to be bricked at that point.
Go for it. Ask the question.
So if you put
but
two,
don't,
if
like,
you put
say
one
time
dot at
travel.
the end of the paper and at the other end of the paper, the distance is going to be the exact same, right? Because
If I
we're
put
on
one
flat
dot,
Earth. One dot at
Listen,
the end of
we're
the
talking
paper,
to somebody
at the end
who's
of the
never
paper,
even flown.
at the
Hey,
other end of the
when we're
paper, and
talking-
you calculate the
we're
distance.
talking to
It should
somebody
be the exact
who's
same.
never flown in a plane before.
Yeah,
I can't even understand what he's asking.
I am not going
You're putting a dot at one end of a bit of paper and a dot at another end of a bit of paper, and then something flat Earth.
He left. He left.
Wow.
Oh, damn, dude. Unfortunate. Brought out Matt Flatty for no reason.
You got released out. Were you let out of your cage just to tear strips off the little
Exactly, man.
dribbling globe?
Ever get the citation?
No, I didn't get the citation.
You won't either.
No, he won't be back for a while. He'll have a different claim next time he comes back.
I would actually probably bet with you that if he ever comes back, that he will come back with the same argument, not a different one.
Like a full reset.
Imagine being so stupid that even globe earthers start siding with flat earthers.
Yeah, if your problem is stupidity, you don't need Flat Earth for that. There's enough stupidity on the globe side. You just look up Space Age Empire North Korea sending balloons of shit over to South Korea. So I'm not even joking. Okay, I'm not even.
I'm gonna be
joking.
honest. That's a lot better though. Than war.
If you ever
It's a lot
want,
better than war, but
yeah, it's better than war, but like, so this is Space Age Empire, Advanced Space Age Empire, North Korea. So if you worry about stupidity, you've got stupidity in spades with globe people, even more so globe people who claim to be exploring space so you don't have to.
that's funny though. North Korean sending balloons of shit to the other side.
Yeah, I mean, actually, so many Globers would argue with you about that, but just by sheer numbers, like clearly there's way more people who believe in the globe, don't know anything about it, and therefore will come forward with retarded fucking arguments. Like, so
Yeah, I'm
on
gonna be
average,
honest. Like, I think if you
on average, Globers are far less informed and ignorant to the conversation topic than flat earthers.
Yeah, I agree with that because the globe position is like the default position that you get just from education and from the fact that everyone else believes in it. So in order to be a flat earther, you have to actually look more into the subject in the first place to convert yourself. So I would say that the hierarchy of intelligence is like the most stupid people are the globers who didn't look into it and are just like normies. Then there are the flat earthers, and then the smartest people are the globe earthers who are into the debate.
I would agree with that. I think that most Globers take it as default position, so any flat earther that comes up with any argument is probably gonna staunch them. Right? Said he's in a VC if you want.
In AVC, or has he come back to this one? It's only fun if there's an audience watching when I beat him up. Or when we beat him up.
He wants to run to a space he can control.
Yeah, you got the mute from you when it's talking.
That's so funny.
One that's free of Globers who disagree with him. He felt like he was outnumbered by Globers who disagree with him and wants to find one that he has control of.
Yeah, I actually remember that this fact that he was presenting about these flight times or just travel in general being shorter eastwards was used by people who subscribe to that theory that when you're on some rotating object and you stop touching its surface, you just magically lose all of your velocity, like Sleeping Warrior, for example. Because if that theory was true, you would actually expect it to be other way around. So the travel westwards would be shorter. But it's arguing against the strawman, so it's just really a fun fact and not an actually important argument.
Again? You're saying if the Earth was rotating, traveling westward, would be the shorter one?
Yep.
He seems to think the winds go in that direction because of the axial rotation of the Earth, and no other cause.
Winds go in all
It was the
directions.
No, winds
Well, and if
go in all
the Earth
directions.
was moving east to west, then travel west to east would be faster.
Yeah.
And it's would be difficult to pick apart the effect because the rotation of the Earth or the movement of the sun on the flat Earth is going to be heating up air and pushing it away from that point. So it's going to have the same. It's going to appear to be the same anyway, but some parts of it would work in both models. It's just such a retarded, bold claim.
Yeah, if you subscribe to that theory, then you would be traveling shorter westwards, because let's say you like jump or enter the airplane and fly, and then you kind of lose that velocity that you had. Then if you travel westwards, then the Earth would be basically getting towards you by itself because it's rotating towards you. And if you travel eastwards, you would have to be kind of going after the Earth's rotation.
Except for if you're in a helicopter, right?
Yeah. I'm not talking about the hypothetical example where that would be true, but that's not how physics work in reality. Like from perspective of someone who believes in that.
In a
I
helicopter
wouldn't expand on it if that's not how things work.
When you're in a helicopter or a drone, you just literally just fly up and let the Earth spin underneath you, and then you land. Like you don't go anywhere.
Yeah, according to Sleeping Warrior, that's how it would work.
Come on. You guys have that's just a violation of Newton's laws. Going back to such basic physics. You guys have got to get off that one. I so hoped you'd evolved.
It's almost like it's not moving at all.
No, look, we all understand the arguments. That's just a fun one to freaking throw out there.
It's not like there are no effects that would be caused by Earth's rotation, but because some people invented some Stroman effects and then the globals respond that they aren't true, it doesn't mean that there are no effects of it at all that can be testable. They
What
are
effects?
just different. Coriolis force, for example, or the
What is
Otfest
that?
effect.
Yeah, or the mechanical gyro compass works.
Show me the Coriolis.
In wind, in wind patterns.
Wind patterns.
Yes, the direction of spin of the hurricanes depends on the hemisphere, which doesn't really make much sense
how
on
you-
the flat Earth, where
Tell me
the
how you
equator is
check.
this arbitrary line.
How do you test
By
that?
weather data?
How do you test that?
Weather data.
How do you test that it's a globe and because and that it's spinning in different directions because it's a globe? How do you do that?
You can construct a model and prove mathematically that it is what you would expect. You can't prove that it is exclusively because of that, but you can prove that this is what you would expect, and this is evidence for the theory because of that.
Mathematically, they say if I jump, the Earth rises to meet my feet.
Nobody says that.
Yes, they
That's
do.
what relativity says.
No, relativity says you get pushed down in your chair. You guys need to make up your fucking minds.
Do you guys need to make up your fucking minds?
You do.
Right, so flat Earth can be completely divergent on distances to suns and stuff.
Yeah, is air pulled around the ball, or are you pushed into your chair?
Oh, I don't know. I think it would be roughly the same either way, right? It's like that old debate that guy came up with: there is no pull, there is only push, or the other way around, whichever he said it.
You can pull a rope, but you can't push a rope, dummy.
What if the winds in different directions are just caused by the sun passing at in a certain area? Like, what if that's happening? Yeah, it goes past, heats up.
Then you would have a correlation
No, I haven't
of
finished
the.
yet.
Sorry.
Creates a wind pattern that follows the sun's movement. That would create anti-clockwise and clockwise winds because it would draw in cold wind to the high pressure.
Yeah.
Usually
Then you
when
would
it's
have.
a windy day, it's not a sunny day.
Yeah.
Just saying.
What?
Yeah. I don't know how.
I said usually when it's a windy day, it's not a sunny day.
Yeah, but there's not always cyclones, is there?
I don't know how that works, but
Sorry, Embo,
So-
go ahead, mate. No, you want
Yeah, I just wanted to say that in that case, I would make a prediction that there would be a correlation between the seasons and where is the line that separates these directions of spin. It wouldn't be always the equator, because according to the flat model, it fluctuates between the tropics and is over the equator only during the equinoxes.
Well, it's not only the flat model that does that. It always goes between the tropics.
Yeah, but according to the globe model, it's just an apparent observation due to the
So it's
orbit
not
around the
so
sun.
It's not a real thing. It's just apparent.
Yeah, no, yeah. According to your model, the sun just does what it does in its own path. Linearly would be wrong. I cannot even say that right. Fucking, but like, it's not making a straight line, but it's making its path. It's making its path, not turning left or right or doing anything, right? Like according to your model. Whereas ours, the sun would have to be making some kind of a change. But either one is still equally true.
Yeah, I would say that in this aspect, these two models are equivalent.
If you're gonna go just off of the math, like one is equal to the other. It doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, the general concept would be equivalent because yes, you can see the sun getting like higher on the northern hemisphere while it approaches the equinox. I mean the solstice, and then getting
Higher
like lower
or a
over the
different
horizon.
angle?
Yeah, apparently angularly. That's what I'm trying to say. But it kind of breaks when you get to like direct angle, the specifications. Because, for example, on the southern hemisphere, you would observe during their summer the sun to actually be at southeast or southwest, so even more south than your location, which doesn't really fit where the sun is every time is to the north from the southern
Wait,
hemisphere.
I'm not understanding you. It's because of your accent. I'm not fully getting the things that you're saying, but let me piece it. Are you comparing it to like the AE map as though that's our model?
Yeah, I'm not claiming that this has to be the specific orientation of the continents, but that it is like the general idea that the sun fluctuates between the tropics, and because of that, if
you're comparing it to the azimuthal equidistant map and saying that cannot be flat Earth.
Yeah.
Well, I agree with you. That cannot be the flat Earth.
Yeah.
But if the Earth is not curving, it's still flat.
Yeah.
And that's just the wrong model.
Yes, I guess.
I agree with Lou.
Nice. Yeah, because like when you have when you're south from the Tropic of Capricorn, which is the most south point where the sun can either go, then you would be always observing the sun northwards. But even from these areas, like for example from Australia, you still have to look south, at least southeast or southwest, to observe it during their summer.
What are you talking about? Australia is a fucking huge place. Which part of Australia? Everywhere. Really?
Yes.
Even the south, even the southern parts of Australia, we view it southwest, setting in southwest.
Yep.
Yes, the sun is even more south from the Australia while you look from the Australia, which doesn't really fit that model.
There's a
Say that
chance
again.
it might not be from Perth, but certainly from Sydney during summer. It sets south of west and rises south of east.
I don't see it set south.
No. It's not south. It's like.
I know. I'm not dumb. Eggshells. Southwest.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like 10
see
degrees
it
or
set.
something past due east and west.
I don't see that happen.
Check one of the
I'm in
time.com or something.
I'm gonna have
Pretty sure
to.
it's
I'm gonna have to. I've got to check that. I know at the moment.
I'm in Tassie and definitely southwest in the summer here.
Okay.
You could
All right.
you could probably check that.
I'll have to have another look. I know at the moment, I know it's totally different, but at the moment it sets very northwesterly, very north.
Yeah.
It kind of curls around at the end, curls north at the end, does some weird shit. Do you notice that, Dazza?
What do you mean by it does curls around?
It goes across the sky, and then when it's starting to get lower, it starts to move north, as it's going
During
west.
the day, you mean?
No, as it's setting.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. So just as it sets during one thing. It's very low in the sky here, so getting up to midday now, and the sun is very low, and it kind of just kind of
I'm talking
humps down.
between 5 and 6 when the sun's setting. Yeah.
Ours has gone by 5 now.
Oh, really? All
Yeah.
right. Okay, between 4 and 5 then.
Yeah, kind of.
It arcs at the end.
I wouldn't say it arcs at the end. It's pretty well arcing
Mine
the
does.
entire day. That it's kind of
I
symmetrical.
would
The
assume
shape
that
at the
it does
beginning and the
same
shape at the
thing
end
for
is
everyone. Shape. I'm not talking about the shape.
Or the path, the shape of the path.
The path. Yeah. I'm gonna check out this summer thing. Anyway, it doesn't really matter if the surface still measures flat. It's still flat. Whether the sun's doing whatever it's doing, then who cares?
Yeah, I mean, if the sun is doing a Pac-Man or this kind of a thing, it's hard for me to it's hard for me to comprehend. But who am I to fucking say? I don't know.
Oh, dude, you're almost done.
I would.
No, dude, almost gone. No, I'm just saying, you're gonna get stuck. Either they're gonna pin you down to a certain model, like a circular path of the sun, and that this is reality, and we're in a limited, finite space, and that we know that the sun is physical and that it does certain things. And they will find contradictions in that. All I need to know is that there is no curvature to this so-called fucking globe. And that is equally as contradictory as a fucking Pac-Man sun.
Speaking about the sun, what do you think about the final experiment?
I think it's a load of shit.
Do you think it's actually going to happen, or it's going to cancel?
It's not going to happen.
We'll see.
How long are they going for? Because that time of the year, if they're going to go in our summer, Yeah, because they've got to go to Antarctica. During the month, you get, I think it's an average of 2 clear days. The rest of the time, it's overcast. No one sees the sun anyway. So how long are they going for?
But in an overcast day, can't you still have a pretty good idea of where the sun's at?
Yeah, but that's the whole. That defeats the whole purpose, doesn't it? Because then we're just talking about light instead of sunlight.
Yeah, but from time to time you will have some hole in the clouds that would allow you to see it at least for a certain time.
Okay, what if you don't?
Well, then you would be basing your experiment on just the light, the
Not an
direction of the light
experiment,
from this.
dude.
Well, it's an experiment according to
Observation.
many definitions of it.
I mean, I think
But
we would mostly all agree, like, about like a source of light and the way that light presents itself. Like, however, it's just funny when you get into anomalous situations in your model of the globe, where you start looking at things like the Selenilian eclipse and stuff like that, where you go like, okay, in all other cases, like the sun is where we see it and we can do physics with it and so on, but in this case it's anomalous,
What?
and it's not where we see it.
What? Where's it not where we see it? Like the light bends a tiny bit typically to make things appear a little bit higher, but sometimes to make them appear a little bit lower. Where
In
are we
order to
saying it's
have
not where we see
a
it?
situation, you have to have a 3-body alignment. But during the
What?
Selenilian eclipse, what?
What are we talking about now? I thought we were talking about the sun in the south.
Talking about the sun, the moon, the earth, and their alignments. Like, I mean, yes, that was exactly what you're talking about, but I did mention these anomalous situations where you're talking about how you can see a source, like a light source, and then make predictions based off of like line of sight and stuff like that. However, that's fine for you guys 99% of the time until you get into certain situations like the Selenilian eclipse. When
The
now you
Selenilian
have
eclipse
to
is
put
still
that
light
under the map.
bending up or down a tiny bit.
It's not just a
Right.
tiny bit.
Is it not? How much is it by? How many
180
degrees? What? No, it's
It
not.
wouldn't be quite 180.
down.
180 degrees would be if it
not
was at the
180
opposite
degrees.
side of the sky.
Yeah,
So
it's at
if you
180 degrees, you dingus. It's like
yeah,
it's like a fraction of an arc minute.
if it was 180 degrees, then you would see the moon where the sun is and the sun where the moon is.
Yeah, no, but it would be closer to like closer to, I don't know.
Let's
It would
take a
be
look.
less than 90. It would be less than 90 degrees, but approaching like up in that way.
No, it's going to be an arc minute. It's going to be. I'm going to bet that it's less than an arc minute of refraction is needed to explain the Selenilian eclipse. Because it's just think about it, right? If you're standing on the top of the ball and you've got your arms out at right angles, one's the sun, one's the moon, and in order for the shadow to appear on the wrong side of it, you just need to move one arm the radius of the moon, which is
able to visually through line of sight see both of the other objects.
Yep, we're
aside
talking about
from
the same
one
thing.
you're on.
Right. Yeah. And we're talking about the same thing.
You're making a triangle, like an obvious one, not one that's like not one that's just barely a triangle where they're almost in alignment, but one that is an obvious triangle. Like,
I think you've misunderstood what the Selenilian eclipse is,
In
mate.
the chat, are you guys looking in the chat?
It's 180 degrees to me. That's upside down.
Which one are we looking at? Radwen's drawing?
I actually wouldn't agree that it would be approximately 1 arc minute because on the horizon refraction is actually quite significant, almost half of a degree.
No one gives a
So
shit
it would
about arc
be
minutes like that,
Yeah, it
dude.
could be half a
Look at
degree.
the fucking look what's happening. Nobody cares about arc minutes. You sound fucking retarded.
I do.
Is that actually a Sentinelian eclipse though that we're seeing there?
If you can see the whole sun and the whole moon both above the horizon, you're not talking about like a fraction of like of a degree. You're talking about a pretty major difference from an alignment of planetary bodies.
And don't forget that the globe model, and I would argue that also in the reality, there is that thing called the dip of the horizon. So actually, that would also additionally help the Selenium eclipse because it would unobstruct greater portion of the sky near the horizon the higher you are.
No, but look, that goes back to the whole point that I started with. Is like you guys say that these lights are where you see them until it starts to become anomalous. All of a sudden, you say, all of a sudden, you got to start adding things in, refraction and shit like that. You're like, well, it is
Just that
where
one
we
bit.
expect it to be, but it's not where we see it.
It is where we expect it to be, but everything is refracted, and except if it's top dead center overhead, and it's out of position by a tiny amount.
Yeah. So for
That's the
the
same. It's the same for all of these things.
for the
there
n
goes
billionth number of times,
there
every
goes rocket
excuse comes down to
launches.
refraction.
No, he just canceled out rocket launches because we don't know where anything's at unless it's directly overhead.
Why does that
it's
cancel
not,
rocket launches?
You don't know where anything's at.
That doesn't stop you launching a rocket, does it?
Yeah. You're not going to the moon and Mars because you don't know where they're at. You just said you don't know where they're at. Nobody knows where they're at.
I didn't say that. You said that. I think I'm quite confident we know where they're at. You just need to apply a tiny bit of refraction because if you look straight at them, they're going to be a tiny bit out of position, but you still know where they're at.
You just have to apply a mathematical correction in order to make your model fit. Correct?
A tiny bit of refraction, yeah. That's what's been claimed since well before flat Earth became a thing. Since long before you guys were flat Earthers.
Is the magic thing. Like so whatever it is that we believe is true, and when it doesn't fit reality, we just slide the bar on the R.
That would be valid if nobody talked about refraction and we all said everything was exactly in its position and then you pointed out it wasn't and then we invoked refraction. But refraction has existed as something that has been accounted for since hundreds of years before any of you guys were flat earthers. So don't pretend it's been brought up since you guys were flat earthers and you cracked the case and then we patched it up afterwards.
I'm not saying
it was
that,
there, you didn't find it.
Yeah, that would be actually a valid argument because then refraction would be an ad hoc explanation.
You got a citation for that?
Got a citation what? That we've accounted for refraction for hundreds of years. Sure, read Captain Cook's diaries.
Go for it.
There was a discussion on another server, Earth Awakenings, about refraction. Yeah, I'm going towards it. It was about the same exact thing when the Nautical Almanac started to encounter refraction, and during the discussion I found one from, I believe, like 1950s or 1940s, where there was already a correction for refraction.
So I've just found it. 34 arc minutes is the one for the solar. Is how much is required for a solar eclipse.
But does that make the shadow appear on the wrong side?
Yep.
Yeah.
Not
It
180
does?
degrees, is it? It's a long way off 180
It depends
degrees.
whether it's a sunrise or a sunset one, Tim. If you see it at sunrise from one hemisphere, it'll appear one way. If you see it at sunset from another hemisphere, it'll appear the other way.
All right, yeah, that makes sense.
Can you show me?
It's analogically the same
Yeah,
thing
I'm
as
sticking
you
stuff up
see.
now.
It's analogically the same thing as when you see the moon once oriented in one side from the northern hemisphere and another side from the southern hemisphere at the same time.
No, it's not.
Is this
Yes, it
explanation
is.
coming from the same people who don't understand how a 6 can look like a 9 from the other side of the room?
Yep.
Yeah, this
Sweet
is
own,
basically what is
provided you get
happening.
to tell them what they think.
So what do you want citations for exactly? Because there were a lot of topics in a short time.
People accounting for refraction for hundreds of years.
Yeah, I can find that again.
Sure, yeah.
And a method of how they tested it.
Oh, those goalposts are moving a bit, mate.
Well, that's what you need, isn't it?
Nope. It's not what I claimed.
Why do you not need to test it?
Because I didn't claim it had been tested. I just claimed that people had been accounting for it. That's all I need to show.
How do you account for it if you haven't tested it?
You can account for things that don't exist, let alone needing to test and prove that they do exist to account for them. I could account for you lying to me even if you're not lying to me. If I say they've accounted for it, all I need to show is they've accounted for it. You've moved the goalpost because you know you're wrong. I posted it in the chat.
That's not an empirical claim.
It doesn't need to be an empirical claim. My claim was
Your
that
claim.
it gets
You've
debunked
changed
by.
it to you've changed it to me lying to you is the same as me saying, how did they test for refraction hundreds of years ago?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean you were lying to me. I don't mean to suggest you're lying to me. That wasn't what I was saying.
I was lying.
If you want,
the point I was making was that this can be explained by refraction, and refraction was accounted for long before any of you were flat earthers for hundreds of years. So if refraction has been accounted for, it doesn't mean it hasn't been proven, or it has been proven. You could say, yes, they've been accounting for it, but it's incorrect. All I'm saying is it has been there first, whereas the point that was being made...
How do they test it to find out if they were correct or not?
Well, there's many ways to do that, but it's irrelevant to the point I made. That's what I'm trying to say first. It's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant because now I'm asking the question. How did they confirm it?
So you can determine it a bunch of ways. I mean, one is you can get the celestial sphere, get the stars at top dead center, and then see how displaced they are from their position when they get towards the horizon. And as they get down to the horizon, you go, oh, look, they're 34 arc minutes out of place. Great, I'll write that down. Going to be different on different days. Great, I'll write it down on different days, or I'll ignore those results, or I'll apply an average.
Is this what's done?
I posted the magnetic observations of Cook's first voyage, where it talks about Halley, who I'm pretty sure was his navigator.
Not interested in that because then you got magnetic declination
That was what you
down
requested.
in the south. So.
That's what you requested, though.
I just posted a page of corrections for refraction from 1930 40 Nautic Almanac.
Dribble. Hey, what did I request?
Citation for corrections for refraction.
What did I request?
You requested a citation showing that they accounted for refraction from hundreds of years ago.
Yeah. Where's the citation?
40 minutes past the hour. From the Captain Cook Society.
Okay. And what does it say?
It says they accounted for refraction with observations near the horizon.
They just said it, or did they tell you a method, or what?
Just said it.
So what was their understanding of refraction? Yeah, like there's got to be more to it than.
Yeah, we accounted for refraction. Oh yeah, cool. How'd you do that?
Sure.
Oh, we just
That's
accounted
all. That's all that's needed for the conversation we were having. Like, I don't think you're aware that you're moving the
So you're just
goalposts.
going. So you're just. I don't care if I'm moving the goalposts. This is how conversations work. You made a
Well,
claim.
no, it's
I
irrational
want
to
to
move
know
the
how they did
goalpost.
it. You don't just go, "Oh, well, that wasn't in the original question, so I'm not going to answer that." You claimed that they used refraction for hundreds of years.
They accounted
Now you've
for it.
just shown.
So how did they do it?
How
Yeah.
did they do
So
it?
how did they do it?
I don't know. I've given you my guess at it, at how they calculated what it might be,
I don't want
or
your
became
guess.
confident. Well, then go and fucking find it yourself, you weirdo.
Okay. Well, fucking don't claim. If you don't know, don't fucking claim, you goose.
I didn't claim I did. You made it
just
up to move
claimed
the
that they
goalposts and then demanded
acknowledged
I answer a
fraction,
question
and
I
when we
didn't
asked
claim to
you
have the answer
how,
to, so that you could have a tantrum.
I do like calling
off,
somebody
man.
a goose.
Fucking-
Calling somebody a goose is good.
Yeah, well, it's better than a weirdo, so he can fuck off.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only claim was that they account for refraction, not how they do it, but I suspect that you would simply subtract the angle
Sorry.
that
In
is
order
the
to
correction
know
for
that they
refraction from
accounted
your
for
reading.
refraction, you need to know how they did it.
No, because you can just have some document with the information that they did, without any information about the method. But I agree that it's good to know the deeper details about the argument you're making, even though it's not necessarily required.
It's an empty claim. If he's gonna say Captain Cook said that he accounted for refraction or whoever the fuck he said, you're like, yeah, it's a pointless argument unless you know how he did such a thing.
And you're arguing with him anyway.
No, the argument isn't pointless because it already sufficiently proves the original point, which was that refraction wasn't just made up in order to counter these arguments that you're making. And the only thing that is required to prove that is that they were accounting for refraction back then, not how exactly they were doing that. This is information that is irrelevant to the original point.
It's very important. Like, how did they understand refraction? Did they think it was curving around a ball, or did they think it was changing angles through mediums? Like, that's important.
This is the same thing. Curving around the ball is changing angles through the atmosphere. This is the medium in this specific example.
Yeah, it doesn't actually change the matter which you're observing through. So I guess this is why they are so confused.
It changes the angle due to different densities of the atmosphere, which are tend to be lower at lower altitudes.
Yeah, and they're disregarding this very fact. And just combining what they see with actually what is happening to the element, which is not. Which
The
is just
Earth
an
is
illusion.
not flat. You.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Shut the fuck up.
The Earth is not flat.
Yeah,
Tell us why.
All right, well, let's put the Globers against him again. All right, Globers, tell them.
Yeah, can I in Polish?
So if the world's flat, how do you see
Jesteś pierdolonym idiotą. Wypierdalaj, najlepiej idź się powieś.
Speak English, you're safe now, you're in America.
Jebać się, kurwa, wypierdalaj.
Speak English, dipshit.
Nie. Discord to nie Ameryka.
Isn't that weird? He thinks because you're not speaking English that you're a dipshit.
Yeah.
Shut up, bitch!
He left.
Good one.
Tell us why it's a globe then.
Oh, he
Young
left.
man. Oh.
He got chased off by the Globers like the last guy. I do like it. There's a little bit of camaraderie going on tonight, where like the Globers are, you know, maybe we have some a small select group of the I don't want to say honest, but a little bit more intellectually honest Globers, where where yeah, you guys are wanting to chase out the dipshits, and I like that.
Yeah, we are the supreme Globers because we actually know the arguments. And these people are just trolls that think that Flutter is some kind of joke, so they can join to troll people and make fun of them.
But you guys think that it's not important to know how they accounted for refraction back in 200 years ago. You're okay with someone just saying from the Captain Cook Society saying, well, they accounted for refraction because they had to. You're fine with that.
Be. I'm not saying that it's always unimportant. It could be an important detail to prove some another point, but the point of the conversation was something where this specifically wasn't important because it was simply about the question: did they account for refraction?
Okay,
if you ask how they did, then this would be irrelevant.
How did they account for refraction?
Yeah,
I think I know the answer.
Yeah, let's go on.
So, when you're doing celestial navigation, right, you're obviously working out your position. If you know your position, then you do the navigation process over time. You can actually work out what the impacts of refraction are on your known position. So, you know, if they're at the Greenwich Observatory, they've done their celestial fix, they've watched the stars go past, they've tracked them, they've measured them, and they know how they behave in every angle of the sky. And they can repeat that in other places, so that for every angle that you see the star in the sky, you can your position hasn't changed, but the angle of the star has. So you can kind of work out from that what the impact of refraction is as the star gets very close to the horizon. And you know that the other guy 500 miles down the road, who's also doing the same thing in a fixed position, is still measuring the same angles, you know, the refraction-free angles. So that's how you can kind of extract out the refraction factor.
Yeah, theoretically speaking, the observer who is seeing the sun, for example, setting at the horizon at the very moment, the second person has to basically observe or basically follow the sun to a specific point where the other person then says, okay, stop, I can no longer see the sun anymore. And then we have to determine where he's at and where the refraction is happening at the distance. So we could actually calculate and make a refraction index.
Yeah, but wouldn't that any of that is still basing it off of certain assumptions? Like, I mean, and I guess I totally follow and understand like this assumption that the sun or whatever it is that you're doing it with is a physical body with a physical location that you want to try to pinpoint, triangulate, right? Like with multiple observers and so on. But what if it's not? Like you have no proof of like what you think it is.
What do you mean? I mean, if you look up in a 90-degree angle, then you have less of totally less of a refraction that is actually happening because the light is basically shining down on you directly.
Yeah, but what if it's?
You have basically almost zero potency of.
What if it's not? What if it's not where it is?
What do you mean?
What if it's not a solid? What if it's not an actual thing that you can go to?
No,
Like
I'm
you're
not.
you're
No, I'm not talking about going to the sun or even. No, I'm not talking about it. I'm just talking about
no,
the
I'm
light
not
itself
talking
and
about going to the
observed.
sun either. But you don't know that it is actually where it is.
Yeah, I mean, there's tons of
Yeah,
speculation.
no. I understand
Like,
now. Yeah. I mean,
what if even if it was a physical body, what if it is shining through some kind of a firmament and being refracted at that medium change? You know, like what if it was somehow reflected? What if it was what if it what if it was something that we're just unfamiliar with, that we have nothing to compare it to?
It would be possible, but I would say to even consider these possibilities in practice, but first we have to have some evidence for them, not just dismiss the best
Yeah, but you
possible
don't. But
explanation we have
see,
with
the
our
thing is
knowledge.
you have a base assumption that you can make, or assumptions that you can make, but you are on the same ground as us because you cannot prove at all that it is what you say it is. Just as we can't prove that it isn't what you say it is.
yeah, I mean, unless we can reach the dome and actually observe the sun themselves, it's like basically standing right above the dome, and above the dome is eventually the sun, which we don't know if it's in the dome or outside the dome. This is a very issue. Therefore, we cannot determine the actual distance.
I would say that the assumption is rational. I would agree that it's an assumption, but I would say that it has a basis because we can actually feel the sun's physical effects.
Yeah, but
For example, that it gives a radiation in different wavelengths. It gives like UV that can burn your skin. It gives you the heat.
It's rational. It's rational, but it's not provable according to you. And it's the same type of an argument where when we give alternate explanations, you say, well, I mean, we have the base assumption, the base observation of a flat and motionless Earth, and you guys have no problem writing that off.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know actually even what the firmament is composed of, right? So what if there are different wavelengths being emitted by the sun, which we cannot observe or measure, basically because of the obstruction of the firmament, which filters then those radiation wavelengths? This could also be an issue. How could we then determine the actual heat or wavelength that is actually being emitted?
I would say that there's a difference between the situations that we make and that you make, because when we rebuild that, we're saying that the globe would predict the same things. We have concrete predictions that we can. Yeah. Can I finish?
You say that the globe would predict it by having a magical slider called refraction.
Yeah, we have like actual physical logic.
And just put a flatter sticker on it. Try again, dude.
Take two. 1, 2. Take two.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I said what I said, right? I don't need to say much more. I don't understand like the whole drop over distance thing. You guys always say that the Earth, it would.
It's not our claim.
Yeah, I mean, I have like
Dude, here's the problem. 1, 2. It's not our claim, man. That's what they gave us. 3959, man. They gave us that number, man. We just went out and checked it, and turns out it's not that. That's why we're here, bro. We checked it out. There's no.
Yeah, but that seems reductive to me, right?
Well, I know it might seem a little simple, but it's the truth, man. 100%.
You don't understand it's a ball, bro? Is that what's going on? Did they tell you it's a ball? Is that what you don't get about the drop over distance? Hello?
Yeah, I just listen. It's just not. it's not my area of expertise, right? There's many other ways to prove
So do you think it's
that.
a ball or don't you?
Well, there's a lot of arguments that make the claim that the Earth is a planet and that planets have a spherical nature, and that
Oh, well,
is
that's a claim.
and
That's
that
a
is
claim.
and that has been observed multiple times, right? I mean, you can
Where?
observe
space?
it
From space?
You got pictures, right?
Naturally, the point of reference would be looking from the Earth, since we're on the surface of the Earth, right? If we
Bring
were
it
on the
back down
surface,
to Earth. Bring it to
if
Earth.
we were on
Bring
the
it back
surface
down
of
to Earth.
Mars
Fuck.
and looking at Earth, then the point
Yeah,
of
I was
reference would be
asking
switched.
that.
Hold on,
Like, what
stop.
what do you
whoa.
think about
How
the
can you
Mars
prove that
rover?
Mars is a surface? How can you prove that Mars is a surface that you can land on?
Because we've sent drones there that have
That's a
landed on the
claim.
Mars.
That's a
Yeah.
claim. That's a claim.
Yeah, but the
No,
Earth.
you can literally look at Mars through a telescope and it's
Yeah,
there.
but
You can see
do
it.
I look at Mars and say, "Oh, that's land in the sky that I can go and put my feet on"? No.
But you can see can't you see the flag of the United States from here to the moon? You can see it on the
Can
moon.
you? Can you?
I don't know. I think
No, you
Well,
can't.
then why are you saying it?
Nobody, not one
I
of
don't
us,
know. You're right. I don't know why
not
I'm saying it.
not anybody in this VC tonight has ever seen, first of all, the freaking surface of Mars with their own two eyes, or they've never seen the globe from outer space with their own two eyes. And that's just something.
If you have a
it's
good enough
fact.
telescope, you can see this.
Nobody's gonna see it through land through a telescope looking at Mars, bro. Nobody.
You can see the moons, like, you can see the moon,
No.
I
I see the moon. I see the moon, but I don't see the moon as something to land on.
Oh God, never
The,
mind.
the purpose of my comment was simply to say that if you guys are in fact so good at math and so enlightened about the nature
See, I'm
of the
not
Earth,
good at math. I've just been listening to
why haven't you contributed to like the field of science and engineering?
That would
right?
be a question for you. That would be your question. Why haven't you done this?
Well, I'm not claiming to be smart enough to do that. Right?
Okay,
I'm trying to do that.
so you're basically a
I'm a computer guy.
disqualification.
I'm a computer guy. I try and contribute.
You're a disqualification.
Perhaps, right? But there's other people who are computer engineers who are actively making contributions to engineering fields, right?
Yeah,
And
there's a guy who come in here all the time talking about that he is like an astrophysics engineer and everything. And he said all his degrees, all his knowledge put him at 51% is heliocentric in the globe and 49% is a geocentric, flat plane. He's just one. So yeah, if that's what you think it takes and that makes him not an anti-flat earther, dude, your numbers are whacked. Like that is wiggity whacked, dude.
doesn't seem like a very
Witty
scientific argument, but fair enough.
Yeah, because this guy said the top guys who you're invoking, hey, where's all the flat earthers who do this stuff? Yes, some of the ones who come in here will tell you that they're not sure. It's the best guess right now, and even then, it's a coin toss.
Is it a coin toss though? Really?
Yeah, go talk to him.
Okay, can I say something about Elon Musk?
Probably not.
All right, never mind.
Why not?
Because he's such a polarizing figure. It does.
Why?
At this point, it's like he's always like really dipped his nose into white supremacy and eugenics.
Oh my God!
So it's kind of like just avoiding the topic.
Do you think that's actually true?
Yeah, he identified as Darth
But
Vader.
he's an African American. I don't know what you're talking about. What the fuck? He's literally from Africa.
I would say that bringing up Elon Musk is a red herring from the actual topic.
All right,
So,
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
I mean,
Go
flat
ahead.
earthers
That's
have been
why
warning.
I asked. I'm
This is
sorry.
like the only thing to use Elon Musk for is a lot of these atheists have been trouting him as some sort of
No,
Benjamin
I was gonna
Franklin.
ask a question about his rockets. Like, I don't know if I trust him completely about that,
Hey, it looks so.
and I don't know
It
why.
looks so fake. It must be real. He
You can
said that.
literally,
Kind
you
of.
can see it live,
Did
right?
you
Like his
see
rockets are
the?
self-directing.
Did you guys see the thing that happened when he supposedly shot a Tesla into
Yes.
space?
Yeah, we all
Yes.
seen.
Yeah, we all saw
And
that.
it changed and it switched over to like
Yep.
oh yeah.
So, bro, when you see Elon satellites, like you say, you see them, right? How high up do you think they are?
Not as high up as you want to think.
I was talking to the other guy.
What the
How
hell?
high up do I think they are?
Yeah.
I mean, just as a best guess, many miles. I don't know, probably 10 or 20 miles into the atmosphere. I don't know.
Oh, dude.
But I
You're way
imagine
off.
that
Welcome to
triangulation.
flat Earth, brother.
Yeah, but like,
man, you'll enjoy it. There's pretty good characters around here.
doesn't a network of satellites operate on the premise that they're orbiting around object? Like, aren't all the people who are programming
shit.
those
Do I have to bring
satellites?
up- Do I have to bring up the damn satellites on balloon video again? Damn. Dude, have you ever known that there's been many satellites that hang from what's known as high altitude balloons? Have you ever heard of them?
I've heard of high altitude balloons. I wasn't aware that
Like
that's how
hanging-
satellites operated.
With satellites hanging around. All right, I put a video in the chat. Check it out. Don't believe me. It's right from, NASA, those guys. And they use satellites on balloons all the time, man. All the time, bro.
Who bought up the Googleoon thing? Fucking, was that NASA or was that Elon?
That was Google. Didn't Google they had their own?
They sold it to somebody though, I thought.
Oh, yeah, they probably sold it. I don't know who they sold it to. I have no idea. I hadn't heard that. But my favorite satellite story is a satellite that came from a company called Samsung. And it was called the Samsung Space Selfie Satellite. And the whole idea behind it was they sent up a satellite into space, and you could take a picture of Earth being a globe from a video monitor. They had a big TV on there, and you could upload your picture of you to the TV monitor, and then the satellite would take a picture of that and send it back to you. So you could take a picture of yourself on a TV screen in space from a satellite and send it back to your phone. And it was called the Samsung Space Selfie Satellite. Have you guys ever heard of that? Yeah. Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. But if you look it up, it was attached to a balloon and it fucking fell back to Earth and it landed in some farmer's fucking front yard. And they got a bunch of video of it. You can fucking Google it. You'll find it. It's everywhere. It's my favorite satellite story of all time.
I'm just gonna believe you.
Don't believe me, please. Samsung Space Yeah.
I have this feeling that I should.
Samsung Space Selfie Satellite. Yeah, Samsung. Yeah. And it landed in some farmer's yard. Anyway, and it looked like it was made out of fucking cardboard and stupid shit. It didn't look that impressive. It didn't have any gold tinfoil on it. It had some solar panels that were all fucked up when it landed. But, yeah. There you go. Thanks, sub. That's a good one.
Yeah, check out that orbit, right?
I love it, bro. Yep.
Now, what am I looking at in this picture?
You're looking at orbits of different satellites. There's Sirius 1, 3, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
And
Anyway,
they're not in space.
so yeah, there's definitely satellites on balloons, without a doubt,
On
100%.
balloons.
Like I said, I put the video in there right from the horse's mouth. You check it out tomorrow when you got 17 minutes. Check it out. Yeah. So anyway, things that orbit above us. There's rocks on Mars that we could
Where is
throw
the
at
end of the
we
Earth?
could throw at
Like,
each other.
are we living in Never-Ending Story where there's like a, like there's the end of the Earth with like waterfall and stuff. You gotta jump in and.
That's a bit.
Yeah, not a disc in space, honey.
That's a bit assumptive, but yeah.
It feels like the Never-Ending Story.
Well, Earth is a never-ending story, as far as I can tell. But we can't even get into Tartaria, but that's a whole nother bag of worms.
Wait, what's Tartaria?
Oh shit!
No, come on, we're joking around here.
Oh fuck! It is Sunday. I give it a little speculation.
Tartaria.
Well, there's been several resets throughout history, and you can tell it by the architecture of different buildings throughout the history of time. And
You're right about this.
When they said they built these buildings, and you can go building by building specifically, you don't have to like guess all. There was Roman architecture everywhere in the world all at the same time. That's weird, but there, you go building by building, and then you look at the narrative of when they said they built it, and you just it kind of blows away this time frame that they gave us throughout history. There's definitely been some what they call resets and maybe some floods or some kind of catastrophic event that kind of reset the world. And
Like a
that's
flood?
kind of basic Tartaria kind of.
Like a flood? Like a flood?
Yeah, definitely floods, mud floods. They call them. Some kind of electromagnetic.
And that has nothing to do with the Bible. Nothing
to do with the Bible at all.
With the Bible.
No, that's part of it. But, even in your own town, I don't know where you live, but you might have some old.
Speaking of the Bible and floods and stuff.
Oh, shit.
Never mind. Okay, have you guys heard about the giants that they found?
Yep.
Like
the Nephilim. Yes, we know about the Nephilim.
Have you guys seen all right, maybe the YouTubers are lying, but supposedly he's dead now, so I guess it doesn't.
Who's alive? Or
Well,
dead?
there's this one guy who was like, I saw it. Everybody who sees the Nephilim and like got it on video and uploaded it ends up like found dead or found missing, and
Nah,
it's weird.
I haven't heard that theory. I hadn't heard that idea. No, I haven't heard that one.
Well,
No.
Nephilim kind of sounds like Bigfoot.
Nephilim could be Bigfoot. Yeah.
yeah, but
Bigfoot.
the government is more watching after Nephilim because they're real.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I've seen pictures of really tall, really big people, and I'm like, wow.
There's this
crazy.
one incident with people who like army people who came in and they said go after this thing, and it oh God, I wish I could. I wish I wasn't such an idiot and I could.
Hey, Star, man, it happens, man. I do the same thing all the time, man. Like, shit, I remember this.
No,
thing.
I know what I need. Yeah, I know what I need to tell you about. I
It's
just
okay.
am not good at it because first of all, I'm drunk. Second of all, I'm
Yeah, that's against
retarded.
the TOS violation. Kick her out.
Oh,
Kick me out too, man. I'm not drunk, but I'm just hanging out, having a beer or two with you guys.
What is it bad that I'm a little tipsy?
No, you're good. You're not. You're really good. It just sounds like you're having a good time
Oh my
tonight.
God, Sam Smith. Oh, he left.
It happens. People leave. People
He
come.
came in
People
here
go.
for a second, then he left.
Yep. They come. They go.
I was
What are you gonna
about
do?
to talk shit about Sam Smith.
Don't do that.
Oh,
That's not-
really?
Yeah, I mean, do it on your own time. We're checking out Earth right now, man. What
Okay,
do we
Earth,
got?
you're right. I'm sorry. You're right.
So Earth, they gave us this like shape. They gave us this diameter. They gave us a radius. They gave us a spin rate. They gave us all these numbers.
Wait a minute. Haven't people gone to like the ends
Wait,
of the
no,
earth?
no. I'm just telling you what they gave us to check out. And it was the spin rate. How fast does the Earth spin? What, how long is a day? What is the
That's
radius?
all scientifically scientific.
Do you know what a radius is of a ball? You
Yes.
got to know that, right?
Yes.
All right. Well, they gave us a very specific number, and it had to be totally perfect. Otherwise, they couldn't orbit their satellites around it. It would be a problem. So they had to know the radius perfectly, 100%, without a doubt. They had to know it before they orbited the Earth. I mean, they couldn't just shoot a rocket up and go, we're just going to guess, what the fucking, radius is. We don't know.
Why can't they do that?
Well, that's the problem. They can't. They could have gotten shot off to the nowhere and never came back. They didn't know.
Many of them have.
They had all these numbers, pre-hand. They had it all figured out, before they sent anybody up there to check it out. But, you're talking about, think about it. So for like,
I'm not sure I believe in the moon landing. So.
Oh, well, the moon landing's such a bust. It's such a bust, dude. It's not even funny. Yeah.
I don't know if Elon Musk believes that. Maybe
We could spend the next, if you want to go back to the 60s and 70s, early 70s, about the moon landings, man, we could sit here all night and I could show you shit and they'd be like, what?
Yeah, I know.
But we don't need to go there. We're beyond that.
Into like God territory.
All right, Flatsy. Cheers, my love.
Oh, are you leaving?
She left. Yeah.
Oh, she left?
She had to go to bed. It's late for her, man. It's like 2 a.m. So.
Oh, she doesn't have the energy for this. Oh. She doesn't want to argue with me. Okay.
She's a fighter. She's been out here kind of getting into it for at least a year straight, man. She's been out here fighting.
For the cause.
Just talking about Earth and figuring out the physics and figuring out that they lied to us about where we live. And that, at the end of the day, man,
I think they've lied about a lot of things.
They lie about all kinds of
everything.
things.
About everything.
I think you're preaching to the choir down on that one for sure. Yeah. We've all been lied to about all kinds of shit. Yeah.
Which is why I think that the Nephilim are real and the things that I've seen. I mean, you're conspiracy
Star.
obviously.
Remember this. You've never seen all those things with your own 2 eyes. Remember that. Just keep that in mind.
But you haven't seen the Earth with your own 2 eyes.
Oh, I live on Earth. I've seen all kinds of Earths with my own 2 eyes. You betcha.
You know what I mean?
What do you mean? I've never seen the globe with my own 2 eyes? Well, of course not. That would be ridiculous. That means I would have had to gone to outer space.
I just don't understand how you can look through a telescope and see the moon and all the other planets in a circular circle, and you don't think that the Earth is circular too. I just find it weird how everything.
That's kind of broken logic, though, right, honey? Because something looks like this, everything looks like that.
Well,
totally.
if you think of it as the same physics as Earth has,
Sounds racist, honestly.
Didn't you hear what I said? Because something looks a certain way, everything looks that way.
Are you trying to get a point across?
Yeah, I'm trying to get a point across. Like, what makes you think that just because everything, or just because you see globes in the sky, that Earth looks like that?
Globes everywhere in the
So-
sky. You don't think the
So
one
do-
we're living on is a globe? Like,
So do you think those planets are the same as Earth? Like, are they identical? Like, is there oxygen and animals and life and trees and shit?
no.
No. But they got the same shape though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, baby. Same shape. Big ray. Love shapes. I love playing with shapes. I play with my shapes all the time.
I love shapes.
So they're not the same, but they are the same.
Yeah. What?
They're not the same, but they are the same. Is that what you're saying, Star?
Well, some are smaller, some are bigger, but they're all circular.
Well, a penny is circular, right? Does that make
I
it?
just don't see why.
How do you know? Wait a minute. Okay,
wouldn't
here's
be
your logic,
circular.
Star. This is where you're falling short. Okay, you see a round thing in the sky, and you're like, "That's where I live, on a round thing over here," and that's just broken logic. Think about it.
So what does it look like then?
What is what? Well, we live on.
Yeah.
Well, we can check it out. That's the cool thing about where we live is we can actually check it out.
Because of satellites?
No, we can check it out with lasers. We can check it out with
Lasers.
We can go on an airplane.
We can go outside.
Yeah,
We can go outside and watch the
I've
sun
been to
come up. And set.
5 different countries. I know that you fly and you can fly around the
You
earth.
fly Earth. No shit, Sherlock. You're a genius. We get to fly on Earth. Everybody in here has flown on an airplane. Come on.
And you can see the curvature.
Lies. Whoa.
Yeah, you can. You can.
All right. Give me a picture, Star. Get me a picture.
No, I can tell you. I've seen it
You can
myself.
tell me all you want. I want a picture of you in
I'm
an
not going
airplane.
to look it up. That's retarded.
Get your iPhone out. Get your iPhone out next time you fly, and take
Fine,
that.
I will.
Take that curvature picture for us, bro. Come on.
So there's not a curvature picture at all. 100%.
No, there isn't. No, we've sent up airplanes.
I can't believe that's true.
Star.
Star. So even Globus will deny that. Like you usually cannot take a picture. I mean, I don't know. Maybe like if you have like a very specific camera that's able to capture it, but like
You
most
can
people.
you can look at it with your own human eyes and see it.
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think that's true. Unless like your Windows probably like it has like a fisheye lens to it or something.
The fuselage of the plane has the windows built into it, and the windows are round.
So you're gonna say it's the windows, really?
I'm gonna say it's the windows. If you think you're seeing curvature, you're looking through a curved window, a curved piece of glass.
Somebody help me out here. Anybody? Hello?
That's what I'm
Nobody's gonna
saying,
help.
Star. Even as a glober myself, I mean, I'm telling you, like you cannot take it. Like you cannot see the curvature from a plane. So
Yeah, the math doesn't work, Star.
I don't know what you were looking at.
Yeah,
Maybe you started. Maybe you started. You saw it, or like because it's kind of ingrained that the Earth is curved.
It's in your brain, is what he said. Fry, you got some background noise. It sounds like somebody's running a drill press or something. What do you got
Shit,
going
yeah,
on?
that's
there,
my
man?
fan. My bad.
Man. All right. Watch your fan there, bro.
No, I don't know.
Star.
Yeah.
Yes, you do know. Here's the cool thing
I don't
about
know
knowing
anymore.
something. Here's the cool thing about knowing something versus believing in something. Knowing something, you actually fucking can touch it, feel it, measure it, check it out. And that's where we live, Earth. We can tuck it, smell it. It fucking rains. The sun comes. Yeah, we get all kinds of cool things going on right here on Earth. We can check it out. And belief, that goes to outer space, man. That's a belief, 100%. None of us have been to space. We can't verify it. You can just say, "Oh, the engineers and why would they lie and all this shit." The fact is none of us have actually ever fucking went to space to see this little spinny ball thing we're supposed to be living on.
Well, the sun is a ball too. It just doesn't make any sense.
You gonna tell us what the sun is, Star? You know what it is?
Definitely a sphere.
Is it?
Yes,
How do you know?
because you can see it.
You can see a sphere.
Have you seen the? Did you see the? I watched the eclipse. It is a
Cool.
serious sphere. It's a sphere.
It's a sphere.
We watched several eclipses, and there's no spherical anything to the sun that I could see.
So you can't see it with your bare eyes.
Oh, but you just said that you seen it, man.
Wait a minute. Use the did you use some special glasses to see the little round dot in the sky?
Yeah,
It looks-
obviously.
okay. It's weird that it's the same size as the moon. I always thought that was kind of interesting. Anyway,
Because it's bigger.
exact same size. Not like might be the same. No. These
Well,
fucking
that's
two
the way
things are the
things
exact same fucking
Oh my
size.
God.
So crazy. So crazy.
I want to do some scientific experiments of the same ball being being brought closer to you and the other being farther away, because I tell you the truth, it's probably the same size if you look at both of them.
Wow, you're telling me you think it's truth that's something you can't verify. Come on, Star, you're better than
Let's
that.
do an experiment.
It has to be.
I'm ready for it.
Way better than that, Star. You're way deeper
No,
than that bullshit, man.
I
Come
am
on.
better than this, but
Fuck yeah, you are. Because you can't verify that fucking sun, how big it is. I can't verify it. Nobody in here can verify how big the fucking sun is, period. Or how far away it is. We know we can calculate some shit, angles, here, there, Dallas, Texas to, Zimbabwe, whatever. We can calculate stuff and say, yeah, that the math works out, but we can't verify it like, hey man, that's a piece of oak. How do you know it's a piece of oak? Well, I cut the fucking oak tree down and I milled it down to this, and it's a piece of oak. Guaranteed, 100%. It's oak. I can guarantee it. There's no question. You can't, But, to say, hey, man, I know what the sun is and how far it is, that's just hearsay and making up shit. Come on, Star. You're better than that.
what is the point of lying to us about it?
Oh, back to that fucking question. Didn't Jedi explain that to you like an hour and a half ago?
Still am confused.
Come on.
Feel bad for Star.
Hour and a half ago. Fuck. Jedi. Yeah.
Hey, Crit, are you there? I'm just curious.
She reset already.
Did she
I don't know
really?
if Crit's there.
No. She reset, yeah. It was all like an hour and a half. Jedi fucking set her straight, man. They're lying to us because they don't. It's God versus man. This is a created place. Fucking A. We can check it out, but they'll say no. It was a big bang, and you're just a little dust of dust in the middle of dust, and you're nothing. And we came up with that idea. Yep, Big Bang. You came from nothing.
I'm wondering what you guys' opinion is about this.
So, Star, I think of it a little different way, right? Like, you don't think you're lying when you're talking about space and the sun, right?
Well, I don't think I'm just confused.
But you don't think you're lying, though, right? You think you're telling the truth when you're talking to us, right?
I mean, I'm not trying to say anything, but
Exactly.
I'm asking the question.
So my question to you, if you don't know that you're lying, is it a lie?
I'm not trying to lie.
I'm just saying, in general, like with everybody, you're saying, why would they lie? I'm saying to you, if you don't know it's a lie,
Why would the government lie to us about that?
I'm asking you, if you don't know that it's a lie, is it? Are you still lying? Like, what if everybody just believes it, Star? They truly believe it in their heart. They don't know that they're lying. They're just keep on perpetuating this fucking lie, right?
Time that the government said that they're aliens,
You just don't want to listen, right?
and then everybody thought that, and
Cog
we all
this,
believed it.
Cog this, setting in. Cog this, setting in. Don't spiral. Do not spiral, Star. Do you think stars spiral? By chance?
Whatever.
Why would they lie?
I really don't think a lot of people. I don't think a lot of people think they are lying, right?
No, dude. When I was back in 90s, I was like, dude, we went to the moon.
Same here, man.
I watched that movie Apollo 13, man. Oh, fucking shit's awesome, man. I can't believe those guys survived that shit. Those guys are awesome. Apollo 13, man. Great movie. It's great. It's so great.
Like, what's preventing that on a flat plane? I'm
Why
curious.
is everything
You guys
so
know, or
What was the question, Raiden?
oh yeah, Flatsy had just left, and I was wondering what you guys thought about this because she said something interesting. She said that space and gravity doesn't exist. I had to mute myself because I started laughing, but I was wondering on a flat plane if it's true that space and gravity doesn't exist.
Yeah, I don't think she meant it the way you think, though, bro.
Flat plane every day.
Yeah, there's a bit of a disconnect here on your thinking.
I don't know what you guys think about that.
I just think she doesn't mean you don't. We don't explain it the same way you do, right? That's all.
Okay.
It does. And we're not saying it doesn't exist.
Well, she says
Like obviously,
it
we
doesn't
look up in the sky and there's something up there, and obviously something, some kind of effect is going on here with things falling down to the ground, right?
Okay.
Yeah, what Flatsy's saying is she's just, I suppose, hasn't explained herself correctly, but gravity as a causation, as it explained to us today, doesn't exist, yeah? It's metaphysical. It's just, there's no scientific verification.
Right. She
So
said space
we
doesn't exist
all
either.
witness,
Wait, I'm
we all witness,
confused.
hang
Can
on,
I ask-
we all witness the same effect of some items going down at an average of 9.8 meters per second. That's not what the denial is. The denial is the causation of that. And then space, well, then space, again, as we're told, can't exist because it's a violation of natural laws.
Okay, so I have two questions. If space doesn't exist and gravity doesn't exist, where is the sun and moon situated, and how come those two things aren't falling down and crashing into the flat Earth every day?
He just doesn't want to listen to this guy, right? He's fucking brick.
No, I'm just wondering what you guys think.
You're so brick, dude.
Spiral, bro. It was a bit of a spiral.
He always does
I'm
this,
just
though, Raiden, right? He comes
wondering
in
what you
playing
guys think.
stupid or he is stupid. One of the two, right? I guess stupid is as stupid does, right?
Don't call him stupid.
What's stupid about that question? And just
We just explained to you what she meant, but you don't want to understand that. We get it, man.
what did she mean?
It's okay, bro.
I'm not going to explain it again, brother. Sorry, man.
We're gonna move on.
Don't call people stupid.
Back to our girl Star here.
And what's up?
You kept so an hour and a half ago. You're like, why would they lie? And then just now you're like, why would they lie?
Okay, I'm a little drunk.
Why are you holding on to why would they would lie? Or how can I help you understand why they would lie? Or why wouldn't they lie? Is my question.
This is true. But because science, people can do it themselves. You know, science. So why?
Well,
how are
okay,
they gonna lie if people can actually look?
I love your
at
answer.
this thing?
I love your answer. They can do it themselves. Can we ourselves verify that we live on a globe? Is there any way we can do that, Star? How do we verify that? with firsthand knowledge, like for something we could all do. How do we do that?
I don't fucking
know. Yeah, I don't know either. There's no fucking way. I mean, I can verify like 20 miles of flat water. I can verify that 100% without a doubt. That shit's flat, and it shouldn't be flat if we're on a globe. There's a problem.
So if
there.
you went into outer space and you saw the curvature of the Earth,
Yep.
would
Yes.
you believe it?
Oh fuck yeah! I'd be the first one to come back here and go, "Hey, all you guys, you flat earthers are fucking stupid." I'd be the first guy, man. If I went up there in a rocket and said, "Dude, man, I saw that shit," I'd come back down here and just fucking ream all you guys. Just
Yeah. Well,
How would you reconcile the
I would just fucking tear you flat earthers apart, man. Dude, I saw it.
So Star, you know they lie, right? The government.
yes, I definitely know they lie.
So why do they lie?
Probably trying to keep, the God from us or something. I don't know.
But why do they just lie in general, though, Star? Like about anything, not just about
I think
the
they're
Earth.
lying about the Nephilim. I think they're lying about the flood and the Bible.
But why?
Why the
Why
Nephilim
would
out of
they
all
do this?
things?
Because they're part of the Bohemian
We don't
Grove. They're evil.
So you just answered your own question. Great.
That's
Good job,
why
Star.
I'm in this channel.
Yeah, you are.
I
Damn
am.
straight you are.
Ah,
Hey, Star.
I have a question for you, Star. Can I? So
yeah,
No.
go
I
ahead.
just have
Go
one
ahead.
question.
I got a better question.
Let's say you
Hey,
go
go
on.
ahead.
Yeah, I just want to know, like, what would you do in this scenario? Let's say, you calculate the curvature of the Earth, you go online, you look it up, and you're like, okay, like, in 10 miles, you're supposed to, like, an object that's like let's say 10 feet, you're not supposed to see that. And you go out and
No,
you take.
10 feet.
66 feet at 10 miles.
66 feet.
Go ahead.
What?
Sure. I mean, yeah, whatever the case may be, right? Let's take 60 feet, and you're not supposed to see that over 10 miles.
I'm gonna talk to some physicists while I'm gone.
I mean, you can look it up in any calculator online, let's say, and you go and you make this observation, and you do spot
I've
an
watched
object.
documentaries of them do.
What's
and
that?
It always ends up being there's a curvature.
Really?
I've definitely seen documentaries of them doing
Which
this
do
test.
you remember any name of these documentaries?
No.
Okay.
There's only one, and it's the Netflix one that anybody's ever
Yeah.
fucking seen, man.
There's only
Fuck.
one, man. There's only one.
It's a bunch of flat earthers disproving the flat Earth. Great.
Unless you watch the FE Core one. Maybe. I doubt it. But yeah, maybe. There's only one.
I just don't see
the-
how you don't think there's gravity because we're spinning. I don't
No.
understand that.
Oh my God. There's
because
oh,
you
shit.
can do that. You can do that as a experiment.
We don't say that,
Here.
Star. We don't say that.
What do you mean then?
We all observe and know that things fall down to the ground, right?
Yeah,
But why?
because we're spinning and things are heavier. Like if you were
So
in
that's
space,
where our
it
problem
wouldn't be
is,
heavy at
Star.
all.
It's not the effect. It's not what we see. It's the cause, right? Like how come it's that way? And the story that they tell us is a story. It's a theoretical story, right?
Yeah. She's proposing that the causation is the rotation. It has nothing to do with the rotation.
Yeah. Well, we tried to get that into her head about a half an hour ago, but that didn't work. Anyway,
Sorry.
let's try it again, Star.
All right, let's go again.
None of us
Go
believe
again.
we're spinning, first of all. And if we were spinning, none of us believe that that's why shit falls down. None of us believe any of those. That would be ridiculous. It goes against like physics law, bro. It's really, really just a bad
Well, it's not even about us believing it, Flat Earth Dude. The fact is, it's not the causation in the globe model either that she's claiming. Yeah, so
it's a little off.
off the rails.
We
is
need to do some
who you would say.
experiments together.
Off the
You
reservation.
want us to tell you what your story's supposed to be?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
It's the bending and warping of space time. That's what makes things fall.
Say
That's
what?
fucking ace.
What the fuck is that?
I'm not even fucking with you, Star. That's what it
That's
is.
so creepy. It's so scary. I don't know.
Oh shit!
Why is it scary? Why is it scary?
I don't
So
know.
scary.
It's always bending time and
Why is that scary though?
step out of time.
Bendy space time is very, very scary. It's very I'm with you, Star. It's very scary. It would freak me out if it was real, man.
Bending
It would-
space time's kind of scary.
Oh, it's freaky, man. Think about it. Time and space and bending, warping, and oh my god, it's horrible. It's horrible. How are we gonna deal with this bendy space warping?
Hey, FED, we got an extra hour. We gained an extra hour.
Yes,
on
we
that clock.
did, bro. It's only 11:09 here.
You guys
on
got
the
another
West Coast.
hour to talk to me. It's
Yeah,
perfect.
happy extra hour, guys.
Happy extra hour. Sleep in tomorrow.
Yay.
Enjoy.
That's
We're
why I
getting
got
Star.
drunk.
We're getting Star to.
What?
We're getting Star to. I love that your name is Star. First of all, we're getting Star to admit and at least acknowledge that she's never been to outer space.
No.
And there's
I
no.
think I was in my dreams.
And you're like, what the hell is bendy space time? What the? And she thought it was scary. I thought, yeah, it is scary. If it was real, it would be so scary. I agree. Thank you, Star, for that.
You're welcome.
You're the first one to ever admit that bendy space time is scary.
I mean,
by the way.
for somebody who's trying to bend space and time all the time, it would be scary if I've actually did it.
Right. It's a spooky action at a distance. Have you ever heard that one?
I'm magic. I'm just.
Hey, Star, have you ever heard of spooky action at a distance? No.
What is that?
Spooky action at a distance.
Like magnetism. Is that enough spooky?
Magnetism can be spooky. Yes, it could be.
Oh, the big magnets, those are kind of scary. The big ones that are like, boom, and it goes in, and the things like they hurt, and you have like this big magnet, and have you ever played with one of those big magnets?
Yeah, they're called super magnets. Yeah, I've played
They're
with them.
fucking scary.
They're wicked, man. Yeah, I couldn't pull the shit off. I'm like, damn, what the
No,
fuck?
you don't get your finger caught in there.
Yep. Get stuck.
It would hurt.
Anyway, back to bendy space time.
Bending space time.
So that's what they say gravity is during the Einstein era. Before that, it was mass attracting mass, which was Newton. It was a few hundred years before Einstein. And at the end of the day, man, none of this shit can be verified by you or me or anybody in here with using the scientific method. It can't be done. And that's kind of where we're stuck, man.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like there was some kind of
scientific method is cause and effect relationships, and you have to manipulate one of the causes. And
wait, I have a question.
Yes.
So when you know how people who go up and go into space, or they're in a very fast plane.
You sounded like a 3-year-old. You know when we go away really high.
I'm really drunk.
Oh,
She's been drinking. She's been drinking. Miggy, she's been drinking. I've been drinking. We're just hanging out.
What do you call it when they put you in a machine and they spin you around really fast?
A gravitron.
Huh? A machine?
No, they test you with the.
Yes, they test the gravity with the spinning of like a amusement
I'm
park.
serious. It's like a.
They check the G forces.
Yeah, Embo's been in one
Due
of
to
those.
centrifugal force.
G-force.
Yeah, Embo's been in one of those.
Yeah. Have you ever?
Hey, here's the kicker, Star. Think about this, Star. When you're spinning on one of those,
You guys are just being mean.
Star, listen. I'm being cool. If you're spinning on that, you are being forced outwards, right?
Right.
Away from the center, right? You're being forced away from the center, and that's centrifugal force, right?
Okay.
And you wanted to contribute spinning of Earth to things dropping.
You're right. All right.
It doesn't work like that. It's the actual opposite.
You're right.
Right? Yep.
Fuck you.
Fuck you. Fuck you too, baby. No, it's just the natural things of physics, man, that we can all observe. And
okay. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know anymore.
Yeah, you do know. You do know.
No, it can't be. It can't.
Yeah, yep, it can be.
Yeah,
it can be because a lot. You don't have to listen, Star. You owe nothing to the idea that the Earth is a globe. You don't owe anything to anyone. Nobody's holding you down to say like you gotta believe the globe or else. Like you don't have to. Listen. This idea that the Earth is a globe it's a fairy tale. There's nothing real about it. Nothing. They fill your head with so much stories, and you think like it has to be real because they got all the science and they got all the videos and all that stuff. But when you look into it, all that stuff, they're just telling you stories. They don't give you any way to check any of that stuff out. So you're just like, cool. You just told me a cool story. There's a planet that's like 5 light years away or whatever, and you fall in love with the story, but you've never checked it out, any of this information. Which is why we're saying right now, it's like, okay, when you take the time to even think about it, like FED's been telling you, you actually start to hear like, man, that makes a lot of sense what you guys are saying, but I still believe the globe. Like, you know what I mean? It's you don't owe it nothing to anyone.
Okay,
Like, your mind is
my shit open.
Yeah, your mind is your own, right?
I'm gonna keep it open. I'm keeping it open.
Listen, if something makes sense, then it makes sense. That's it. Like you.
Yeah, but you guys don't make sense. That's the thing.
Ouch.
Whoa, wait a minute. Where do we not make sense? Come on, Star.
I just don't see how you could just be a straight line and it turning in space. Like a straight.
What do you mean? Well, straight line and turning. What do you mean?
Like
An orbit. She's talking about
orbit.
an orbit.
Like how does that work when it's all spherical?
Yeah.
I love
so
your
you're talking
questions.
about an orbit, but have you ever seen an orbit? You know what an orbit is, right? The definition of an orbit?
Yes.
It's like when something revolves around something else, right?
I'm
like
not an idiot, you know? Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have you ever witnessed that in the reality that you live in right now?
Well,
you ever
can
seen
witness that when you're looking through a telescope.
I know.
See that.
But what I'm asking is, when has anyone ever witnessed that? Something go around something
in
else.
a telescope.
No, Star. They told you that that's how you can see something like that happen, but nobody's ever witnessed that. The idea that an orbit happens is something that goes around something else. Nobody's ever seen an orbit. No one. I guarantee it. We've been asking these questions for years, Star. An orbit is something when it goes around something else. You've never witnessed that in a telescope, nor has anybody in history. They infer an orbit. It's an inference.
Dude, there's so much shit in the sky that you
Yeah.
can look at and they're talking about. Like,
Yeah, I know. Star, has anyone ever seen an orbit? You know what an orbit is. You defined it. It's when something goes around something else, right?
yes.
Has anybody ever seen that? Think about it. You said that we didn't make any sense, the shit that we say, and listen to you now. You're silent. You know that I'm making sense though, right? You've never witnessed that. Nobody's ever witnessed that. And if you do,
I think
tell me who.
somebody's witnessed like something going around something in space. Yes.
Who's
I
witnessed
just need
that?
to find it.
No, that's the appeal to the magical expert. That magical expert does not exist, Star. This idea of some human that you think could exist that holds the magical keys to this wisdom does not exist. Nobody's ever witnessed an orbit. This orbit idea is an inference. They're inferring an orbit by seeing something move around in the sky. They've never witnessed an entire orbit, something go around something else. That has never been witnessed. This is an actual fact.
Oh my god, why do you guys have to make things so difficult?
It's not difficult. This is the truth. The truth seems a little bit harsh to you because you've been used to lies your whole life. Lies are the only thing you know right now. It's like being in love with a fantasy, right? You love space and traveling out to the galaxies and all that stuff. But when you stick to reality, there is no more fantasy. We do away with that.
I just feel like I can see things with my own eyes, and
Yes,
looking
yes, you can,
through a
Star.
telescope, they're all round.
Yeah, but so what? Do you know? Listen, if you say they're all round,
The only thing that's not round.
listen. If you say they're all round, have you ever seen an object that you can tell that is an entire like a sphere? How do you know it's like if you see something from far away? How do you know it's a sphere?
Are you
what if it's just
serious?
No, I'm dead serious. What I'm asking you is
not serious, are you?
yes. Listen, Star. You don't realize the implications, right? If you start saying something looks like a sphere, then how do you know for sure? You can infer that it looks like one from where you are. You can say it looks like a sphere, but I can't tell you if it is one or not. That's what you can say. You can never say 100% it's a sphere. You can say it looks like one, but I don't know if it really is one because I can't go and see every angle.
Your eyes are saying, "Look at that."
It looks
weird.
like a sphere, but you don't know if it actually is one. But you don't know if it actually is one. That's how you finish that sentence. You don't say it looks like a sphere, therefore it is. You don't know if it is or not. You've never been there to investigate it. It could be something else entirely. Nobody's ever been to those things in the sky. There's a lot of magical
I want
fantasy.
some evidence that is square.
It's not a square. It's not a square or a triangle. It looks like a sphere. I'll grant you that. It's what they look like. But what something looks like and what it actually is are two very different things. You can't keep saying it looks like a sphere, therefore it is.
I want a picture.
That's a logical fallacy, Star.
Why can't you take a picture of something that'll prove what you're saying? Because
I'm telling you,
we've taken pictures of shit that's proven that it's a sphere.
It's not proven that it's a sphere. It looks like a sphere, and therefore you think it is one. But if you actually want to say that it actually is one, I'm being serious. You have to tangibly be there and check it out. Because if you can't do that, you can only say it looks like one. That's it. And everybody else here can agree with you. Yeah, what I'm looking at kind of looks like a sphere. But if you say that it actually is one, then you have knowledge that actually is verified. You can never verify that because you can never go there. You can only say what it looks like. That's it. That's as best as you can do. That's it. You know what I'm saying is true. You can never say for sure 100% it's a sphere. You can say it looks like a sphere. I'll grant you that. But you can never say 100% it is a sphere. Making some sense here. I'm speaking to you logically, Star. You have to think about
I
it.
can't say anything anymore because I just disagree.
It's okay. You can say that because I see something, it is a sphere, but I would have to challenge you and ask you, how do you know it's an actual sphere? Have you been there? Can you see all the different sides of that thing that you think is an object? It's a sphere. And if your answer is no, then you can't say 100%. Logically, you couldn't.
You know what's been weird? Can I tell you something else that has something to do with this, but not really? So you know, people watch the moon all the time. You know, they have their recorder on. They have a video of like something going through, like in front of the moon.
Yeah.
And there's something passing by the moon.
Like an airplane or
No, like something that's far away. Like
it goes through the moon, it crosses the moon, it transits the moon.
It crosses.
Yeah, it transits the moon. Yep. I've seen all kinds of things transit the moon.
Planes do that, birds do that.
No,
things can do that.
Balloons do that.
Yep.
Yeah, I even shot a video of a balloon transiting the moon. Yep.
What about all the satellites in the sky?
Satellites. Okay.
What about them?
What about them?
Well, I mean, you say that they're not going around the Earth.
What do you mean they're not going around the Earth?
Like, I don't understand. Since it's flat, nothing will go around the Earth. Since it's
hey, have you ever seen a you know, like a bird? Have you ever seen a bird fly around you in the sky?
Yeah.
Is it going around a globe or just around your head?
What's your point?
Think about it. It doesn't need to go around a physical globe. It can just go in a circle around your head. Right?
You guys are fucking with me.
No, I'm serious. Have you ever thought about it? Like a bird can actually go around in a circle above your head, and it doesn't have to go around a globe in order for it to go around you. It can go around in a circle. Why doesn't that make sense to you? I don't get it, Star. Some things that are logical, you don't accept it. It's like you're rejecting logic as if that's something that you have to hate.
I don't understand what this has to do with
Think about
Earth. Because
if you think
a bird, I don't understand.
Yeah, if you think satellites are going around a physical ball, then if you thought, well, let me think about this. A bird can make a circle around my head. What if a giant circle around my head is what those satellites are doing?
So they are going in a circle. You just proved me right.
Not in the circle you think.
Oh.
You think you think they're going in a circle around a ball. The circle I'm talking about is just a circle around the person's, around your head.
Your house. Think of it like your house. Like if I was going to run around your house, on the outside of your house, I made a circle around your house. Does that make it a ball? You follow that?
Yeah, I follow it.
Okay.
That's that easy, right?
It's that easy. Yeah, I know it's too easy. It's too easy to like go, oh my goodness, man. Like the Earth's flat and we're not moving and we're not shooting through outer space. Oh my God. No kidding.
Yeah, we're making a lot of logical sense, Star. I think you don't want it to be
what
so.
makes logical sense is that we're spinning around something bigger, which is spinning around something
No,
bigger.
because you're in love with the fantasy. That's why you're saying it. You're in love with it. You just got to have your space ball. Why? Why do you have to have it? Why is it so important?
It makes the most sense. It makes
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
It is like Middle Earth, like Narnia. It is like me talking about some freaking fantasy. And you're just like, why are you talking about a fantasy? Because that's all it is. You can't justify any of it. It's all make believe.
You're asking me to like make up like fairies. That's what I feel like.
That's what the globe Earth is. It's like a bunch of fairies.
You already got the fairy. It's called the globe. It's a fairy tale.
The biggest fairy tale ever told.
Ever.
And you love it. You're like, oh, it has to be a globe because it makes so much sense. You're like, no, it don't. Where in reality do you see Spaceballs flying around in the vacuum? Nowhere.
That's a good movie, Spaceballs.
Well, you got to realize, Star.
This is reality.
You got to realize when to let go. And sometimes it's like Santa Claus, right? But Santa must be real.
You're getting too serious.
No, I'm getting real because sometimes maybe you need to have that reality check.
Who are you, my dad?
Reality checks are always good for you because now you start to realize, hey, look, this isn't real and this is, right? All your life, you're just been
You're not
enabled.
gonna tell me what I think is real or not.
Yeah, you're the one
Stop.
telling us. You're
Stop.
telling us. You're
I'm
telling
not.
us.
I'm asking questions. That's
No,
all
but then
I'm
you're saying,
doing.
then
No.
you're saying, yeah, you're saying it doesn't. This can't be real. You guys serious with me? This isn't real. You're rejecting
That was
it.
a question, wasn't it?
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, Star, you're accepting like space is real and you can go to like trillions of miles away or whatever, and Mars you can land on. That's all fucking make believe, man. There's no way you can verify
Hell
any of
yeah.
that. You can't verify any of that, Star.
I
You
know I
have to,
can't. I know I can't.
and you know you can't. I appreciate you admitting that you know you can't, because that's the first question I ask anybody, man, is like, can you verify, how do you verify we're on a globe?
I
What
don't
do you
know
got?
why, but
Nobody can.
in my brain, I just feel like you guys
What?
are wrong.
And we know that you're wrong. 100% wrong.
Okay, well, we can agree to disagree. I love you guys.
it's not
Stop.
that I know, but it's not a genre agree to disagree. This is you're just flat out wrong. Pun intended. But you want to be wrong, so it's fine.
Flat out wrong.
Yeah.
What are
It's
feelings,
fine.
though?
Listen,
What
it's
hurt?
fine.
Ease up,
It's
man.
fine.
Ease up.
It's fine because everybody's saying that we gotta use soft kids glove with you, but me,
Gotta go soft,
I
you
think you
gotta
need
go
I think you need a little dose of reality every now and
You need to
again.
chill out. Seriously. Stop.
Yeah, now you're getting in your feelings, and everybody's defending the woman because she let her have her feelings.
Little baby.
You're a person just like everybody else are, and you deserve the truth, right? So you don't need to be in. People don't need to enable you. They don't need to be enabling you. They need to be helping you, telling you what reality is and what isn't reality.
Oh, okay.
Right?
I agree.
Sorry, I didn't realize I needed people to be telling me.
Yeah,
what
yeah,
reality
because
is.
that's what we do. That's what we do in this room.
Okay,
We
okay,
help people.
okay.
We don't enable them.
Oh my god.
But as soon as you start talking like that, here comes the man, the guys in the room. Oh,
No
guys,
one's gonna
let's
come
let
to
off
my
of her.
rescue. Stop it. No one's
Yeah,
coming
everybody
to my-
is. Fry
Stop
came
it.
to your rescue. A lot of other dudes
No.
did in this room. Yeah, they did. They're voting for you.
I like her. She's pretty funny, and at least she's not a douchebag, unlike most
Yeah,
globals.
it's not about being a listen, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not about being a douchebag, and that's why we're always telling people the way we do. We tell people straight out because it's the truth. We
It's
don't want to hide
reality.
the truth. It's always, like I said, a dose of reality is good for everybody. It's not because why you need to stop because you get it. No, we don't need to stop. Actually, this is what this room's all about. It's designed so that people can come in here and know what truth is and know what fantasies are,
Yeah,
so
but
they can be
you're-
like, okay, let me separate
You're not
myself from that.
letting anybody else who doesn't think you're right. Like, you want
What?
some disagreement, don't you? Like, you
Yeah, it's fine. Listen, I told you it's fine to disagree, but at the same time, you're either right or wrong. And in this case, you're wrong.
Oh, okay. I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, see, and admitting that, it feels good. It's like, okay, I know that I'm wrong. I don't have any evidence.
All right, I'm wrong. There you go. You happy?
Hey, nobody's got.
I'm not happy, but
Nobody's got globe evidence, man. I mean, even the best globers don't have the fucking evidence, man. It's so sad. It's
We've had
crazy.
PhDs, we've had
Physicists.
cosmologists, astrophysicists,
Yeah.
all of them come in here and they feel the same exact way when they're leaving the room. They feel kind of like, man, why you gotta be so mean and harsh? Like, bro, we're just being real. Like, what, we can't be real? Like, we got to be. That's all we can be is real. Sorry if it offends people.
Where's the bendy water? Where?
Where's the bending
bendy
and
water?
warping space time?
Where's the bendy water space time?
Bendy water, space time. Exactly.
Yeah, where the hell is that? Yeah,
Magic.
come on. There's no such thing as bendy water space time. That's great. Oh shit. Who you guys voting for? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
It is politics.
Yeah, it is politics. Yeah, that's why I was like, we could for a second, but no. I vote for specific gravity for president. What do you guys think?
What did you?
Specific gravity.
I like the water. I'll
Like
vote
the
for
water?
the water.
All right. We got a water vote. We got a specific gravity vote.
Trump.
Who's going to go with radius drop over distance? Anybody?
Trump.
That
Who's
has
voting
to
for that?
be. It'll have to be me, I guess.
Let's vote our favorite flat Earth or globe Earth proof. All right.
No, I vote for Trump.
No, we're on Earth.
We're doing that.
We're gonna vote for your favorite flat Earth or globe Earth proof. Anybody? I'll go first. I can go first. Mine is tangential velocity, flying on a plane on Earth. That's my number one vote. Anybody got another vote?
Why don't you explain that to us?
So if you take off from, let's say, the North Pole and you fly to the equator,
is that both Earth curve and
there's a different spin. There's a different spin rate that you have to account for, from 0 to 1,000 miles an hour.
I wish I was like a smart scientist to.
No, you don't. You don't want to be a smart scientist. You want to be. You're absolutely right where you need to be, Star.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Think about this. They say that the Earth spins at the equator 1,000 miles an hour, and that's just a physical fact.
Does it say that? I'm gonna Google that shit.
It says that on the globe. Okay. Now, if I take off my airplane at the North Pole and I fly to the equator, at the North Pole it's spinning at 0 miles an hour, and down there it's spinning 1,000. I got to make that up somehow, man. And there's no airline pilot in the world that ever accounts for this. It never happens in reality, and I love reality.
Going as fast as the Earth when you're on it.
It's the tangential velocity. You gotta account for it, bro.
Oh
Anyway.
God, we're never gonna agree.
It's a complicated thing, man. It took me a couple of years to really get my head around it, but now that I've been kicking it and cooking it in the frying pan, yeah, that shit is dead balls accurate, man. That you would have to make up for it, and no airline pilot does it, man. Not one of them.
So how am I doing, you guys?
Doing great, Star.
Thank you. Thank you.
I probably fucked you up a couple times and got you off track, but
You come up with the idea.
you fucked yourself up a couple times too. But
0 miles per hour.
I mean, I don't need to bother you guys anymore. I'm just having a good time talking to you guys about this. You guys fucked me up a couple times.
well, hey, Star, man, I'm an objective realityist. Have you ever heard that term?
I've heard of objective reality, just not a reality.
I'm an objective realityist.
Theist, okay?
Yeah. It means if I can see something with my own 2 eyes and touch it with my own 2 hands, then that's real to me.
So,
right?
I'm not real.
No, well, at this point, man, you could be an AI bot for all I know. A drunken AI bot. But yeah, it's probably
You figured me out.
I got you, dude. Anyway, if I can, surf a wave or sail an ocean and figure out where I am on Earth, yeah, those are all real things, man. We can check out, and I encourage everybody to check out Earth because that's where we live. And everybody wants to go to outer space for some reason. I don't get it, man. But
I don't want to go to outer space.
It's not real, man. It's not real. It's a total.
No, outer space is just not real.
It's not real. It's nothing we've ever experienced, Star.
That's kind
ever.
of crazy.
Space isn't real. Just take your cell phone and throw it into the trash, right?
So the farther you go up, the less oxygen you have. You don't think that we get less gravity and
Oh, there's a problem with Earth and space, and it's called the second law of thermodynamics. I don't know if you probably don't know what that is, and don't feel stupid because you don't know. I didn't know this shit 10 years ago. I had no clue.
Meme.
But every time that there's gas pressure in any system whatsoever, whether it's a propane tank or your fish tank or whatever, pressure.
And yes, you can have gas pressure without a container, whether you like it, whether you don't. You can.
Well, then you're going into fantasy land, because I've been asking for 8 years. Anybody that's got it,
well, a simple household fan is a perfect example of gas pressure without a container.
A fan.
Household fan. Yeah.
Household. I got one going right now.
You ever shot a gun?
Oh, absolutely.
Have you ever shot a gun?
Of course. Yeah.
Well, the discharge from the gun cartridge, the bullet cartridge, is gas without a container.
Wait a minute. The barrel is the container. The barrel is the container, dude. I'm sorry, bro.
Barrel, that is gas pressure.
But the barrel is the container, Mongo. Don't even fucking go there.
Mongo, could you explain away?
Come on. The barrel is the container.
Pressure without a container.
It's too easy, bro. It's too easy.
I've lost track.
It's not too easy.
Yeah, she's gonna lose track. We lost Star, man. She's like, she has no clue what the fuck we're talking about.
Guns? What?
Yeah, we're talking about gas pressure and how it affects different containers. And
if you swing
it totally is an absolute, without a doubt, physical law of nature, and it has to.
If you extend your hand out in front of you and rapidly swing it one side, do you feel pressure against your hand?
Yeah, well, here's the problem, man. It's not the pressure against my hand; it's the pressure that exists in reality. That we already know where I live. It's 14.7 psi where I live, and
it's a mixture of gas.
You have to have something holding the pressure.
It really doesn't matter that you
all right, you guys carry on.
Carry on. No, I was having a good time talking to you.
Well, I'm just giving simple explanations of gas pressure without a container.
That's unfortunate.
It's still, we live in a container, for fuck's sake, man. We live in a container.
Have you ever seen the movie The Cube? Like, that's what I feel like
because
you're talking
Earth
about.
Has an atmosphere.
The container, we're never going to be able to get
and
out.
Earth and our atmosphere spins as Earth spins.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Nothing. Never mind.
The Earth's atmosphere spins as the Earth spins. Is that what you just said?
Sure it does.
Just repeating what you said.
Simple physics.
Simple physics. Okay, show me this in a very simple physics experiment then.
Our atmosphere spins as Earth.
No, I want you see, if it's simple physics, then you should be able to demonstrate it in an experiment, right?
Yes, that's true.
Gave you a simple experiment.
Awesome. What's that simple experiment then?
Your hand rapidly in front of you from one side to the other, and what do you feel against your hand? Do you feel resistance?
Yeah, that's gas pressure. I'm waving my hand in. Okay.
That is correct. That is gas pressure.
Yes. What's the definition of gas pressure? Hold on. I'm not listening. I've got a question for you. Got a question for you. Hello? Excuse me. What's the definition of gas pressure?
Oh, we're going to try to be clever, are we?
No, we're going to agree to terms. So what's the definition of gas pressure?
All right, somebody just try.
Hold on, Star. It's already hard enough to keep this guy on one subject.
Sorry.
Thank you. No, what's the definition of gas pressure? Please use a better one than what you. A push and a pull. So gas pressure. Hold on. Gas pressure is defined as.
it's either a push or a pull.
So gas pressure, by your words, is the pull of gas.
No, I said a
Right,
push.
you said push or pull. Okay, so it's a push. Gas pushing on what?
Motion.
Gas pushes on motion.
Motion.
I'm not trying to be clever, but we can't have this conversation until we agree terms. I asked you what gas pressure is defined as. It's the force of the gas exerted upon the walls of its container. A fixed volume where gas exists. Gas wants to expand. Hold on, I haven't finished talking. I haven't finished talking. Thank you.
Okay.
I was still talking. That was probably the thing that gave it away. So the gas wants to expand, as according to the second law of thermodynamics. To stop expansion, you contain the gas. By consequent of containing the gas is under pressure. You agree to this, right? Simple fundamental laws of nature, simple physics that can be demonstrated.
I was listening.
I'm not talking to you, Star. I'm talking to this guy.
To a degree, but gas
To a
pressure
degree.
absolutely does not require a container.
Really? So gas expanding into a volume then. How do you achieve pressure if the gases continue to expand? Simple fucking physics, my ass.
Here's another example.
You didn't give me one yet.
How do air
You
tanks?
can't move on. Wait. You can't move on to something else.
How do air tanks work when you could do the same thing if you take an air tube, hold it straight out of a line, straight in a line outside of an automobile car window, and you will get the same effect?
Sorry to interrupt you, but what the fuck are you talking about, dude? You've been drinking or something? This doesn't sound coherent.
You don't know what you're talking about. You know.
Hold on. I've tried to agree terms with you. You don't agree with the terms that are set. Would you like me to provide you scientific definition?
You're trying to sound clever, yet you're
No, at this moment, I'm just trying to define terms. What gas pressure is. You're saying that, no, you don't need a physical barrier to press against. Now you're talking about airplanes. You need to demonstrate scientifically a violation. Shut up. You need to demonstrate scientifically. Why are you still talking? Why are you talking? Why? You're the dumbest fucking idiot in here and you continue to talk.
You fucking moron.
I'm trying to readdress your claim.
You got nothing.
Excuse me, you're the one who's made the claim. Excuse me, you're the one that's made the claim that you don't need a container to achieve gas pressure. So you need to sign. Good. So can you scientifically verify that then, please?
Can you just do simple science?
Yeah. So your claim is against the fundamental law of nature. Hold on, I'm going to explain it to you so you understand. Why are you talking? Why are you talking?
Okay.
This Brit is funny.
No, I'm talking. You're traveling along in a car.
I asked for science.
At a slow speed.
Ask for science.
And you drop a ball outside of that window. Is it going to come
gas pressure without a container? You're not giving me what I asked for. You're not giving me your claim. Why are you talking? I don't understand. This isn't what I asked for. This isn't your claim. Why? You said that you can have gas pressure without a container. Now we're dropping balls outside of cars. I've asked you to scientifically validate your claim because your claim is against the law of nature. That law of nature is gas expansion. You're saying that to stop that gas expansion, you don't need a container. So can you scientifically verify your claim that you don't need a container? Dumbass.
Why does everything have to be so damn difficult? Does anybody think there was a flood? I just want to know. Like, it doesn't matter if it was like biblical or not, but you guys know that there was a flood on the earth, right? Like, there's scientific evidence. I'm just wondering.
Yes, we live on Earth, and we checked it out, and there seems to be a lot of evidence for a flood. Yes. Yes. I agree.
Yay! Okay, let's agree on that. We agree on one thing.
We
Got a
agree.
middle ground.
There seems to be a lot of evidence for a flood of some sort or a catastrophic event. I don't know if it was a flood. It could have been something else, but in my opinion alone, I stand on there was some kind of catastrophic event that could have been a flood. Yes.
But all you know how all the other religions kind of talk about floods?
Sure. Yep. I know all about it. Yep. There definitely is a lot of religions. They all agree on a flood. And could have happened. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know for sure. Just like outer space. I don't know for sure. Because obviously I've never been to outer space. Why would I, get on the train? Hey, everybody, we've been to the moon and space. No, I've never been there. But, people claim to have gone to the moon. But it looks like a Hollywood set to me. I don't know. How does it look to you guys? I mean, looks like a Hollywood movie that's really grainy and shitty, by the way. But, they went to the moon. It's grainy and shitty footage. I know they went to the moon. They haven't been back with any high definition, nothing. Fuck all. Nothing. That's weird. How long's it been? Oh, shit. Over 50 years? Oh, shit. It's been over 50 years. They haven't been back to the moon. With high definition, GoPro cameras. And yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. No. Star, don't you find that suspicious? We haven't been back to the moon. Come on.
Yes, I find that very
It's super suspicious, right? Come on. Well, thank you for hanging out with us tonight, Star. Appreciate your.
You're welcome. I'm supposed to go to sleep now. I'm getting
Yeah,
yelled at.
I got to go to bed too. But hey, we're here 24/7, here to talk about Earth, and it's a great place. It's the greatest place on Earth to talk about Earth. If you like talking about Earth, this is where you want to be. If you don't like talking about Earth,
that's why I came into here, because I thought you guys would be talking about smart shit. You guys,
well, we're just talking about
politics, which I'm usually
reality.
obsessed. I'm obsessed with politics. So I didn't come into the politics server time. I came in to talk to you guys.
Well, thanks for coming. Please come back.
Are you trying to
join
get me
in?
to leave?
What's that?
You're trying to get me to
No.
I'm just kidding.
No, don't leave. Don't leave. If you got something to say, please say it.
Nothing interesting to say.
Yeah, you do. You got a lot to say. Yeah, you do. So, check out Earth. We live on Earth. And then, the whole space thing's just a fantasy. You can't verify any of that shit. And that's reality. And keep that in mind. Because outer space thing, man, it's a bit of a stretch. It's a bit of a stretch. Now, here's what they tell us, Star. This is why I think it's
So
a
you
bit of
don't
a.
think that there's a like thing up there? Oh, hold on.
There's a thing up there doing what? What?
Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
What was I talking about?
You were saying that we don't think that there's a thing up there, or I don't know.
Oh, what do you call it? The space station?
Yeah, the International
Yeah,
Space
space
Station.
station. You don't think that's up there?
No, I don't.
So you think that's all the video that they're taking is fake?
Yep, I do. Now everybody in the room might not, but I for sure I do, 100%.
Do you remember the conversation I was just having with that guy where I started getting a bit shouty? We were talking about gas pressure. Do you remember that stuff?
Yeah.
All right, that's because this argument about gas pressure, if you understand it, because it's based on fundamental laws of nature, if you understand that, then you understand that the vacuum of space, like we're told, can't be real. You can't have gas pressure without a container. Gas
No,
wants
I
to
understand
expand
that.
into
That's
space.
why I'm
Good.
confused.
Yeah, I understand you're confused. But yeah, all of these stories have to be fake in one way or another because the medium that they're coming from can't be real. It's like stories from Narnia, right? Where there's a talking line.
Yep. No, you're right about that. You are right about that. And it's scary. It's scary knowing it's there, and it's scary knowing it's not there. Like, why is the government hiding all this shit? What's the point of them hiding that shit? You know what I mean?
Because they don't want you to know where you are because the sky is something different to what they've told you that it is, like the earth is something different to what it is. It's a God created environment, and the Bible is real. Those things up in the sky, God put them there for reasons. He tells you what those reasons are. But you think the stars are up there for no specific reason whatsoever.
Oh,
They
there's
just happen
definitely a
to be there.
reason they're there.
Yeah. So don't be scared. God is real. You're fine.
Yeah.
You Star, I just noticed, like, what is it? You have this authoritarian right tag in your profile.
I
What
have a
does it
what?
mean? Authoritarian right?
Oh, I don't know how to change that.
I see. Um, yeah, you can probably look for the roles channel, I guess, if you want to change it.
What's wrong about authoritarian right?
It'd be rules and info.
Hang on, let me see.
No, that's not it. No, that wouldn't be it. Channels and roles. Here we go. Here.
Yep, you found it.
Oh, I took it off. I don't
Where
think
do
that's
you?
what I thought it was, like when I was clicking on
I
it, or
see.
maybe I didn't mean to click on it, or I don't know.
Yeah, because a lot of people don't
authoritarian.
have. Right, because like it's pretty rare to see, so I was like kind of curious what it means.
No, I didn't. I'm not an authoritarian. I bet I'm muted, like, in the politics channel. I bet I'm muted. I'm about to go check just because I'm curious.
All the best.
Well, I'll be right back. No, I wasn't muted. That's good. I'm gonna go up there and see what they're talking about.
Have fun.
It was good talking to you guys.
Yeah. Heterodox are Democrats. Is that an insult for like Democrats? I don't get it.
What?
Are you saying like Democrats are dogs and like an insult?
No, no, no. It used to be dogs are gods, but now it's called Democrats because they're closer to God than Republicans when it's election time.
Oh. Okay. So it is an insult.
No, not really.
Oh. Okay.
It's just a way to express to potential voters that if they're religious, they should probably vote for Democrats rather than Republicans.
Why?
Closer to the teachings of, the New Testament.
Oh. I see. Is it? I don't know.
Yeah, bro.
Hey there, new people. Speculation Sunday, alright. I mean, what do you guys think the sun is? I'm pretty curious.
Bloody,
It's
that's
an
a good
orb.
question. Oh
What's
man, a
that?
bunch of people jumped in on that one, huh? That's crazy, bro. That's a good question though. Hold on, let me close my office here. I wonder that myself very often. I have not the slightest clue, but that thing is bright as it's so bright. Crazy bright, dude. I was watching the sunrise the other day. Crazy.
Only there was a methodology to come to some knowledge about it.
No, there is not. Don't worry about it.
I know it's
You don't know. Don't worry about it.
yeah. You're right. I don't know.
You're right. Facts.
Yeah. Good.
There are some unknowns in this world. Even if we're all globe heads, they will admit it on their side of the fence that there are some unknowns.
Oh,
Like
never said
the
anything.
oceans, for example. And so what the sun is, what the stars are, what the moon is, that's an unknown. Those are unknown. So I'm not
Why
about
is
to sit
that?
here and let you yap away. We didn't order a yappuccino tonight, and tell us what you think the sun is, or tell us the story that we already know very well. So we don't need that either.
Look, I just want to know why we don't know what they are.
Why would you know that?
Why would we do what?
The thing you just said.
Why would we know what the sun is?
Why are you asking me like you didn't just say that 30 seconds
Trying to.
ago, bro? These guys are so
I'm
weird,
just
dude.
like
They do this every time, bro. So
just trying to
goofy.
understand why you say we don't know.
I just told you.
No, you said we don't know some things, therefore we don't know this thing. Doesn't make sense.
There are unknowns, and this is one of them. Dude.
But why is this one of them?
What do you mean why? Do you know what the sun is?
Yeah, but why is this one of them
No,
to you?
you don't. You don't. So what can
Yeah,
you
I do.
offer us here? You know, what can you offer us that other than the story that we were all raised on and know probably better than you?
Yeah, great. So I know the sun is something that emits light and heat. I know it
Thanks,
exists
Captain Obvious.
in a
We
vacuum.
figure that.
I know
No,
it's a
you don't know
sphere.
that. You don't know that. You're
I
just
know
telling
it's got a lot of
stories.
mass. I know that
Hold
for a
on,
fact.
hold on. Again, we don't need the story. We already
Yeah,
know the story.
which one's just a story?
Hold on, relax. We know the
Which
story.
one's just a
So
story, though?
we don't have to regurgitate the story we know better than you.
But which one's just a story?
You're saying I know what the sun is. Okay, well, how did
Yeah.
you acquire any of this knowledge?
Oh, that's a great question. It's called science, the scientific method.
Okay, bud. All right, dude.
That's it. You
That's
checked out
crazy.
now? You don't think the scientific method is a viable way of getting knowledge about things?
Yeah, okay. So what's your observed phenomenon?
So the observed phenomena would be the light in the sky.
Okay. And then what would your independent variable be?
The independent variable. I don't know. I don't do science that way. I just come up with a hypothesis on limited
All
based on my own
right.
bias.
So something scientific method. You don't believe in
But
the
the
scientific
independent
method?
variable could be
Let me
something
walk
like
you through the scientific method, and you don't even have a valid independent
okay. Well,
variable for your phenomenon. You're looking to test or experiment on.
yeah.
So I
Well,
don't
so
think
if
you're
I want to
talking
know,
about using science
if I want
because
to
you have
know,
not. Come on,
if I
bro.
want to know,
Put your notes away. We hear
if I
you
want to
flip
know,
flopping through the notes.
if I
You don't
would,
even know what the
if I
scientific
would,
method is.
Well, I do. So if I want to know what, say, the sun's made out of, right, I could figure that out using spectroscopy. So the independent variable would just be the different wavelengths of light that you collect using whatever light collection you're using for your spectroscope or whatever the fuck it's called.
Yeah, that sounds real scientific there, bud.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so what am I wrong about? If I like,
you and the
What do you mean? What are you
spectroscope?
wrong about?
so what's between me and the sun? Is that what you're asking?
How do you account for other things? Yes.
Yeah, so you understand how spectroscopy works first. If you're going to pick up a whole bunch of
That's
things
awesome
between you and the
because
sun,
allegedly other gases like argon and helium and nitrogen all give off different light wavelengths. So how do you account for those between you and the sun?
because they're not all reflecting light towards us.
But they are between
Sun's
you and the
behind
sun.
those
We know
things.
that. That's a part of the air.
Yeah, and so the sun
So how do you
rays
account
come
for
off the sun and they move towards us, and they are absorbed and then reflected into the spectroscometer or whatever it is. They aren't
Yeah, the
absorbed and
whatever.
emitted into that. So it doesn't matter that they're between the sun and us, because those light rays are still light rays from the primary source, which is the sun.
But they would be affected by those gases.
How
You
and
can't just say
why?
they wouldn't be affected. In order to do the
How
experiment,
and
you would have to
why?
remove all unknown factors. Those gases are unknown
How?
factors. They would have to be removed.
How and why would they affect the light ray?
Because we know they give off specific wavelengths, so they have to be removed
That's
from the
not an
equation.
answer.
Yes, it is
It's
an
not an
answer. You just
answer.
don't like it.
Nope. So what I said to you was, how
So the
do
light comes
they
from the
affect the light
sun.
rays?
We got that.
And you say they affect it, but they affect.
Yep, shut up. The light comes from the sun. We got that bit. Now, how do you remove all other variables between the sun and yourself or the machine? Because that's what your scientific
Just so you know,
method is.
when you
It's about
muted me, I just
removing all
muted
the
you straight back.
variables so you can work it out.
So when you muted me, then I just muted you straight back. Try to have a conversation like a man. So
Well, if you want to fucking cry about it, you can stay muted. That was easy.
Yeah, we'll just leave them like that. That's fine. It's not a two-way street. So anyway, that's so cute though. You guys hear him flipping through his notes. He's like, "Let me just look to where do I have this written down where I think I know what the sun is." All right, buddy, you're funny.
But it's a fair call, though. How do they account for other gases and elements between here and there? Look,
It's too cute. It's cute, bro. I know because of science. Okay, well, walk us through the science. Well, I don't know.
I don't use the scientific method, so it doesn't matter.
Oh man.
Hey, Boone CB.
Well, actually, the independent variable is this tool that collects light that I don't know. Go back to Google. Anyway, moving on.
Have a look at this shit. Run away,
There's
little
nothing
man.
to look at. There's nothing to look at. No one knows what the sun is, guys. No human being can sit here and say, like, yeah, I know. No, you don't. The best thing you can offer is just regurgitating the bedtime story that everyone knows.
Do you think if we
Just
like
as well as the next
actually,
person.
if we actually manage to build like a rocket that it can actually, go really high up,
See, but I don't see
around.
the sun as a location. Would you call a rainbow a location, somewhere you can go to? Can you go to a rainbow?
That's a good question. I don't know actually. Probably not, right?
Right. You can't land on a rainbow, but I can see one. It's a light something, right? So I don't know. I'm not saying that the sun is a rainbow or whatever, but it's likely it's closer to a rainbow than it is a burning ball of fire in the sky, or like planets, right? They say planets are like a rock, or the moon is like it's land.
Mhm.
It's not land, and it has way more characteristics to like a. Yeah, I'm not saying it is a rainbow or anything like a rainbow, but it's closer to something like that than what they're saying it is.
Yeah, I understand that about the sun, but like the moon, like it does look like a sphere to me.
Yeah,
At
but see,
least
what
in
kind of
pictures.
spheres disappear though, Fry? You ever, a
Yeah, I
spherical,
mean, so
even if
that's
it, or like, sorry, not spheres. What kind of like rock? Because they're saying
yeah,
it looks like a ball. Yeah, I'll admit, sometimes it
yeah.
does look like a damn like hovering rock in the sky. Sometimes I don't have the, I will admit that sometimes it does that look like that way. But what kind of rock disappears, bro?
That's fair. Yeah.
A lot. It disappears a lot. If you've ever heard of a new moon.
Yeah, yeah.
So I don't know rocks that do that. So that's what I mean by rainbow. Rainbow, sometimes you see one, sometimes you don't. It's not a thing you can land on. It's not ground. It's like some light thing that happens in the sky. So I don't know, bro. I don't think anyone knows what the fuck planet, sun, moon. I actually heard this before, way before I became invested in this topic, when I was still kind of like low-tarded. Someone said, the greatest mysteries known to man, the sun, the moon, and the stars. And like that's even more true now. I don't think anyone knows what those things are.
Uh, wait, did a Glober say that? I doubt a Glober would say that.
I feel like I don't know like where I heard that. It was on some documentary or something. It definitely wasn't FE related. This was a long, long time ago.
Hmm.
So it makes sense. It's true. I mean, I that connects well with me. I don't think anyone knows what those things. How would you know that? Me and you, Fry, were standing on the coast of some some continent or whatever, and we're like looking up at the sky. There's stars, and I'm like, "Hey, bro, what is that? What can you turn to me and say? Oh yeah, well, I know what it is. I did this and this to figure it out. How? Do
It's
what?
pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. Like,
You can only look at it. Like
yeah.
people will be like, "Oh, we'll just get a telescope." Okay, well, does the telescope like whisper in your ear what it is? No. So looking at it isn't really telling you what it is. So I don't. No one knows what those things are, Dave.
What do you guys think about sunspots? Or like, not sunspots actually. Solar flares, I think they're called.
Solar flare. I don't know. That's some Dragon Ball Z shit. I don't know. Does that really happen? Is that real?
That's what I'm asking you guys. I mean, do you guys have any theories about it? Like, I mean, Globus would say like, obviously it's real. But I'm just wondering if flat earthers have any opinions on solar flares.
I don't know. I just can't help but think of a Dragon Ball Z move when I hear solar flare. It's like straight out of Dragon Ball Z, bro.
Right.
I only see it in the news. I don't like go out into reality and experience a solar flare. Like, whoa, bro, I just got hit like with a wave from the sun. I don't, what is a solar flare?
I mean, the experience is basically the aurora, the northern and southern lights. This is basically
Here
what
we
comes
go.
as a prediction of the solar flare incoming.
Here we freaking go.
That's why you can predict when it happens before it actually happens. Because
See?
a satellite is there between the sun and the earth, it's closer to the sun than the earth, so by the time that flare already reaches the satellite, it can send a signal to the earth before it reaches the earth.
Alright, bud. Whatever you say.
Yeah, I feel bad for MBO because, like, I know he's like studied at least some of the stuff to a pretty it just probably hurts him when he hears stuff like this. Can't
It
help it.
doesn't. It hurt me like maybe like first month when I joined her here. I'm already like reinforced. I'm already resistance to stupidity. It doesn't really like
Oh my
affect me that
God.
much anymore. If it
Oh my
affected
God.
me and I was actually triggered by such stupid phrases, then I wouldn't be here because I wouldn't stand like even a minute here because like every single sentence here is almost stupid.
Yeah, no, but it's still pretty okay, I don't know. Have you studied physics in college or something, or like?
No, but I'm planning to do so in the next year, either physics or aerospace engineering.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
So, yeah, so I'm already like learning something to even get there.
Right. Yeah. Well, all the best, man.
At this point, my only emotion when I hear things like that are just sadness for the person who is saying that and for the entire civilization of humanity.
I mean, it's okay. I mean,
general.
I don't think it's a huge deal. It's a free country. It's a free life. Do what you want, I guess. Eventually, truth comes out, right? Like it's not. I mean, if you really believe the Earth is a globe, you have to believe, if like flat Earth keeps picking up momentum at some point, people would keep investing more money into it, and then I don't know, something else.
I mean, it really cannot gain momentum because in all of the applications where the shape of the Earth would actually make a difference, the actual application that the fields actually use is the globe. So if the Earth was actually flat, this would actually have consequences on all of these fields. Like surveying would have to actually change
No,
their limits.
I gotta jump in and help you out here. This is incorrect. This is one thing you guys often get wrong, is that the Earth we're referring to is just the Earth outside as it is, where things are working currently. Your guys' impression is that if we're correct, then everything would be different. No, bro. We're talking about the Earth as is currently, nothing different.
Yeah, but currently it's already used as the globe in surveying textbooks.
No, it's not.
Corrections for
No, it
correcting
ain't.
for the curvature.
No,
It
it ain't.
is.
No, it's
I can
not.
show you corrections from any surveying book if you want.
Why would you need to correct reality?
Because if you don't, then you get bad measurements. You don't get the actual height of
What do you mean? Why?
the
So you're
peaks
saying
you're
if you
measuring.
measure the Earth, it's a bad measurement? That's crazy.
Yes, because if you don't
Why would you have to
account,
correct reality?
because in reality the
Already
baseline
correct.
for height of things above sea level is a curve, is a geoid. So when you measure
you
a
have to
height of
correct it
something and
because
you
that's
don't
not what
account
it
for
is.
that, you would
How does that
measure
not
a
make
height.
sense? Like, think
I
about
already
this on a
explained it
basic
to you.
level, Embo. No, I don't need explanations. We're talking to the audience here. Listen to what he's saying, right? We go onto reality, we measure it, then we correct it and make it into something else.
I'm gonna be
That's the
honest,
L,
I
bro.
tune out when you guys talk about stuff like this. I cannot keep track. It's just over my head.
No, he's just saying that he has to correct. We go into reality, then we measure, and then it's bad. Then we change it, and then it's good. Like, that's terrible to argue like that. Maybe you just go out in reality and measure it. That's what it is. You don't have to
Yeah,
correct reality.
if you wanted to do that, then you would reach a paradox. Because every time you would measure the height of a mountain, you would measure it lower than it actually would be. And
What do you mean? You just measure what it is.
Yeah, again, if you assume the Earth is flat, it would measure lower, so Mount Everest wouldn't be like 8,848
Why are you saying
meters,
it
it would be
would or
like
should or could
7.
be different?
Because this is the logical conclusion. If there's a correction that subtracts some angle from the directly measured angle, then the directly measured angle without the correction would be greater, right?
If I were you, I wouldn't say angle, to be honest. Not around these boys in here.
What's the problem with an angle?
Well, how do you have an angle on a curved surface?
Normally between two lines of sight.
He thinks horizontal is curved.
That's crazy, bro.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
that
that is
Schumann.
crazy.
That
Yes,
is
you
based
do.
on conflating horizontal with level.
No, it isn't. You think level is curved. Horizontal level is curving. So you come
No,
in here and
level
say,
is
"Oh, all you
curved.
people are stupid," but you think horizontal level is curving.
That's wild, bro.
Okay. Yeah.
Level is curving, horizontal isn't.
What?
Level is curving. Bro, go back to school.
Yeah, you're tweaking, bro.
To answer the question, how do you have a straight line on a curved surface? It's called spherical geometry.
That sounds terrible.
You don't even need to use spherical geometry, you could just use 3D geometry. 3D Euclidean geometry.
Why not just measure the Earth as it is? You don't have to correct anything.
Again, if you measure a height of a mountain and you wouldn't account for the curve, then you would measure it lower than it actually is in
Account
reality.
for a curve. That's like accounting for my titties that I don't have.
Yeah, except the one is done in reality and another isn't.
You don't need to account for something that doesn't exist.
No. If you didn't do that, then again you would have an accumulating error.
Or you just measure reality as it is and it's good.
Yeah, but you could say that if you measure just the height of a single mountain, like for example, if Mount Everest was like 1 kilometer shorter, then you could just say that it's like a matter of small error. But then you can use this Mount Everest as a baseline for the next measurement. Okay, so you already used this Mount Everest that was measured lower than reality, and you use it for a baseline for the next measurement of another mountain.
What do you mean
then,
measured lower than reality?
Yeah. So on the globe, which is reality, when you measure
No. You can't just
when you
sneak
measure-
that in there. It's not default true. You'd have to establish that first.
Okay, so if the Earth was a globe, hypothetically, if you measure an elevation angle or a depression angle, then this angle would be lower than if the Earth was flat, because
So what are you using as a baseline to measure this angle?
Horizontal, but that's irrelevant. The point
No,
is that
actually, it's quite relevant because horizontal, you need a flat Earth for that, mate.
Oh no! At this point, this is like an argument where it's so stupid and so addressed already so many times that I have just to disengage.
Could you be allowed to continue? I would like to hear.
Well, he's saying if it was flat, blah bitty blah blah blah. That's not what we're talking. We're not talking about that. That version of Earth you're discussing, that's not a reality. We're discussing reality as it is, not this sloppy, silly, goofy version of Earth you think we think. That's not it.
So, in other words, facts scare you.
No, I'm saying the Earth is the way it is, and that's not scary at all. I'm just saying his sloppy version of the Earth that he thinks we believe in is not what we're discussing here. So there's no point in bringing it up.
But then you encounter a contradiction because you simultaneously say that the Earth is just as it presents itself, as how it's used, but in reality it's used as a globe.
Yeah,
it's
flat,
demonstrable in different textbooks. So if it's in reality accounted for as a globe, this means you have to deny how the Earth is actually used.
No, you're saying accounted for. It is what it is. We don't need to account for anything. It just is.
No, but again, if you have methods that account for the curve, and you in reality this Earth would be flat, so you would be accounting for something that doesn't exist in reality, then you would have an error, and this error
It's
would
not
be
our fault that
perceivable.
you are all brainwashed sheeple that follow stupidity.
Yes, but then this error would be noticeable, right? We would notice that something is wrong.
Well, if you have a little talk to APOC next time he's in here, quite a few times they've noticed things are wrong. When you go from geodetic survey, and then the boys come out to find where they should be, and it's out by a fair ways. So next time he's in here, have a chat to him.
Okay, but I'm not talking to Apocryphon right now, so I don't really know
I
how
just
to
offer
address
you
that.
some advice. Next time he's in here, please talk to him about it.
I will, but I don't know how can that advance the conversation if I don't have the actual point presented to me. To just give an example from someone else. So
because he's worked with these guys, that's why. And quite a few
he's a
times
surveyor.
when they've gone out to the jobs, he's an iron worker. Quite a few times they've gone out to do jobs, and they've gone to their datum point, and to measure their jobs out, they've had to call survey back in because geodetic survey didn't line up where they should be. So they've had to call the local survey guys in and redo their work without the curve formula added for things to work.
Okay, I will ask him next time. I will encounter him.
Excellent.
But my point still stands, regardless if that's true or not, if it's right to do these applications or not. If you want to overthrow the current globe and you want to further to gain traction, like become an actual position, then you would need to go to all of these places where you actually account for the globe and tell them that they are wrong and explain how they are wrong to
So where
change
do
their
I
actual
account for the
methods.
globe? So you just made a claim that we account for the globe. Where do I account for the globe? I get in my car, I drive to work, I do my shit at work, I come home, I get on here, I listen to Globetards. Where do I account for the globe in that?
I mean, not every person does. The ones that work in jobs that require it to. Like surveyors already mentioned.
No, they don't. The only ones that do that are geodetic survey, which they get local survey results and then twist it through a formula.
So that's false.
That's
I mean,
accurate. Pretty accurate.
I mean, they use the formula. That's true.
What I find interesting about geodetic survey is they're out in the real world taking measurements. Why do they have to twist a formula into it if it's already curved?
I want to ask to precise what type of measurements are you now talking about specifically? Do you mean the horizontal angles, the vertical angles?
Globers, come out with your hands up. You know what time it is, Embo? What are you getting away with?
What seems to be the officer problem?
All right, we're gonna have to check. We're gonna have to card people, check IDs. We want to know who the numpties are, Embo. So
hide the stash.
So Embo thinks he's clever, and he's going to school, but he still doesn't realize that the fundamental principles of like anything to deal with science escapes him. It's kind of crazy, right? How does one do that? Go to school and then forget that, the things that you should learn are like physics and science, real science, not pseudoscience.
The problem is I don't think what you think science is actually what science is. So then you will deem, based on this already fallacious definition, you will deem the actual science as pseudoscience.
Yeah, because that's what you're doing. You're not using applied science. You're just using theoretical science, right?
Not really. Much to the globe has to do with practical science, like surveying.
Practical science, yeah. Like what? What do surveyors do, Embo? Since you're educated, what do they do?
They measure the figure of the Earth.
They measure the figure of the Earth. What's the figure of the Earth, Embo, when surveyors actually go out and do their surveying tasks? What's the first step when surveyors actually setting up? What do they set up?
A theodolite or a total station.
Yeah. So what are they trying to measure?
That depends on the type of a measurement. You can measure the radius of the Earth by measuring an arc of a meridian, for example.
Really?
You can measure a height of
radius of the Earth. How did you get the radius when you first start to measure, like adjust for your equipment? You haven't even done anything. How do you know there's a radius already existing?
Because of all of the previous measurements.
What previous measurement? Really? What previous measurement, sir? Enlighten me.
I already told you the arc of the
No, you
meridian
didn't.
measurements.
The arc of the meridian. What does that tell us?
It tells us the length of the arc of the meridian. So that gives you a circumference, and logically, if you know the circumference, you also know a radius.
Yeah. So let's just say that they did it, right? Is that what you're saying? Let's just say they measured the Earth curve, and then we can presume to go on with the next step, which is to say that they're measuring the curve. No, sir. What did they measure? Like, how did they measure that in the arc of the meridian? Because I can refer you to page 19, paragraph 4, where it states that they use a Clark embezzled spheroid models, not the actual Earth. You can look at the arc of the parallel yourself, page 19, paragraph 4, and then you tell me or not if they're not measuring just the model and not the actual Earth, which is what it states there.
The statement measuring a model doesn't really make sense because the model isn't something that you measure; it's an abstract construct.
Yeah, but their models are where they're getting their information from, where they say they're doing their measurements, not the Earth.
What do they use it for specifically?
This is quite interesting.
They're transferring the information from planar survey data, and they're using that those models to then transpose that into geodetic information. You don't know anything about this parallel arc of the parallel, do you, Embo?
I do fairly. You measure
fairly. Then what does it state
azimut angles?
What does it state in? We'll go to page 19, paragraph 4, and tell me what it states. You read it.
Okay.
You gonna read it for the whole class?
Yes, I can read it.
Go for it.
Page 19.
Paragraph 4. You can start in paragraph 3 and work your way down to 4, but for context.
It sounds like to me somebody's been cherry picking.
It sounds like to me that somebody's been cherry picking. It was his fucking arc of the parallel, Renee. I didn't bring it up. You did. So you guys get mad when we point out in the thing that you're using for evidence that it's not really evidence. I mean, don't get your panties in a bunch just because I told you something that in your own quote-unquote evidence just disproves your concept. Be mad at the whoever. Yeah, don't hate the player, hate the game, bro. It's not me. You got to hate the people who actually put that in there. You should have said, "Let these freaking idiots. Why did they put this in here? They could at least not have put that they're using the model instead of the actual Earth. That messes up the game."
Can I read?
I don't know. I've been asking myself that, but I don't know. Can you?
Yeah, I can. Latitude was observed at 109 stations, azimuth at 73, and longitude at 37. The average local deflection, irrespective of sign in the plane of the meridian, from 51 latitude comparisons was about 2 arcseconds, and those in the prime vertical may be assumed in general to be of equal magnitude. After rejecting values which were clearly inadmissible on account of local configuration, the following corrections were made to the positions first adopted. Latitude minus 64 arcseconds, longitude plus 37 arcseconds. To be honest, I don't know what this means because here there's a weird unit sign. There's like a dot in front of the number, and I don't really know what unit this represents.
All right, keep going. Just keep it in context, though.
Yeah. What do you want me to do?
Was that all the paragraph 4? Didn't sound like it.
Maybe
You're midway. No, on page 19, Embo.
Yeah, I'm on page 19. I mean, the page 19 in the document is the page 20 in the pages in the PDF file.
Fucking go to.
So there's a discrepancy here.
Maybe you might want to go back a page in paragraph 4. just to be on the safe side, because that didn't sound like paragraph 4. I don't have it in front of me, so I just know that's where you can find it. It's also on like page 54, I think. It speaks. There's a lot of pages that actually have information that goes against what you're saying. Dude, you need
something about expenses of occupying some stations or whatever.
No, that's
I
not
don't
it.
think this is it.
That's not it. I'm thinking it sounded like right around where you were previously, but maybe either a paragraph up before or after. I think you're counting paragraphs with maybe not the same way I do, or the way I've seen it. You know what? Fucking, I got a little bit of time. Post the link.
There's something about the accounting for the centrifugal force, so maybe this is this. Astronomical result obtained at an altitude of 14,000 feet requires special treatment on account of changed conditions in attractive and centrifugal forces. Horizontal angles, if the stations are extremely elevated, are sensibly different from what they would be at the level of the sea. The ordinary formula for spherical axes must be extended to meet the demands of the Great Triangles from Pikes Peak to the Sierra Nevada. The laws of refraction applicable at lower and equal elevations require modification when grading inequalities exist in the heights of stations.
No, give me the link, Embo, that you're reading from. You have the link? I'm currently in my vehicle with my phone, so okay. All right. Give me a
By
second.
the way, they said the forbidden word, refraction. I don't know if you noticed.
Yeah, it actually
It's
got
not
a
a
lot of
forbidden
hits, man.
word, you goofball. It's our argument at the end of the day anyway. It's not a forbidden word. Stupid.
So you do think that the refraction exists?
That's our argument from the jump.
Okay, so when the horizon is further than the objects, then it could be due to refraction, not to the flatness of the Earth, right?
No, it's just that the horizon isn't due to Earth curve.
Okay, but
Yeah,
if the Earth was
all right.
curved, then this could
All
be
right,
due to
hey,
refraction.
Embo.
No, it's not curving.
Embo, go to page 19. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's the fourth one. Why don't you? It says number 19 on the page.
Number 19 on the page. Okay.
Yeah, it says 20 on the side, but 19 on the page. You see it?
Yeah. Do you
Go
mean
to
this
the-
part? In
Hold on,
order
go
to
to the-
determine standard data?
No, go to. It's 4 paragraphs, bro. Yeah, 4 paragraphs. So go start where it says the discrepancies between.
I think this is the exact thing I read previously, but I may be wrong.
No. You read the paragraph before. I know that because I see it now.
Okay.
I knew it was a paragraph after.
Okay, the discrepancies between the positions deduced through triangulation and those determined astronomically may result from deflections of the plumb line or from the fact that the geometrical figures are developed on a spheroid whose dimensions are different from those of the actual Earth. Moreover, the deflections may be local as when caused by mountains, valleys, etc., or they may extend over great areas where a change of density in the Earth's crust is the underlying cause. Okay. So they basically mean like the fact that the ellipsoid doesn't account for different distributions of masses, so that you can have slightly more gravity in one area than another.
There's more. There's more. Keep reading.
Okay. As far as the present measures go, the curvature of the North American continent along the 39th parallel seems to be intermediate between that of Bessel's and the Clark spheroids. The accuracy of this deduction is evident from the fact that the probable error of the measured length of the total arc is only 26 meters, whereas the difference between the arc of a parallel in latitude 49 on the Clark and on the Bessel spheroids is 6,015 meters.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. What do we have here? Thank you very much. That'll be all, Embo. You know, and the thing is, you guys don't have to use this, but you want to, so that's up to you. I mean, there's more, right? I don't want to even go into it because my break's not that long, but I honestly thought you guys weren't using this anymore. But fair. If you guys want to keep using it, I'll just keep bringing this up. There's other points too in that arc of the triangulation. But that's still, it's another day.
So they reached that conclusion from some probable error, comparing this probable error from their measurements to the probable error they would get on this.
From the
And I'm
Clark
wondering
and
why.
yeah, the Clark and bezel spheroid. Those models are what they're comparing it to, Embo. There's inconsistencies, man. Discrepancies, as it were. That's fine, man. You don't have to listen. I'm not telling you to accept what I'm saying. It says it in black and white. You can disagree with whoever made this because that's not I'm just pointing out the fact. These are the facts, man. It's not the actual Earth. Anyway. Meanwhile, back on you need to get a dude. Don't go to Timo to buy your mics, bro. Fuck's sake. Fucking Alibaba mic over here, dude.
Damn.
But he's got
Talk your shit.
He's fucking got an Alibaba mic, man. Fuck's sake.
Damn, Embo, you gonna let him talk to you like that?
I'm just saying, it's staticky as fuck, dude. Like we're listening to him. I can hear him.
Damn, Embo, that was crazy.
Staticky as fuck.
Damn, you got no clapback, Embo? You got nothing?
Somebody tagged me. Oh.
That's crazy.
While flat Earth is good for a laugh, the idea easily disproved. Right. Easily disproved, Renee.
Easily by no one. Nice.
Have you guys heard of the final experiment?
Nobody gives a fuck about the final experiment.
People going to the South Pole.
Whatever.
Man, like I said, nobody gives a fuck about the final experiment.
So, what is it not a good experiment?
Whatever that is.
Yeah, we do
It's
not
an
care.
experiment.
You don't care?
Yeah, we do not care.
Nah, we don't care.
No.
Okay. I was just asking if there's some kind of a explanation of it.
Yeah. Why should we care? Yeah, why should we care?
There's people going to Antarctica, and we don't give a fuck. How about that?
Okay.
People already been there. Like, what, are we supposed to be like, wait, whoa.
CB,
What's different?
CB, you're starting a robot, man. I don't know what's going on here.
Oh, shit.
I can't have my fam roboting, man. It's not, you know.
Is it better? Is it better? Or?
Yeah, it's a little better. I'm going to slide out, though.
Let me drop out.
I have to slide out.
Well, your entrance was a W today, so I'm taking notes. That was a good one. The police rolled up.
Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the police. Whoop, whoop. Now Embo's all like, anyway, I gotta. He's fucking knocking shit down and all that shit.
Don't make fun of him, though.
Man, fuck you, Fry. I'm just kidding, Fry. You're cool, bro. You're cool, man. You're cool, man.
Oh, man.
How'd it go? Hey, I'll be listening, man. Now Fry's cool. He's legit.
Yeah, he's cool.
Except for when he's simping for women, dude. Because this other girl was in here, and he was the guy was dude. He was simping, bro. You could call him fucking Homer Simpson, bro. He was simping hard.
You just ran off on her, man. She was talking about, like, giants and shit.
Bro. bro. Real G's don't simp. I'm just saying, real G's don't simp.
God.
Just
Facts.
saying, dude.
Facts. No, this is a no simp zone.
No
Try.
simp zone, bro.
I'm gonna have to tell this to my girlfriend now.
Yeah, right.
Anyways, I gotta go. Fucking break's over. Later, dudes.
All right, Miggy. Have a good one, bro. That is Miggy, Alpha Veritas, ladies and gentlemen. I don't get this upset. All right, W's in the chat. Where do we go from here? Is it Sunday or Saturday?
It's Sunday, man. I'll let you have it. You can Sunday now.
Wait, let me have it. It's still Saturday for me.
Well, yeah, no, you can start early. It's Sunday for me. I'm in England and we control time.
Facts. So what is it, like morning over there for you?
Yeah, man.
The sun.
Yeah, the sun's up.
Is the
It's just 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Guys, is this the Flat Earth Society?
No.
No.
Hells no.
What?
Are you like
CB, you're right.
are you like anti-flat Earth?
No.
So you're like pro flat Earth?
Yeah, we're the professional flat earthers, yeah.
I've been looking to join you guys since a long time because nobody believes me here that the Earth is flat.
No, that's correct. Nobody in here believes the earth is flat. We know the earth is flat.
Yeah, I agree.
What you agree?
Yeah, CB, all we got out of that was something, robot, agree.
Something, dark side.
Oh. I'm so sorry. Is this better or no?
You're lagging heaps, mate.
All right.
Hey, y'all don't forget I'm doing X tomorrow, so y'all come hang out. It's up on my it's up on X, so just sign in. Anyway,
Will do. You back, CB?
All right. Well, is this better?
Yeah, that's better.
Or is this who's the new guy?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Don't know, man. Who's the new guy?
The
Speak
guy
up.
with the Indian accent. The curry guy.
Hi.
Sorry. Is that
Yeah.
US? I'm so sorry.
No, actually,
Are
I'm
you
confused. If
Are you
this
real,
is
bro?
Oh, Snortball.
yeah, I'm real. Dude. I was just confused if this is like the real flat Earth group or is this like a troll group or something?
No, it's a real flat earth group. We're real flat earthers.
Oh shit, another
Which one are
Indian
you?
here. Let's go.
Which one are you?
Fuck yes.
Yo.
Fuck yes, Jets.
Here we go.
You guys voted Modi, right?
Oh my god.
Here we go.
Sorry, what?
Wait, so I'm asking you the same question. Are you real or trolling?
No, I'm not trolling, dude. I'm real.
That's what a troll would say.
That's what a troll would say.
Oh, Snortball, how do you know the Earth is flat?
Actually, it was passed on to me from my grandpa, who was a sailor, and uh, he believed that the Earth is flat, and my entire family just uh, believes what the eldest member in the family says. Like that's how things work in India.
Do you have a reason why?
So there was he had his reasons, but they were too scientific, and it all went over my head.
Can you remember what you said?
You said he was a
Like
sailor, right? Is there something to do with sailing that made him think that the Earth was flat?
yeah. So he reached the edge of the Earth, and he had
He
to
got
take a
that
U-turn.
far.
Yeah, he
Can't
had to
believe
take a
he
U-turn.
got that far. That's awesome. Well
Dang,
done.
you're doing
What
so
up,
good.
He was
Hey
funny.
That
guys.
took a
That
far
was really
right,
good.
didn't it?
Hey, somebody better pick up that phone. Somebody better pick up that phone because I called it.
That's funny.
Totally.
I'm like Indian accent, check. Reach the edge of the earth, check. These guys need to go to acting school.
Is this the part where I hand over my
So
PayPal
bad.
password or what? I don't know. I'm confused.
Hello,
No, you got to send him
Microsoft. I'm
600
calling.
gift cards. Got to send him 600 gift cards for $100 each.
Right, right.
But in return, they're going to give you 3 times the money.
Exactly.
Don't redeem. Don't redeem.
I had one of those guys who contacted me on Messenger, and I kept him going for weeks and weeks. I was taking photos of cash in envelopes. I was taking photos outside post offices, gift cards that I hadn't bought.
Really?
It seems like Robin's actually confused as to what just happened. Says in the chat because they want to speak up. You guys are being so racist and mean to this person. What did they do? Did you not listen to the little story that they spun about their grandpapa saying that the Earth was flat because he was a sailor and he reached the edge of the Earth? Was that serious, or do you think they were trolling Robin? What don't you understand? It's also an invitation for you to unmute your mic if you want to. You can do that. Any further questions? No, Robin, they weren't serious.
I was hoping for the celestial navigation thing, but no.
I know. I thought that was a good question. Yes, they did say there was a sailor. Was it something about sailing that they did? I knew where you were going, mate. Bought right into it. No, so found the fucking edge of the earth. Bloody hell.
Sorry, guys, I disconnected.
That's okay.
Did you have us on hold?
Well,
No,
now the tables turn.
that was my brother.
So what happens at the edge of the earth, Snowball?
So I'm not really sure. So my grandpa, who was a sailor, he reached the edge of the earth, and he decided to take a U-turn. So he just saw the edge and he came back. That's what he told us.
What
Yeah,
did he?
I think I found a
You want me
photo of
to
him
do
online
one?
there. There he is there. Look, I found
Wait,
him.
wait. He he drew a picture. Wait, I'll show you the picture.
Oh dear. How serious do you think we're taking you, Snowball? On a scale of 1 to 10. 10 being really serious, 1 being not serious at all.
I think 5.
Somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. I think you'll be serious once I show you the picture. I'm trying to look for it. Or
Okay.
I'll just search for you.
Okay.
Are we allowed to go into the negatives with that number there, Jedi?
I mean, you can do, mate. You can do whatever you want to.
Wait, he finally saw the edge, guys? Wait, I've been wanting to see this my whole life.
You gotta be a sailor for that.
It's all of the edge or just a bit of the edge?
Wait, why does MC Toon keep saying flat earthers can't do celestial navigation?
Because he's an idiot and an anti-flat earther.
So it's not true?
No, of course not.
They'll say anything, bro. It's just clickbait. They only read the headline anyway and then believe it. So they'll just say whatever. Why not?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It's too bad. It's too bad. This is what we have to deal with. 2024, guys. Welcome to 2024. This is the state of the globe Earth on its bottom of the barrel at this point. Got trolls. We got anti-flat. This is crazy. We are still live, ladies and gentlemen. We are joined by T-Dub. We got Subdued. Nice double entendre there. Play on words. Yeah, I'm into stuff like that. We have Snortball. Snortball, how are you, sir? Is he muted? We have Savage, Bread and Circus. We have Robin. Got Resolve. Quiet Noobs. Username checks out. We have Mike. Matrix. We got Mark KC. Julius J. Jedi. Grisp. Gemsy. Fry, Flat Earth Dude, Matthew Batman, Elbow TV. We have Doves, Daz, Crit, Andreas, Alpha Veritas, and AJ to wrap it all up.
Good day to you, sir.
And to you as well. It is 1:03. Should we talk about daylight savings? Is that today? Is that daylight savings is like right now, right?
Correct for you guys.
So what does that mean? Why are we doing daylight savings? Is that just like a political thing, or does this have anything to do with the sunlight? Are we saving sunlight?
We're more active when the sunlight's available. So the reason we're told in the UK for daylight saving is so it's not so dark when children leave school in the morning and they get home just as it gets dark. So work is done when it's like the brightest period. If we were to keep it at the same time as like as regular time as we would do, then apparently it would be really, really dark until about 9 o'clock. So it wouldn't be safe for children to travel to school.
Do we agree with this? Is this a good thing?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
It seems good, right? Like, I mean, I would want to be active when there's more daylight. That seems like a good thing to do.
Yeah, of course it does, man.
Interesting stuff. I wonder if there's any like naturalists out there like, no, keep it all the way and keep it natural. Don't change anything.
Thanks, CB. I'm one of those.
Oh yeah? So
I can't stand daylight savings. I've lived in states that don't do it, and I've lived in states that do, and yeah, it messes with me body clock, so I'm not a fan of it.
I've only ever lived places where there was daylight savings. So there's spring forward, fall back. So we're about to fall back and lose an hour. So wait a minute. It's about to jump to 2 a.m. here in the next hour?
No, jump. You've already said it's fall, right? Autumn. So it's
Fall back. Oh, so I gain an hour. Okay, okay.
Yeah. This is a good time.
Oh, okay. I get an extra hour. Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait, it went back already. It's now 1 a.m. It was 2 a.m. like 6 minutes ago. That's crazy. Wait a minute.
I'm surprised they haven't put a little story to it saying space time has bent it back an hour.
That's funny.
Yeah, the spin of the earth over time pulls time back. Okay.
Interesting. So what are you gonna do with your extra hour?
Sleep, right?
Yeah, I feel like everyone says sleep. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna sleep too, probably. That's funny. That's kind of cool. Isn't the solstice coming up soon or something? I can look it up.
December 21st, I think.
Yeah. So what is the solstice? That's the halfway mark or something? Solstice?
Yeah.
Highest
Like,
point of the sun? Midday.
lowest point of the sun, winter. So this is when the sun dies. So it's low on the horizon, doesn't spend a lot of time in the sky. This is the sun's death. And then on the other side of it, towards Christmas Day, that's when the sun starts living again.
Oh, right. And the days get shorter?
The days get longer.
Days get longer.
Rogers reborn.
It's really interesting.
We're just
that
about
this
to get into the depths of winter. So December is generally the darkest month.
The darkest month.
Mm-hmm. Unless you go like really far north.
Far north.
Yeah, like past the Arctic Circle. then you start seeing things.
Is there land up there?
I don't know, man. We're not supposed to have land up there. We're told that it's frozen sea. So
I feel like when I was growing up, they said it was a frozen cap on top. Is
Yeah.
it melted? Because on Google Maps, there's like nothing there. Google Earth, there's no ice. It's just water.
It's global warming propaganda.
Oh my god. Oh, they would do that. Oh, I don't know. What is the current story? They melted because of global warming. That's the official story.
Well, this is the thing. Yeah, maybe. I mean, this ice that's on the water anyway, so it's not necessarily going to make the sea levels rise anyway. The ones that make sea levels rise are the ones that are not on the sea, so on the land, so melting glaciers, stuff like that.
Interesting. I feel like they're hiding
Going on
something there, to be honest.
We're going on 10 years ago. I remember a documentary I watched, but I can't remember it. But I remember the ending because it was Glenn Close, I think. And she was she's co-narrating the whole thing. She said right at the end, a nice little shot of her in front of the camera saying that I think within 60 years, that's it. The ice caps are gone, never to return.
Stop the cap. Yeah, it just seems like there's something probably there, and they're just not. They definitely not showing it on Google Maps. It doesn't make sense that there's just like nothing there. Why would that? And it's supposedly. I don't like saying it's the center. I don't know if that's like the center of where we are, but I'll call it north. Like, why would there be nothing there? I don't know. If there is nothing there, that's fine. It's just seems off. What are they trying to hide? It's like oh shit. I've asked people before, would you rather go like south or outward or inward? And I think some people kind of caught on to like, you know what? I think going inward would be interesting. And I would tend to agree. I think going outward, we kind of have an idea, sorta. It's like ice, cold. I mean, maybe there's something beyond that. I don't know. But inward, I feel like there's so many more questions. It's like, well, what's there? And then, yeah,
When we say outward, we're looking for the limitation, aren't we? When we go inward, we're looking for the middle, whatever the middle would be.
Yeah.
So I think there's potentially, I don't like disagreeing, but potentially more answers outside than within.
No, I mean, listen, I think both are extremely interesting. I don't think there's like one better, but I feel like some people neglect that northern part. Like we don't even talk about it really that much in here.
Journey to the center of the earth would be interesting.
A real one. But I don't know if that's the center. Like I like to ask people, where's the center of you?
What, on dates and
Center
stuff?
of me?
Yeah,
well,
you.
The center would be more like a line, wouldn't it? Than like a point. I don't know.
You're creating a center in an interesting way. I've never thought about it like that. But see that there's many different ways to call the center. I've heard people say in between my eyes. That's the center of me, right there. Like the center, like above my nose, in between my eyes. I've heard people say the heart, the stomach.
Well, I would say that if you're talking about the entire length of your body, it'd be divided to the center. It'd be somewhere around your stomach, yeah. But if you're talking about center of body mass, it would be closer to your chest.
Yeah, like a point. Like some people would say, like a point is somewhere in the center. Like some people put it on the surface. Some people put it inside. The center could be a lot of different places depending on where you. It's
Depends.
relative,
Yeah,
right?
it depends how you're going to define center.
Yeah.
So, for example, energy centers, right? You have those within the body, but they're not necessarily what maybe we'd say the geographic center. So the center of a land mass or an area. Different kind of centers, man. Depends what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You can have center of the earth or opposed to centers of rotation in the sky. Lots of different centers, man.
Yeah, right. Like even in the globe worldview, there you have like the center of the earth, and you have the center of the solar system, the center of the galaxy, center of the, you know what I mean? That center could shift around a lot. And then so when it comes to the flat earth, it's like, where's the center? It could be, see, I don't necessarily, just quickly here, I don't necessarily go with the traditional circular idea that it's like a clock. I mean, if it is, that's totally fine. But I wonder if it's more irregular and weirdly kind of shaped. And so where's the center of that could be more irregular as well. So go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, apparently all you have to do is take an elevation angle measurement to a celestial object, and you're doing it from the center.
Well, that also, you kind of bring up a good point there with like the Polaris is maybe there is like kind of a center spot. I don't know. I find it to be pretty interesting. There's a show I like. I've talked about it on 24/7 before, where these people go to an island, and then interestingly enough, they would say, let's go south to the center of the island, although that's kind of an odd point. But in the center is kind of where all the magic was happening. And then if they tried to go off the island outward, they actually couldn't leave. Like it wouldn't let them leave, sort of. So I don't know. I find that idea to be interesting as well. Like maybe we do go south and we can't actually like go anywhere. It's cold and hard to travel. Um, so I wonder if that's true. Uh, who knows? Maybe I don't know. I really have no idea. Maybe there's a gap or some way through, and then something on the outside. I have no idea. But how do you even prepare for it? Like this whole like let's go the final whatever. How do you prepare for that? How much food are you taking? Like how many people? Who's paying for this? How long you gonna go? Are you calling off for your job for this? Like, I mean, there's a lot of things that go into you just randomly going south. Like, what's your final destination?
How many? 2 people? 2 people are funded by whatever, and then some girl, and then the other Globers that want to pay their own way and go, so probably about 5 of them. It's probably like 7 people.
I don't know. Are they just gonna touch some of the ice and then turn back? Or what's the
Brother, I don't even know if they know where they're going or how they're getting there.
I kind of agree. I don't think they actually know where they're going because I saw a video on YouTube where they were told they were going to Antarctica, but their phones read they were like somewhere completely else, but it was an icy place. So like I'm skeptical that they could just like take you somewhere and be like, see, look, Antarctica, and it's just like some icy desert, and you're like, well, I guess this is what we kind of thought it was gonna be like, and like I guess this is what it is. So it wouldn't be very hard to not fake is the
Well,
wrong word, but you know, that's what they're expecting. Ice and just yep,
I couldn't tell
So
my backyard from your backyard in the ice,
that's kind of
covered in
funny.
white snow, or T-Dubs, or anybody's for that matter. I couldn't tell. If you dumped all snow all over Hawaii and then put someone down there, they probably wouldn't know for a while until they actually saw some type of tree or some type of thing under the snow that could let them know where they're really at or something. And then still would they know, because you could just know, hey, I'm in a tropic area. Just saying, like, how the fuck would you know?
That's a fairly good point. So yeah, I don't know, bro. This whole spinal thing is just really fishy
You know how
all
fishy it
around.
is? You know how they give you that map and say, look, this is a flat earth map, and they don't know how the sun works on it. You want to know a secret? It's not a flat earth map.
Right.
It's a globe projected map. So if those fuckers don't know how the sun works on their own fucking globe model, what are they asking us for?
Well,
Well,
who's
the
ever
real
like
question. Well, the real question is, can you eat penguins?
see if they're there long enough, they might actually try to do that. Because again, how much food
The
do you take
Eskimos
with
ate all the
you?
penguins. There's none left.
Wait, let
There's
me
no
see.
Walmart down there. So where do you go for food? You can't stay down
Yeah.
there.
Oh no! Due to the Antarctic Treaty of 1959, it's now illegal to eat penguins. Man, everything before 59 must have been pleasure. And you
Well,
can't eat their eggs too.
you can't do anything. You can't, when you read the thing and you have to sign these contracts, hard telling what the contracts say. Does the contract say you can even tell the truth about what you're doing in the first place? So, like, say you
Well,
sign this contract, and then you get on board and you go to the thing, and they say, "Hey, boys, we're gonna go over this contract you signed now," and they're like, "Oh shit." Then they just got to come back and tell you whatever they're briefed on telling you.
yeah.
I mean, who
Well,
knows?
at least we as flat earthers can claim that we're protecting the penguins, because if the Earth weren't flat, penguins wouldn't be protected.
I mean, they're
Well, I'm just
basically being
saying,
in a
like, we're
restricted
protecting ice
area.
cubes. Well, I mean, we got to make sure the ice cube, the one ice cube in our freezer, is good over the other ice cubes. You know what I mean? It's so much more
Yeah.
important.
Isn't it funny how they managed to get distinctive groups of YouTubers in the flat Earth realm focused on the point, let's go somewhere that doesn't prove anything, but ignore the fact that this place has a treaty with all the nations agreeing since 59, with no like war or fight or bloodshed over that land, right? For some reason protecting ice sheets and penguins, and you obviously can't poop there and some other stupid restrictions, right? Why is it that this stuff has just been like kind of now overlooked, and now we focus on what is something happening in the sky? Like, how stupid is that? Oh, look at the sun. The sun is moving in the sky, therefore the earth must be a ball or something. It's just, what is going on?
Oh
Why
man,
is
these
this
carrots.
weird?
These carrots taste like soil. They must be real. Oh no, they just threw dirt on them. Fuck.
So weird.
Just saying, right? Like, they can do all. They make fake everything, right? But I'm saying, regardless. So they go to a place and they get a film of something. What does that mean for the globe? Why would any glober waste their money in 2024 when they have satellites and everything else, wink, wink, that they supposedly believe in, that holds the key to their religion, supposed proof of everything, since Pythagoras and his sticks. But they want to go take a looky-loo, don't worry. Just let us take a peek. What do you mean, little Scotty? Why do you want to go back behind the curtain? Oh, we want to make sure it's a globe. What do you mean? Going back behind this curtain makes you see that it's a globe, but you don't already know? That's pretty weird.
Right.
Can we
No,
please
it's
just
to
go to
show
Antarctica?
you flat earthers that it's a globe, or us that we're wrong. a very simple experiment.
It's
But
probably
it
not
only
even
has to
very
do with the
experiment.
globe, right? It only means globe, right or wrong in your mind, right?
Watch it not even
To
be an
me,
experiment.
like the explanations you guys have are like, how do you explain if there's a 24-hour sun in the South Pole?
We don't care about explaining things.
We don't care about the sky.
I know you
Listen.
don't.
One second. Let me explain it to you.
If you want
Let me
to keep
explain it
your
to
beliefs,
let me just quickly explain it to you. You want to hear the explanation, or do you don't want to hear the explanation? Okay. So your heliocentrism is fundamentally derived from some Greek philosophers, right? Looking at the sky and then making assumptions. Now in 2024, if I ask the most advanced AI with the most advanced AI voice model, and I ask them, how can you verify that globe without using the sky? It plainly says we cannot give you direct measurement of the surface spanning 360 degrees in every direction to prove your globe. So the only way of reaffirmation is by using the sky and celestial heaven once again. Okay, just like the Greeks did. So in 2024, the only thing you can do in order to prove the globe is a reification fallacy. Amazing. And I'm gonna just buy it or what? No, I ain't gonna buy it because I just see stuff in the sky. That's just retarded.
Sorry, what?
Sorry.
What fallacy? Can you say that again?
Flat earthers don't have
Reification fallacy. The globe in a nutshell is a reification fallacy. It started with the sky. It was again. Okay, I'm gonna simplify it. I will dump it down. Greek philosophers look sky, right? Looking sky, making claims in their mind because philosopher, right? 2024 and the future, the way to prove something coming from sky is by using the sky one more time. Right. Therefore, reification fallacy. I can literally one more second. If you don't,
so the sky doesn't any way, shape, or form tell us about the Earth.
No,
that's your heliocentristic model. Okay, let the AI talk. Weird. Okay, let the most advanced information technology. Here, can you explain real quick one more time how the heliocentric model was derived from philosophers looking at the sky, and how we in 2024 still need to use the sky in order to prove the very fact where it was derived from?
So the space
the heliocentric model, which proposes that the Earth and other planets orbit the Sun, began with ancient Greek philosophers like Aristarchus, who used observations of the sky to suggest this model. They noted things like the phases of the moon and the movements of planets. In 2024, we still rely on celestial observations, like satellite data and astronomical measurements, to confirm and refine our understanding of the heliocentric model.
So just for the record, no direct globe curve measurements are there where there is no link to celestial observation, right? So in order to prove the globe, we still need the very thing the Greeks began deriving it from. Is that correct, AI?
Yes, that's correct. Our current evidence for the globe, including measurements of its curvature, relies on observations that include celestial references.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
There you go. 2024, and it's a reification fallacy. Amazing.
Using an AI seriously?
It is the most advanced AI model, ChatGPT, the newest ChatGPT 4.0, and it's very reliant on your biased scientific information, and it will always debate for your globe. So no matter what you do, be happy about it. Anyways, but it is at least AI is wrong. Yeah, AI is wrong. Exactly. So do you have any direct measurements of the Earth's curvature without relying on the sky? Do you have direct measurements of your Benny space ball without using the sky? Without having a reification fallacy in a nutshell? Can you prove your heliocentristic model without using the sky?
Like, that's
simple mathematics.
Where's the ball? Where's the ball? Where's the ball?
How do you
Where's it measured?
Simple mathematics prove Earth and circumference.
See, in 2024, with the most advanced technology, right, being intellectually honest, the non-intellectual honest people want to tell me that that technology is wrong. Amazing. Again, one more time, the heliocentric religious cult members in a
Do
nutshell.
you even stop to take
There
a
you go,
breath?
audience.
Do you even stop to take a breath and listen to
No.
other people speak?
No.
No, you don't.
That's why I
the
use
problem.
the
You hadn't
AI.
have spoken over him either, Renee.
Is talk.
You might have heard what he said in the first place.
Yeah, and is talking proving something for the globe? Do you guys talk all day to prove globe? Like, hey, let me tell
Simple
you the story
mathematics.
about the coffee table.
You could. Oh, shut up, D-Monk. Simple
So you
mathematics
don't have to
prove
prove
both.
anything. You just want to talk our ear off.
Simple mathematics prove both Earth's
Mathematics of
curve
what?
and circumference.
Well, can you
Oh,
show us where the
amazing.
sun
Shut
goes?
up.
Oh, amazing. A
You're
concept.
you're a well-known idiot,
Math
D-Monk.
proves
Shut
that Superman can fly too. Math proves
Amazing.
that
Someone
Superman
is
can fly too, so
triggered.
that's amazing.
Yeah,
So someone is
Superman
saying a
flies.
concept is proving
Superman
a concept.
flies
That is
fast enough to
amazing.
spin the Earth
Verification fallacy
backwards.
one more time.
Trigger. D-Monk is a fucking idiot who don't
A lot of
shut up.
Here's the thing.
words here being
Is
the
that
thing,
your
guys,
mom's
right?
name,
Okay,
D-Mock?
the thing, guys. Flat earthers aren't looking at the sky and going, oh, "Look, the Earth is flat." But globers are doing that for the globe. They're looking at the sky and going, "Look, the Earth is a globe." Right? But flat
D-Monk
earthers aren't
has
doing that.
no.
So
Yeah.
because globers do that, globers think that they have to turn around and then place that standard on flat earthers. That's not
It's
flat
kind of
earthers'
sad
argument.
when you're. It's kind of sad when you're.
Oh,
trying
no
to
one
speak
cares
to
about your emotions, man. Go
individual.
spiral somewhere else. Spiral
it's kind of-
somewhere else. No one cares about what you think about other people.
let
Spiral
other
somewhere
people
You
else.
have noticed. It's sad trying to
Either
speak
bring
to
some
people
globe
who.
evidence or spiral
did-
somewhere else. Why do
I've
we
got
need
all the globe
to
evidence
listen
you
to your
want.
emotional outbursts?
I've got all the
Spiral
globe
somewhere else.
evidence
No one
you
cares
want.
what you think about DMOC. Yeah,
I've
give me
got all
direct
the globe
measurements.
evidence.
Give me, give me direct measurements without using the sky. Go ahead.
Without
Get
using
up,
the
that's easy
sky.
here.
What's your math
You could-
based on? What's your Renee? What's your math based on?
Simple observations.
What?
School children can do these math. And
What?
you,
Give us an example.
Boys,
you
we
can
got a
lay on
government plant.
You can lay out. I'm a government plant. You can lay on a beach, flat on your back, look to the horizon with an open view of the ocean. You could time it from the time you see the sunset, stand up, see the sunset again, and do the calculations. You can
If you
not
laid on
only
your
just-
back, you wouldn't do none of that. You'd be looking.
There you go,
straight up.
guys. You use the sky. Sky religion.
interrupt. Okay,
Oh
go
my
ahead.
god,
interrupt.
that's very good.
Hey,
Good
Renee.
model.
Okay, go
Renee.
interrupt, you
Renee,
dumb
stop
fuckers.
talking for a second.
None
We've
of
got a
you
lot of
have
lag there.
no
Renee, just hold your
desire.
horses. Renee, just hold up, mate.
No, I'm
Your
done.
goal was to do that
Nobody
without using the
here
sky.
has nobody here has no desire
I think
to
he
fucking
doesn't
learn.
know what the sky is.
Fuck you.
No
You
sky.
have no
Hey,
desire to
Renee,
learn.
no sky.
Fuck
The
you.
sky is
You
blue.
have
We don't
no
want to talk
desire
about
to
the
learn.
sky.
Fuck you.
He's
You
a
have
Yeah,
master
no
no
looking
sky.
forward.
Yeah, bless you, sir. Bless you. Much love to you, sir.
no
Much love to
desire
you.
to
May the
learn.
truth set you free.
you.
Much love. Much love to you. Bless you,
He
sir.
said-
May the truth set you free. So
I-
again, we want to have,
dumb
we want
twats.
to, may the truth set you free. Bless your heart, sir. Lord, may the Lord be with you. Anyways, we not want to have any evidence for what the sky says.
Continue
We
being
want to have evidence for what the
stupid
ground
evidence.
says.
You just don't want to
Continue
accept the
being
evidence.
ignorant.
That's the point.
Hey,
That's all
hey,
it
much
is.
love to you.
So
You
it's a
unfortunately you
choice
talked
of your
about the
own
sky.
decision.
Yeah, much love to you, sir. You unfortunately you
whatever.
failed
You're a
with the
child.
argumentation. Yeah, much love
Your
to you
view-
and
your
stop
viewpoint
projecting.
of much love.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Stop projecting. Anyways, I asked for something that is not referring to the sky. You referred to the sky and then you got mad about your
No,
own
I didn't.
failure to
I
do
gave
so.
you- I was giving you
think he lost
earthbound
his job 'cause he
observations.
And now you're
can't do math on
projecting
his
your
belly.
madness onto us,
No,
which is
Just
very
belly
I was
fat.
unfortunate.
giving you earthbound. I was giving you earthbound observations, and none of
He
you
gave
want
us
to
what?
listen.
You said lay on your
observation
belly.
was an observation of the sky, Renee. That's what we didn't want.
Shut the
try
fuck up,
again.
T-Mod.
Oh man. Sir, maybe it's now
I'm
time
outta
to
here.
leave.
Yeah.
Do your little childish thing, whatever.
Yeah, much love to you, sir.
See you later,
Anyways,
belly math.
so any other Glober who can actually answer the question without using the sky?
Why are you so against using the sky?
Well,
Why you
because
so against
again,
measuring
one more
the Earth?
time, your
What do you mean measuring
heliocentric.
the Earth?
One more
We've
time,
measured it many times.
Andrews, can you this time listen? This is gonna be the third time I explained this to you. Your religion
I know
of
what you
heliocentrism,
said, and I understand what you said,
it
but
comes
it
from
doesn't
the
make
sky.
any sense. It's dumb as hell.
It does make sense when something
does
is
not
derived
make
from the
any
sky.
sense. Like,
If
if
something,
there's no sky,
okay,
then
maybe
then
it's
the
also
Earth
time
is
for you to leave.
what?
Then have a nice day.
Well, just give us your globe map. Your perfect
Okay,
globe map.
Andreas.
No.
Can
The
you give an
globe map
example of Earth?
it explains all of
Where's it
the
at?
happenings.
What's the
that
globe map look like?
At its best.
The globe map. You've never seen a
give us-
globe. It's a ball.
How about you give it? Listen, dude. How
Oh,
about you give us an
golly.
example of Earth curvature measurement that doesn't involve looking at the sky?
Usually water would be used for a hint.
I've never thought about it. I'm just like, how do you explain
okay.
24-hour sound in the South Pole?
We don't
then?
have to worry about making that
straight to
story.
the sky.
You don't have to like. You don't have to think
That's
too
not my
much.
argument.
about-
It's not my argument. Do you have an argument to make about that, sir?
So you just put it aside, put it out of
Do
your
you
mind,
have an argument
and keep
to make
believing
about
what you
it?
believe.
Do you have an argument? Do you think that that supports some sort of argument that you're making for the geometry of the surface of the Earth?
Yes, I think if
then make
there
it.
are
Then make it.
Make it. We won't
So-
put it aside, we promise. Give us all your proof of a globe with water measurements.
I'm not giving you any more water measurements.
Then how do
I'm
you know
saying-
it's curving? How do you know
How do I
water
know?
curves
He just
anywhere?
he just told you an experiment by looking at the sun from a beach.
No,
getting
no,
up,
no, no, no,
seeing
no.
it again.
Listen to me, stupid. Water curving on Earth where you stand. Can you find some at rest? While water's at rest, can you show us the rate it curves at? Every millimeter, every inch? Show us what you've measured.
So, you mean like for long distance
Yeah, I
picture?
mean, like, no, I don't mean looking out in the fucking world, looking around and saying dumb shit. I mean, go to some water with your hands
Mm-hmm.
up close and personal and start measuring that shit. Tell us where it's not horizontal.
That's
Oh, it's at
that's like
rest.
that's so retarded, man. You just
So you're
like
retarded and you can't find any curve.
no.
You fucking
The thing
idiot.
is, you just
Idiot,
you
we're
just
looking
put
for
things
water
out of your
curve. Do you
mind
have any?
and add
I know
things.
you're
Hey,
retarded.
Dimorg, 1 second. This is very good. We have had now 2 Globers that gave us the reification to understand that their model that was plainly derived from the heliocentric, from the sky, right, showed us how they're still with their minds, like a cult believer, completely sticked to the sky. Like the only thing they
The
can do is talk
heliocentric
about the sky
religion.
and what the sky does, right? So actually, thanks for proving once again what my point is, or the point in general, right?
Man, there's so much coping with you guys.
No, it's not
Like,
coping.
don't
Thank
look
you.
at the
I
sky. Don't
appreciate
look
it.
Don't look
Appreciate it. I
No.
appreciate it. Hey, thank you,
Don't measure
because
air.
2 of you guys
Don't look
just
up and
proved to me
measure
the
something.
point. You guys are caught up in the sky. Your religion is from the sky, and the only way
it's just dumb. Like I came
Wait,
here
hold on a second.
a year
Hey,
ago.
Andreas,
Yeah.
if you're building a house, do you
Yeah.
look at the floor when you're building the floor, or do you look at the ceiling when
Oh,
you're
I've
building
I've
the floor?
heard this before. I've heard
Well,
this.
it's a perfect analogy, and you need to get it through your head. We don't look at the sun when we're measuring the ground.
That's just
You can
why.
breathe heavy all you like, but that's fact.
That
When I'm
works,
measuring the
surveyor.
ground, I'm not looking at the sun. Okay?
Okay, explain how
Surveyors
there
don't survey
is
the sun.
a south pole which has a 24-hour sun and a north
We
pole.
don't need to
that's
explain
24
Gotta
hours.
this.
prove that.
I'm gonna
That's
just
your
say
magic
there
fucking
that doesn't
garbage
matter
dog
at
shit.
all. It's just dumb
Hey,
if you
Andreas,
believe it, you're a
Andreas.
dog shit.
Glober.
Hey, Demok,
Like,
hold up. Demok,
can
hold
you
up. Andreas,
explain in your flat
Andreas,
Earth
shut up for a
model
second.
how that would happen?
Andreas, hello. Shut up
Tell
for a
me.
second. You've got
Yep.
two perspectives. Number one, from the flat earther. Perspective number two, from the globetard believer. Now, from a flat earther's perspective, we don't give a shit what the sun does because it does not change the shape of the ground. It can be 10 minutes, 10 hours, or 10 days. It ain't changing the shape of the ground. From the balltard's perspective, you're fucked if it's not a 24-hour sun.
Oh, man, you're stupid.
No,
Yeah,
that's
we're just
fact.
dealing with the surface at this
No,
stage. We're not
like
bothered about that yet. Look, we want to
I'm
establish
talking about
like
your
the surface.
Earth model, your model of the flat Earth.
Dude, no
How
model,
do
no
you
model, no model,
explain?
no model, no model,
You
dude.
don't
No
have a
model.
model. You don't have a model.
No model.
Is that
No
your?
model. We're
Is
dealing.
We
that
don't have
your
a model
point?
either.
Look, dude.
Because
If you just shut up and listen for a
in the
minute.
chats you always show some
Shut up
kind
and
of
listen.
sun things, and there's a model of the Earth.
Shut up and listen for a
Hey,
minute, all right?
we don't
So we're
need a
dealing
model.
with dude. We're dealing with the geometry of the surface, all right? That's where we're going to start. We're going to figure that out first, right? And if we're capable of doing so, we'll start looking at other aspects of reality, all right? But we're going to deal with the surface first. We're not going to look to other things to tell us about the surface. We're going to look at the surface itself. Right? Not
No,
making
just
a
for the
claim
record, the
about
fifth
the
time.
things in the sky to determine the geometry of the surface.
T-Dub,
Or doing
just
believe I
that
ever
and then
gave you the
imposing
benefit of the doubt.
that standard onto other people, and that is
Yeah,
not
but
reasonable.
the thing is, you don't have any kind of
I
model.
don't need one. I don't
You don't
need
need
one.
because you can just put it out of your mind. Believe whatever
The thing
you
is,
want.
the fifth time you have been explained what the burden of proof it is relying on your head. You haven't been able to actually get that burden off your
so
head.
much
Therefore,
coping.
you're still trying to cope here. So again, can you prove your globe and its bendy ground 360 degrees in every direction to form a
Without
ball in
using the
supposed
sky,
space?
because I don't want to
Exactly.
look at the
There you go.
sky. The
Yeah,
sky
you're
is
saying, but you're
scary.
No, the problem is your religion
the
is from the
sky's scary.
sky, and
No,
then
it's
using the
your
sky to
religion.
prove
You're saying we
your
don't want
religion
any
is from the sky, so therefore you can't use the
model
sky.
so that
Do you
we can't
understand?
be wrong.
Please get that in your head.
That's your
Thank you.
point. I can't be wrong because I don't have a
Andreas,
model.
you've got it the wrong way around. You're saying that the surface of the Earth is reliant on what those things in the sky are and do, and how far away they are, and how big they are, etc., etc. So you've got to establish the surface first.
Well,
right? Get that down.
Like
right?
the guy said, if you lie down, get up, and you see two sunsets, you don't need to know
It's
how
still
far the
including
sky
things in the
is, how
sky.
far
You're still including
how
things
far
in the sky. You're
anything is.
relying on things in the sky. Rely on the surface to tell you what it is, not things in the
Why?
sky.
That's
Because
such a
the
cult
surface is
thing.
underneath you, not
Don't
up
look at
there.
the sky. Don't look at the
Because the
sky.
fucking idiot knows it's horizontal and that's all they're
Don't
going to
look at the
measure.
ground. Don't look at the ground.
I'm looking at the ground, and if it's a big ball, it's gonna look flat. Wow.
Okay,
It's going to look
What
flat.
about how does it measure? What does it measure to be?
So take a long. You need to make things in perspective of size, and you can't do that on the Earth, and you know it. You know you can't
So
do it,
whose
and I
problem
can't.
is that,
No one
excuse
can do
maker?
it. No
Cool
one can
excuse
do it. So
maker.
that's
Thank
your
you for making excuses
excuse
for your claim that can't be
that
proven
is
more and
your
more.
excuse actually
You're
So
for
your
saying it
religion
measures
is an
flat.
excuse.
so that's why you say don't look at the sky, because
So
I
you're
can't
saying it
do the
measures flat.
experiments.
You're saying the surface measures to be flat then.
Yeah,
And that's all we
locally,
see.
of course,
So
locally.
where's the curve at?
Where's the curve? We just said look at the sun, get up,
No, you
look at
said
the
Earth
sun
measures
again.
flat. And I'm asking you, where's the Earth's curve? Stop talking about balls in your fucking mouth and sky. Put some balls in your mouth. Is that going to tell you the
There's
size of your
no getting
jaws?
through your little head.
No,
So
apparently it ain't for yours. If
I'm
I
just
put two balls in your
gonna
mouth, does that make you a ball?
look at your memes again.
Brother, if I throw
Let's
two
see.
balls at your head, does that make you a set of nuts? Shut the fuck up.
Well,
Man, you're
just to
stupid.
simplify it, just to simplify, an
fucking
intellectual
stupid
person.
idiot.
Hey, Andrews, do you know
Yeah.
everything? I don't know everything. I don't have any.
Yeah, I know you
every
don't
answer
know
to everything.
everything. You don't even know
Okay.
what shape the Earth
Yeah,
is.
I'm an intellectual. I can say I do not know
You're an
every answer to
intellectual?
everything. Yeah. So
You're
so
an
again, so the
intellectual.
question is, do you have an answer or not? If you don't, then just say I don't have and then be quiet. Can you do that?
I said you
Or
the
do you
answer
just
many times.
You have none.
There is no way of making a global
All right.
Lay down on your
measurement.
belly
So
and
you have
stand
no.
up.
So
That
you have
proves the
no, right?
globe.
That proves there is a curve.
Lay
And
down
you
on your
want
belly
the proof
proves
for a
the earth is
curve.
curving.
There you go. Thank you. That is at least honest. You have no proof. Thanks for the answer. There you
No,
go.
I
Now you
didn't
can be
say there's
quiet
no
and
proof. I said, look,
spare
just
your
do the
breath.
Measured it with
experiment.
his belly.
That's it.
All right.
He
Spare
laid
your
his
about
breath
belly on the
then.
ground, you guys, and he measured it flat with his belly.
Anyways, why do you want to not spare your breath? Why do you want to say things that are not actually in any correspondence to the very question that is at hand? Just say I don't know. That's it. You know, you can move on. Or
No,
you know,
I told you already what like you guys make a circle around things, and anything that is not inside your view gets just obliterated. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We don't have
What are you
anything.
talking about?
You don't
just
have
say dumb shit all day. How do you measure the earth down here with your fucking hands to be curving or flat? Not what you imagine.
Well, what about
not what your grandma told you.
if you put two sticks down on a long piece of
We're in Antarctica. Where do we put our sticks?
you have a big lake or something.
We're in Antarctica, big frozen lake. Where do we put our
Yeah.
sticks?
Well, in the Antarctica, you just look at the sky again.
So where do we put
you're
our
afraid
sticks?
of looking at the sky.
Dude, you
put a
fucking
camera
idiot.
on the
We're in
stick
Antarctica.
and look,
Where do we put our
look
sticks
at
down? So now sticks don't work anymore. What the fuck? Are you stupid? Sticks, 2 sticks, retard. Stick to what you just said. 2 sticks. I know you're fucking
I didn't say we're on
please, no insulting,
Antarctica.
okay?
I didn't say I'm on Antarctica. You said it.
I know. So I have 2 sticks and I'm in Antarctica. How do we do your judging?
Why do you need to be in Antarctica?
Why do you
Just
not?
a lake will
Why
do.
can't
Any
you?
lake. Any
Why
long
can't you
straight
be?
lake.
So you can't tell
Well,
anywhere on
you
the
have
earth.
a lake
what you-
in Antarctica? Do you have lakes in Antarctica?
What? It is
Hello?
a lake.
Hello?
It's a frozen lake,
There,
stupid.
exactly, dumbass. I
Yeah,
didn't
so
say
it is a
Antarctica.
lake.
You said it, dumbass.
I know.
Hey, let's be adults here, please.
I don't like.
Andreas,
There's no
if you're so
lakes in
scared of
Antarctica.
Antarctica, why is that? I thought the final
What
experiment
is
was going
there?
to sort this shit out.
The final experiment is a very good
It's not an
way
experiment.
of showing you guys that
Andreas,
you've been saying
Andreas,
for years there is
it's
no
not an
going to the
experiment,
South
mate.
Pole. There is no
Andreas,
going
stop.
to the South Pole. It's
Yeah, we don't care. You might want to understand something very quick, smart. It is not an experiment. It is just an observation. That is it.
experiments are observations.
Putting sticks in the ground are not experiments.
Awesome.
What the? Yeah, you're very smart. You know what an experiment is.
So we're in
Something
Antarctica.
you
We
can
put 2
reproduce.
sticks in the ground. What are we
And
looking for,
look
son
at
boy?
the sticks on the ground twice. You can do
We're
it again.
We're in Antarctica. What are you going to do with your sticks?
Like I said, you need a lake, dumbass.
We're in a lake in Antarctica.
There's no lakes in Antarctica, dumbass.
Yeah, we're going to take a hot thing with us and we're going to melt
Can we
some
please
ice.
stop with the
So
childish
you melt some
insults?
ice
It's
for
so
like
annoying.
2 miles. How are you gonna do that? You won't. And then
I
you
want to
say,
know how.
because
I
you
want to know how
can't
you
do
think
that.
Antarctica is not a
The Earth
frozen
is a
water,
flat.
not a frozen water lake. What do you think frozen water is that you're standing on, guy? Are you okay, brother?
Yeah, like the height of
Frozen
ice
water
isn't
isn't water, guys.
uniform.
He doesn't want to do it on
As
frozen water. He's scared of ice.
I'm
Weird.
not. I
So
see
the
ice every
Antarctica
day
boy
in the
is afraid
winter
of
here.
ice. So we have
Yeah,
two
Anyways.
sticks
really,
on our
really
ice.
afraid of a person who doesn't
You're
even know
afraid
what
of two
ice
sticks
fucking
now.
is. I mean,
You won't answer your own stick question.
Have a blessed
I
day,
didn't
guys.
say South Pole. You're saying South Pole because you're
I
dumb.
know, so I'm wondering how we find out what the
Because
Earth is. We're
if
in
we
the
do
South
the
Pole.
experiment in the
We got
South
two
Pole, you're gonna
sticks.
say no. The ice is not uniform.
Brother, I want to know what the sun is going to do over our two sticks to tell us we're on a ball.
It's gonna be in the sky for 24 hours.
So what's it going to do to our
Same
sticks
as
to
in the
tell us we're on
North
a
Pole.
ball? So how are our sticks going to read we're on a ball?
I don't know what your sticks are reading, but your brain isn't reading anything.
You said get two sticks.
And I didn't say go to the South Pole.
What are the two sticks doing, computer
I
stick
said
boy?
go to a long, straight lake.
Are these
Two
smart sticks?
with holes. Shine a light, and you'll
With
see a
holes.
laser light.
You'll see some light. So
And
if you
you
shine
will
a
see
flashlight,
that there's a curvature of the Earth. They did this test.
if you shine a
It's on
flashlight, it
YouTube.
shows the Earth's curving.
It's on
So if I
YouTube.
shine
If
a
you wanna
flashlight in
look
my
at it,
bedroom, I can measure my floor curving now. That's news to me.
man,
That's never
you're
happened
so
anywhere.
stupid. Like you're moving the goalpost. Now, when I tell you the
Brother,
experiment,
you
you're
Okay,
like,
think
Andreas,
the
no,
Earth's
shut
I'm
up for a
looking
curving?
at the
second.
floor.
Demok,
I'm looking
quiet.
at the floor.
Andreas, stop talking. Now,
Yep.
what you're talking about with the
Yep.
sticks and the holes in them is a
Yep.
hit piece. Do you understand that?
Uh huh.
You do know what a hit piece is.
No.
Go and watch the video again. See if they used a laser or a torch.
I think they used a torch. Yeah.
Yeah, they were supposed to use a laser. Ooh, interesting.
Okay. How is it interesting?
Well,
The
laser
experiment
light's
is still
non-divergent.
sound.
Torchlight is.
Say
How
again?
do you focus the torch?
No, I want to hear this. Say again? I
How
didn't
do
hear
you
that.
focus the torch? Torchlight is divergent.
So they got another light, or like, is
No,
the
they were
whole
supposed
thing
to use a laser. The collimator burned
okay?
out on it. They were supposed to use the laser, and they didn't for whatever reasons, and they still put the shitty video forward. It's a hit piece to make us look bad. Nothing more.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, so please try another
So
example of proof of curvature.
what about doing that experiment yourselves and proving us wrong?
Do what? Showing light widens from the source? What's that going to help you do? Are you
Hello?
okay?
Metrics? What about doing it
Are
yourself,
your
showing us
Batman
wrong with
light?
your lasers?
Okay, hold on a minute. What about you doing it yourself and proving it true?
Well, they already did it, and
No, they
it
didn't. It was a
worked
fucking
with
hit piece. I just told you that. Are you deaf or your ears painted on or what?
yeah, they're painted on, man. But I'm
This is
asking,
the
why
problem
not
with most of you globetards. You'll come in here and say, I saw a video, you should prove me wrong. No, you saw a video, how about you go and prove the video true?
I bet that lake would level.
That it was horizontal, yeah.
Well, thank you for an interesting conversation. I don't know if I'd call this that, but thank you. See you guys.
I don't know how you guys put up with this. It's madness. Laying down and standing back up. It's bad.
Put your belly on the sand. That means it's a globe. These boys use their bellies to survey your land. They say, Bob, what are you doing down there? He said, I'm surveying. Leave me alone. You see a guy standing up and laying down and standing up and laying down in the back of a mud pit. It's like, what are you doing, Todd? He's surveying the land.
I'm proving curvature.
Doing belly flops. I just imagine the surveyor just get down and start doing the worm. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Here's your equipment. He's like, no, I'm just surveying like this. Look, our surveyor's hiding. He's looking up and surveying the sky. Damn, I need my yard surveyed. Wish he could just measure my yard. He's getting angles to Polaris to see if the mud puddle's good or not. How far off is the mud puddle in your yard from the curve of Earth? You know they're going to use a Polaris angle and tell you that, right? To your mud puddle. Anyway, the sun's not directly over your head in Antarctica, supposedly. So how would two sticks directly with the sun directly over help you so it doesn't work? So on this ball, two sticks don't work doing nothing. You got to put them in magic spots on Earth for them to work. Isn't that crazy? And what was the reference for shadows? What reference did they use to say this thing right here with sticks and shadows works this way with lights on a ball? And now we're going to look down here on Earth and say what we see here matches what reference? I've never seen the reference. Should at least made a paper mache or a sand ball or I mean fucking something, a stone ball, and used it first with some sticks on it and a light. I mean, that's what I would have did first. I would have perfected that ball and found out the time on the ball every time. And I looked over there in the dirt and did it, and if it matched, I'd be like, damn, that's weird. And I would have made a little flat surface and did it too. I would have compared them. The flat one and the round model, I would compare with reality. Whichever one matched reality the best, I would say, okay, let's go with that for now. You know, I mean, like, who knows? Not saying it has to be, just saying that's what you would go with. Then for any reason that it didn't work out, you'd have to throw the fucking thing away. You don't just keeping fucking shit that doesn't work every day, all day, every time. Here, Tom, here's a motor that doesn't work right. Let's fucking keep it and protect it. Let's tell them it's true and it works so great. I mean, it's just fucking sheer madness. $2024, I can't prove, but I know. But do you believe me? Flat earthers must be dumb for not believing us.
If you've got a 3 foot wall and you lay down, you can't see over it. If you stand up, you can see over it. Therefore, Earth's a globe. I wonder if they agree with that.
Well, if I see a bird flying away and I'm on my belly, and then I stand up and I see the bird again, we must be on a globe.
Oh yeah, of course.
Because I saw two birds. Superpositioning sun, they lay down, they see one, they stand up, they see another. How many suns you Glovers got? If all you guys lay down and stand up, how many suns is that? Son of a bitch. How about you have your buddy stand up and then you lay down, and then when your buddy can't see it when he's standing up, you stand the fuck up. Then you can't see it either. Then what are you talking about? Jump down, turn around.
Well, if you lay down and watch the sunset, you can stand up and then watch the sunset. And once it sets, you can actually jump and watch the sunset again. That's 3 suns.
Then you can get on a hot air balloon and watch it again.
If it goes on and on. Therefore, Earth's a globe.
Why so serious?
They remind me a little bit of some of these interrogation videos that I've seen where they're interrogating this guy. He's obviously guilty, and he's like, "No, I wasn't there. No." Yeah, a little bit. It's like the gun's registered in your name. Can you explain that? It's like, I don't know. It's like clerical error or something. Or I don't know. Yeah, not me.
Hey, you gotta sound like one of those old time 1920s gangsters. Nah, see? Wasn't me, see? I didn't do it. Come on, coppa, you got it all wrong.
I ain't no stool pigeon, see?
I didn't do it. It was Johnny. Johnny did it.
Yeah, you got the wrong guy. Yeah. I was playing cards at malls.
He planted a razor knife in my pocket at the last minute. He had to bump into me. I know it.
I could hear the heavy cog diss in that guy's voice that when it was just in here.
Yeah, I think he glitched a little.
Yeah.
And then the other guy that just kept yelling the word math.
Who, Renee?
I think so, yeah. He just kept yelling. He reminded me of Dora the Explorer's notebook.
Renee's been in here for a minute, and he just sits really quietly. But usually when he gets a little tipsy, he gets brave enough to start chiming in. But it was probably past his bedtime, so he decided to leave.
He sure hates me.
No, he just hates no.
Or I mean, he loves me. Maybe he just loves me.
He just wanted to be upset tonight. That's all.
Yeah, I'll say some people can't decide.
Well, most nights he's just sitting there. He's not doing it. He's just lurking. Most nights. I guess tonight he had some of that Johnny Walker and just decided to get on the mic. I don't know.
Bless his heart.
That's all right. I like when they have a lot of bravado, but some of the old timey ones, the guys that have been in here for a while, I don't know. Matthew was being kind of slimy tonight. Matthew Learns.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been different lately.
Yeah, he has. You noticed it too?
Yeah, he's been more on edge, more like
I've noticed that. He's biting back these days. I don't know. Something's really got under his skin. It's like that nerdy kid in class. All of a sudden, one day he's just like standing up to the bully and whatnot. But then he forgets that he's only about $110, so you really can't do much.
He's putting up a good fight.
Yeah, he thinks he is. In his own mind, he thinks he's like really standing up. Yeah. It's funny though, because Matthew even like says that nobody's ever measured the Earth to be curving. He says it. So it's like, well, what else do you want? Like you admitted defeat. What else do you want to do with that? Can't do nothing with that. So.
Yeah, Matthew knows it's flat. He just stares, not change position.
Oh yeah.
Well, it depends on what his depiction of flat in his mind is, right? Because, like,
Yeah,
this shit,
the good Lord saw it fit to send me loose this next 4 days on these ballers. So
Well, you know full well that he's only got assumptions and no proof of the globe. And he's happy with that.
it doesn't matter if they're staunch or not. If they're in here, they're going to be content for me. I'm going to get them to say they don't know over and over and over again.
right, you got to have some type of concedence or something, or else there's, like, not even a point to the, you know, it's like nobody's going to get anywhere. Everybody just keeps, when you prove something, they're like, nope, nope, nope. How does that
Yeah.
even work?
I'm of the contention that I'm going to expose every single one of these globers to the fact that there is no evidence that the Earth, you can't even justify the Earth being a globe to me. Doesn't exist. It's like justifying Narnia. Like, how are you going to do that, bro? Doesn't exist.
You'd think Elon Musk would have done put an artificial intelligent program or robot or group and artificial intelligence on trying to make some kind of little ball shit, something physical model, something attribute. You know, I mean, what the fuck? What's even the point of having technology if you still can't do nothing? If a fucking spinning ball that fall, if you drop a ball in a vacuum, like say we're big giant guys and we just throw the fucking ball down in a vacuum and throw 10 more, you're saying they're smarter than every motherfucker that's ever going to live in the whole world's history of time, to where those balls that just fall can outdo every it doesn't even make any sense. It literally just doesn't. A falling ball smarter than a human that can make a ball or grab a ball and move it as they want anytime, like we could put it on a drill bit, we could do, like, what the fuck are they on? Like, I don't understand. Falling ball technology is really what they claim. The falling ball is too technological for them to reproduce. It's just weird. Or 9 falling balls. ball's spinning so slow you don't even notice it. But the sun's moving and the moon's moving because the ball's spinning. But you wouldn't notice it. Stuff's moving around the earth because the earth's moving, but you wouldn't know the earth's moving. Isn't that weird? It's like saying I'm spinning you around your room and you see all the walls start moving, but your floor's sitting still and everything's sitting still and you couldn't possibly tell anything's moving. An airplane. Have you ever superpositioned in an airplane? Leaving the runway, flying forward while you're flying up, while you're flying down. So up, forward, down, and back. Uh, There's some badass airplane maneuvers to get around a globe, but you don't even know because you're flying horizontal.
Yeah, if the Earth was rotating and you leave that Earth and you go against that rotation, you're gonna know. No doubt about it.
Yeah, but these dudes claim they're flying their airplane up away from the runway at an angle forward. It's going up at an angle forward and down at the same time around a ball, but flying horizontal and you don't know that it's going down. That's a lot of shit for a plane to be doing while it's just going horizontal. Just weird. Oh, but it's not dropping. It's dropping to get around the ball, but it's not dropping. Yeah, these planes will prove with a fucking horizontal flight path. Yeah, they're gonna for sure prove the horizontalness of the flight path.
They say the air moves with the Earth, as if a plane couldn't fly through air.
Or a helicopter can't hover when air's moving around it.
Even still, going against rotation is going to be noticeable no matter what.
You're going to be going backwards. There's like a rule, right, when you're making movies, when you're making fantasy and sci-fi movies, there's the suspension of disbelief, right? So you have to get the audience to willingly suspend their disbelief, but they'll only do it for one kind of level. You can't ask the audience to suspend more disbelief on top of the other disbelief. The whole thing will collapse. And sometimes it's like the globe, you have to suspend so much disbelief to go along with the model. You've got to ignore there's no evidence of rotation or gas in a vacuum, curvature, and it's all together. It's one suspension of disbelief on top of another. And everyone just goes, well, I don't understand. I'll just leave it to the experts. Yeah. So many of them come in and say, well, I'm not a scientist. When they get cornered, they say, well, I'm not a scientist. Okay.
Not a free thinker either.
all my beliefs are outsourced to NASA, you know?
Yep, that's the problem too. What do you think about SpaceX? I hear they got a contract now.
SpaceX, I don't know, it's like politically incorrect NASA, you know? It's like how Twitter became X. It's like Twitter was all politically correct and losing lots of money, and then X comes along and just fired everybody and unbanned everybody and let people say what they like. I don't know. So X is kind of like a sleeker, Gen Z kind of space program rather than the old-fashioned fuddy-duddy boomer space program. I think that's what's going on.
Don't worry. We'll just grab one guy named Elon. Yeah, he's gonna outdo every government in the whole world. Yeah, it's within a week or a couple days. This one guy named Elon, group of his smart, good buddies that didn't graduate, they're gonna outdo the whole government and everybody. And no one finds that weird. And just one guy and 5 people are out teching the whole government, and they got enough money to do so. So one guy's got enough money to outdo the whole government. Nobody find that weird?
Well, he's funded by the government, so.
Oh, so he's nothing different.
It's like Elon could come out and say, we were doing tests and it turns out you can breathe in space. Yeah, you can breathe in space. Yeah, no problem. Just no one thought to take off the helmet. But one guy just took his helmet and said, hey, everyone can breathe. It's like, yeah. So that's new. So you get all this footage, new footage comes out and they don't have to worry about wearing helmets or anything, or, yeah. Just take an oxygen pill and you can breathe for 24 hours without a helmet. Yeah. I'd believe it. What would be cool if he was just like a stooge, like he had no idea that Earth was flat or anything. He was just like a regular person, literally. And then one day he just comes and goes, actually, Earth's flat. I found out Earth's flat. This is all bullshit. And I'm going to expose it. And he starts posting all this flat Earth stuff, exposing NASA and all this. I don't give a crap. That would be cool.
I was hoping he'd do it.
Or Trump. Trump just finds out Earth's flat. He goes, I something to say. This will blow your fucking mind, you know. And he would just all these liars at NASA, they're lying. The Space Force is completely a joke.